Fun facts you just learned here. That's our show. We hope you enjoyed this look at the stars of Team USA. I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks for watching.
Tonight, as we come on the air, Russia ready for war, but leaders around the globe tonight trying to stop an invasion. As U.S. troops arrive in Europe to assist NATO allies, President Biden sat down with the new chancellor of Germany. The president threatening major economic sanctions if Russia invades. This as Vladimir Putin met face-to-face with French President Emmanuel Macron. And in Ukraine, civilians now preparing for battle. Our Richard Engel is there, and former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, William Taylor, joins Top Story live. Also tonight, state of emergency protest over vaccine mandates crippling Canada's capital city. Thousands of truckers blocking roads for more than a week and refusing to leave until their demands are met. Could it impact the already fragile supply chain here at home? Plus, the deadly supermarket shooting, a gunman opening fire inside a grocery store in Washington state. The all-out manhunt launched for the suspect. Stacey Abrams under fire after she was photographed maskless around a group of school children, the swift backlash from her political opponents, and her response tonight. Joe Rogan outraged a social media video showing the popular podcast host using a racial slur nearly 24 times and making offensive comments about black neighborhoods. What Spotify CEO is saying as more artists part ways with the platform over Rogan's remarks. And Queen Camilla, the surprising announcement from Queen Elizabeth about her daughter-in-law as the 95-year-old monarch marks 7 decades on the throne. Top Story starts right now. And good evening. Welcome to Top Story. Can world leaders stop Vladimir Putin? That's the big question tonight, as there is a full court press at the White House and the Kremlin. We start Top Story with these images. American troops arriving in Poland to assist its NATO allies, as U.S. officials warn Russia has amassed 70% of the forces it would need to invade its neighbor. At the White House, President Biden sitting down with the new chancellor of Germany. Biden, even though he has no direct authority on the project, threatening to shut down a crucial European gas pipeline that runs from Russia to Germany if Putin invades. And in Moscow, French President Emmanuel Macron meeting face-to-face with Putin, who has repeatedly denied he is planning such an attack. At the center of all of this is Ukraine, now preparing for war. Even civilians learning to handle weapons, administer first aid, and evacuate the wounded. Richard Engel is there again for us tonight and leads us off.
A senior Western intelligence official tells NBC News tonight that Russia's troop buildup around Ukraine is not slowing down, and that with each passing day, the chances of a Russian invasion go up. The scope of what Russia may do, however, remains unclear. From seizing a pocket in eastern Ukraine to a total invasion from all sides. We ask soldiers today on the front line.
How could you defend against a massive Russian invasion? You have what look like ancient trenches here.
Our trenches just look ancient, but in the trenches we are hidden, so we are ready to strike back enemy forces.
French President Macron in Moscow today pushing diplomacy with President Putin, who again said he would not invade and praised some of Macron's proposals. While President Biden met with Germany's new chancellor, trying to smooth over divisions within NATO. Germany has so far been reluctant to define sanctions against Russia or send weapons to Ukraine.
Germany's completely reliable, completely, totally, thoroughly reliable. I have no doubt about Germany at all.
And Tom, while the entire world is watching what's happening around Ukraine's borders, there is another dynamic at play inside the country. A senior Western intelligence official told me tonight that Russian agents have tried 3 times since January to carry out attacks or start riots to create instability. The goal to topple the government of President Zelensky and make this country a client Russian state. All 3 of those attacks were thwarted, and that now Western intelligence agencies are helping Zelensky's government look out for internal threats. Tom?
The chaos could start even before the invasion. All right, Richard, thank you. With President Biden saying that the U.S. hopes to continue diplomatic talks with Russia, I want to bring in former U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, William Taylor. He served under President George W. Bush and again in the Trump administration. He's currently the vice president for Ukraine and Europe at the U.S. Institute of Peace. Ambassador, thank you for joining Top Story tonight. I'd like to dissect some of these headlines today with you. President Biden joined there with the German chancellor saying they are united and NATO, quote, is ready. What exactly does that mean if Russia invades Ukraine? What exactly is NATO ready to do if they're not entering this conflict ready for combat?
Tom, NATO is ready to provide additional assistance and indeed accelerate assistance to Ukraine to help them defend against that invasion that you talked about. The United States is also ready and has already begun to move troops from the United States into Eastern European allies, NATO allies, so that they are reinforced on the eastern flank of NATO. And NATO, EU, the world is ready to put very harsh sanctions on Russia if Mr. Putin makes a bad decision to invade Ukraine.
NBC News learned over the weekend of a U.S. intelligence report that concluded up to 50,000 civilians could be killed or wounded within weeks of a full-scale invasion. You're an expert on Ukraine. Tell us about the Ukrainians. Will they stand up and fight, and will they fight to their death?
Tom, they absolutely will. Your reporter, Richard, interviewed one of the soldiers, but I've talked to soldiers as well as civilians. I was just there last week, and several of the people that I talked to were adamant, were fiercely ready to fight, and they said they went down to the local gun store. They were surprised at the number of people buying weapons. The people are not panicking, Tom. The people are not panicking. I understand that kind of the signal when people start to worry that commodities are not going to be available. Salt gets short, and people buy the salt. Well, the salt's still on the shelves. What's not on the shelves? Bullets. So the Ukrainians are buying weapons, and they are ready to fight. They will fight fiercely, as you said, to the death.
Ambassador, since you mentioned you were just there last week, I have to ask you, what is your sense of what's going to happen here? You know all the players, including Russia. Do you think they sack Kiev? Do you think they take Kiev over several days?
I think President Putin, who's the only one who can really answer this question, I think he's not made up his mind. He knows all of the things that you and I just talked about. The number of civilians killed, this is mind-boggling. Here we are in this time. We're talking about 50,000 people killed. This could be a war crime. This is one of the things that he has to keep in mind. He knows the sanctions. He knows the opprobrium. He couldn't even get the Chinese to say the word Ukraine. He's not on solid ground. So he may not have made up his mind yet. And what that means is that we can still deter him. What that means is he can still decide to negotiate rather than invade.
Ambassador, finally, we heard President Biden today speaking there with the German chancellor about the pipeline running from Russia to Germany. And even though he has no sort of direct authority over it, saying they would cancel that, do you think that threat is enough to stop Vladimir Putin?
That's one of the threats that President Putin will have to be thinking about. And President Biden actually does have some ability to shut down that pipeline. The Germans have the direct ability to shut down that pipeline.
Yeah, it's the Germans' call. It's not President Biden's call. It's the Germans' call. But obviously, that's what was likely discussed.
That was discussed, but also President Biden waived some sanctions that allowed that pipeline to go forward, and he can make a different decision, and he can shut that down.
Ambassador, we thank you for your analysis and your time. We will invite you back on Top Story. Thank you. All right, we want to take you now to Canada, where the mayor of Ottawa has declared a state of emergency. More than 1,000 truckers have paralyzed traffic and shut down the city center, protesting vaccine mandates. The protest has lasted days, crippling Canada's capital, and it's now spreading to other cities. Here's NBC's Miguel Almaguer.
The ear-piercing protests snarling streets with big rigs as demonstrators demand an end to the country's mandatory vaccine requirement for truckers crossing the U.S.-Canadian border. Dubbed the Freedom Convoy, the movement is being called an insurrection by some, paralyzing the Canadian capital.
No one's here to hurt anything. We're just here to be heard.
The Canadian Trucking Alliance estimates just 10% of cross-border truckers are unvaccinated. In a blow to protesters, one source of funding has been cut off after GoFundMe said they'll return $9 million in donations, citing unlawful activity.
We are turning up the heat in every way we possibly can within our operations and enforcement.
Today, a Canadian judge signed an injunction to stop incessant honking as diesel fumes frustrate residents and shop owners alike.
It's difficult to breathe. You can't hear yourself think after an hour. You know, the headache is excruciating.
The 11-day protest now declared a state of emergency, with much of the city locked down in a blanket of gridlock. The mayor now asking for 2,000 additional police officers.
What was initially described as a peaceful protest has now turned into a siege of our downtown area.
With reports of protests turning violent, Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says there's no plan for now to call in the military to clear the streets.
We're gonna end these mandates. We're gonna end these lockdowns.
Sarah Chowan's restaurant is empty. The unprecedented occupation of Ottawa has a stranglehold on the economy.
People are struggling to pay their bills, pay their rent. They're begging to come in for work, but there's simply no work to be had right now.
Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
All right, we thank Miguel for that. We want to turn now to Minneapolis, where protests continue over the police shooting of Amir Locke. New details about that no-knock warrant amid calls for Minneapolis's acting police chief to resign. Shaq Brewster has the latest and a warning. Some of the footage you're about to see may be disturbing.
Tonight, the outpouring of anger and frustration continues.
These men that you took from us, our children that you took from us, they had people that loved them too. That's right.
A weekend of protests after Minneapolis police shot and killed 22-year-old Amir Locke last Wednesday, entering an apartment on a no-knock warrant that police say Locke wasn't the target of. Officers saw a gun and they fired. The family says Locke had a license and a concealed carry permit for that gun, and that he had it for protection for his job as a delivery driver.
Put yourselves in our shoes.
The parents of Amir Locke speaking out.
Never would I have imagined that I would be standing up here talking about the execution of my son by the Minneapolis Police Department.
Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry ordering a moratorium on no-knock warrants as the city looks at changing its policy.
It shouldn't take a tragedy to bring us to this point.
But protesters are calling on the mayor to do more.
It is time for interim police chief Huffman to go.
And Judge Peter Cahill, who gained national attention last year as the judge in the Derek Chauvin trial, is also in the spotlight tonight. Cahill likely reviewed and signed off on that no-knock warrant based on the application schedule from the Hennepin County District Court. Even as questions remain about the execution of the warrant and the moments leading up to Locke's death, the family remembering Amir as a young man with dreams of a music career.
Amir was a bright light, and he deserves to be able to shine.
The officer who shot Locke, Mark Hanneman, has been placed on administrative leave as per the department policy. And the investigation into Locke's shooting continues tonight. We know that this is being led by the county attorney in conjunction with the state's attorney general, Keith Ellison. Those two will be responsible for any charging decision if one is to come. Meanwhile, the pressure from the outside continues to grow. Tomorrow, a student walkout is planned. Tom?
All right, Shaq, thank you for that. Next tonight, several states announcing they are lifting school mask mandates, signaling a shift towards treating the coronavirus as part of daily life as Omicron cases drop. Gabe Gutierrez has more.
Today, New Jersey, Connecticut, and Delaware all announcing plans to lift school mask mandates.
This is a huge step back to normalcy.
Just outside Cleveland, Troy Intermediate School no longer requires masks in class, only recommends them.
How effective has mask wearing been?
I think it's been very, very effective.
Of its 550 students, 83 have tested positive this school year. Staffing issues also forced the school to close in December during the Omicron surge when masks were optional.
We're at the point where we feel like we've got to learn how to live with this.
Just 35 miles away, Warrensville Heights Elementary has kept its mask mandate. Of its 890 students, 31 have tested positive this school year. It has not closed due to an outbreak.
Our community believes that
wearing masks is a barrier to try to prevent the spread.
Nationwide, more than 60% of the 500 largest school districts still require masks, though data on how effective they are in preventing outbreaks in schools is limited. One survey conducted by the CDC of 169 schools in Georgia found those with a mask requirement had 21% fewer COVID cases than schools where masks were optional. Another study in Arizona found schools were 3.5 times more likely to experience a COVID outbreak if they did not have a mask requirement. But the methodology of those studies has been questioned.
We don't have very convincing studies that masks have a large impact on preventing either transmission of disease within the school setting.
There's also a lack of data on the downsides of wearing masks in schools.
The biggest downside to wearing masks in school is the mental and social aspects.
Some parents argue it should be their choice.
Children's languages are developing at a young age, and if we mask them at age 2 and they're not seeing the mouths move, then some of that can cause some developmental delays.
But for others, the pros outweigh any cons.
I think that they should be wearing masks. A lot of parents have the opportunity to get COVID vaccinations for their kids, and a lot of them do not.
It's a tough decision to make for any parent. But at the end of the day, if it's keeping our children safe.
All right, Gabe joins us now just outside of Cleveland from one of those elementary schools where he was speaking to parents. And Gabe, did you get an overall sense? I know you spoke to a couple parents. We saw it there in the story, but I'm curious if you got an overall sense if parents were happy with the decisions to remove the masks.
Oh, well, Tom, many of the parents we spoke with were really amazed that nearly 2 years into the pandemic, we were still discussing this topic. But, one of the school behind me still has its mask mandate, and many of the parents we spoke with were happy that it was still in effect. The other school districts, some of those parents, masks were optional there, but they were glad that the school has had it on and off, and they were glad that the mask mandates were, still encouraged, recommended, and they felt that they were needed to prevent, schools, to prevent students from getting infected and from transmitting it outside of the school. But there were other parents, Tom, that they just don't like the idea of school districts and the government forcing their kids to wear masks inside these schools. So even 2 years into this pandemic, Tom, still extremely divisive.
Yeah, a range of opinions. And Gabe, I also know you have some new reporting. What's the Biden administration saying about the multiple states dropping their mask mandates in schools?
Yeah, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki was asked about this today, and she says that it is still the administration's recommendation that masks be worn universally in schools, but that ultimately, Tom, it's up to local school districts to decide what to do. Tom?
All right, Gabe Gutierrez there with us tonight. Gabe, thank you. Now, this weekend, Georgia gubernatorial candidate Stacey Abrams becoming the latest public figure to be ensnared in the masking controversy. The voting rights advocate and prominent Democrat caught taking pictures without a mask on at an event with students. Abrams now defending herself as her Republican opponents take aim. Priscilla Thompson has more.
Tonight, Stacey Abrams under fire after a photo showed the gubernatorial candidate maskless among a group of masked school children.
It's yet another case of do as I say, not as I do, my favorite story of the weekend.
Republicans now calling the prominent Georgia Democrat and strong supporter of masking in schools a hypocrite.
It doesn't matter if you are Republican, Democrat, parents are pissed off at the COVID hypocrisy.
The photos taken at a Black History Month event Friday were first tweeted by the principal at Glenwood Elementary School in Decatur, Georgia. Abrams later quoted the tweet, thanking the school for hosting her. Both tweets have now been deleted, even as Abrams defends her actions. Stacey trusts science and supports masking in schools, her campaign manager wrote on Twitter. She wore a mask to the event and removed it at the podium so she could be heard by students watching remotely and for photos, but only with folks who were masked. The photos prompted fierce backlash online. Republican Governor Brian Kemp, who Abrams narrowly lost the governorship to in 2018, tweeting, Stacey Abrams wants state government mask mandates for Georgians and their children, but it looks like they wouldn't apply when she's attending a photo op. Kemp's communication director vowing to use the photos in political ads leading up to the midterm election. Former Republican Senator David Perdue, who's also running for governor, has added the photo to his Twitter profile with the tagline, Unmask Our Kids. Abrams isn't the only Democratic leader whose masking has come under scrutiny. New York Representative Jamal Bowman Bowman was criticized for a photo showing him with a group of high school students, all masked except for Bowman. How much do incidents like this hurt Democrats in the eyes of the American people?
This is what has gotten people kind of exhausted with the politics of the pandemic, is that lack of consistency. And that's what's hurting Democrats right now.
All right, Priscilla joins us now live in studio. So we're talking about the big picture here. Let's go back down to Georgia. I know you've done a lot of reporting there. You were there during the election and after as well. I want to ask you, what are voters saying there about this, about taking these photos without the mask on?
Yeah, well, Republican voters are certainly up in arms about it, but those are likely folks who were never going to vote for Stacey Abrams. I spoke to one Democratic voter who called it a, quote, poor choice, but the handful of other Democratic voters I spoke to and that voter say they still plan to cast that ballot for Stacey Abrams. So I think that there's no question this will come up in debates and in political ads leading up to Election Day. And it's really going to be interesting to see what impact it could have on undecided voters.
Gives us a sense of the temperature of that race and how closely it's going to be watched. All right, Priscilla, thank you. We want to turn now to the 2022 Beijing Winter Olympics, entering the fourth day of competition. Notable names on Team USA coming up short in their pursuit of gold, but some Olympians setting big records on the slopes and the ice. Joining us now is Steve Patterson from the Olympics to give us the rundown. Steve, first of all, good morning to you over there in Beijing. We love having you on Top Story tonight. So the U.S. stumbling out of the gate there at the Winter Olympics, closing out the third day without winning a gold medal. This is the longest, I'm being told, the longest it's taken since 1998 for them to win gold.
Yeah, Tom, unfortunately, I have to say it's even a little bit worse than that. This is the first time in Winter Olympic history that the U.S. has not won gold in the first 20 events. 60 medals have now been given out. The U.S. has exactly 3. None of them are gold. All of them are silver. So who's our next best shot? Well, Jessie Diggins, the cross-country skier. She has an event tonight. The event is honestly brutal for Americans, but she looks like she's in top form. Never count out Michaela Schifrin. She has a suite of events left. She could win big. Alana Myers-Taylor is back out there on the bobsled. She looks great. The women's hockey team has been dominant. They have not dropped a single game. And I have to say, I've been watching Shaun White practice over the last few days. He looks like he's in top form, and his swan song could be one for the ages.
Yeah, I had a chance to speak with him just before he left, and he's definitely excited and pumped. We'll see how he does. Despite what some might call early disappointments for Team USA, we have seen some inspiring performances. What stood out to you being over there?
You know, I think you have to look at what 15-year-old Kamila Valieva has done, the figure skater. Just an amazing routine. Did 2 quads. No woman in figure skating at the Olympics has ever done 1. She did 2. Even falls later on in her event, and she still beats the next person in line, the silver medalist, by 30 points. The only other women here that can consistently do that are her 2 teenage teammates. They both have individual events, and they could sweep the podium for Russia, something else that has never been done. I think you also have to look at, on the other end of the age spectrum, what Irene Wurst has done. 35-year-old Dutch speed skater, shatters a record and then wins her 5th individual gold, something else that's never been done. She has been winning gold since 2006. Lastly, I have to shout out an American, Julia Marina. I was there when she won her silver medal in slopestyle snowboarding. Was not really expected to win. Came in 28th in qualifiers after falling several times. I spoke to her after she got off the podium. She simply said, you know what, I just had to send it. Felt the confidence building up and nailed her second run, something that I think the American team really needs right now.
All right, Steve Patterson from China tonight. Steve, we thank you for that. Still ahead, the deadly supermarket shooting. At least 1 person killed and another injured inside a grocery store in Washington State. The manhunt tonight for the shooter. Plus, trapped on ice, more than a dozen people rescued from Lake Erie after an ice floe broke off from land. And the outrage against Joe Rogan and Spotify after a video surfaced showing the popular podcast host using a racial slur nearly 24 times. The growing list of artists now leaving the platform. Stay with us. We're just getting started on this Monday night.
fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, back now on Top Story. The Joe Rogan Spotify saga continues. The popular podcast host under fire after video surfaced showing Rogan using the N-word in multiple show episodes. Now more artists are calling on Spotify to take action. NBC's Clay Esamwa has more.
Tonight, outrage is growing in the Joe Rogan Spotify controversy. Grammy Award-winning singer India Arie releasing this message, followed by clips of Rogan on Friday.
Hey y'all, I want to leave a short message here about why I decided to ask my music be pulled off of Spotify. So check this out.
It starts calling word. There should be a word like, especially like the word, that's our.
The video compilation shows the popular podcast host saying the N-word on his show at least 22 times during multiple episodes. In one video, Rogan appears to be comparing a black neighborhood to the film Planet of the Apes.
We walk into Planet of the Apes. We walked into Africa, dude. We walked in the door and there was no white people.
I want to be clear, in no uncertain terms, where I stand on this is that he shouldn't even be uttering the word. Don't even say it under any context.
Rogan responded to the backlash Saturday.
I know that to most people, there's no context where a white person is ever allowed to say that word, never mind publicly on a podcast. And I agree with that now. I haven't said it in years.
He shared a nearly 6-minute apology video on Instagram, saying in part, quote, "It's not my word to use. I'm well aware of that now." Rogan also further explained his Planet of the Apes comment.
I did not, nor would I ever say that black people are apes, but it sure sounded like that. And I immediately afterwards said, that's a racist thing to say.
The list of artists boycotting Spotify is growing. Many are leaving due to COVID-19 misinformation remarks on Rogan's popular podcast, The Joe Rogan Experience.
My friends who've been vaccinated want me to join the team. Like, go ahead, get the tattoo. Like, what are you saying?
Rogan's show reaches an estimated 11 million people per episode, and he has an estimated $100 million contract. After Rogan's apology, Spotify CEO Daniel Ek sent a letter to employees obtained by CNBC, saying in part, Rogan's remarks, quote, do not represent the values of this company. Ek added he agrees with the decision to remove past episodes with the N-word from the platform, but said, quote, I do not believe silencing Joe is the answer.
All right, Clay Esamwa joins us now live from here in 30 Rock. So Clay, it doesn't sound like Joe Rogan is going anywhere anytime soon. What more is Spotify doing to try to fix this problem, or at least let their listeners know that they care about these issues?
Yeah, Tom, that's an important question. Obviously, this is a big PR nightmare for Spotify, and as they weigh their options, other platforms are actually stepping in. The conservative YouTube rival Rumble just today offered Rogan $100 million over 4 years in a tweet, and they actually proposed that he move his old and new shows to their platform, where his content would be, quote, not censored. And so now, is it likely that would happen? It's not really clear. And we asked Spotify for a statement. We haven't yet heard back, Tom.
Okay, Clay, we thank you for that. When we come back, the multi-state manhunt, the 3 men escaping from a Tennessee jail through an air vent, the update just in from police tonight, and the critical Senate race in Pennsylvania, the big names vying to replace retiring Senator Pat Toomey. And our Dasha Burns is in the House. After traveling to Pennsylvania, her interviews with some of the candidates, including Dr. Oz, plus some interesting straw polls, what they're showing. That's all coming up right here on Top Story.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
All right, back now with Top Stories newsfeed, and we begin with the manhunt after a deadly shooting at a supermarket in Washington State. Police releasing a surveillance image of the suspect. You see him there. They say he opened fire inside a Fred Meyer store in Richland. The company says at least one employee was killed. Another person is critically injured at this hour. Authorities say the suspect is considered armed and dangerous. It's unclear if the shooting was targeted. That supermarket remains closed tonight. All right, 2 of 3 inmates who escaped a Tennessee jail were found dead in North Carolina. Authorities say the 3 men, including one facing murder charges, climbed through an air vent at a jail in Sullivan County, Tennessee on Friday. Police say 2 of the men were found dead in Wilmington, North Carolina after an armed robbery and police chase. No word yet on a cause of death. Authorities are still searching for that 3rd inmate. And more than a dozen people were rescued after an ice floe broke off in Lake Erie. Take a look at this. Aerial footage shows 18 people trapped on the ice off northwest Ohio. The group was snowmobiling and riding ATVs on the lake when the piece of ice just broke away from land. The Coast Guard and one private citizen with an airboat brought them to safety. No one was injured. All right, and now for more on the growing tensions between Ukraine and Russia. Tonight we have a first-hand look at how everyday citizens are bracing for a possible invasion. Gun sales soaring across Ukraine as men, women, and even children prepare to take up arms and resist Russian forces. NBC's Aaron McLaughlin is on the ground in Kiev.
With Ukraine on the brink of war, Kyiv residents prepare for the worst. A new U.S. intel assessment is warning this city could fall in a matter of days in the event of a full-scale invasion by Russia. The potential toll is immense. 25 to 50,000 Ukrainian civilians could die, and another 1 to 5 million forced to flee their country. Now, ordinary citizens say they're prepared to do whatever it takes. This elderly man warning if the Russians invade, he'll shoot. Putin is just a small and dumb guy in world history, he says. He has picked the wrong battlefield. Young and old gather on this cold Sunday morning, learning to handle weapons, administer first aid, and evacuate the wounded.
They're learning potentially life-saving skills. Many here say they hope it doesn't come to this, but they're prepared to defend their homeland.
Alina Ulyanova is here with her teenage sons.
Are you scared for your family?
We are all mortals. Come on, we are all going to die someday, and the thing you can do is you can live your life in dignity or not.
According to one poll, half said they were ready to resist a possible Russian invasion. Ukraine's former defense minister says he believes that much resistance could be a critical deterrent, saying the Russian troops surrounding Ukraine may be enough to take a city such as Kyiv, but it's not enough to hold it.
And that's where the Russian problem is how they potentially going to keep any territories they acquire.
Small comfort to those who say they believe an invasion is inevitable. Local restaurant owner Leonid Ostaltsev fought on the front lines in eastern Ukraine, now offering free pizza to anyone who legally buys a gun to become a, quote, defender.
We understand that our neighbors are
insane, and for me, invasion of Russia, it's a question only about time when it will be, but it will be.
Across the country, gun sales have skyrocketed, with the average gun costing $1,900, 3 times the typical monthly salary. 17-year-old Bagley Andriy says he's ready to pick up a weapon and fight, knowing what's at stake. For me, it means freedom, dignity. It means independence from anyone else, he says. To fight for my country, for my family, for my homeland, I'm ready to go to the very end. Well, the U.S. says Russia could attack at any time. Ukrainian military experts here are eyeing February 20th. That is when Russian military exercises are scheduled to conclude in Belarus. Will those forces stay or will they go? Noting that Russia could escalate the situation at any time. Tom?
Aaron McLaughlin in Kiev for us tonight. Aaron, thank you. Back here at home, we want to turn now to our new series, Power and Politics, where we look at the latest developments in the world of politics. Competition is heating up in Pennsylvania in the high-stakes race to replace retiring GOP Senator Pat Toomey. The crowded field has big names and big money. NBC's Dasha Burns has exclusive interviews from the state's Republican committee meeting this weekend.
Pennsylvania's crowded GOP Senate primary wide open as ever. Over the weekend, at a closed-door event, the state Republican Party voting not to endorse any candidates. The newest name in the race, David McCormick, flexing money, momentum, and MAGA connections.
You're, entering a new world here. I'm not in politics. It's been a new transition for me.
The former Connecticut resident, veteran, and hedge fund executive getting heat from his rivals on his Pennsylvania roots and his business dealings in China.
I've spent the majority of my life in Pennsylvania. I'm a Pennsylvania taxpayer. This is a continuation of public service to Pennsylvania and the country.
When you were at Bridgewater, do you regret some of the business you did in China? Was any of that a mistake?
No, listen, I've been blessed. And just like President Trump's experience helped him be a great president, my experience in business is something that I'm proud of. I want to make sure that American dream that I've lived is available for them.
McCormick's big bucks brawling with a big name.
I want to know what's getting your blood pressure up.
Dr. Mehmet Oz holding a rally with locals with a focus on COVID-19. I go and I talk to voters. The main thing I hear is I know who Dr. Oz is, but he's not from here and I don't know what he stands for. So what do you say to those voters?
I want Republican primary voters to be skeptical. Kick the tires, find out. If I agree with you on inflation, on what we've done to our schools, on the problems we're having at the border, on the risks of China.
We've spoken to multiple voters in recent days who say they are skeptical, especially of his Pennsylvania bona fides.
I was a skeptic, for sure, but he answered a lot of questions that for me were the right answers.
What were your concerns about Dr. Oz coming in?
Just maybe being a charlatan, a grifter.
Real estate developer Jeff Bartos is banking on the skeptics.
There's people parachuting into the state to run. They see huge opportunities. I'm the only candidate who's a lifelong Pennsylvanian with a proven deep love for this Commonwealth.
In straw polls held by regional Republican caucuses, Bartos outperformed his high-profile rivals. But there's also another candidate performing well in straw polls. Conservative commentator Kathy Barnett.
People are unnerved by what they have lived through. It feels very totalitarian-ish.
After losing a congressional campaign, Barnett made headlines for suing over the results of the 2020 election in the Commonwealth.
Do you believe that Joe Biden fairly and legitimately won the election?
I believe there are a number of questions.
The other candidates mainly shying away from Trump's false claims of a stolen election, but the former president still looming large in a state that helped put Biden in the White House.
Are you hoping for an endorsement from former President Trump?
We would love the former president's support.
I mean, absolutely.
If President Trump endorsed me, I'd be delighted.
All right, Dasha Burns back from Pennsylvania joins me now in studio. So, Dasha, both Dr. Oz and that hedge fund executive, David McCormick, they're getting some heat for their actual ties to Pennsylvania, correct?
Yeah, that's right. There are a lot of Pennsylvanians who have so much local pride, Tom, and that they want to make sure the candidates that they are looking at are going to fight for them. So, former hedge fund executive David McCormick, he is a Pennsylvania native. He left to go to West Point, came back, ran a business in Pittsburgh, but in recent years, he's lived lived in Connecticut. And when we looked at voter records, he was actually registered to vote in Connecticut as recently as 2020. His campaign tells us he's now registered in Pennsylvania. And when you look at Dr. Oz, he went to school at the University of Pennsylvania, medical school and business school there, but he has not spent a lot of his life in the state. And same for him. We looked at the voter records. He has been registered to vote in New Jersey as recently as 2020 and re-registered last year to vote in Pennsylvania. A lot of people that really want to make sure that they understand what Pennsylvania needs.
And speaking of Dr. Oz, I know you talked a little bit about the straw polls there in your story, but how is Dr. Oz doing in the polling? Because it doesn't sound like he's doing great.
Look, it's still really early, and straw polls you have to take with a grain of salt, right? The way the Republican process works, they have regional caucus meetings where Republican committee members vote on who think the best candidate is. David McCormick has been doing okay. Dr. Oz, though, has been in the single digits in most of those polls. But again, it's still early, and he has so much name recognition in the state. So we'll see where that takes him.
Dasha Burns with that in-depth reporting tonight from Pennsylvania. Dasha, thank you. We want to turn now to Money Talks, what consumers and investors need to know from the business world and beyond. And tonight, the growing number of hacks in the cryptocurrency space has many investors worrying how secure their investments really are. Just last week, Wormhole, a cutting-edge online platform for crypto investors, was the victim of a $320 million crypto heist. I want to bring in now CNBC's senior Washington correspondent, Eamon Javers, who has done a lot of reporting on cryptocurrency. So, Eamon, I first want to ask you about these hacks, or maybe we should call them heists. How much more dangerous is your money in a crypto account than, say, in a bank in any city in America?
Oh, Tom, there's no question that it's a lot more dangerous in any kind of crypto account than it is in a bank. And that's just for one simple reason, is that the hacks that we've seen that have led to these heists are getting huge amounts of money. I mean, hundreds of millions of dollars. That $320 million heist last week was just the fourth largest heist of all time in crypto. I mean, there was one earlier this year that was, or last year, that was over $600 million. You don't see anything like that in the banking system. And of course, in the banks, you know, your money is backed up by federal insurance, by the private bank, and also by a host of regulations and rules that require that bank to have all sorts of procedures and safety mechanisms in place. Almost none of that exists on the crypto side. So you're taking on a lot of risk when you're investing in crypto, but there are ways to do it more safely.
So on that point, you know, say you're interested in Bitcoin, maybe you've bought a little Bitcoin or some other crypto. What's the safest way to protect your investment?
Well, one of the things that experts tell me is you want to use some of the platforms that have been around a little bit longer. Those are the ones that have probably gotten all the bugs out already, have been tested by hackers who've been trying to get in for a while now and have remained secure. If that's the case, then you might say you've got a little bit less risk there. You're never going to eliminate the risk altogether, and you're certainly not going to get your crypto investments to be as safe as your money in the bank. But if you stick with some of the platforms that have been around for a while, you might have better luck.
So, Amy, you know, we are in the middle of tax season, and as I mentioned, so many people are getting into Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies. And there's now a question on the basic 1040. And from what I have here, I think it reads, at any time in 2021, did you receive, sell, exchange, or otherwise dispose of any financial interest in virtual currency? So now it's in the tax forms. It's getting serious. What should investors do if they've done this? Because I know there's a lot of confusion.
Well, you have to think this through very carefully, and I'm not a tax expert. My colleague Robert Frank was actually on our air today talking about this. One of the things that he said is really important here is to bear in mind the recent IRS guidance on this, which treats these cryptocurrencies a little bit like a capital gain situation, whereas if you bought the cryptocurrency but you haven't sold it or transacted it, you might not necessarily have to disclose that to the IRS. You might be more on the hook for disclosure if you bought cryptocurrency and cashed it in for dollars, or did something like buy an NFT with it. If you transacted in that cryptocurrency, that's when you're really going to have to disclose that to the IRS. The IRS is going to view that as a gain to you and therefore a taxable event, and you have to be prepared to disclose all of that. This can be very complicated, so the advice to everybody is work with a tax professional to make sure that you're doing this the right way. You don't want historical crypto transactions to come back and bite you this year or next year or the year after that.
Eamon Javers from CNBC. Always great to have you, Eamon. We turn now to the Americas and look at what's happening in the U.S. and across Latin America. And we begin in Mexico, where authorities have dismantled a migrant camp near the U.S. border. Take a look at this. Video shows excavators and trucks clearing the makeshift camp in Tijuana.
Nearly 400 migrants, including children, transferred by bus to 3 different shelters. The camp began forming shortly after President Biden's inauguration in 2021. And in Puerto Rico, dozens of schools are closed due to widespread flooding. Torrential rain submerging roads and causing several landslides across the island this weekend. One town in northern Puerto Rico recording nearly 16 inches of rain. Massive waves also hitting the island's north coast. No word yet on any injuries. All right, coming up, next in line, Queen Elizabeth celebrating the 70th anniversary of her reign with a surprise announcement. Did you hear about this? It's about her daughter-in-law, Camilla. What will happen when it's Charles's turn to ascend to the throne? Stay with us.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Back now with the royal surprise from Queen Elizabeth as she marks 7 decades on the throne. The Queen with a major show of support for her daughter-in-law, Camilla, as 2 other members of the royal family are visibly absent from the historic celebration. Here's Keir Simmons with more.
Tonight, a surprise announcement on the eve of the 70th anniversary of her reign. Queen Elizabeth declaring Prince Charles's wife, Camilla, will be known as Queen Consort when he takes the throne. The Queen said in a weekend statement, "When in the fullness of time, my son Charles becomes king, I know you will give him and his wife Camilla the same support that you have given me." The decision representing a new turn for Camilla. Many blamed her in part for the breakup of Charles and Diana's marriage in the 90s. Diana even referencing Camilla in an infamous 1995 interview with the BBC.
Do you think Mrs. Parker Bowles was a factor in the breakdown of your marriage?
Well, there were 3 of us in this marriage, so it was a bit crowded.
Charles and Camilla met in the 1970s and stayed in contact while in other marriages. Both divorced in the mid-90s. The 2 married in 2005 and said Camilla would not use the late Princess Diana's title, the Princess of Wales. This caused speculation that Camilla would be known as Princess Consort when Charles ascends to the throne. The Queen's Platinum Jubilee message now makes it clear she wants Camilla to eventually be addressed as Queen.
The Queen now, which is very unusual for her, has actually made an announcement that is really actually almost in a way by emotional blackmail, because she has such a high popularity amongst all the public in the UK and the Commonwealth. Now she's asking that everybody accept Camilla in the way that she has.
A spokeswoman for the couple telling NBC News they are, quote, touched and honoured by Her Majesty's words. In her Platinum Jubilee message, the Queen also reflecting on her anniversary. She's the first monarch in history to reach the historic milestone of 70 years on the throne. I hope this Jubilee will bring together families and friends, neighbours and communities after some difficult times for so many of us, she wrote in part. Messages of support came from fans around the globe. Even Chinese President Xi Jinping congratulated the monarch. Two voices largely absent, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. They have not yet spoken publicly about the significant anniversary.
It's actually rather surprising that we've heard nothing from the rather verbose Prince Harry. I don't think there's any concern that people haven't heard from Prince Harry. Probably people are thinking, oh, for once he hasn't said the wrong thing.
All right, Keir joins us now from London tonight. Now, Keir, talk to me about the timing here, right? Because the Queen's announcement comes just before the 70th anniversary of her monarchy. Why bring Camilla up during this historic celebration?
Well, Tom, as far as Prince Charles is concerned, it's been a long time coming. He's wanted this for so many years. Camilla has wanted this for so long. I think the death of Prince Philip may have changed things a little. He is thought to have not been too keen on the idea of Queen Camilla. I also think what you're seeing is the Queen put her house in order, if you like. She is moving towards a smaller group, Charles and Camilla, William and Kate. That group taking over from the Queen. Another point, though, Tom, from her statement, she seemed pretty keen to be clear that she wasn't going to be handing over the crown anytime soon.
What are your fellow countrymen, I'm curious, in the UK saying about this? Is this a decision that people are happy about? Is there still ill will because of Princess Diana?
There really is, isn't it? Incredible. There are people who have responded negatively to this. Camilla's standing is not fantastic, honestly, so I think this was a difficult decision to make, a difficult announcement to make, and people did respond exactly as you say. They don't like it, many of them, because of the death of Diana, and of course we all know, if you've watched The Crown, you know that Camilla's role in that relationship with Prince Charles and Princess Diana. But Tom, you know, on the other hand, people think time moves on. Some people are agnostic about it, I suspect. The big question, of course, will be how Charles reigns when the Queen leaves us. What will King Charles be like? We now know that he will have Queen Camilla beside him.
A major moment for that family, no doubt. All right, Keir, we thank you for that. When we come back, a message of unity. The news anchor taking an offensive call from a viewer and turning it into a celebration of culture and acceptance. Vicky Nguyen joins us after the break.
After the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In prime time and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
All right, finally tonight, what started out as a message of division has instead sparked unity. The hashtag #VeryAsian trending on Twitter after a news viewer left a message telling a local reporter to keep her culture to herself. Here's Vicky Nguyen with a viral moment that has united people across the world and even sparked a surprise by talk show host Ellen DeGeneres.
First day of the year meal, and these foods are said to bring good health, wealth, and luck.
When NBC St. Louis news anchor Michelle Lee mentioned her family's traditional New Year's Day meal on air,
I ate dumpling soup. That's what a lot of Korean people do.
She didn't think it would prompt a viewer voicemail.
The viewer called and said that she was offended, and if a white anchor would have talked about what white people ate, then they would get fired. So it was just annoying to her that I was very Asian and that I needed to keep my Korean to myself.
She did the opposite.
Why did you decide to post it to social media?
I've had a lot of people dismiss things, but when you hear it for yourself and you hear those words and you hear the confidence in her voice and you go, holy moly.
Her post took on a life of its own, shared more than 54,000 times by celebrities and total strangers, spawning other supportive hashtags like very black and very Jewish. The backstory here, ironic.
I'm an adoptee. I'm a Missourian. I'm the child of white parents. I have a Korean family.
Last year, Lee returned to Missouri to be closer to her mom, who died a few months later.
To not really have her here has been really hard. It almost felt like divine intervention, like my mom had some sort of, signal to say, like, I see you, Michelle, and so do other people.
Lee wasn't prepared for the viral response, turning an ugly moment into a celebration of being very Asian.
I've seen more and more people feel comfortable and feel inspired to speak out about what's happening to them, the discrimination that they're feeling, but also to celebrate being a minority.
Actress Olivia Munn has been drawing attention to the racism and discrimination directed at Asian Americans since the start of the pandemic. Newly released data shows reported anti-Asian hate crimes increased 339% nationwide in 2021, compared to 124% the year before. Stop AAPI Hate recorded more than 10,000 hate incidents.
For such a long time, we've been talking about the hashtag Stop Asian Hate. How does it feel to see a new viral movement taking ownership of very Asian and celebrating being Asian American?
It brings me so much pride and joy. And I see my family and I see my friends, embracing it, allies also embracing it as well.
Joseph Canaria is on the board of Act to Change.
We are a national youth serving organization that works to combat anti-Asian racism and bullying.
Why do you think that this hashtag resonated so much, especially with younger people?
Having something that is so just easily relatable. I've seen so many different tweets, like what being very Asian means to them.
The very Asian hashtag spawned a line of merch and a surprise for Lee. She never imagined she'd be talking about that voicemail on Ellen.
The world saw it and the world stood up to it.
The host handing her a $15,000 check for the newly formed Very Asian Foundation, which is giving proceeds to organizations that educate people and combat racism. As for the viewer who called in,
she apologized and I accepted. But I definitely feel like there is still much more to be said, and we said that we would meet each other when it's COVID safe. In a way, I am really grateful for this moment.
Vicky joins us now. Vicky, Michelle has really had some time to reflect on what's happened. And I wanted to ask you because, a lot of times growing up as the son of immigrants or as an immigrant yourself, you're almost kind of taught to kind of keep your head down and just work through this. But we've seen all these attacks, especially ramp up against the Asian American community during the pandemic. And I feel moments like this with Michelle are sort of turning points, correct?
I think that's a beautiful way of putting it, Tom, and so true. She was so heartened by the response, both by the younger generation of Asian Americans, as well as people outside of this community, the allies, who are saying it's okay. You don't have to be ashamed of being who you are. Embrace your culture. Feel like you can stand up and say, yes, I am very Asian, and I'm quite proud of it. It certainly is a turning point. And for me, it's really refreshing to report on and see people talking about this in a way that they didn't when we were growing up, Tom.
Yeah, and to call it out when it happens, not to be afraid to do that. So what's next for the Very Asian Foundation, and what can people do if they'd like to get involved or donate in any way?
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's so new right now. They're just focused on raising more money by selling their merchandise, increasing awareness with stories like this. And also, you know, something Michelle talked about is hoping to be a resource at one point for transracial adoptees like herself, not just Asian Americans, but, you know, when you're adopted into a culture or a family that doesn't look like yours or doesn't have the same background as yours, it can be another level of transitioning and really learning who you are. In the meantime, though, if it's something that you want to learn more about or get involved in, there's the Asian American Foundation, there's Stop AAPI Hate. There are a lot of nonprofits out there that you can educate yourself and have these conversations with your own inner circle. Start with the people that you know, and that is a really great way to learn more.
All right, Vicki Nguyen for us tonight with a very important and also very personal story. Vicki, thank you so much for joining Top Story. We thank you for watching Top Story. I'm Tom Llamas in New York. I'll see you right back here tomorrow. Good night.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, path to diplomacy, a cross-continent push to prevent an all-out war. In Moscow, Russian President Vladimir Putin insisting he won't invade Ukraine in a meeting with his French counterpart, while President Biden meets with Germany's new leader and vows crippling consequences if Putin chooses to act.
I don't know that he knows what he's going to do. And I think he has to realize that it would be a gigantic mistake for him to move on Ukraine. The impact on Europe and the rest of the world would be devastating, and he would pay a heavy price.
All this as Russian forces stand by on the border. We have team coverage this morning. Unmasking, a controversial move in classrooms across the U.S. Several states dropping their school mask mandates as COVID cases go down. But some experts warn it's too soon. What you need to know to keep your family safe. Going for gold, a strong showing from Team USA in Beijing. We've got the biggest moments from the Olympics this morning, including Nathan Chen's world record performance on the ice. And a legacy of love. Full House actress Jodie Sweetin speaking out about the late Bob Saget, what she says she'll remember most about him, and the special bond that made him more than just her TV dad. A conversation you've had a a lot of conversations about his amazing legacy.
Yes, and it's the first time she's speaking out is this week because she just kind of wanted to wait and really just talk about him as candidly as possible. And it's you can just tell. For decades, he had these strong relationships with everyone in the cast. It's amazing.
Yeah, the I love you guy, it
exactly.
seems like, is a big headline there. We'll bring you that conversation a little bit later. We begin, though, with the push for diplomacy in Eastern Europe as the situation along the Ukrainian border grows more tense day by day.
Today, major talks are expected between several European leaders less than 24 hours after France's president had a face-to-face meeting with Vladimir Putin. In that meeting, French President Emmanuel Macron called for de-escalation. Putin even said some of Macron's ideas could form the basis to move forward with diplomatic talks. Macron is meeting with Ukraine's president today. Also yesterday, President Biden met with Germany's new chancellor, with Russia at the top of the agenda. If Putin invades Ukraine, President Biden says he will, quote, bring an end to a natural gas pipeline that bypasses Ukraine, bringing Russian gas directly to Germany. The president also had this warning for any Americans still in Ukraine who are not government employees.
I hate to see them get caught in a crossfire if, in fact, they did invade. And there's no need for that. And if I had anyone there, I'd say leave.
NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is in Kyiv, Ukraine, the country's second largest city, and NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli has the latest on the U.S. response to this crisis. Matt, let's start with you. France's president met with Putin yesterday. He's meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky today. On top of that, several European leaders are meeting in Berlin to talk about Russia. So where do we stand with all these talks, and does it look like they're going to change anything?
Yeah, it's a really good question, Joe, because we've been seeing all these different tracks of diplomacy. It's kind of bewildering. We've been seeing that from the beginning. And I got to tell you, diplomacy hasn't worked up until now. So there's no real reason to believe that it's going to be working in any of these various tracks that seem to be going all around Europe, with various heads of state and diplomats meeting with each other, trying to hash out a deal to avert a crisis. But what we saw from Macron last night with Putin, and of course there's been a lot of memes about them meeting at opposite sides of that table. Macron now is in Kiev, here in Ukraine. And, you know, it seems as though Macron kind of wants to position himself as sort of the Putin whisperer, and he may be able to do that. He met with Putin for 5 hours yesterday, and that is a significant amount of time. But a lot of the reporting that we've been getting from that meeting, it's just unclear what was coming out of that. The Financial Times was saying there was commitments that were made that now we're hearing from Dmitry Peskov, who's the spokesman for the Kremlin, saying that, you know, these weren't made at all, and that the FT, the Financial Times, got these reports incorrect, especially when it comes to things about not having any more additional escalations or military exercises and withdrawing troops from Belarus. You know, actually, Peskov reminded the press that there was never any commitment to keeping those troops in Belarus after military exercises that are supposed to be happening within the coming days. So this situation is essentially still the same. And again, that shouldn't surprise anyone, because up until now, diplomacy has been failing. Guys?
So, Mike, the big news that came out of yesterday's meeting between President Biden and Germany's chancellor was about the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. So what is that? Why is it playing such a critical role in this crisis?
Yeah, Joe, well, you have these efforts in Europe trying to prevent an invasion, but you have these meetings in Washington, President Biden meeting with Chancellor Scholz, trying to make sure there is unity in how the West would respond if so. And the Nord Stream pipeline has been a critical component because there's a concern that Germany is something of a weak link here. The Nord Stream 2 pipeline has not yet got online, but it would provide a direct route for Russian energy supplies to Germany. Energy is seen as one of Russia's point of leverage over the West. Now, because this hasn't gone online yet, the U.S. has been maintaining that should Russia invade, that this will never go online, a point that President Biden reiterated yesterday. Take a listen.
There is no doubt in America's mind that Germany is an incredibly reliable ally and one of the leading physical powers in NATO, number one. Number two, the notion that Nord Stream 2 would go forward with an invasion by the Russians is just not going to happen.
We did not hear the same explicit commitment, however, from German Chancellor Scholz. That's significant. He's talked about strategic ambiguity, not wanting to put all his cards on the table. President Biden, though, also made clear the U.S. is working with some of our other allies around the world to make sure that there is sufficient energy supply to provide to European allies should that pipeline never go online. It's part of an effort to show that there's leverage on the part of the U.S. side here. He said that Russia depends on the revenue it generates from selling this oil just as much as the West needs this energy as well.
So, Matt, what's the reaction to that across Europe and in Ukraine? What's the reaction to Biden's threat to bring an end to this pipeline?
I haven't really heard much in the way of reaction yet. It's not surprising that Biden would say that because diplomats for the U.S. have been working behind the scenes regularly to try to get Germany on board and to say that they would be shutting off this Nord Stream 2 pipeline. But I got to tell you, the only reaction that really matters is from two entities, the German government, as we were just talking about, and the European Union, who have yet to certify this massive pipeline that's already been built. And it's still waiting on certification, and we've already heard that that probably wouldn't come, or not, until probably the second half of this year. So, you know, whether or not this gas pipeline goes through, whether or not there's been a reaction, and I'm speculating here, mind you, but I think that the reaction is probably going to be that Biden's statement was rather imperious. Of course, the United States is not involved in the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. They're not going to be getting any gas from it. And yet here he is saying that the United States will single-handedly cancel it. Now, how would they do that? Well, as we're seeing on Capitol Hill, they're trying to draw up the mother of all sanctions bills. That could basically put sanctions against the company that is the Russian company that would be providing gas to that pipeline. And that's probably the main way in which the U.S. would be able to put the kibosh on that pipeline should Russia decide to invade. Guys?
Matt and Mike, thank you both so very much. Appreciate it.
A major resignation this morning for the Biden administration. President Biden's top science advisor, Eric Lander, stepped down yesterday after a 2-month White House investigation found credible evidence he had bullied and demeaned his staff. Politico was first to report that Lander, the director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, had been accused by current and former colleagues of creating a toxic environment, especially for women. In his resignation letter, Lander says, quote, "I am devastated that I caused hurt to past and present colleagues by the way in which I have spoken to them." Lander becomes the first cabinet-level departure from President Biden's team.
Debate is growing over the need for mask mandates in schools. Several states announced they're dropping the mask requirement for school children as early as March.
And in California, the indoor mask mandate will not be renewed next week, a move some experts say is too early. NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has the latest.
Nearly 2 years into this pandemic, the issue of masks in schools remains one of the most controversial topics. Well, now more states are dropping their school mask mandates, and New York's governor says this is not a declaration of victory, but rather learning to live with the virus.
New Jersey, Connecticut, and Delaware all announcing plans to lift school mask mandates.
This is a huge step back to normalcy.
Just outside Cleveland, Troy Intermediate School no longer requires masks in class, only recommends them.
How effective has mask wearing been?
I think it's been very, very effective.
Of its 550 students, 83 have tested positive this school year. Staffing issues also forced the school to close in December during the Omicron surge when masks were optional.
We're at the point where we feel like we've got to learn how to live with this.
Just 35 miles away, Warrensville Heights Elementary has kept its mask mandate. Of its 890 students, 31 have tested positive this school year. It has not closed due to an outbreak.
Our community believes that wearing masks is a barrier to try to prevent the spread.
Nationwide, more than 60% of the 500 largest school districts still require masks, though data on how effective they are in preventing outbreaks in schools is limited. One survey conducted by the CDC of 169 schools in Georgia found those with a mask requirement had 21% fewer COVID cases than schools where masks were optional. Another study in Arizona found schools were 3.5 times more likely to experience a COVID outbreak if they did not have a mask requirement. But the methodology of those studies has been questioned.
We don't have very convincing studies that masks have a large impact on preventing either transmission of disease within the school setting.
There's also a lack of data on the downsides of wearing masks in schools.
The biggest downside to wearing masks in school is the mental and social aspects.
Some parents argue it should be their choice.
Children's languages are developing at a young age, and if we mask them at age 2 and they're not seeing the mouths move, then some of that can cause some developmental delays.
But for others, the pros outweigh any cons.
I think they should be wearing masks. A lot of parents have the opportunity to get COVID vaccinations for their kids, and a lot of them do not.
It's a tough decision to make for any parent. But at the end of the day, if it's keeping our children safe.
Meanwhile, the White House says that universal masking in schools is still recommended, but that ultimately it's up to local school districts to decide what to do. Back to you.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much. Let's now bring in Dr. Bob Lahita for more on this. He's a professor at the Hackensack Meridian Medical School and the director of the Institute for Autoimmune and Rheumatic Diseases at St. Joseph Health. Dr. Bob, always great to have you with us. So let's just start right there. What do you say on this? I mean, is it safe enough to drop mask mandates among kids, especially depending on what vaccination rates are in certain places? And what is their risk of exposure at that age? Can kids quickly spread the virus without masks on?
Well, to answer your question, Savannah, yes, the children can spread the virus without masks on. The question is, those who get the virus and test positive, will they become terribly ill? That seems to be somewhat debatable. The data are pretty much lacking as to whether mask mandates really work in schools. And I think there's a little bit of politics in here as well, Savannah, and I think we're going to see, this is a large experiment, we're going to see what happens. Remember, the 5 to 11 group is only 23% vaccinated, and the group that's 12 to 17 years of age, at 56.4% of those children are vaccinated. So this is a bit of a dilemma.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, unfortunately, there's a lot of bit of politics that comes into play with a lot of this. Now, the U.S. isn't the only country dropping some of these COVID restrictions. Let's talk about Australia. Australia announced they're going to allow vaccinated tourists into the country after 2 years of closed borders. But in places like Russia and South Korea, COVID cases are surging. Will the easing of travel protocols impact how long the pandemic will last?
And no doubt that will play a factor. And of course, if you go to Australia now with the open borders, and they're opening them, you must show proof of vaccination. And if you're not vaccinated, I doubt you're going to be let into the country unless you have some amazing reason for not being vaccinated and other, exemplary things like religious convictions, etc. So yes, it's really a very, very interesting because the world is uneven with regard to spikes right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dr. Bob, quickly before we let you go, I do want to ask you a viewer question. Kaylee is wondering this. I tested positive for COVID 20 days ago, and I am still coughing. Is this okay? What should I do? What do you say, Dr. Bob?
Well, there are many, many signs and symptoms of COVID that continue. One of them that everybody knows is lack of taste and smell, which can go on for many, many, many months. But if you are coughing for more than 5 to 8 weeks, I would say that your doctor should get a chest X-ray and probably a CAT scan, because there may be something else that's causing you to cough. So that's very important, Savannah. Thanks for asking that question. And thanks to that viewer for asking that question.
Yes, absolutely. Kaylee, thank you very much for writing us. Dr. Bob, thank you for answering that question. And if you at home right now has a question for one of our doctors like Dr. Bob, please do let us know. We want to hear from you. Email us at morningnewsnow@nbcuni.com with your questions, and let us know if you want to stay anonymous.
Over the weekend, Georgia gubernatorial candidate Stacey Abrams became the latest politician ensnared in the masking controversy. The prominent Democrat and voting rights advocate was caught taking pictures without a mask at an event with students. Abrams is now defending her actions as her Republican opponents take aim. NBC News Now correspondent Priscilla Thompson has more.
Stacey Abrams under fire after a photo showed the gubernatorial candidate maskless among a group of masked school children.
It's yet another case of do as I say, not as I do, my favorite story of the weekend.
Republicans now calling the prominent Georgia Democrat and strong supporter of masking in schools a hypocrite.
It doesn't matter if you are Republican, Democrat, parents are pissed off at the COVID hypocrisy.
The photos taken at a Black History Month event Friday were first tweeted by the principal at Glenwood Elementary School in Decatur, Georgia. Abrams later quoted the tweet, thanking the school for hosting her. Both tweets have now been deleted, even as Abrams defends her actions. Stacey trusts science and supports masking in schools, her campaign manager wrote on Twitter. She wore a mask to the event and removed it at the podium so she could be heard by students watching remotely and for photos, but only with folks who were masked. The photos prompted fierce backlash online. Republican Governor Brian Kemp, who Abrams narrowly lost the governorship to in 2018, tweeting, Stacey Abrams wants state government mask mandates for Georgians and their children, but it looks like they wouldn't apply when she's attending a photo op. Kemp's communication director vowing to use the photos in political ads leading up to the midterm election. Former Republican Senator David Perdue, who's also running for governor, has added the photo to his Twitter profile with the tagline, Unmask Our Kids. Abrams isn't the only Democratic leader whose masking has come under scrutiny. New York Representative Jamal Bowman was criticized for a photo showing him with a group of high school students, all masked except for Bowman. How much do incidents like this hurt Democrats in the eyes of the American people?
This is what has gotten people kind of exhausted with the politics of the pandemic, is that lack of consistency. And that's what's hurting Democrats right now.
That was Priscilla Thompson reporting.
And it is time now to get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Bill Cairns is with us. Bill, good morning.
Hey, good morning to you guys. And pretty quiet morning, but a few interesting weather facts that are kind of happening around the country this week. So the first one is, now that we get these February thaws, we start to get ice jams. And why are ice jams problems? Well, imagine just putting too many ice cubes in a glass. Eventually, they're going to overflow. And then we have a big one on the Ohio River. This is in Muskingum County. And you can see what happens is, they'll break apart a little bit. And then if it gets really cold, which it was, everything kind of freezes in place, including that boat in the middle of the river. and then as it thaws and warms up again, everything will start moving. So, but yeah, they can be problematic and can cause flooding. So we'll keep you posted on that one. Now back to the weather maps, and the storm is exiting the Northeast that brought the rain and ice and snow yesterday. Maine is still dealing with a little bit of snow, but Boston, you're just about done with your rain. The only additional snow will be in areas of northern Maine, and that's where they like the snow anyway. So another 2 to 4 inches there for you, Presque Isle and Caribou. Florida, not feeling very sunshine-ish over the next couple days. Lots of rain and kind of cloudy and cool. Temperatures today only in the 50s from Tampa to Orlando and I-4, so that's not great for all the theme park areas. Miami, looks like a majority of your rain will come as we go through Wednesday. It's not going to be like a lot of rain. It's just going to be cloudy and cool. We'll have to wait till about Thursday and Friday to start warming things up in the Sunshine State once again. And not a lot of rain. At most, in that I-4 corridor, maybe a half inch to an inch. So the forecast for today, I mentioned the bad spots, but there's a lot of good to be had all the way from California to Arizona, the middle of the country, 60s to near 70 today from Dallas to San Antonio. No complaints in St. Louis. And D.C., 43 today. And look at Washington, D.C. tomorrow, guys, 55 degrees. That's almost lunch outdoor weather. At least go out there and take a walk and get some fresh air.
Taking out the medium coat this week, the one that's not layers and layers of down.
Yeah, that's true.
Good.
Oh, gosh, it's the worst when you're way too layered up. All right, thanks, Bill.
Coming up, a special bond. Actress Jodie Sweetin remembering her TV dad, the late Bob Saget.
Knew he was loved, but I don't think he had any idea that he was this beloved by so many people.
After the break, my conversation with Sweetin about how she's dealing with the loss of her longtime friend.
Plus, Team USA making Olympic history in Beijing. We've got all the biggest moments from day 4 next on Morning News Now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
Welcome back now to the Winter Olympics and some dramatic moments to tell you about this morning.
First, Team USA's Ryan Cochran-Siegel continued his family legacy by grabbing a silver medal in the men's Super G 50 years after his mother picked up slalom gold in the 1972 Sapporo Games. The alpine skier came in 14th in yesterday's downhill event, but had a near perfect run today.
Then we've got men's figure skating news. One of the most highly anticipated showdowns of the games got underway. American triple world champion Nathan Chen gave a world record scoring performance. Get that. Taking a serious lead over his rival, the Japanese double Olympic champion Yuzuru Hanyu. Hanyu finished the day in 8th place after he missed the opening jump of his routine. That battle continues on Thursday.
The tough one for American ice hockey fans. Team USA's bitter rivals, Canada, beat the U.S. in a prelim matchup 4-2 on the women's side. The game sprung to life in the second period with a combined 5 goals scored. The U.S. could still have a shot at revenge, though, if the two teams cross paths again later in the games. Something tells me that'll happen.
Yeah, exactly. I know, right? Also, China's Eileen Gu won her first Olympic gold in the women's freestyle big air. The 18-year-old is the youngest ever gold medalist in Olympic freestyle skiing, which is pretty cool, and China's first gold medalist in free ski.
Competing in the same event was America's Darian Stevens. The 25-year-old from Missoula finished 11th in a gutsy performance that saw her fall short in the end. But good for us, Darian joins us now from Beijing. Darian, good to have you with us. Probably not the outcome you were hoping for, but how are you feeling this morning? How are you enjoying these games so far?
Yeah, I mean, I'm so excited to be here. And, you know, today was such a dream for me to make the final. And I put it all out there, and that's what the Olympics is all about. So I'm happy with everything that happened today.
You really did put it all out there. That's actually one of the things I want to ask you about. So I want to know what was going through your mind in this final jump, because you attempted a complex move that is called a double 1440. We heard you tried that trick for the first time in training earlier in the day. Is that right? And how'd you decide to try to go for it on your final jump?
Yeah, so I've been practicing that trick for years on the airbag, but I've never tried it on snow before. I've kind of just been waiting for the right moment. And, you know, I managed to make the final yesterday, and it seemed like the perfect time to give it a try. So I was really close to landing it in practice, and I was really hoping to put it down in the final. But, you know, I still had a lot of fun out there, and I was excited to surprise a lot of people that probably didn't think I was going to throw that trick out there.
Oh.
No better place to give it a try, right, than on that stage right there.
How amazing, though, to just try it. I love that.
So in the end, it was your rival, Eileen Gu, who ended up winning gold. What did you make of her performance? It came down to the very end. Did the best skier win in the end in your mind?
I mean, Eileen is an absolutely fantastic skier. She has accomplished so much in the past couple of years, and she's always pushing the envelope with tricks and everything. So, I mean, I think it was well-deserved. She did insane tricks, and every single person on the podium today put on a great performance, and it was such a great showing for our first big air.
Absolutely. How have your Olympics experience been overall? I mean, what's it like being inside the Olympics bubble that we've heard so much about? What's your experience been?
We've had nothing but awesome experiences here. Some of my teammates are some of my best friends, and we've been having a really great time. And everybody here is so nice to us, and the volunteers are absolutely fantastic. And yeah, we've just been having a great time, enjoying every moment and savoring being at the Olympics.
Absolutely.
You still have slope style, right? You have one more event to go?
Yeah, so we're moving to the other village tonight, or tomorrow actually, and then we compete next week in slopestyle. So maybe I can get some redemption on that one.
Definitely.
There we go. We're rooting for you then. Darian Stevens, thank you so much for joining us. Good luck on that event, and we so appreciate your time this morning.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
You got it.
All right, let's take a look at what's making news around the world this morning.
Ali Arouzi joins us today from Tehran. Hey, Ali.
Good morning, Savannah. Good morning, Joe. It could be a breakthrough or a breakdown as the Iran nuclear talks reach a critical phase, and we could be entering the endgame. Negotiators from all sides are back in Vienna, and time is now of the essence. Western powers say the talks can't be open-ended because of the blistering pace at which Iran's nuclear program is advancing. Nonetheless, U.S. negotiators have become more upbeat about reaching an agreement. The Iranian side says that gaps have been narrowed, but there are, however, dangers that the deal may not come together as the two sides try and strike a political balance. Last week, we spoke about a boy in Morocco trapped all the way down a well and the large-scale rescue operation. Unfortunately, efforts were not successful and the 5-year-old boy didn't make it. Large crowds gathered in the village of Igran to mourn the boy, Ryan Oram, who was trapped in the hole for days. Hundreds of mourners climbed a hilly, unpaved road leading to the cemetery where they waited for hours for the funeral. And in another sad indication that the planet is turning into a rubbish dump, a 13-foot endangered crocodile has been swimming around with a tire stuck around its neck since 2016. Officials in Indonesia are offering a reward to anyone who can safely remove the tire. Previous attempts to remove it failed, including an animal whisperer. Maybe they could try a tranquilizer next time.
Wow, no
and
kidding.
Those are your headlines.
Oh my goodness, we hope somebody's able to figure that out. That's horrible to see.
Absolutely. Thank you, Allie. Appreciate it. Full House actress Jodie Sweetin is opening up about the special bond she shared with her TV dad, the late Bob Saget. I sat down with Sweetin, who says that Saget taught her how to use humor to cope with grief. You lost a good friend, your TV dad, Bob Saget. How are you doing today?
Today I'm okay. The first couple of weeks were really hard. It was such a shock. And as you can see in my office, I have reminders of him everywhere. So, you know, I guess I didn't even realize how much looking around every day, he's just a part of my life. So it was really hard. But, you know, I will say that getting together with everyone, with the whole cast and with, you know, some of Bob's closest friends and his wife, Kelly, and his daughters, it was exactly what Bob would have wanted. There was a lot of laughter. There was a lot of ridiculous storytelling. And there was a lot of talking about Bob, which is all that he really ever wanted, was for everyone to be talking about him. So he's, and I mean that with all of the love. Like, he really, I don't think he knew he was loved, but I don't think he had any idea that he was this beloved by so many people.
Shortly after Bob died, I know you posted, one thing I do know is that we never missed a chance to tell each other, I love you. That was really the case with him, wasn't it? He always said, I love you. Absolutely. Bob always, I mean, I every conversation I had with him, every text conversation, whatever it was, you know, you'd say, love you, and he'd say, love you more. And, you know, you knew you could keep going back and forth as long as you wanted, but he'd always have the last word and say, you know, I love you more. And the last text I have from him was, we were talking about something because he came on my podcast last season on Never Thought I'd Say This. And I think I'd sent him something to promote the episode or whatever. And he was like, anything for you, Jodes, I love you. And, you know, and then of course we have all kinds of group text stuff, but that was like this one little individual message. And that was absolutely Bob. Anything for the people he loves. How do you hope folks will remember him? I hope folks will remember Bob as an incredibly genuine human being. And he was. Everyone that came into contact with Bob felt that he treated them special. Like, you felt like you had something with Bob that nobody else had, because he really connected with you. And he did that with everyone. And so it was a really wonderful thing to see so many people who were dear, dear close friends. And you knew every one of them had a special relationship with Bob because he was that kind of person. You can check out my full interview with Jodie on today.com. We also talked about her recent engagement, her 40th birthday, and her new movie called Just Swipe, which is available to stream on demand starting today. You might recall also, right after Bob Saget passed, she posted on Instagram, she said, I promised to tell an inappropriate joke at your funeral. I asked if she kept that promise. She said she didn't actually speak at the funeral, so she couldn't like go up in front of everyone, but she said she told plenty of inappropriate jokes that day while she was around everyone in his honor.
Oh my gosh, that's so great. Also, just, I mean, she's doing so well. It's so great to hear
really
so much and the engagement and everything, and very exciting on the new movie.
And the podcast is doing well too. So she has like 2 point something million followers on Instagram. I was like, wow, good for you.
All
right.
Very cool. All right, coming up on Morning News Now, a hit TV show sparking a difficult conversation. Up next in our weekly check-in, the message from one of the stars of Euphoria about addiction and what you can do if you know someone who's struggling.
Plus, from a hateful voicemail to a viral hashtag, how one news reporter was able to turn a viewer's comments about her race into a movement to show pride.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Zendaya, star of the HBO hit series Euphoria, is speaking out after criticism over the show's depiction of teen drug abuse. Last month, the program Dare condemned the show for choosing to, quote, misguidedly glorify and erroneously depict high school student drug use, addiction, anonymous sex, and violence as common and widespread in today's world. Zendaya, who plays a teenager struggling with addiction, told Entertainment Weekly the show was not supposed to be teaching people how to live their lives. She hopes viewers who sympathize with her character would, quote, extend that to non-fictional characters, to real people, or just be a little bit more understanding and empathetic over the experience of addiction and what it does to people, what it does to their families.
What a message there, and we're going to talk more about this very topic now in our weekly mental health check-in, where we take a moment to reflect on some of the biggest mental health headlines, how they might be impacting you, and just make time to check in with ourselves.
Dr. Soumya Dave joins us now to help break this down. She is a psychiatrist and the author of What a Happy Family. Doctor, good morning. So let's stay on this topic of Euphoria for a moment. Zendaya put out a response to Sunday's episode of her on her Instagram, saying, quote, I think in this show, she hits rock bottom. It's my hope for people watching that they still see her as a person worthy of their love. So, doctor, how can we approach loved ones who might be dealing with addiction? How familiar are these feelings to people who are going through addiction?
You know, I think anyone dealing with this in any capacity is going through so much, and shows like this show the pain that so many people are experiencing and hopefully help people who are going alongside a struggle like that and know that they're not alone. And then for people who aren't, to know that there is pain out there that's being experienced and we can have empathy for that. For anybody who is struggling, I always recommend reaching out for help. We don't have to go through this alone. There are resources out there. And for families as well, there's a substance abuse mental health hotline that can be called anytime. There are providers who can connect you with someone. And stories like this really just show that we're not the only ones struggling and that we don't have to go through it by ourselves.
Such an important message there, Doctor. Let's now move to the Olympics, another thing people are talking about. So Team USA says, and I love this, they're making mental health a top priority for their athletes in China. Now, we saw a major shift towards mental health during last year's Summer Olympics, so much conversation around it and the importance of it for athletes. Why is that focus so important? And also, of course, how can us non-Olympians make this same shift to focus on mental health just in our everyday lives?
So I think this is such an important and great thing. And what we're really seeing is that we can't look at physical health without thinking about mental health. They're tied, they impact one another. And these athletes are going through so much. You know, they're experiencing stress, isolation, competition, so many different things. And for so long, they're having to internalize their feelings. And now there's something new happening. There's a shift. And I think that when athletes speak out and they say, hey, I'm going to take my mental health seriously and I'm going to be open about that, that gives inspiration for the rest of us. And it also takes down the stigma of doing so for the rest of us. So it lets all of us know that it's okay if we need to reach out and get that support. It's okay if we're not okay.
Finally, Doctor, I want to ask you about a recent viral TikTok video. It's resonating with a lot of viewers who feel they're self-gaslighting. That means they're doubting their own emotions, their own reality. So what are the signs of self-gaslighting? What are some tips to stop?
So I love this by Dr. Julie, and her signs include blaming ourselves, not trusting our own judgment, and invalidating our feelings. And I think what she articulates so well is the power of just understanding our thought patterns and knowing if they're telling us something. If they're telling us that we're getting in our own way, that maybe we're not being fair to ourselves, and we deserve to give ourselves a little bit more self-compassion and get some other perspectives, because maybe we need that extra support because we're experiencing these things and we don't even realize it. So I really appreciate the way she put that out there in such an easy to digest way.
Interesting. I had not heard of that before, so interesting to get that conversation going
that
as
was
well.
my first time.
There's so much scary stuff going on some of these apps for young people.
All right, Dr. Soumya Dave, as always, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Such an important conversation. Now, what started out as a message of hate sparked a movement of unity and celebration. You might have seen it, the hashtag #VeryAsian. It's been trending on Twitter, and it all started after a news viewer left a message telling a local reporter to keep her culture to herself. NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent and our friend Vicky Nguyen joins us now with more on this viral movement that has brought people together across the world. Hi, Vicky. This is so great to see. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Savannah and Joe. You know, in this job, you're used to getting comments from viewers, right? Most of them are positive, sometimes not so much. But when Michelle Lee, an anchor at KDSK, got this voicemail, it really just shook her to her core. And she wanted to share it with folks, not knowing that this moment would turn into a movement.
First day of the year meal, and these foods are said to bring good health, wealth, and luck.
When NBC St. Louis news anchor Michelle Lee mentioned her family's traditional New Year's Day meal on air,
I ate dumpling soup. That's what a lot of Korean people do.
She didn't think it would prompt a viewer voicemail.
The viewer called and said that she was offended, and if a white anchor would have talked about what white people ate, then they would get fired. So it was just annoying to her that I was very Asian and that I needed to keep my Korean to myself.
She did the opposite.
Why did you decide to post it to social media?
I've had a lot of people dismiss things, but when you hear it for yourself and you hear those words and you hear the confidence in her voice and you go, holy moly.
Her post took on a life of its own, shared more than 54,000 times by celebrities and total strangers, spawning other supportive hashtags like very black and very Jewish. The backstory here, ironic.
I'm an adoptee. I'm a Missourian. I'm the child of white parents. I have a Korean family.
Last year, Lee returned to Missouri to be closer to her mom, who died a few months later.
To not really have her here has been really hard. It almost felt like divine intervention, like my mom had some sort of, signal to say, like, I see you, Michelle, and so do other people.
Lee wasn't prepared for the viral response, turning an ugly moment into a celebration of being very Asian.
I've seen more and more people feel comfortable and feel inspired to speak out about what's happening to them, the discrimination that they're feeling, but also to celebrate being a minority.
Actress Olivia Munn has been drawing attention to the racism and discrimination directed at Asian Americans since the start of the pandemic. Newly released data shows reported anti-Asian hate crimes increased 339% nationwide in 2021, compared to 124% the year before. Stop AAPI Hate recorded more than 10,000 hate incidents.
For such a long time, we've been talking about the hashtag Stop Asian Hate. How does it feel to see a new viral movement taking ownership of Very Asian and celebrating being Asian American?
It brings me so much pride and joy. And you know, I see my family and I see my friends, you know, embracing it, allies also embracing it as well.
Joseph Canaria is on the board of Act to Change.
We are a national youth serving organization that works to combat anti-Asian racism and bullying.
Why do you think that this hashtag resonated so much, especially with younger people?
Having something that is so just easily relatable. I've seen so many different tweets, like what being very Asian means to them.
The Very Asian hashtag spawned a line of merch and a surprise for Lee. She never imagined she'd be talking about that voicemail on Ellen.
The world saw it, and the world stood up to it.
The host handing her a $15,000 check for the newly formed Very Asian Foundation, which is giving proceeds to organizations that educate people and combat racism. As for the viewer who called in,
she apologized and I accepted. But I definitely feel like there is still much more to be said, you know, and we said that we would meet each other when it's COVID safe. In a way, I am really grateful for this moment.
Michelle said it was especially moving to see the response from the younger generation, feeling empowered to embrace their culture in a way that she really didn't have a chance to do growing up in her transracial adoption situation. It's really complex, so layered. And so to see everybody taking ownership of Very Asian and being proud of it was something really special to her. She thinks her mom would be so proud. By the way, KBSK, her station, they released a statement saying they absolutely support diversity in their staff and in the stories that they tell.
Absolutely. So sweet to what she said about her mom and it being a sign from her, and how powerful that she says, I forgave that viewer. Wow. Vicki, what an amazing story. Thank you so much.
Coming up, sticker shock on the car lot. Up next, why the price you pay for your next ride might be more than you bargained for.
Also, into the metaverse. We'll explain what's behind the hype of this new and expensive virtual world. This is Morning News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The fire has grown Leaps and bounds you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, and this is
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
If you're in the market to upgrade your car and get something newer, be prepared to shell out some big bucks. And as NBC News correspondent Tom Costello explains, your decision to buy or lease will impact how much you pay.
If you're car shopping, prepare for sticker shock. The global computer chip shortage means there's often a long wait for new cars to buy or lease. Prices up 15% in a year. And used cars are also soaring to an average of $31,000 for a 4 to 7-year-old car, up from $20,000 before the pandemic. Lori Crothers wants to spend $15,000 on a used car for her teenagers. So far, she's finding only high mileage cars for $25,000.
I don't want to buy something that I'm spending way more money on than what it truly is worth.
If you're in a lease that's about to expire, there could be a silver lining. Here's why. When you sign a 3-year lease, you lock in a purchase price should you decide to buy the car when your lease is up. Those prices are now almost certainly much lower than a new car or even that same used car today.
I would suggest you do buy it. Chances are it's going to be a lot cheaper than what you're going to get on the market right now.
Corinne Hanshaw's lease is up this month, but with few new cars available, she opted to stick with what she has.
I decided to purchase my current vehicle, and I was able to save an extra $100 a month, and that adds up.
Helping to drive used car prices up even more, some lease customers are buying their cars, then quickly selling them.
We have a lot of our consumers that are buying that vehicle from the leasing company, trading it in and making a profit on it.
A big profit, sometimes $10,000 and more. Big money for a down payment for a new car, but be warned, you may have to wait before that new, more expensive car arrives. Back to you.
Whew, all right, Tom Costello, thank you so much.
Time for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Bertha Coons is with us this morning. Hey, Bertha.
Hey guys, remember that ad with the woman who had gotten the Peloton with that face? Well, that may be trending today. Major shakeup at the company. The company has replaced its CEO, John Foley. It says it's also making a number of cuts across the board. John Foley will give up that CEO position and become the executive chair, sort of getting kicked upstairs. Barry McCarthy, who was the former CFO over at Netflix and Spotify, he is the new CEO. They will also cut about 20% of the workforce. That's about 2,800 jobs, as it contends with the fact that the demand for bikes and treadmills has just gotten slammed. Shares are down about 8% this morning. Part of the problem, too, they've also cut their outlook on the future for the year. Meantime, the IRS is going to halt a controversial feature, the use of facial recognition technology to authenticate people who create online accounts. That practice has been criticized by privacy groups and lawmakers alike. Critics say the third-party service called ID.me could become a target for cyber threats, and they've also expressed concerns over how that information could be used by other government agencies. Meantime, Samsung's next Unpacked event is tomorrow, and you'll be able to watch in both actual and virtual reality. The company is hosting the events in the metaverse at 837XM, whatever that is, a recreation of Samsung's flagship store in New York via virtual reality platform Decentraland. Samsung is expected to unveil its latest smartphone, the Galaxy S22. And you guys say you've got a report on explaining the metaverse. I'd like to see what this is all about.
Yeah, 837X. It's the metaverse's hottest new club, Bertha.
Yeah, I guess so. You know,
Bertha, stay right where you are.
I don't know if I can get past the velvet rope.
Got some cryptocurrency, maybe. All right. All right. That is the perfect segue to our next story. We have been hearing more and more about the new metaverse from Facebook's parent company, Meta, and what you just heard there about Samsung. Well, now some investors are paying millions of dollars for some virtual land in Meta's metaverse. But what exactly is the metaverse? Well, NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson breaks it down for us.
So you've probably heard a lot lately about the metaverse.
The metaverse.
The metaverse, a series of virtual reality universes. Beyond this one, worlds where developers promise almost anything is possible. And yes, there are multiple versions of the metaverse. Video games like Roblox already offer a metaverse experience where developers all over the world can code and design it. You create yourself an avatar and you go and do things, like maybe you hang out with friends in some ancient ruins. You can even buy things with cryptocurrency, like real estate. Virtual real estate. And since you own that land inside the virtual world, you can build virtual buildings on it. The metaverse isn't new, but it got more popular during the pandemic. Roblox, for example, says it saw 32.5 million daily users in 2020. 1 year later, that number was spiking to 50 million in 180 countries. That popularity spike caught the eye of big tech companies.
Our company is now Meta.
Like Facebook, which rebranded its parent company to Meta and is already investing billions. They're launching their own virtual reality world called Horizon Worlds, with the promise of a socially interactive world you can create and explore in. And even smaller companies are ditching their pandemic Zoom calls for conferences in the virtual world, like All Seated, where you can hold company meetings in their metaverse. It's up to you to decide where you want to go. And in the metaverse, the options are endless.
Now it all makes sense. Thanks to Hallie Jackson for that report.
Coming up on Morning News Now, an uncertain future, a lack of real snow at the Winter Olympics, shedding new light on the impacts of climate change.
After the break, why experts say this could signal the beginning of the end for all winter sports.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
I believe. Every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar, Kayla. We are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The Winter Olympics in Beijing are different than past games, from the pandemic to diplomatic boycotts and also even the snow.
Yeah, these games are the first to use almost 100% artificial snow. There's concern from athletes and climate experts on what this could mean for the future of winter sports in general, as snow sports become increasingly dependent on snowmaking technology.
NBC News correspondent Cal Perry explains all this.
An Olympics reflective of the times, from COVID protocols to a new climate reality. The city of Beijing is the first Olympic host city to rely entirely on artificial snow, an effort requiring approximately 49 million gallons of water, according to multiple studies. For athletes on Team USA, competing in alpine events around the world has provided a front row seat to climate change.
I think as somebody who's been involved in the sport for a long time, I have been witness to some of that climate impact and climate change that we're seeing, and you notice it in a lot of ways.
A recent study from researchers at the University of Waterloo examined 21 cities that previously hosted a Winter Olympics to see how many, with rising temperatures, could host a future Olympics.
If we continue on the emissions pathway we're on now, we're left with only 4 climate reliable hosts in mid-century and down to 1, which was Sapporo, Japan, in late century. So that really changes the geography of where you can host the games in the future.
And that's out of 21 host
Out of
cities.
21, yeah.
So if we don't meet the climate emissions in the Paris Accord, only 4 out of 21 will be viable in the future. Is that
by mid-century, and then it gets even smaller later in the century as warming accelerates.
The study also polled 330 athletes and coaches to gauge how important an issue climate is to their sport. 89% said they believe changing weather patterns were affecting competition conditions. For skiers, the fake snow can mean more speed and ice, which forms more often in warm conditions, and that can be dangerous.
I mean, obviously, the harder surface can make it a little bit dangerous, more dangerous to fall on, and the speeds are higher. So that means sometimes that courses that were designed a decade ago or several decades ago are now skiing faster.
The International Olympic Committee, in part of their statement to us, said, quote, artificial snow is used regularly at FIS World Cup competitions and does not make the courses more dangerous. 94% of those who took part in the study indicated a deeper concern, saying they fear climate change will impact the future development of their sport.
Do you worry one day that it could become an indoor sport?
Yeah, definitely. I think we all really share that concern. It's a way to feel the sun and the wind on your face and experience the elements and, be in touch with the beauty of the mountains or the forests or wherever you happen to be. And so it's pretty scary to think about losing some of those elements because we're going to lose a lot of interest. And it's really sad. Yeah, we don't want to see them go.
Pretty crazy that they're using all artificial snow. It is definitely concerning.
And to see those numbers about all those cities, how very few of them would be able to hold the Winter Olympics without that snow today.
Yeah, and the concern for the safety and the harder snow, icier, yeah, a lot to unpack there. All right, thank you so much to Cal Perry for that report.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
Right now on Morning News Now, sharpening the message, a pointed new warning to Russia from the White House. The president now vowing to target a critical Russian gas pipeline if they invade Ukraine.
We will impose the most severe sanctions that have ever been imposed. There will be a lot to pay for that down the road.
We've got team coverage this morning across the region. Heavy metal. Team USA continues to rack up those podium spots. We've got the biggest moments from day 4 of competition, including Nathan Chen's record-breaking performance on the ice, plus return of the flying tomato himself, Shaun White, set to hit the halfpipe. Also this morning, All Is Fair, a tale of modern love and deceit on a popular dating app. The new Netflix documentary called Tinder Swindler, a wealthy con man allegedly shaking down women for thousands of dollars. Now those women are looking to swipe back. And Oscar nominations. After another pandemic movie season, Academy Award nominations are out this morning in a pool filled with worthy contenders. Who gets the glory and who gets snubbed? Excited to see who's going to get nominated. We know it'll be 10 Best Pictures nominees this year. That's a new rule change. It has to be 10 pictures up for Best Picture.
Has to be 10.
Yes.
No, that's a lot.
I know, it is.
I bet I've seen none of them.
No, me either, I think, this year. All right. We're going to begin with that warning from President Biden if Russia invades Ukraine.
Yeah, with U.S. officials signaling that Russia could invade any day now, the president is now threatening to put an end to a critical Russian pipeline that runs through Ukraine.
If Russia invades, that means tanks or troops crossing the border of Ukraine again. Then there will be no longer a Nord Stream 2. We will bring an end to it.
Now, as tensions grow from Washington to Moscow, two leaders at the center of this crisis, Russian President Putin and Ukrainian President Zelensky, met separately with France's president. It's part of a series of critical talks already underway this week. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin is in Kyiv, Ukraine, and NBC News reporter Matt Bodner is in Moscow. Good morning to the both of you. Thanks for being with us. Aaron, I will begin with you. So French President Emmanuel Macron is meeting with Ukraine's president. Now, this is just a day after speaking with Putin, meeting with him in the Kremlin. What do we know about these talks?
Well, the talks are still happening, and prior to that meeting today, Ukrainians very clearly laying out their red line, saying that they will not sacrifice their territorial integrity. They want to make their own foreign policy decisions. They also want their own sovereignty to be maintained, which includes the option to join NATO, which essentially is the Kremlin's red line. And analysts that I've been speaking to here in Kyiv believe that the Kremlin wants much more than that. They believe that the Kremlin wants an outsized influence in what happens in Ukraine and the Ukrainian decision making. And there's a deep suspicion here in Kyiv that the West could try to push Ukraine to make some key concessions on some of those areas, which would be deeply popular here in Kyiv and politically costly to Zelensky. So that is sort of the backdrop in which this meeting is taking place. The two leaders are expected to have a press conference shortly, and all eyes will be on the tone and the messaging during that press conference.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Matt, let's talk about the meeting yesterday. So Macron with Putin. Macron called for de-escalation. But how did that meeting go from Russia's side? I mean, are they willing to move forward with any de-escalation of troops at the Ukrainian border? Something we've been wondering for weeks at this point.
Thank you, Savannah. Well, we're definitely seeing mixed messages from the Kremlin this morning. On the one hand, they speak very positively about Macron and his efforts to sustain a dialogue. But when you kind of get down to the details, for example, at today's daily Kremlin press briefing with the spokesman Dmitry Peskov, there's a lot to still be concerned about. They actually straight up denied some of these claims that we're seeing from the French side that some kind of understanding or agreement was made, with the Kremlin spokesman saying directly that Moscow and Paris can't come to any kind of agreement because France is part of NATO and Paris is not in charge of NATO. The implication there being the United States is in charge of NATO. That's who Russia needs to deal with. At the same time, we continue to see more troops move towards the border. Actually, the first of 6 Russian landing ships entered the Black Sea this morning. So no sign yet they're backing down.
Thanks, Matt. Now, Aaron, President Biden says if Russia invades Ukraine, that he's going to bring an end to this critical Russian pipeline that runs through Ukraine, as we mentioned just a few minutes ago. Walk us through what the impact of this move would be for Ukraine, but also the rest of Europe.
Yeah, that is a pipeline that would deliver natural gas directly to Germany. Nord Stream 2 has not been activated, and according to President Biden, it certainly is on the table in all of this. Ukraine opposes the pipeline because it doesn't actually run through Ukraine. It delivers the gas to Germany, and Ukraine would miss out on about $1 billion in transit fees if that pipeline were to be activated. But more than that, it also gives Russia, in the eyes of Kyiv and other analysts familiar with the situation, an outsized influence on European politics, European decision-making. Already, Russia supplies the continent with 40% of its natural gas. This is a fact not lost on EU officials. Take a listen.
Energy issues are central to this crisis because Russia doesn't hesitate to use the significant energy supplies to Europe as a leverage for geopolitical gains. 140,000 troops massed in the border is not to go to have tea.
It is worth noting that when asked in that press conference yesterday, the German chancellor refused to corroborate what President Biden was saying, which is that in the event of a Russian invasion, the Nord Stream 2 project would be put to an end.
And Matt, quickly before I let you both go, I just want your take on what we just heard. They're using this as leverage. Just how much of a political tool is Russia's gas supply?
Well, they'll never actually straight up admit it, but it's obvious that they're counting on this to be a major kind of sticking point for Europe. And really, it's no accident that when we saw Putin finally lean into this crisis last week at that press conference with Viktor Orban from Hungary, that he began his remarks by announcing a major gas deal at below market price. So it's all about the implication there. We've also heard from some of the more hawkish corners of Moscow that Moscow should just be threatening to cut off the gas if it's sanctioned in any way. So it's a clear factor in all of this.
All right, Matt and Aaron, thanks for kicking us off this hour with this important news.
Now to a fierce debate over mask mandates for school kids. At least 4 states have decided to drop their mandates as COVID cases continue to drop across the country. Connecticut, Delaware, New Jersey, and Oregon, all blue states, will no longer require students to wear masks in the classroom on a state level. But states like New Jersey are leaving the decision to reinstate mandates to individual schools. Governor Gavin Newsom is also adjusting mask mandates in California. Masks will no longer be required indoors for vaccinated people starting next week, but students will still be required to wear masks in the classroom there. These policy changes come as more politicians grapple with the future of COVID in the U.S. and the demands of their pandemic-weary constituents. Let's bring in Dr. Ebony Jade Hilton for more on this. She's a professor of anesthesiology and critical care medicine. She's also the co-founder and medical director of Good Stock Consulting. Doctor, good to see you. I have a feeling you're probably not thrilled to see these mask mandates dropping in places around the country. The bottom line is it looks like it's happening in more and more places. So what's your advice to parents who are worried? What are the best ways they can protect their kids while they're in school?
Right. You know, it feels like Groundhog Day, where we did the same thing back in June of 2021 and said everyone who was vaccinated can remove their mask, and then Delta hit. What I say again is that we are too early into this pandemic when we still currently have 2,600 people dying a day. That's 1 American per 33 seconds. And our kids are getting infected at alarming numbers. In the last 2 weeks, 1.4 million children were diagnosed with COVID-19. That's 12 million children over the course of this pandemic. And so this is not the time to say, let's remove these masks when we're seeing that COVID is not done with us. And particularly because we know that our smallest children are still not able to be vaccinated. So when their siblings go to school, they end up bringing that COVID-19 back home.
That being said, if masks are required in your or not required in your kid's school, you're worried about it. What is the best advice for your kid to try and protect them as much as possible?
Right. It's one of those things, although masks are not mandated, does not mean a parent cannot put their child in a mask. Also, parents demand, just like parents are going to throw these tantrums at school boards to say no mask, go and demand for those school boards to tell them what is the ventilation system within those school classrooms, right? What is the entitled CO2? What is the carbon dioxide level within those classrooms? What's the ventilation system? When's the last time it was been updated? And how are they ensuring that those protocols as far as social distancing and mitigating the spread, how are they also being addressed? Those are things that you can get objective findings for and use that to guide your whether or not you're going to take your child to school with a mask and or insist on virtual learning.
Let's switch gears a little bit, talk about a new study coming out of Israel suggesting people with an insufficient amount of vitamin D are at risk for severe COVID illness. So what does this tell us about our natural immunity? Should we be taking more vitamin D supplements?
Right. You know, vitamin D is always in vogue and out of vogue, where we talk about vitamin D because it is absolutely important. But what we know is that that's not necessarily a causation, but maybe a correlation, meaning that just because you have high levels of vitamin D does not mean that you cannot get severe COVID, right? And just because you have low levels of vitamin D does not mean that you won't get or you will get severe COVID. So it's one of those things to keep in mind. And of course, we encourage everyone to eat a healthy diet, green leafy vegetables and fruits. And we encourage you to be outside as much as possible, but also to get vaccinated because that reduces your chance of hospitalization by 90% with Omicron.
Dr. Ebony Jade Hilton, as always, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. And our doctors are always ready to answer your questions. You can email us at morningnewsnow@nbcuni.com with your questions for them. And you can also let us know if you want to stay anonymous. Let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Which means it's time for Bill Cairns to join us. Hey, Bill.
Hey, good morning once again. And we have a very unusual weather pattern setting up in Southern California. It just so happens there's a big event coming up. We got the Super Bowl coming up in Los Angeles by the time we get to Sunday. So I'm going to start with today's forecast just to kind of set the scene. There's not a lot of troublesome weather out there across the country. A little bit of snow in Maine, a little bit of rain in Florida. But you notice a lot of the country is pretty good. Then you look at Los Angeles. 80 degrees today. One of the warmest spots in the entire country will be right in LA. Now, as far as the week goes, and this is what's very unusual, they've actually issued a heat watch in the beginning of February in Southern California, covering Los Angeles to Long Beach, even the Malibu area too. And they're actually telling people, especially people that aren't used to the heat, coming from other areas, vacationing or coming to the Super Bowl, just to be prepared for the excessive heat, that your body may not be used to it. I mean, we're going to set potentially some record highs in the area. So for Wednesday, Los Angeles is record highs 89. We should be around 87. So we'll be close on Wednesday, but this isn't a one-day event. This is going to continue into Thursday, even into the weekend. Los Angeles on Thursday should break their record high. And it's not just LA. San Francisco could break their record high. Redding could break your record high. We haven't had hardly any rain or snow in California in about a month, so conditions are still very dry. So the fire danger is going to be high in February. And right through the weekend, LA, 88 Friday, Saturday, 87, Super Bowl Sunday, 87 degrees. This could potentially be one of the warmest Super Bowls we've ever had.
Wow.
So, yeah, interesting to say the least.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Different from a game at Lambeau Field in the middle of January, definitely.
Right.
Yes. Thank you, Bill.
Thanks, Bill. And turning now to the Winter Olympics in Beijing, where there's more controversy on the sidelines. Tennis star Peng Shuai was in the stands today to watch Eileen Gu win gold in the women's big air event. Her appearance comes after she gave an interview Sunday which briefly addressed sexual assault allegations she had made in a now deleted social media post, now saying she was misunderstood.
Elsewhere, the war of words between Washington and Beijing continues over China's treatment of its Muslim minority Uyghur community. NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons has both stories.
This morning, the rift widening over Chinese tennis player Peng Shuai, seen here in Beijing, sitting next to the International Olympic Committee president, watching the women's big air competition in a Team China jacket. The IOC insisting they are supporting her.
I think we need also to listen to her, and we need to read what she's saying.
At the weekend, she told a French newspaper a sexual assault allegation against a former senior Chinese government leader was an enormous misunderstanding. Her original social media post was deleted soon after it was posted. But now a series of photos emerging from the interview appearing to show a Chinese Olympic official accompanying her. The French newspaper, L'Equipe, calling the interview staged managed, and the Women's Tennis Association saying the interview does not alleviate its concerns. As we would do with any of our players, the WTA CEO and chairman says, we have called for a formal investigation into the allegations by the appropriate authorities, and for the WTA to meet with Peng privately to discuss her situation. And this morning, continuing controversy over China's choice of athlete to light the Olympic cauldron. Dinagur Elimujang, a member of the mainly Muslim Uyghur minority, took part in her second and last cross-country skiing event today. China angered by criticism from the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations.
Uyghurs are being tortured, and Uyghurs are the victims of human rights violations by the Chinese, and we have to keep that front and center.
China's UN envoy attacking, quote, wrongful, irresponsible remarks and accusing the US of a disgraceful record in violating human rights. But the president of the World Uyghur Congress, representing Uyghurs around the world, telling NBC News this morning,
all Uyghur, even athletes, sportsmen is a hostage.
China rejecting that accusation and denying claims of human rights abuses against Uyghurs.
That was Keir Simmons reporting. Now, the Olympic action is heating up across a number of different events, and Team USA has had its fair share of ups and downs today.
That's right. A record-setting performance by one American in figure skating, but then disappointment in the rink for U.S. women's hockey team. NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz is with us now to break down the biggest moments so far this morning. Hey, Gadi, good morning and very early morning for you, so thanks for being up for us. Let's start with the performance by American Nathan Chen in the men's short program in figure skating. I mean, he set a world record with a score of 113.97. Walk us through just how impressive this performance was, and also it must put him in a really good position for gold in the event.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a work of art. In fact, not only did he set a world record, he finished more than 5 points higher in the standings than anybody else. And as you might have guessed, the Quad King started things off with a quad flip, unleashing a flurry of jumps like only he can. And guys, it is consistent momentum we have now seen building again and again. Last Thursday, he was unstoppable. He's coming off 3 back-to-back world championships. Right now, he is the clear favorite to win gold. Meanwhile, Team USA is also still reeling after Chen's teammate and one of the other strongest skaters on the ice, Vincent Zhou, had to drop out after testing positive for COVID. Everyone is now being extremely careful with the next competition 2 days away.
Absolutely. So, Gotti, let's talk about another disappointment. Team USA's 4-2 loss to Canada in women's hockey. It was the final matchup in group play, so it doesn't determine any sort of medal. But what does this loss do now going into the knockout rounds for Team USA?
Well, I think it means that Team USA is going to be a lot hungrier for a win, and this isn't really a position they haven't seen before. If you remember Pyeongchang, Canada, Canada actually beat the U.S. 2-1 in group play before Team USA came roaring back, won the gold. This game was riveting, though. It really came down to the sheer number of how many shots were blocked by Canada's goalie. Hands down, the MVP of the game. Team USA, they fired off a barrage of about 53 shots. Only 2 of them got in. The Canadians only shot about 25 shots, but 4 of those counted. So Canada is now the #1 seed. Team USA now #2. And all this is preliminary. So what that really means is that Canada will be on the opposite side of the bracket as Team USA, and hopefully another showdown in the finals.
Something tells me that's going to happen.
Yeah, I hope so. We'll see. All right, and Gotti, before we let you go, let's talk about American-born Eileen Gu. So there's a lot to talk about here. Her performance in the freestyle big air event. Also, though, the teenage sensation turned heads back when she chose to compete for China instead of Team USA. She is a model. She is participating in several events here. I mean, walk us through Eileen Gu and what we've seen here when she won gold.
Yeah, Savannah, she is turning a lot of heads here with that win and pretty much crashing the internet out in China with hundreds of millions of people talking about it on China's equivalent of Twitter, to the point that the entire system was temporarily overloaded for a little while. She has become a superstar in China, but she grew up an American skiing on the slopes of Lake Tahoe. And when she's asked about it, she says she feels as American as she does Chinese. But here's the thing. The U.S., we allow dual citizenship, but China does not. So there have been questions about whether there have been changes to her citizenship or whether China might be allowing for an exception. But she hasn't answered those questions directly. Guys.
All right, that is something to watch out for. Gotti Schwartz, thanks so much. Good to have you.
Thanks.
Let's talk about one of Team USA's best performances in Beijing, coming from an athlete who wasn't even competing on the big stage this time last year.
Yeah, that's right. Ryan Cochran-Siegel was recovering from neck surgery last February, but this year he's an Olympic silver medalist after turning in a near-perfect performance in the Super G event.
And Ryan joins us now with more on his amazing performance, known on the slopes as RCS. Ryan, congratulations. I had the chance to meet you in person last fall in Vermont when we were doing a profile on you. So it is so exciting to see you with that medal. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, thanks, guys. I mean, I'm feeling great. A little bit tired. It's been a long day, but I mean, I couldn't have asked for a better experience today. So I'm just, riding this wave and thankful to be here.
We appreciate you making it just a little bit longer by speaking with us. Ryan, tell us more about what this past year's been like. I mean, to get to this medal around your neck in terms of recovering from your neck surgery all the way to standing on the podium now. I mean, what a ride. We remember what that looked like when you were injured. It's just amazing to see your recovery.
Yeah, it's been quite the year. I mean, I think the second I got injured, my mind, transitioned to, okay, my season's over, but I gotta, keep working hard and get back with the Olympics coming up and just put myself in the best position to give myself the opportunity. And I think to be here now and being able to perform at the Olympics with such an amazing run is really it's a dream come true. And it's really what I've been working for so long.
Ryan, we got to talk about your mom. She, of course, won the gold in the slalom for Team USA exactly 50 years ago, almost to the day back in 1972 in Sapporo. She's the one who gave you the advice. She said, just have fun and then the skiing will come. What has been her reaction to all this? And did you follow her advice? Was that key to getting you where you are here?
Yeah. I mean, for sure. It's funny how she's kind of like Yoda, you know, you got to listen to the little things that she says. And it's totally about just focusing in on the skiing and focusing on my ability and trusting that and having fun with that. I definitely, you know, I think when I clicked out of the start today, I was in that frame of mind. And I think that's the reason why I'm here right now. And, you know, getting to talk with her, I FaceTimed with her a little bit at the finish, and that was a special moment. I think we were all teary-eyed and just so, you know, proud of this moment and proud of what we've all been through to get here and to share this moment. Yeah,
absolutely.
Special.
Definitely proud of you.
Yeah, she must be. It's so fun to hear that you FaceTime. How is that? You know, with your family not being there, but connecting digitally like that.
I honestly, sometimes when my family comes to races, I struggle a little bit more. I feel more pressure. So in a way, I would, and you want them to be here. But at the same time, I feel like it allowed me to, you know, just focus in on the skiing and separate those two things. So I don't know that I would have been able to do the same thing that I did today had, you know, you have that crowd with you. But I just can't wait to go home and share, you know, all of this with everyone back there.
Your silver medal is the first in an alpine skiing event for Team USA so far this year. What does that mean to you?
It's crazy. I mean, I really hope it just, you know, gives us, our whole team as in general, confidence to go into these events and really just see what we can accomplish. Honestly, speaking to the women's GS yesterday, seeing, you know, what Paula did, and then obviously what happened to Nina, not only with her injury, but honestly before that, what her style of skiing and her aggression gave me inspiration today, you know, to really take advantage of this moment, and that, you know, anything could happen. And I think it's about being a team here. It's not just about yourself. So I hope we can keep this momentum rolling and continue to have success.
We hope the same for you too. More events for you. Ryan Cochran-Siegel, RCS. Thank you so much for joining us. Congrats again.
Cool.
Thank you so much, you guys. Yeah.
Thank you. Congrats. And thanks for staying up with us. Coming up, the battle over ballot drop boxes is heating up in one battleground state.
Why a pandemic election staple could be no more by the time midterms roll around. We're going to take you county to county next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar, Kayla. We are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
Welcome back. With the midterms now coming into view, the battle over election rules is heating up in many parts of the country. As part of our County to County series this morning, we want to focus on one particular point of controversy: ballot drop boxes.
During the pandemic, millions of Americans chose to vote through absentee ballots. In the 2020 election, 40 states and the District of Columbia allowed voters to drop those absentee ballots in those drop boxes instead of mailing them. Now, conservatives, led by former President Trump, are taking aim at the practice, launching challenges in state legislatures and the courts.
NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now from Milwaukee, where the state Supreme Court is expected to rule on whether to allow drop boxes ahead of the midterms this fall. Shaq, good morning. So Wisconsin has become one of the key battlegrounds on the electoral map. It's no surprise its election rules are coming under close scrutiny. Walk us through the court battle going on there over drop boxes.
And to do that, you really have to start back at 2020. It was in 2020 when you had election officials here in Wisconsin use those drop boxes for the very first time to help relieve some of the pressure at early voting locations and in-person voting locations. And they set them up here in Milwaukee at places like libraries. That was the move that was supported, at least verbally, by the Republican legislature, by the governor, and by election officials. But then you had a conservative institute after the election challenge the existence of those drop boxes, arguing that how they were implemented wasn't in adherence with the law. I want you to listen to that institute, which now has the case before Wisconsin's Supreme Court.
The problem with drop boxes that is presented in the litigation is that drop boxes are not provided for in the law, and they simply aren't. There are two ways to return an absentee ballot. You must either give it in person to the clerk, or you must place it in the United States mail. That's it. There's nothing else. Now, if we want to have drop boxes, then the legislature is going to need to authorize them. And when it does authorize them, what I suspect it would do is adopt a set of rules or directives in order to make sure that the use of drop boxes is relatively uniform.
Based on those challenges, as things currently stand, this February 15th election will be the final election that Wisconsin voters will be able to use those drop boxes unless the Supreme Court steps in and says something different.
So, Shaq, one of the big things here, of course, is that people came to rely on these ballot boxes. They got used to them. It was easier for them, especially during the pandemic, but also just several reasons it made it easier for certain people. Now, you've been speaking with election officials and activists about that. What are you hearing?
More than a third of voters in 2020 voted by mail, and more than half of those voters returned that mail-in ballot using a secure drop box. So I spoke to the commissioner of the Wisconsin, or rather the Milwaukee Election Commission, about this practice, about how many voters have relied on it. Listen to what she told me about this practice.
Our voters really use drop boxes. We saw the increase in absentee voting during the pandemic, where there was a lot of uncertainty with the mail as well. And so voters became accustomed to using the drop box. They get their ballot, they can drop it off at any one of our 15 boxes at libraries, at City Hall. Because of how quickly we process them, and they can check online and have that peace of mind that their vote's been received. It's not going to get destroyed in a machine, lost by a mail carrier, and it's extremely secure. We have 24-hour video surveillance, security seals, lots of checks and balances that a post office box doesn't have.
In Wisconsin, according to the law, those mail-in ballots must be received by the clerk by the close of polls, even if they're in mail processing. So that is part of the reason why people rely on those drop boxes, because they know their vote will be counted once it's in that box.
All right, Shaq, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Now, breaking this morning, former Pope Benedict is speaking out after an independent report by a German law firm commissioned by the Catholic Church criticized his handling of 4 cases of alleged sexual abuse when he was Archbishop of Munich between 1977 and 1982. In a letter, the former Pope said, quote, "I can only express to all the victims of sexual abuse my profound shame, my deep sorrow, and my heartfelt request for your forgiveness." While the former Pope said he is begging for forgiveness for what he described as grievous fault, he did not admit any personal wrongdoing. Let's now take a look at what else is making news around the world this morning.
Ali Arouzi is back with us from Tehran. Ali, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. 9 people have been killed in the last 3 days in Austria after 100 avalanches struck the country. A combination of heavy snow flow followed by warm weather created perilous conditions. Authorities say the situation is unprecedented. Over the last 3 days, they've launched 70 interventions to help people affected by avalanches. In one incident, 5 skiers were buried under snowfall, but were all miraculously rescued. Spanish refinery giant Repsol says it's almost halfway through cleaning up an oil spill off the Peruvian coast that affected about 50 square miles of land, including around 18,000 square meters of beach, an area of land roughly the size of Paris on Peru's Pacific coast, after almost 12,000 barrels of crude oil was spilled. Marine conservation organizations believe that the response to the spill has been far too slow. And finally, a gun salute of 62 rounds was fired from Tower of London on Monday to mark Queen Elizabeth II becoming the first British monarch to reach a platinum jubilee. As the 70th anniversary of the Queen's accession to the throne fell on a Sunday, tradition dictates royal salutes should take place the following day. I would have thought they would have fired off 70 rounds, but there you go.
You think so? Or 95. Isn't that how old she is now?
Yeah.
So there you go. All right.
Allie, thanks.
Or 95.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right, coming up, a state of emergency in Canada's capital this morning. That massive truckers' protest over the government's vaccine mandate, it's expanding and intensifying by the day. We're going to take you there.
Plus, a new form of digital therapy for teens who are struggling with pandemic depression, mental help through your smartphone. We'll explain next.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Warner Brothers is facing a lawsuit over the release of the movie Matrix Resurrections. In a complaint filed in Los Angeles, Village Roadshow Entertainment Group says Warner Brothers' decision to release the film simultaneously on HBO Max and in theaters decimated its box office revenue. The sequel grossed $37 million domestically, which was short of expectations. Now, in a statement responding, Warner Brothers called the lawsuit frivolous and said, quote, "We have no doubt that this case will be resolved in our favor." There have been a series of disputes like this within the movie industry, which relies on those theatrical releases, and media companies looking to grow their streaming platforms. So I think we've said this before, probably not the last one we'll see of these, but we'll see what happens.
I'm intrigued by they picked that one movie, too, because there have been so many. But
yeah,
we'll see what
absolutely.
happens.
There really have been. I mean, I'm so used to now getting to see the movies without going to the theater.
Well, that is coming. We're going to see less of it in 2022, at least with HBO. So
Yeah.
Thank you, Savannah. Appreciate it.
Yep.
All right, a state of emergency is in effect in Ottawa, Canada. That's because of ongoing protests there by truck drivers and their supporters who are upset with a COVID vaccine mandate for truckers crossing the U.S.-Canada border. The movement has virtually shut down the city and is gaining momentum and support from around the world. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber is there. She joins us from Ottawa with the latest on this. Ellison, good morning. So first of all, a little backdrop. How did we get here, and what are the truck drivers hoping to achieve from these protests?
Hey, Joe. Yeah, this started because truckers were frustrated, some of them, and disagreed with requirements to be vaccinated in order to cross the border. If you look at some of the signs you see here that have been displayed here, you can see that this protest has expanded well beyond that one specific vaccine mandate. Speaking with people here, reading the signs, most people we have spoken to say now this is about lifting any sort of pandemic mandate or restriction. Other people have come and gotten involved in this and sort of called for various political things, but at its core, most of the people we've spoken to, they say that they will stay out here until they see the COVID restrictions, any sort of mandate, be it at a federal level or just more at a local level, lifted. This is day 11 of this protest. We spoke to one trucker this morning who said ultimately he's been at this for about 17 days because it took him days to drive here. He said he's willing to stay for months. Listen.
The whole world's watching us. I mean, Canada is one of the only countries I think that could have ever come together and did this and being so united that they could pull this off. Like, you know, you get some bad truckers and some good truckers. These guys are all good. Like, everybody just wants peace. They want to make this good for everybody, right? This is for the nurses and the doctors and the RCMP that have lost their jobs because they won't get vaxxed. We want them to be able to go back to work. We want people to be able to travel. We want the airplane service opened up again.
A lot of people here, when we tried to get them to talk to us, they did not want to talk to us, saying that it was an area that they didn't want to have the media. There have been points during this protest where there have been extremist, racist symbols displayed, from a Confederate flag to swastikas. We haven't seen any of those here today. Mostly it is Canadian flags, signs like these. But you've had many local people, elected officials, condemn that and say that this group has become, in their view, violent, a menace to the community, and they want this entire convoy blockade to end. 80+% of truckers, by the way, are at least partially vaccinated in Canada. According to the Trucking Association here, 80+% of Canadians are fully vaccinated. So you have people like Prime Minister Trudeau saying that this is, in his view, a fringe group of Canadians.
Yeah,
Joe?
I mean, vaccination rates are so high in Canada, at least compared with the U.S. So how is the government reacting to everything that's been taking place?
Yeah, so Prime Minister Justin Trudeau addressed Parliament and spoke specifically about this just last night. He himself had been quarantined because of a positive COVID test last week. He says this has to stop and that the federal government is willing to provide resources to try and take care, if you will, of this situation. Listen to some of what he said.
It has to stop. The people of Ottawa don't deserve to be harassed in their own neighborhoods. They don't deserve to be confronted with the inherent violence of a swastika flying on a street corner, or a Confederate flag, or the insults and jeers just because they're wearing a mask.
So if you look down here, you can see how far this trucker convoy goes, both to the left and the right. The police chief here said he estimates there are probably at least still 1,000 truckers here. There are not enough tow trucks, the city says, to pull any of these out. And again, people we've spoken to, they say they plan to be here as long as it takes. One trucker, when I asked him, when would you end this, he said that's up to the Prime Minister. Some local residents we've spoken to this morning, they said they want to see some sort of mediator come in to try and get this resolved, because just from a logistical standpoint, it's difficult to travel around the city right now. Joe?
All right, Ellison Barber, thank you so much, Ellison.
Now, we want to warn viewers that this next segment will discuss depression and suicide, and it could be triggering to some. Having struggles with your mental health, as many of us over the last couple of years have, can feel extremely isolating. And that's definitely true for many teens tackling depression during the pandemic. But doctors hope a new tool could help them tackle the issue. It's a digital therapeutic aimed at helping teens through their smartphones. Joining us now is Dr. Jessica Lake. She's the Chief Science Officer at Limbix. They're the company behind SparkRx. Hi, Doctor. Good morning. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate your time. So first off, just explain to our viewers what exactly this is and how does it work?
Yeah, happy to. Thanks, Savannah. So SparkRx is the first evidence-based digital therapeutic. It's a self-guided mobile app designed to treat symptoms of adolescent depression. It's designed with subject matter experts and, importantly, with the input of teens to ensure a clinically effective and engaging program. And what's unique about digital therapeutics is that they are fully treatment programs. They're meant to treat diseases or disorders. And so in that way, they are different from an app that you might regularly download off the App Store. They're held to a higher standard of demonstrating safety and effectiveness. And they are overseen by a healthcare provider, and SparkRx is actually prescription only.
Oh, that's interesting there. Now, like adults, young people have been vulnerable to depression, of course, during the pandemic. I mean, it's been a tough couple years. And last year, actually, this is a disturbing statistic. Suicide attempts, specifically in teen girls, were up more than 50% compared to 2019. What kind of benefit could digital therapy have compared to a more traditional treatment? I mean, I think about how many people have been on long waiting lists to get treatment, and could this impact this in that way so that these numbers couldn't go down?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's really the value that we see in digital therapeutics, is it provides immediate access to effective mental health care. You know, we really just see a really global problem right now in a lack of access to specialty care to treat depression, as you spoke to, the long wait list that we see, up to 6 months to see a mental health specialist. And so in contrast to that, you can download an app on your phone right away and have access to effective treatment immediately with a digital therapeutic like Spark.
And now 1 in 5 teens actually will experience depression before adulthood. With these added pressures of the pandemic, do you think we'll see more digital therapeutics used to treat mental health issues so that hopefully that number too can come down?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, really being able to address these issues in the adolescent time period is a way to prevent issues down the road. And really, we're hoping to see a proliferation of these types of apps to treat a number of different mental health disorders, so we can really tackle this problem head on.
Dr. Jessica Lake, we appreciate your time and also what you're doing. Really incredible work, and it's so nice to be able to spotlight this. Now, if you or anyone you know is struggling, please call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 800-273-8255. There it is on your screen, or text TALK to 741-741.
Coming up, some of us know that online dating can sometimes be a pain, right? But has it ever cost you tens of thousands of dollars?
Well, we'll tell you all about the so-called Tinder swindler and the women who are now looking for payback. That's up next.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Time for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Bertha Coombs is back with us. Hey, Bertha.
Hey guys, Facebook parent company Meta is seeing some changes to the board. Peter Thiel, the tech billionaire and former advisor to President Trump, joined the board back in 2005. Now he's stepping down. But he joined a year after the company was founded and 7 years before its IPO. Thiel has been a polarizing figure on the board due to his conservative views. Reports say he wants to shift his focus to influencing November midterm elections. Meantime, Amazon has raised wages for its hourly workers. Now it is increasing the amount of base pay corporate employees can make due to the tight labor market and stiff competition from rivals who sometimes pay more. Corporate and tech employees can now make up to $350,000 a year in base pay, more than double the previous cap. Base pay, though, is just one way Amazon employees get paid. They also generally receive stock and bonuses. Amazon is the nation's second largest private employer behind Walmart. It has 1.6 million full and part-time workers. And the CEO of Take-Two Interactive says the pandemic boom of video games is dead. Speaking on a conference call following the company's earnings last night, he said publishers are coming up short of gamers' expectations. Take-Two makes well-known games like NBA 2K and, of course, Grand Theft Auto. Game makers are reporting and projecting slower growth this year after huge gains during earlier parts of the pandemic. I mean, you know, you couldn't continue at that pace, right? Now that people can actually get out and they have other things to watch besides Tiger King. We've got the Olympics, for example.
Exactly.
You know?
And they get to leave their house. So there's that too.
Not just there as much, yeah.
Exactly.
Thank you, Bertha.
Thanks. Now to a story of diamonds, alleged fraud, and online dating.
It's the story of the so-called Tinder swindler. That's the subject and title of a new Netflix documentary. The filmmakers say Shimon Hayut, also known as Simon Leviv, would pose as a rich diamond heir. He would then allegedly romance and scam women on Tinder, in some cases allegedly out of hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's until some of those women turned the tables on him. According to the Times of Israel, he eventually was arrested and jailed for using a fake passport in 2019, unrelated to the allegations from the women in the film, but he only served 5 months. The Tinder swindler director, Tinder swindler director Felicity Morris joins us now. Good morning. Good to have you with us. So tell us, first of all, how did you even hear about this story?
Well, as you'll see in the film, Cecilia, who is one of the victims, she had realized what had been going on. She'd realized that the man that she'd fallen in love with wasn't who he said he was. And she'd gone to the police, but wasn't getting very far with the police, so therefore decided to go public with her story. She wrote to a newspaper in Norway, she's Norwegian, a newspaper called VG, and they started investigating her story and investigating what had happened to her and investigating Simon Leviv. And they published this incredible article, which we and our production partners stumbled across because the story had basically gone viral.
And now, really, we know that ultimately there are these 3 different women from 3 different countries that end up coming together to confront this man, accusing him of taking advantage of them. How did they ultimately discover that they weren't alone and find each other and connect and band together?
Well, what was really incredible about this is that because of the fact that Cecilia had gone to the press, they were then able, the journalists at the heart of the story were then able to find other women that had been mixed up in this con. And so the VG, the Norwegian newspaper journalists, they had gone through Cecilia's American Express records and had seen that a flight for Pernilla, the second woman that we meet in the film, that her flight to Amsterdam to meet Simon had actually been paid for by Cecilia. So the baton was essentially passed from Cecilia to Pernilla at that point. And then Eileen, who is the amazing lady who comes in at the end of the film, she, at the point that this article had sort of gone off, gone viral to the world, she stumbled across it just on her phone. She saw a picture of him on her Instagram and then got in touch with Pernilla, who was front and center of the story at that point, and said, I'm dating him and I feel like I'm living in a horror movie and I don't know what to do.
It's definitely a film-worthy plot right there. So now, according to Variety, Simon last week posted an Instagram story saying he was preparing to tell his version of the story, but his account was later deleted. What is Tinder saying about this? Has the company made any changes?
I haven't heard from Tinder personally. The film, we never wanted it to be the message at the heart of it to be, don't use dating apps, don't meet people online, because I mean, that's how most people meet, the people that they fall in love with these days. But I think, obviously there needs to be a sort of a healthy level of skepticism when you are. But, at the end of the day, the women in the film, they don't blame Tinder. That's not who they feel. They blame Simon. Ultimately, they met Simon online, yes, but actually the real swindle happened when they met him in real life.
Wow.
Felicity Morris, thank you so much. And if our viewers want to check it out, Tinder Swindler is out on Netflix right now. Thanks again.
Thank you. Congrats on the film.
Coming up, it is officially Oscar season.
Yeah, the nominations released just moments ago. We will run through this year's list of contenders and, of course, the snubs. That's next.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
The 2022 Oscar nominations were just announced, along with this year's theme, Movie Lovers Unite, which is the perfect year for that because 10 films are nominated for Best Picture.
Yeah, which means we've got a lot of watching to do. Now, unlike many award shows recently, the Oscars are planning for an in-person ceremony on March 27th. Joining us now to recap the nominees is Carolyn Lippo. She's an entertainment editor at Insider. Good morning. Thanks for joining us on this breaking story. So we have to start with Best Picture. We're not going to ask you to list all 10, but give us some of the highlights here.
Sure. Thank you so much for having me. It seems like this category was pretty well predicted earlier in the year based on the success at certain precursor awards ceremonies. It seems like Belfast, Kenneth Branagh's deeply personal film about growing up in Belfast, is going to be probably a favorite to win the award this year, as is The Power of the Dog. Don't Look Up, which was, of course, a huge hit for Netflix, starring Leonardo DiCaprio, was also nominated, and that comedy is likely going to have a good shot, just given how popular it was with audiences. And then, of course, we have blockbusters like Dune, which, often don't get the individual acting award, visibility, but they do get appreciation for just being the huge blockbusters and beloved films that they are.
Yeah, sometimes they win those editing or sound categories, and they also get people who maybe haven't watched the other 9 movies to actually watch the Oscars because that's the one they saw.
Yeah,
so
I've seen Don't Look Up.
There you go, you've seen one.
Yeah, I know.
Let's shift to the acting categories. We have a lot of past Oscar winners: Olivia Colman, Denzel Washington, Penelope Cruz, Javier Bardem, Nicole Kidman.
Amazing.
A lot of them, and then some first-timers, some newcomers. Who are the acting favorites this year?
Definitely among the acting favorites, we have a very stacked category for Best Actress. Olivia Colman, as you said, is a past winner for The Favorite, but she gave a phenomenal performance in The Lost Daughter. So it's very likely that she will become a double winner this year. Nicole Kidman also took home a lot of awards love in precursor ceremonies for her role as Lucille Ball and Aaron Sorkin's Being the Ricardos, so she has a very good shot here. Kristen Stewart was pretty much a favorite to win this award earlier in the awards season, but then she was snubbed from a few major awards organizations like the SAG Awards and the BAFTAs, which didn't nominate her at all. But now she's firmly back in the running, and it seems like she possibly took Lady Gaga's place in this category, since Lady Gaga nominated for House of Gucci in a lot of those award ceremonies.
All right, and I've seen Spencer, so there's another one. But you kind of just mentioned this. Let's talk through some snubs. Anything notable here?
Yes, there are quite a few. Lady Gaga, I would say, is the biggest one for House of Gucci. It was a very divisive film among critics and fans. Some loved it, some hated it. But across the board, everyone could appreciate Lady Gaga's very deeply committed method acting and her performance in the role. So that's a pretty major snub. Ruth Negga also was critically acclaimed for her role in Passing, which was pretty much left out of the awards altogether this year. And also in the Best Supporting Actor category, we have a few notable snubs. Bradley Cooper in Licorice Pizza gave a very memorable performance in that film, although he was only in it for just a few minutes, and he seemed like a shoo-in for a nomination for that role, as did Jared Leto, also in House of Gucci.
All right.
Yeah, Jared Leto. My aunt, did you?
He's got one. He already got an Oscar.
Yeah. I like that movie. I don't know why. I mean, it was a little long, I guess, but I don't know why people didn't like it so much. All right, Carolyn, thank you so much. Great to have you on with us.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, path to diplomacy, a cross-continent push to prevent an all-out war. In Moscow, Russian President Vladimir Putin insisting he won't invade Ukraine in a meeting with his French counterpart, while President Biden meets with Germany's new leader and vows crippling consequences if Putin chooses to act.
I don't know that he knows what he's going to do. And I think he has to realize that it would be a gigantic mistake for him to move on Ukraine. The impact on Europe and the rest of the world would be devastating, and he would pay a heavy price.
All this as Russian forces stand by on the border. We have team coverage this morning. Unmasking, a controversial move in classrooms across the U.S., several states dropping their school mask mandates as COVID cases go down. But some experts warn it's too soon. What you need to know to keep your family safe. Going for gold, a strong showing from Team USA in Beijing. We've got the biggest moments from the Olympics this morning, including Nathan Chen's world record performance on the ice. And a legacy of love. Full House actress Jodie Sweetin speaking out about the late Bob Saget, what she says she'll remember most about him, and the special bond that made him more than just her TV dad. A conversation you've had a a lot of conversations about his amazing legacy.
Yes, and it's the first time she's speaking out is this week because she just kind of wanted to wait and really just talk about him as candidly as possible. And it's you can just tell. For decades, he had these strong relationships with everyone in the cast. It's amazing.
Yeah, the I love you guy, it
Exactly.
seems like, is a big headline there. We'll bring you that conversation a little bit later. We begin, though, with the push for diplomacy in Eastern Europe as the situation along the Ukrainian border grows more tense day by day.
Today, major talks are expected between several European leaders less than 24 hours after France's president had a face-to-face meeting with Vladimir Putin. In that meeting, French President Emmanuel Macron called for de-escalation. Putin even said some of Macron's ideas could form the basis to move forward with diplomatic talks. Macron is meeting with Ukraine's president today. Also yesterday, President Biden met with Germany's new chancellor, with Russia at the top of the agenda. If Putin invades Ukraine, President Biden says he will, quote, bring an end to a natural gas pipeline that bypasses Ukraine, bringing Russian gas directly to Germany. The president also had this warning for any Americans still in Ukraine who are not government employees.
I hate to see them get caught in a crossfire if, in fact, they did invade. And there's no need for that. And if I were if I had anyone there, I'd say leave.
NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley is in Kyiv, Ukraine, the country's second largest city, and NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli has the latest on the U.S. response to this crisis. Matt, let's start with you. France's president met with Putin yesterday. He's meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky today. On top of that, several European leaders are meeting in Berlin to talk about Russia. So where do we stand with all these talks, and does it look like they're going to change anything?
Yeah, it's a really good question, Joe, because we've been seeing all these different tracks of diplomacy. It's kind of bewildering. We've been seeing that from the beginning. And I got to tell you, diplomacy hasn't worked up until now. So there's no real reason to believe that it's going to be working in any of these various tracks that seem to be going all around Europe, with various heads of state and diplomats meeting with each other, trying to hash out a deal to avert a crisis. But what we saw from Macron last night with Putin, and of course there's been a lot of memes about them meeting at opposite sides of that table. Macron now is in Kiev, here in Ukraine. And, it seems as though Macron kind of wants to position himself as sort of the Putin whisperer, and he may be able to do that. He met with Putin for 5 hours yesterday, and that is a significant amount of time. But a lot of the reporting that we've been getting from that meeting, it's just unclear what was coming out of that. The Financial Times was saying there was commitments that were made that now we're hearing from Dmitry Peskov, who's the spokesman for the Kremlin, saying that, these weren't made at all, and that the FT, the Financial Times, got these reports incorrect, especially when it comes to things about not having any more additional escalations or military exercises and withdrawing troops from Belarus. Actually, Peskov reminded the press that there was never any commitment to keeping those troops in Belarus after military exercises that are supposed to be happening within the coming days. So this situation is essentially still the same. And again, that shouldn't surprise anyone, because up until now, diplomacy has been failing. Guys?
So, Mike, the big news that came out of yesterday's meeting between President Biden and Germany's chancellor was about the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. So what is that? Why is it playing such a critical role in this crisis?
Yeah, Joe, well, you have these efforts in Europe trying to prevent an invasion, but you have these meetings in Washington, President Biden meeting with Chancellor Scholz, trying to make sure there is unity in how the West would respond if so. And the Nord Stream pipeline has been a critical component because there's a concern that Germany is something of a weak link here. The Nord Stream 2 pipeline has not yet got online, but it would provide a direct route for Russian energy supplies to Germany. Energy is seen as one of Russia's point of leverage over the West. Now, because this hasn't gone online yet, the U.S. has been maintaining that should Russia invade, that this will never go online, a point that President Biden reiterated yesterday. Take a listen.
There is no doubt in America's mind that Germany is an incredibly reliable ally and one of the leading physical powers in NATO, number one. Number two, the notion that Nord Stream 2 would go forward with an invasion by the Russians is just not going to happen.
We did not hear the same explicit commitment, however, from German Chancellor Scholz. That's significant. He's talked about strategic ambiguity, not wanting to put all his cards on the table. President Biden, though, also made clear the U.S. is working with some of our other allies around the world to make sure that there is sufficient energy supply to provide to European allies should that pipeline never go online. It's part of an effort to show that there's leverage on the part of the U.S. side here. He said that Russia depends on the revenue it generates from selling this oil just as much as the West needs this energy as well.
So, Matt, what's the reaction to that across Europe and in Ukraine? What's the reaction to Biden's threat to bring an end to this pipeline?
I haven't really heard much in the way of reaction yet. It's not surprising that Biden would say that because diplomats for the U.S. have been working behind the scenes regularly to try to get Germany on board and to say that they would be shutting off this Nord Stream 2 pipeline. But I got to tell you, the only reaction that really matters is from two entities, the German government, as we were just talking about, and the European Union, who have yet to certify this massive pipeline that's already been built. And it's still waiting on certification, and we've already heard that that probably wouldn't come, war or not, until probably the second half of this year. So, whether or not this gas pipeline goes through, whether or not there's been a reaction, and I'm speculating here, mind you, but I think that the reaction is probably going to be that Biden's statement was rather imperious. Of course, the United States is not involved in the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. They're not going to be getting any gas from it. And yet here he is saying that the United States will single-handedly cancel it. Now, how would they do that? Well, as we're seeing on Capitol Hill, they're trying to draw up the mother of all sanctions bills. That could basically put sanctions against the company that is the Russian company that would be providing gas to that pipeline. And that's probably the main way in which the U.S. would be able to put the kibosh on that pipeline should Russia decide to invade. Guys?
Matt and Mike, thank you both so very much. Appreciate it.
A major resignation this morning for the Biden administration. President Biden's top science advisor, Eric Lander, stepped down yesterday after a 2-month White House investigation found credible evidence he had bullied and demeaned his staff. Politico was first to report that Lander, the director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, had been accused by current and former colleagues of creating a toxic environment, especially for women. In his resignation letter, Lander says, quote, "I am devastated that I caused hurt to past and present colleagues by the way in which I have spoken to them." Lander becomes the first cabinet-level departure from President Biden's team.
Debate is growing over the need for mask mandates in schools. Several states announced they're dropping the mask requirement for school children as early as March.
And in California, the indoor mask mandate will not be renewed next week, a move some experts say is too early. NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has the latest.
Nearly 2 years into this pandemic, the issue of masks in schools remains one of the most controversial topics. Well, now more states are dropping their school mask mandates, and New York's governor says this is not a declaration of victory, but rather learning to live with the virus.
New Jersey, Connecticut, and Delaware all announcing plans to lift school mask mandates.
This is a huge step back to normalcy.
Just outside Cleveland, Troy Intermediate School no longer requires masks in class, only recommends them.
How effective has mask wearing been?
I think it's been very, very effective.
Of its 550 students, 83 have tested positive this school year. Staffing issues also forced the school to close in December during the Omicron surge when masks were optional.
We're at the point where we feel like we've got to learn how to live with this.
Just 35 miles away, Warrensville Heights Elementary has kept its mask mandate. Of its 890 students, 31 have tested positive this school year. It has not closed due to an outbreak.
Our community believes that wearing masks is a barrier to try to prevent the spread.
Nationwide, more than 60% of the 500 largest school districts still require masks, though data on how effective they are in preventing outbreaks in schools is limited. One survey conducted by the CDC of 169 schools in Georgia found those with a mask requirement had 21% fewer COVID cases than schools where masks were optional. Another study in Arizona found schools were 3.5 times more likely to experience a COVID outbreak if they did not have a mask requirement. But the methodology of those studies has been questioned.
We don't have very convincing studies that masks have a large impact on preventing either transmission of disease within the school setting.
There's also a lack of data on the downsides of wearing masks in schools.
The biggest downside to wearing masks in school is the mental and social aspects.
Some parents argue it should be their choice.
Children's languages are developing at a young age, and if we mask them at age 2 and they're not seeing the mouths move, then some of that can cause some developmental delays.
But for others, the pros outweigh any cons.
I think they should be wearing masks. A lot of parents have the opportunity to get COVID vaccinations for their kids, and a lot of them do not.
It's a tough decision to make for any parent. But at the end of the day, if it's keeping our children safe.
Meanwhile, the White House says that universal masking in schools is still recommended, but that ultimately it's up to local school districts to decide what to do. Back to you.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much. Let's now bring in Dr. Bob Lahita for more on this. He's a professor at the Hackensack Meridian Medical School and the director of the Institute for Autoimmune and Rheumatic Diseases at St. Joseph Health. Dr. Bob, always great to have you with us. So let's just start right there. What do you say on this? I mean, is it safe enough to drop mask mandates among kids, especially depending on what vaccination rates are in certain places? And what is their risk of exposure at that age? Can kids quickly spread the virus without masks on?
Well, to answer your question, Savannah, yes, the children can spread the virus without masks on. The question is, those who get the virus and test positive, will they become terribly ill? That seems to be somewhat debatable. The data are pretty much lacking as to whether mask mandates really work in schools. And I think there's a little bit of politics in here as well, Savannah, and I think we're going to see, this is a large experiment, we're going to see what happens. Remember, the 5 to 11 group is only 23% vaccinated, and the group that's 12 to 17 years of age, at 56.4% of those children are vaccinated. So this is a bit of a dilemma.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, unfortunately, there's a lot of bit of politics that comes into play with a lot of this. Now, the U.S. isn't the only country dropping some of these COVID restrictions. Let's talk about Australia. Australia announced they're going to allow vaccinated tourists into the country after 2 years of closed borders. But in places like Russia and South Korea, COVID cases are surging. Will the easing of travel protocols impact how long the pandemic will last?
And no doubt that will play a factor. And of course, if you go to Australia now with the open borders, and they're opening them, you must show proof of vaccination. And if you're not vaccinated, I doubt you're going to be let into the country unless you have some amazing reason for not being vaccinated and other, exemplary things like religious convictions, etc. So yes, it's really a very, very interesting because the world is uneven with regard to spikes right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dr. Bob, quickly before we let you go, I do want to ask you a viewer question. Kaylee is wondering this. I tested positive for COVID 20 days ago, and I am still coughing. Is this okay? What should I do? What do you say, Dr. Bob?
Well, there are many, many signs and symptoms of COVID that continue. One of them that everybody knows is lack of taste and smell, which can go on for many, many, many months. But if you are coughing for more than 5 to 8 weeks, I would say that your doctor should get a chest X-ray and probably a CAT scan, because there may be something else that's causing you to cough. So that's very important, Savannah. Thanks for asking that question. And thanks to that viewer for asking that question.
Yes, absolutely. Kaylee, thank you very much for writing us. Dr. Bob, thank you for answering that question. And if you at home right now has a question for one of our doctors like Dr. Bob, please do let us know. We want to hear from you. Email us at morningnewsnow@nbcuni.com with your questions, and let us know if you want to stay anonymous.
Over the weekend, Georgia gubernatorial candidate Stacey Abrams became the latest politician ensnared in the masking controversy. The prominent Democrat and voting rights advocate was caught taking pictures without a mask at an event with students. Abrams is now defending her actions as her Republican opponents take aim. NBC News Now correspondent Priscilla Thompson has more.
Stacey Abrams under fire after a photo showed the gubernatorial candidate maskless among a group of masked school children.
It's yet another case of do as I say, not as I do, my favorite story of the weekend.
Republicans now calling the prominent Georgia Democrat and strong supporter of masking in schools a hypocrite.
It doesn't matter if you are Republican, Democrat, parents are pissed off at the COVID hypocrisy.
The photos taken at a Black History Month event Friday were first tweeted by the principal at Glenwood Elementary School, school in Decatur, Georgia. Abrams later quoted the tweet, thanking the school for hosting her. Both tweets have now been deleted, even as Abrams defends her actions. Stacey trusts science and supports masking in schools, her campaign manager wrote on Twitter. She wore a mask to the event and removed it at the podium so she could be heard by students watching remotely and for photos, but only with folks who were masked. The photos prompted fierce backlash online. Republican Governor Brian Kemp, who Abrams narrowly lost the governorship to in 2018, tweeting, Stacey Abrams wants state government mask mandates for Georgians and their children, but it looks like they wouldn't apply when she's attending a photo op. Kemp's communication director vowing to use the photos in political ads leading up to the midterm election. Former Republican Senator David Perdue, who's also running for governor, has added the photo to his Twitter profile with the tagline, Unmask Our Kids. Abrams isn't the only Democratic leader whose masking has come under scrutiny. New York Representative Jamal Bowman was criticized for a photo showing him with a group of high school students, all masked except for Bowman. How much do incidents like this hurt Democrats in the eyes of the American people?
This is what has gotten people kind of exhausted with the politics of the pandemic, is that lack of consistency. And that's what's hurting Democrats right now.
That was Priscilla Thompson reporting.
And it is time now to get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Bill Cairns is with us. Bill, good morning.
Hey, good morning to you guys. And pretty quiet morning, but a few interesting weather facts that are kind of happening around the country this week. So the first one is, now that we get these February thaws, we start to get ice jams. And why are ice jams problems? Well, imagine just putting too many ice cubes in a glass. Eventually, they're going to overflow. And then we have a big one on the Ohio River. This is in Muskingum County. And you can see what happens is, they'll break apart a little bit. And then if it gets really cold, which it was, everything kind of freezes in place, including that boat in the middle of the river. And then as it thaws and warms up again, everything will start moving. So, but yeah, they can be problematic and can cause flooding. So we'll keep you posted on that one. Now back to the weather maps, and the storm is exiting the Northeast that brought the rain and ice and snow yesterday. Maine is still dealing with a little bit of snow, but Boston, you're just about done with your rain. The only additional snow will be in areas of northern Maine, and that's where they like the snow anyways. So another 2 to 4 inches there for you, Presque Isle and Caribou. Florida, not feeling very sunshine-ish over the next couple days. Lots of rain and kind of cloudy and cool. Temperatures today only in the 50s from Tampa to Orlando and I-4, so that's not great for all the theme park areas. Miami, looks like a majority of your rain will come as we go through Wednesday. It's not going to be like a lot of rain. It's just going to be cloudy and cool. We'll have to wait until about Thursday and Friday to start warming things up in the Sunshine State once again. And not a lot of rain. At most, in that I-4 corridor, maybe a half inch to an inch. So the forecast for today, I mentioned the bad spots, but there's a lot of good to be had all the way from California to Arizona, the middle of the country, 60s, the near 70 today from Dallas to San Antonio, no complaints in St. Louis. And D.C., 43 today, and look at Washington, D.C. tomorrow, guys, 55 degrees. That's almost lunch outdoor weather. At least go out there and take a walk and get some fresh air.
Taking out the medium coat this week, the one that's not layers and layers of down.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, gosh, it's the worst when you're way too layered up. All right, thanks, Bill.
Coming up, a special Bond, actress Jodie Sweetin remembering her TV dad, the late Bob Zinn.
Knew he was loved, but I don't think he had any idea that he was this beloved by so many people.
After the break, my conversation with Sweetin about how she's dealing with the loss of her longtime friend.
Plus, Team USA making Olympic history in Beijing. We've got all the biggest moments from day 4 next on Morning News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back now to the Winter Olympics and some dramatic moments to tell you about this morning.
First, Team USA's Ryan Cochran-Siegel continued his family legacy by grabbing a silver medal in the men's Super G 50 years after his mother picked up slalom gold in the 1972 Sapporo Games. The alpine skier came in 14th in yesterday's downhill event, but had a near perfect run today.
Then we've got men's figure skating news. One of the most highly anticipated showdowns of the games got underway. American triple world champion Nathan Chen gave a world record scoring performance. Get that. Taking a serious lead over his rival, the Japanese double Olympic champion Yuzuru Hanyu. Hanyu finished the day in 8th place after he missed the opening jump of his routine. That battle continues on Thursday.
The tough one for American ice hockey fans. Team USA's bitter rivals, Canada, beat the U.S. in a prelim matchup 4-2 on the women's side. The game sprung to life in the second period with a combined 5 goals scored. The U.S. could still have a shot at revenge, though, if the two teams cross paths again later in the games. Something tells me that'll happen.
Yeah, exactly. I know, right? Also, China's Eileen Gu won her first Olympic gold in the women's freestyle big air. The 18-year-old is the youngest ever gold medalist in Olympic freestyle skiing, which is pretty cool, and China's first gold medalist in free ski.
Competing in the same event was America's Darian Stevens. The 25-year-old from Missoula finished 11th in a gutsy performance that saw her fall short in the end. But good for us, Darian joins us now from Beijing. Darian, good to have you with us. Probably not the outcome you were hoping for, but how are you feeling this morning? How are you enjoying these games so far?
Yeah, I mean, I'm so excited to be here. And, you know, today was such a dream for me to make the final. And I put it all out there, and that's what the Olympics is all about. So I'm happy with everything that happened today.
You really did put it all out there. That's actually one of the things I want to ask you about. So I want to know what was going through your mind in this final jump, because you attempted a complex move that is called a double 1440. We heard you tried that trick for the first time in training earlier in the day. Is that right? And how'd you decide to try to go for it on your final jump?
Yeah, so I've been practicing that trick for years on the airbag, but I've never tried it on snow before. I've kind of just been waiting for the right moment. And, you know, I managed to make the final yesterday, and it seemed like the perfect time to give it a try. So I was really close to landing it in practice, and I was really hoping to put it down in the final, but you know, I still had a lot of fun out there, and I was excited to surprise a lot of people that probably didn't think I was going to throw that trick out there.
Oh.
No better place to give it a try, right, than on that stage right there.
How amazing, though, to just try it. I love that.
So in the end, it was your rival, Eileen Gu, who ended up winning gold. What did you make of her performance? It came down to the very end. Did the best skier win in the end in your mind?
I mean, Eileen is an absolutely fantastic skier. she has accomplished so much in the past couple of years, and she's always pushing the envelope with tricks and everything. So, I mean, I think it was well-deserved. She did insane tricks, and every single person on the podium today put on a great performance, and it was such a great showing for our first big air.
Absolutely. How have your Olympics experience been overall? I mean, what's it like being inside the Olympics bubble that we've heard so much about? What's your experience been?
We've had nothing but awesome experiences here. Some of my teammates are some of my best friends, and we've been having a really great time. And everybody here is so nice to us, and the volunteers are absolutely fantastic. And yeah, we've just been having a great time, enjoying every moment and savoring being at the Olympics.
Absolutely.
You still have slopestyle, right? You have one more event to go?
Yeah, so we're moving to the other village tonight, or tomorrow actually, and then we compete next week in slopestyle. So maybe I can get some redemption on that one.
Definitely.
There we go. We're rooting for you then. Darian Stevens, thank you so much for joining us. Good luck on that event, and we so appreciate your time this morning.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
You got it.
All right, let's take a look at what's making news around the world this morning.
Ali Arouzi joins us today from Tehran. Hey, Ali.
Good morning, Savannah. Good morning, Joe. It could be a breakthrough or a breakdown as the Iran nuclear talks reach a critical phase, and we could be entering the end game. Negotiators from all sides are back in Vienna, and time is now of the essence. Western powers say the talks can't be open-ended because of the blistering pace at which Iran's nuclear program is advancing. Nonetheless, U.S. negotiators have become more upbeat about reaching an agreement. The Iranian side says that gaps have been narrowed, but there are, however, dangers that the deal may not come together as the two sides try and strike a political balance. Last week, we spoke about a boy in Morocco trapped all the way down a well and the large-scale rescue operation. Unfortunately, efforts were not successful, and the 5-year-old boy didn't make it. Large crowds gathered in the village of Igran to mourn the boy, Ryan Oram, who was trapped in the hole for days. Hundreds of mourners climbed a hilly, unpaved road leading to the cemetery, where they waited for hours for the funeral. And in another sad indication that the planet is turning into a rubbish dump, a 13-foot endangered crocodile has been swimming around with a tire stuck around its neck since 2016. Officials in Indonesia are offering a reward to anyone who can safely remove the tire. Previous attempts to remove it failed, including an animal whisperer. Maybe they could try a tranquilizer next time.
Wow, no
And
kidding.
those are your headlines.
Oh my goodness. We hope somebody's able to figure that out. That's horrible to see.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ali. Appreciate it. Full House actress Jodie Sweetin is opening up about the special bond she shared with her TV dad, the late Bob Saget. I sat down with Sweetin, who says that Saget taught her how to use humor to cope with grief. You lost a good friend, your TV dad, Bob Saget. How are you doing today?
Today I'm okay. The first couple of weeks were really hard. It was such a shock. And as you can see in my office, I have reminders of him everywhere. So, you know, I guess I didn't even realize how much looking around every day, he's just a part of my life. So it was really hard. But, you know, I will say that getting together with everyone, with the whole cast and with, you know, some of Bob's closest friends and his wife, Kelly, and his daughters, it was exactly what Bob would have wanted. There was a lot of laughter. There was a lot of ridiculous storytelling. And there was a lot of talking about Bob, which is all that he really ever wanted, was for everyone to be talking about him. So he's, and I mean that with all of the love. Like, he really, I don't think he knew he was loved, but I don't think he had any idea that he was this beloved by so many people.
Shortly after Bob died, I know you posted, one thing I do know is that we never missed a chance to tell each other, I love you. That was really the case with him, wasn't it? He always said, I love you.
Absolutely. Bob always, I mean, I every conversation I had with him, every text conversation, whatever it was, you know, you'd say, love you, and he'd say, love you more. And, you know, you knew you could keep going back and forth as long as you wanted, but he'd always have the last word and say, you know, I love you more. And the last text I have from him was, we were talking about something, because he came on my podcast last season on Never Thought I'd Say This. And I think I'd sent him something to promote the episode or whatever. And he was like, anything for you, Jodes, I love you. And, you know, And then, of course, we have all kinds of group text stuff, but that was like this one little individual message. And that was absolutely Bob. Anything for the people he loved.
How do you hope folks will remember him?
I hope folks will remember Bob as an incredibly genuine human being. And he was. Everyone that came into contact with Bob felt that he treated them special. Like you felt like you had something with Bob that nobody else had, because he really connected with you. And he did that with everyone. And so it was a really wonderful thing to see so many people who were dear, dear, close friends. And you knew every one of them had a special relationship with Bob because he was that kind of person.
You can check out my full interview with Jody on today.com. We also talked about her recent engagement, her 40th birthday, and her new movie called Just Swipe, which is available to stream on demand starting today. You might recall also right after Bob Saget passed, she posted on Instagram, she said, I promised to tell an inappropriate joke at your funeral. I asked if she kept that promise. She said she didn't actually speak at the funeral, so she couldn't like go up in front of everyone, but she said she told plenty of inappropriate jokes that day while she was around everyone in his honor.
Oh my gosh, that's so great. Also just, I mean, she's doing so well. It's so great to hear
really
so much, and the engagement and everything, and very exciting on the new movie.
And the podcast is doing well too. So she has like 2-point-something million followers on Instagram. I was like, wow, good for you.
All
right.
Very cool. All right, coming up on Morning News Now, a hit TV show sparking a difficult conversation. Up next in our weekly check-in, the message from one of the stars of Euphoria about addiction and what you can do if you know someone who's struggling.
Plus, from a hateful voicemail to a viral hashtag, how one news reporter was able to turn a viewer's comments about her race into a movement to show pride.
Witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Zendaya, star of the HBO hit series Euphoria, is speaking out after criticism over the show's depiction of teen drug abuse. Last month, the program Dare condemned the show for choosing to, quote, misguidedly glorify and erroneously depict high school student drug use, addiction, anonymous sex, and violence as common and widespread in today's world. Zendaya, who plays a teenager struggling with addiction, told Entertainment Weekly the show was not supposed to be teaching people how to live their lives. She hopes viewers who sympathize with her character would, quote, extend that to non-fictional characters, to real people, or just be a little bit more understanding and empathetic over the experience of addiction and what it does to people, what it does to their families.
What a message there. And we're going to talk more about this very topic now in our weekly mental health check-in, where we take a moment to reflect on some of the biggest mental health headlines, how they might be impacting you, and just make time to check in with ourselves.
Dr. Soumya Dave joins us now to help break this down. She is a psychiatrist and the author of What a Happy Family. Doctor, good morning. So let's stay on this topic of euphoria for a moment. Zendaya put out a response to Sunday's episode of her on her Instagram saying, quote, "I think in this show, she hits rock bottom. It's my hope for people watching that they still see her as a person worthy of their love." So, doctor, how can we approach loved ones who might be dealing with addiction? How familiar are these feelings to people who are going through addiction?
You know, I think anyone dealing with this in any capacity is going through so much, and shows like this show the pain that so many people are experiencing and hopefully help people who are going alongside a struggle like that and know that they're not alone. And then for people who aren't, to know that there is pain out there that's being experienced and we can have empathy for that. For anybody who is struggling, I always recommend reaching out for help. We don't have to go through this alone. There are resources out there. And for families as well, there's a substance abuse mental health hotline that can be called anytime. There are providers who can connect you with someone. And stories like this really just show that we're not the only ones struggling and that we don't have to go through it by ourselves.
Such an important message there, Doctor. Let's now move to the Olympics, another thing people are talking about. So Team USA says, and I love this, they're making mental health a top priority for their athletes in China. Now, we saw a major shift towards mental health during last year's Summer Olympics, so much conversation around it and the importance of it for athletes. Why is that focus so important? And also, of course, how can us non-Olympians make this same shift to focus on mental health just in our everyday lives?
So I think this is such an important and great thing. And what we're really seeing is that we can't look at physical health without thinking about mental health. They're tied, they impact one another. And these athletes are going through so much. You know, they're experiencing stress, isolation, competition, so many different things. And for so long, they're having to internalize their feelings. And now there's something new happening. There's a shift. And I think that when athletes speak out and they say, hey, I'm going to take my mental health seriously and I'm going to be open about that, that gives inspiration for the rest of us. And it also takes down the stigma of doing so for the rest of us. So it lets all of us know that it's okay if we need to reach out and get that support. It's okay if we're not okay.
Finally, Doctor, I want to ask you about a recent viral TikTok video. It's resonating with a lot of viewers who feel they're self-gaslighting. That means they're doubting their own emotions, their own reality. So what are the signs of self-gaslighting? What are some tips to stop?
So I love this by Dr. Julie, and her signs include blaming ourselves, not trusting our own judgment, and invalidating our feelings. And I think what she articulates so well is the power of just understanding our thought patterns and knowing if they're telling us something. If they're telling us that we're getting in our own way, that maybe we're not being fair to ourselves, and we deserve to give ourselves a little bit more self-compassion and get some other perspectives, because maybe we need that extra support because we're experiencing these things and we don't even realize it. So I really appreciate the way she put that out there in such an easy to digest way.
Interesting. I had not heard of that before. So interesting to get that conversation going
that
as
was
well.
my first time.
There's so much scary stuff going on some of these apps for young people.
All right, Dr. Soumya Dave, as always, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Such an important conversation. Now, what started out as a message of hate sparked a movement of unity and celebration. You might have seen it, the hashtag #VeryAsian. It's been trending on Twitter, and it all started after a news viewer left a message telling a local reporter to keep her culture to herself. NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent and our friend Vicky Nguyen joins us now with more on this viral movement that has brought people together across the world. Hi, Vicky. This is so great to see. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Savannah and Joe. You know, in this job, you're used to getting comments from viewers, right? Most of them are positive, sometimes not so much. But when Michelle Lee, an anchor at KDSK, got this voicemail, it really just shook her to her core. And she wanted to share it with folks, not knowing that this moment would turn into a movement.
First day of the year meal, and these foods are said to bring good health, wealth, and luck.
When NBC St. Louis news anchor Michelle Lee mentioned her family's traditional New Year's Day meal on air,
I ate dumpling soup. That's what a lot of Korean people do.
She didn't think it would prompt a viewer voicemail.
The viewer called and said that she was offended, and if a white anchor would have talked about what white people ate, then they would get fired. So it was just annoying to her that I was very Asian and that I needed to keep my Korean to myself.
She did the opposite.
Why did you decide to post it to social media?
I've had a lot of people dismiss things. But when you hear it for yourself and you hear those words and you hear the confidence in her voice and you go, holy moly.
Her post took on a life of its own, shared more than 54,000 times by celebrities and total strangers, spawning other supportive hashtags like very black and very Jewish. The backstory here, ironic.
I'm an adoptee. I'm a Missourian. I'm the child of white parents. I have a Korean family.
Last year, Lee returned to Missouri to be closer to her mom, who died a few months later.
To not really have her here has been really hard. It almost felt like divine intervention, like my mom had some sort of, signal to say, like, I see you, Michelle, and so do other people.
Lee wasn't prepared for the viral response, turning an ugly moment into a celebration of being very Asian.
I've seen more and more people feel comfortable and feel inspired to speak out about what's happening to them, the discrimination that they're feeling, but also to celebrate being a minority.
Actress Olivia Munn has been drawing attention to the racism and discrimination directed at Asian Americans since the start of the pandemic. Newly released data shows reported anti-Asian hate crimes increased 339% nationwide in 2021, compared to 124% the year before. Stop AAPI Hate recorded more than 10,000 hate incidents.
For such a long time, we've been talking about the hashtag Stop Asian Hate. How does it feel to see a new viral movement taking ownership of very Asian and celebrating being Asian American?
It brings me so much pride and joy. And I see my family and I see my friends, embracing it, allies also embracing it as well.
Joseph Canaria is on the board of Act to Change.
We are a national youth serving organization that works to combat anti-Asian racism and bullying.
Why do you think that this hashtag resonated so much, especially with younger people?
Having something that is so just easily relatable. I've seen so many different tweets, like what being very Asian means to them.
The very Asian hashtag spawned a line of merch and a surprise for Lee. She never imagined she'd be talking about that voicemail on Ellen.
The world saw it and the world stood up to it.
The host handing her a $15,000 check for the newly formed Very Asian Foundation, which is giving proceeds to organizations that educate people and combat racism. As for the viewer who called in,
she apologized and I accepted. But I definitely feel like there is still much more to be said, and we said that we would meet each other when it's COVID safe. In a way, I am really grateful for this moment.
Michelle said it was especially moving to see the response from the younger generation, feeling empowered to embrace their culture in a way that she really didn't have a chance to do growing up. In her transracial adoption situation, it's really complex, so layered. And so to see everybody taking ownership of Very Asian and being proud of it was something really special to her. She thinks her mom would be so proud. By the way, KBSK, her station, they released a statement saying they absolutely support diversity in their staff and in the stories that they tell.
Absolutely. So sweet to what she said about her mom and it being a sign from her, and how powerful that she says, I forgave that viewer. Wow. Vicki, what an amazing story. Thank you so much.
Coming up, sticker shock on the car lot. Up next, why the price you pay for your next ride might be more than you bargained for.
Also, into the metaverse. We'll explain what's behind the hype of this new and expensive virtual world. This is Morning News Now.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States! Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar.
Kayla, we are cheering you on. Shaun White!
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
If you're in the market to upgrade your car and get something newer, be prepared to shell out some big bucks. And as NBC News correspondent Tom Costello explains, your decision to buy or lease will impact how much you pay.
If you're car shopping, prepare for sticker shock. The global computer chip shortage means there's often a long wait for new cars to buy or lease. Prices up 15% in a year. And used cars are also soaring to an average of $31,000 for a 4 to 7-year-old car, up from $20,000 before the pandemic. Lori Crothers wants to spend $15,000 on a used car for her teenagers. So far, she's finding only high mileage cars for $25,000.
I don't want to buy something that I'm spending way more money on than what it truly is worth.
If you're in a lease that's about to expire, there could be a silver lining. Here's why. When you sign a 3-year lease, you lock in a purchase price should you decide to buy the car when your lease is up. Those prices are now almost certainly much lower than a new car or even that same used car today.
I would suggest you do buy it. Chances are it's going to be a lot cheaper than what you're going to get on the market right now.
Corinne Hanshaw's lease is up this month, but with few new cars available, she opted to stick with what she has.
I decided to purchase my current vehicle, and I was able to save an extra $100 a month, and that adds up.
Helping to drive used car prices up even more, some lease customers are buying their cars, then quickly selling them.
We have a lot of our consumers that are buying that vehicle from the leasing company, trading it in and making a profit on it.
A big profit, sometimes $10,000 and more. Big money for a down payment for a new car, but be warned, you may have to wait before that new, more expensive car arrives. Back to you.
Whew, all right, Tom Costello, thank you so much.
Time for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Bertha Coons is with us this morning. Hey, Bertha.
Hey guys, remember that ad with the woman who had gotten the Peloton with that face? Well, that may be trending today. Major shakeup at the company. The company has replaced its CEO, John Foley. It says it's also making a number of cuts across the board. John Foley will give up that CEO position and become the executive chair, sort of getting kicked upstairs. Barry McCarthy, who was the former CFO over at Netflix and Spotify, he is the new CEO. They will also cut about 20% of the workforce. That's about 2,800 jobs, as it contends with the fact that the demand for bikes and treadmills has just gotten slammed. Shares are down about 8% this morning. Part of the problem, too, they've also cut their outlook on the future. for the year. Meantime, the IRS is going to halt a controversial feature, the use of facial recognition technology to authenticate people who create online accounts. That practice has been criticized by privacy groups and lawmakers alike. Critics say the third-party service called ID.me could become a target for cyber threats, and they've also expressed concerns over how that information could be used by other government agencies. Meantime, Samsung's next Unpacked event is tomorrow, and you'll be able to watch in both actual and virtual reality. The company is hosting the events in the metaverse at 837XM, whatever that is, a recreation of Samsung's flagship store in New York via virtual reality platform Decentraland. Samsung is expected to unveil its latest smartphone, the Galaxy S22. And you guys say you've got a report on explaining the metaverse. I'd like to see what this is all about.
Yeah, 837X. It's the metaverse's hottest new club, Bertha.
I guess so.
Bertha, stay right where you are.
I don't know if I can get past the velvet rope.
Got some cryptocurrency, maybe. All right. That is the perfect segue to our next story. We have been hearing more and more about the new metaverse from Facebook's parent company, Meta, and what you just heard there about Samsung. Well, now some investors are paying millions of dollars for some virtual land in Meta's metaverse. But what exactly is the metaverse? Well, NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson breaks it down for us.
So you've probably heard a lot lately about the metaverse.
The metaverse.
The metaverse, a series of virtual reality universes. Beyond this one, worlds where developers promise almost anything is possible. And yes, there are multiple versions of the metaverse. Video games like Roblox already offer a metaverse experience where developers all over the world can code and design it. You create yourself an avatar and you go and do things, like maybe you hang out with friends in some ancient ruins. You can even buy things with cryptocurrency, like real estate. Virtual real estate. And since you own that land inside the virtual world, you can build virtual buildings on it. The metaverse isn't new, but it got more popular during the pandemic. Roblox, for example, says it saw 32.5 million daily users in 2020. 1 year later, that number was spiking to 50 million in 180 countries. That popularity spike caught the eye of big tech companies.
Our company is now Meta.
Like Facebook, which rebranded its parent company to Meta and is already investing billions. They're launching their own virtual reality world called Horizon Worlds, with the promise of a socially interactive world you can create and explore in. And even smaller companies are ditching their pandemic Zoom calls for conferences in the virtual world, like Allseated, where you can hold company meetings in their metaverse. It's up to you to decide where you want to go. And in the metaverse, the options are endless.
Now it all makes sense. Thanks to Hallie Jackson for that report.
Coming up on Morning News Now, an uncertain future, a lack of real snow at the Winter Olympics, shedding new light on the impacts of climate change.
After the break, why experts say this could signal the beginning of the end for all winter sports.
A critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad. The Winter Olympics in Beijing are different than past games, from the pandemic to diplomatic boycotts and also even the snow.
Yeah, these games are the first to use almost 100% artificial snow. There's concern from athletes and climate experts on what this could mean for the future of winter sports in general, as snow sports become increasingly dependent on snowmaking technology.
NBC News correspondent Cal Perry explains all this.
An Olympics reflective of the times, from COVID protocols to a new climate reality. The city of Beijing is the first Olympic host city to rely entirely on artificial snow, an effort requiring approximately 49 million gallons of water, according to multiple studies. For athletes on Team USA, competing in alpine events around the world has provided a front row seat to climate change.
I think as somebody who's been involved in the sport for a long time, I have been witness to some of that climate impact and climate change that we're seeing, and you notice it in a lot of ways.
A recent study from researchers at the University of Waterloo examined 21 cities that previously hosted a Winter Olympics to see how many, with rising temperatures, could host a future Olympics.
If we continue on the emissions pathway we're on now, we're left with only 4 climate reliable hosts in mid-century and down to 1, which was Sapporo, Japan, in late century. So that really changes the geography of where you can host the games in the future.
And that's out of 21 host
Out of
cities.
21, yeah.
So if we don't meet the climate emissions in the Paris Accord, only 4 out of 21 will be viable in the future. Is that
by mid-century, and then it gets even smaller later in the century as warming accelerates.
The study also polled 330 athletes and coaches to gauge how important an issue climate is to their sport. 89% said they believe changing weather patterns were affecting competition conditions. For skiers, the fake snow can mean more speed and ice, which forms more often in warm conditions, and that can be dangerous.
I mean, obviously, the harder surface can make it a little bit dangerous, more dangerous to fall on, and the speeds are higher. So that means sometimes that courses that were designed a decade ago or several decades ago are now skiing faster.
The International Olympic Committee, in part of their statement to us, said, quote, artificial snow is used regularly at FIS World Cup competitions and does not make the courses more dangerous. 94% of those who took part in the study indicated a deeper concern, saying they fear climate change will impact the future development of their sport.
Do you worry one day that it could become an indoor sport?
Yeah, definitely. I think we all really share that concern. It's a way to feel the sun and the wind on your face and experience the elements and, be in touch with the beauty of the mountains or the forests or wherever you happen to be. And so it's pretty scary to think about losing some of those elements because we're going to lose a lot of interest. And it's really sad. Yeah, we don't want to see them go.
Pretty crazy that they're using all artificial snow. It is definitely concerning.
And to see those numbers about all those cities, how very few of them would be able to hold the Winter Olympics without that snow today.
Yeah, and the concern for the safety and the harder snow, icier, yeah, a lot to unpack there. All right, thank you so much to Cal Perry for that report.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
Right now on Morning News Now, sharpening the message. A pointed new warning to Russia from the White House. The president now vowing to target a critical Russian gas pipeline if they invade Ukraine.
We will impose the most severe sanctions that have ever been imposed. There will be a lot to pay for that down the road.
We've got team coverage this morning across the region. Heavy metal. Team USA continues to rack up those podium spots. We've got the biggest moments from day 4 of competition, including Nathan Chen's record-breaking performance on the ice, plus the return of the flying tomato himself, Shaun White, set to hit the halfpipe. Also this morning, All Is Fair, a tale of modern love and deceit on a popular dating app. The new Netflix documentary called Tinder Swindler, a wealthy con man allegedly shaking down women for thousands of dollars. Now those women are looking to swipe back. And Oscar nominations. After another pandemic movie season, Academy Award nominations are out this morning in a pool filled with worthy contenders. Who gets the glory and who gets snubbed? Excited to see who's going to get nominated. We know it'll be 10 Best Pictures nominees this year. That's a new rule change. It has to be 10 pictures up for Best Picture.
Has to be 10.
Yes.
No. That's a lot.
I know, it is.
I bet I've seen none of them.
Exactly. No, me either, I think, this year. All right. We're going to begin with that warning from President Biden if Russia invades Ukraine.
Yeah, with U.S. officials signaling that Russia could invade any day now, the president is now threatening to put an end to a critical Russian pipeline that runs through Ukraine.
If Russia invades, that means tanks or troops crossing the border of Ukraine again. Then there will be no longer a Nord Stream 2. We will bring an end to it.
Now, as tensions grow from Washington to Moscow, two leaders at the center of this crisis, Russian President Putin and Ukrainian President Zelensky, met separately with France's president. It's part of a series of critical talks already underway this week. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin is in Kyiv, Ukraine, and NBC News reporter Matt Bodner is in Moscow. Good morning to the both of you. Thanks for being with us. Aaron, I will begin with you. So French President Emmanuel Macron is meeting with Ukraine's president. Now, this is just a day after speaking with Putin, meeting with him in the Kremlin. What do we know about these talks?
Well, the talks are still happening, and prior to that meeting today, Ukrainians very clearly laying out their red line, saying that they will not sacrifice their territorial integrity. They want to make their own foreign policy decisions. They also want their own sovereignty to be maintained, which includes the option to join NATO, which essentially is the Kremlin's red line. And analysts that I've been speaking to here in Kyiv believe that the Kremlin wants much more than that. They believe that the Kremlin wants an outsized influence in what happens in Ukraine and the Ukrainian decision making. And there's a deep suspicion here in Kyiv that the West could try to push Ukraine to make some key concessions on some of those areas, which would be deeply popular here in Kyiv and politically costly to Zelensky. So that is sort of the backdrop in which this meeting is taking place. The two leaders are expected to have a press conference shortly, and all eyes will be on the tone and the messaging during that press conference.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Matt, let's talk about the meeting yesterday. So Macron with Putin. Macron called for de-escalation. But how did that meeting go from Russia's side? I mean, are they willing to move forward with any de-escalation of troops at the Ukrainian border? Something we've been wondering for weeks at this point.
Thank you, Savannah. Well, we're definitely seeing mixed messages from the Kremlin this morning. On the one hand, they speak very positively about Macron and his efforts to sustain a dialogue. But when you kind of get down to the details, for example, at today's daily Kremlin press briefing with the spokesman Dmitry Peskov, there's a lot to still be concerned about. They actually straight up denied some of these claims that we're seeing from the French side that some kind of understanding or agreement was made, with the Kremlin spokesman saying directly that Moscow and Paris can't come to any kind of agreement because France is part of NATO and Paris is not in charge of NATO. The implication there being the United States is in charge of NATO. That's who Russia needs to deal with. At the same time, we continue to see more troops move towards the border. Actually, the first of 6 Russian landing ships entered the Black Sea this morning. So no sign yet they're backing down.
Thanks, Matt. Now, Aaron, President Biden says if Russia invades Ukraine, that he's going to bring an end to this critical Russian pipeline that runs through Ukraine, as we mentioned just a few minutes ago. Walk us through what the impact of this move would be for Ukraine, but also the rest of Europe.
Yeah, that is a pipeline that would deliver natural gas directly to Germany. Nord Stream 2 has not been activated. And according to President Biden, it certainly is on the table in all of this. Ukraine opposes the pipeline because it doesn't actually run through Ukraine. It delivers the gas to Germany, and Ukraine would miss out on about $1 billion in transit fees if that pipeline were to be activated. But more than that, it also gives Russia, in the eyes of Kyiv and other analysts familiar with the situation, an outsized influence on European politics, European decision-making. Already, Russia supplies the continent with 40% of its natural gas. This is a fact not lost on EU officials. Take a listen.
Energy issues are central to this crisis because Russia doesn't hesitate to use the significant energy supplies to Europe as a leverage for geopolitical gains. 140,000 troops massed in the border is not to go to have tea.
It is worth noting that when asked in that press conference yesterday, the German chancellor refused to corroborate what President Biden was saying, which is that in the event of a Russian invasion, the Nord Stream 2 project would be put to an end.
And Matt, quickly before I let you both go, I just want your take on what we just heard. They're using this as leverage. Just how much of a political tool is Russia's gas supply?
Well, they'll never actually straight up admit it, but it's obvious that they're counting on this to be a major kind of sticking point for Europe. And really, it's no accident that when we saw Putin finally lean into this crisis last week at that press conference with Viktor Orban from Hungary, that he began his remarks by announcing a major gas deal at below market price. So it's all about the implication there. We've also heard from some of the more hawkish corners of Moscow that Moscow should just be threatening to cut off the gas if it's sanctioned in any way. So it's a clear factor in all of this.
All right, Matt and Aaron, thanks for kicking us off this hour with this important news.
Now to a fierce debate over mask mandates for school kids. At least 4 states have decided to drop their mandates as COVID cases continue to drop across the country. Connecticut, Delaware, New Jersey, and Oregon, all blue states, will no longer require students to wear masks in the classroom on a state level. But states like New Jersey are leaving the decision to reinstate mandates to individual schools. Governor Gavin Newsom is also adjusting mask mandates in California. Masks will no longer be required indoors for vaccinated people starting next week, but students will still be required to wear masks in the classroom there. These policy changes come as more politicians grapple with the future of COVID in the U.S. and the demands of their pandemic-weary constituents. Let's bring in Dr. Ebony Jade Hilton for more on this. She's a professor of anesthesiology and critical care medicine. She's also the co-founder and medical director of Good Stock Consulting. Doctor, good to see you. I have a feeling you're probably not thrilled to see these mask mandates dropping in places around the country. The bottom line is it looks like it's happening in more and more places. So what's your advice to parents who are worried? What are the best ways they can protect their kids while they're in school?
Right. You know, it feels like Groundhog Day, where we did the same thing back in June of 2021 and said everyone who was vaccinated can remove their mask, and then Delta hit. What I say again is that we are too early into this pandemic when we still currently have 2,600 people dying a day. That's 1 American per 33 seconds. And our kids are getting infected at alarming numbers. In the last 2 weeks, 1.4 million children were diagnosed with COVID-19. That's 12 million children over the course of this pandemic. And so this is not the time to say, let's remove these masks when we're seeing that COVID is not done with us. And particularly because we know that our smallest children are still not able to be vaccinated. So when their siblings go to school, they end up bringing that COVID-19 back home.
That being said, if masks are required in your or not required in your kid's school, you're worried about it. What is the best advice for your kid to try and protect them as much as possible?
Right. It's one of those things, although masks are not mandated, does not mean a parent cannot put their child in a mask. Also, parents demand, just like parents are going to throw these tantrums at school boards to say no mask, go and demand for those school boards to tell them what is the ventilation system within those school classrooms, right? What is the entitled CO2? What is the carbon dioxide level within those classrooms? What's the ventilation system? When's the last time it was been updated? And how are they ensuring that those protocols as far as social distancing and mitigating the spread, how are they also being addressed? Those are things that you can get objective findings for and use that to guide your whether or not you're going to take your child to school with a mask and or insist on virtual learning.
Let's switch gears a little bit, talk about a new study coming out of Israel suggesting people with an insufficient amount of vitamin D are at risk for severe COVID illness. So what does this tell us about our natural immunity? Should we be taking more vitamin D supplements?
Right. You know, vitamin D is always in vogue and out of vogue. Where we talk about vitamin D because it is absolutely important. But what we know is that that's not necessarily a causation, but maybe a correlation, meaning that just because you have high levels of vitamin D does not mean that you cannot get severe COVID, right? And just because you have low levels of vitamin D does not mean that you won't get or you will get severe COVID. So it's one of those things to keep in mind. And of course, we encourage everyone to eat a healthy diet, green leafy vegetables and fruits. And we encourage you to be outside as much as possible, but also to get vaccinated because that reduces your chance of hospitalization by 90% with Omicron.
Dr. Ebony Jade Hilton, as always, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. And our doctors are always ready to answer your questions. You can email us at morningnewsnow@nbcuni.com with your questions for them. And you can also let us know if you want to stay anonymous. Let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Which means it's time for Bill Cairns to join us. Hey, Bill.
Hey, good morning once again. And we have a very unusual weather pattern setting up in Southern California. It just so happens there's a big event coming up. We got the Super Bowl coming up in Los Angeles by the time we get to Sunday. So I'm going to start with today's forecast just to kind of set the scene. There's not a lot of troublesome weather out there across the country. A little bit of snow in Maine, a little bit of rain in Florida. But you notice a lot of the country is pretty good. Then you look at Los Angeles. 80 degrees today. One of the warmest spots in the entire country will be right in LA. Now, as far as the week goes, and this is what's very unusual, they've actually issued a heat watch in the beginning of February in Southern California, covering Los Angeles to Long Beach, even the Malibu area too. And they're actually telling people, especially people that aren't used to the heat, coming from other areas, vacationing or coming to the Super Bowl, just to be prepared for the excessive heat that your body may not be used to it. I mean, we're going to set potentially some record highs in the area. So for Wednesday, Los Angeles is record highs 89. We should be around 87. So we'll be close on Wednesday. But this isn't a one-day event. This is going to continue into Thursday, even into the weekend. Los Angeles on Thursday should break their record high. And it's not just LA. San Francisco could break their record high. Redding could break your record high. We haven't had hardly any rain or snow in California in about a month. So conditions are still very dry. So the fire danger is going to be high in February. And right through the weekend, LA, 88 Friday, Saturday, 87, Super Bowl Sunday, 87 degrees. This could potentially be one of the warmest Super Bowls we've ever had. Wow. So, yeah, interesting to say the least.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Different from a game at Lambeau Field in the middle of January, definitely.
Yes.
Thank you, Bill.
Thanks, Bill. And turning now to the Winter Olympics in Beijing, where there's more controversy on the sidelines. Tennis star Peng Shuai was in the stands today to watch Eileen Gu win gold in the women's big air event. Her appearance comes after she gave an interview Sunday which briefly addressed sexual assault allegations she had made in a now deleted social media post, now saying she was misunderstood.
Elsewhere, the war of words between Washington and Beijing continues over China's treatment of its Muslim minority Uyghur community. NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons has both stories.
This morning, the rift widening over Chinese tennis player Peng Shuai, seen here in Beijing, sitting next to the International Olympic Committee president, watching the women's big air competition in a Team China jacket. The IOC insisting they are supporting her.
I think we need also to listen to her, and we need to read what she's saying.
At the weekend, she told a French newspaper a sexual assault allegation against a former senior Chinese government leader was an enormous misunderstanding. Her original social media post was deleted soon after it was posted. But now a series of photos emerging from the interview appearing to show a Chinese Olympic official accompanying her. The French newspaper, L'Equipe, calling the interview staged managed, and the Women's Tennis Association saying the interview does not alleviate its concerns. As we would do with any of our players, the WTA CEO and chairman says, we have called for a formal investigation into the allegations by the appropriate authorities, and for the WTA to meet with Peng privately to discuss her situation. And this morning, continuing controversy over China's choice of athlete to light the Olympic cauldron. Dinagur Elimujang, a member of the mainly Muslim Uyghur minority, took part in her second and last cross-country skiing event today. China angered by criticism from the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations.
Uyghurs are being tortured, and Uyghurs are the victims of human rights violations by the Chinese, and we have to keep that front and center.
China's UN envoy attacking, quote, wrongful, irresponsible remarks and accusing the US of a disgraceful record in violating human rights. But the president of the World Uyghur Congress, representing Uyghurs around the world, telling NBC News this morning,
all Uyghur, even athletes, sportsmen is a hostage.
China rejecting that accusation and denying claims of human rights abuses against Uyghurs.
That was Keir Simmons reporting. Now, the Olympic action is heating up across a number of different events, and Team USA has had its fair share of ups and downs today.
That's right. A record-setting performance by one American in figure skating, but then disappointment in the rink for U.S. women's hockey team. NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz is with us now to break down the biggest moments so far this morning. Hey, Gadi, good morning and very early morning for you, so thanks for being up for us. Let's start with the performance by American Nathan Chen in the men's short program in figure skating. I mean, he set a world record with a score of 113.97. Walk us through just how impressive this performance was, and also it must put him in a really good position for gold in the event.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a work of art. In fact, not only did he set a world record, he finished more than 5 points higher in the standings than anybody else. And as you might have guessed, the Quad King started things off with a quad flip, unleashing a flurry of jumps like only he can. And guys, it is consistent momentum we have now seen building again and again. Last Thursday, he was unstoppable. He's coming off 3 back-to-back world championships. Right now, he is the clear favorite to win gold. Meanwhile, Team USA is also still reeling after Chen's teammate and one of the other strongest skaters on the ice, Vincent Zhou, had to drop out after testing positive for COVID. Everyone is now being extremely careful with the next competition 2 days away.
Absolutely. So, Gotti, let's talk about another disappointment. Team USA's 4-2 loss to Canada in women's hockey. It was the final matchup in group play, so it doesn't determine any sort of medal. But what does this loss do now going into the knockout rounds for Team USA?
Well, I think it means that Team USA is going to be a lot hungrier for a win, and this isn't really a position they haven't seen before. If you remember Pyeongchang, Canada, Canada actually beat the U.S. 2-1 in group play before Team USA came roaring back, won the gold. This game was riveting, though. It really came down to the sheer number of how many shots were blocked by Canada's goalie. Hands down, the MVP of the game. Team USA, they fired off a barrage of about 53 shots. Only 2 of them got in. The Canadians only shot about 25 shots, but 4 of those counted. So Canada is now the #1 seed. Team USA now #2. And all this is preliminary. So what that really means is that Canada will be on the opposite side of the bracket as Team USA, and hopefully another showdown in the finals.
Something tells me that's going to happen.
Yeah, I hope so. We'll see. All right, and Gotti, before we let you go, let's talk about American-born Eileen Gu. So there's a lot to talk about here. Her performance in the freestyle big air event. Also, though, the teenage sensation turned heads back when she chose to compete for China instead of Team USA. She is a model. She is participating in several events here. I mean, walk us through Eileen Gu and what we've seen here when she won gold.
Yeah, Savannah, she is turning a lot of heads here with that win and pretty much crashing the internet out in China with hundreds of millions of people talking about it on China's equivalent of Twitter, to the point that the entire system was temporarily overloaded for a little while. She has become a superstar in China, but she grew up an American skiing on the slopes of Lake Tahoe. And when she's asked about it, she says she feels as American as she does Chinese. But here's the thing. The U.S., we allow dual citizenship, but China does not. So there have been questions about whether there have been changes to her citizenship or whether China might be allowing for an exception. But she hasn't answered those questions directly. Guys.
All right, that is something to watch out for. Gadi Schwartz, thanks so much. Good to have you.
Thanks.
Let's talk about one of Team USA's best performances in Beijing, coming from an athlete who wasn't even competing on the big stage this time last year.
Yeah, that's right. Ryan Cochran-Siegel was recovering from neck surgery last February, but this year he's an Olympic silver medalist after turning in a near-perfect performance in the Super G event.
And Ryan joins us now with more on his amazing performance, known on the slopes as RCS. Ryan, congratulations. I had the chance to meet you in person last fall in Vermont when we were doing a profile on you. So it is so exciting to see you with that medal. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, thanks, guys. I mean, I'm feeling great. A little bit tired. It's been a long day, but I mean, I couldn't have asked for a better experience today. So I'm just, riding this wave and thankful to be here.
We appreciate you making it just a little bit longer by speaking with us. Ryan, tell us more about what this past year's been like. I mean, to get to this medal around your neck in terms of recovering from your neck surgery all the way to standing on the podium now. I mean, what a ride. We remember what that looked like when you were injured. It's just amazing to see your recovery.
Yeah, it's been quite the year. I mean, I think the second I got injured, my mind, transitioned to, okay, my season's over, but I gotta, keep working hard and get back with the Olympics coming up and just put myself in the best position to give myself the opportunity. And I think to be here now and being able to perform at the Olympics with such an amazing run is really it's a dream come true. And it's really what I've been working for so long.
Ryan, we got to talk about your mom. She, of course, won the gold in the slalom for Team USA exactly 50 years ago, almost to the day back in 1972 in Sapporo. She's the one who gave you the advice. She said, just have fun and then the skiing will come. What has been her reaction to all this? And did you follow her advice? Was that key to getting you where you are here?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. It's funny how she's kind of like Yoda, you got to listen to the little things that she says. And it's totally about just focusing in on the skiing and focusing on my ability and trusting that and having fun with that. I definitely, I think when I clicked out of the start today, I was in that frame of mind. And I think that's the reason why I'm here right now. And, getting to talk with her, I FaceTimed with her a little bit at the finish, and that was a special moment. I think we were all teary-eyed and just so, proud of this moment and proud of what we've all been through to get here and to share this moment. Yeah, special.
Definitely proud of you.
Yeah, she must be. It's so fun to hear that you FaceTime. How is that? With your family not being there, but connecting digitally like that?
I honestly, sometimes when my family comes to races, I struggle a little bit more. I feel more pressure. So in a way, and you want them to be here. But at the same time, I feel like it allowed me to, just focus in on the skiing and separate those two things. So I don't know that I would have been able to do the same thing that I did today had, you have that crowd with you. But I just can't wait to go home and share, all of this with everyone back there.
Your silver medal is the first in an alpine skiing event for Team USA so far this year. What does that mean to you?
It's crazy. I mean, I really hope it just, gives us, our whole team as in general, confidence to go into these events and really just see what we can accomplish. Honestly, speaking to the women's GS yesterday, seeing, what Paula did, and then obviously what happened to Nina, not only with her injury, but honestly before that, what her style of skiing and her aggression gave me inspiration today, to really take advantage of this moment and that, anything can happen. And I think it's about being a team here. It's not just about yourself. So I hope we can keep this momentum rolling and continue to have success.
We hope the same for you too. More events for you. Ryan Cochran-Siegel, RCS. Thank you so much for joining us. Congrats again.
Cool.
Thank you so much, you guys. Yeah.
Thank you. Congrats. And thanks for staying up with us. Coming up, the battle over ballot drop boxes is heating up in one battleground state.
Why a pandemic election staple could be no more by the time midterms roll around. We're going to take you county to county next.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of a COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. With the midterms now coming into view, the battle over election rules is heating up in many parts of the country. As part of our County to County series this morning, we want to focus on one particular point of controversy: ballot drop boxes.
During the pandemic, millions of Americans chose to vote through absentee ballots. In the 2020 election, 40 states and the District of Columbia allowed voters to drop those absentee ballots in those drop boxes instead of mailing them. Now, conservatives, led by former President Trump, are taking aim at the practice, launching challenges in state legislatures and the courts.
NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now from Milwaukee, where the state Supreme Court is expected to rule on whether to allow drop boxes ahead of the midterms this fall. Shaq, good morning. So Wisconsin has become one of the key battlegrounds on the electoral map. It's no surprise its election rules are coming under close scrutiny. Walk us through the court battle going on there over drop boxes.
And to do that, you really have to start back at 2020. It was in 2020 when you had election officials here in Wisconsin use those drop boxes for the very first time to help relieve some of the pressure at early voting locations and in-person voting locations. And they set them up here in Milwaukee at places like libraries. That was the move that was supported, at least verbally, by the Republican legislature, by the governor, and by election officials. But then you had a conservative institute after the election challenged the existence of those drop boxes, arguing that how they were implemented wasn't in adherence with the law. I want you to listen to that institute, which now has the case before Wisconsin's Supreme Court.
The problem with drop boxes that is presented in the litigation is that drop boxes are not provided for in the law, and they simply aren't. There are two ways to return an absentee ballot. You must either give it in person to the clerk, or you must place it in the United States mail. That's it. There's nothing else. Now, if we want to have drop boxes, then the legislature is going to need to authorize them. And when it does authorize them, what I suspect it would do is adopt a set of rules or directives in order to make sure that the use of drop boxes is relatively uniform.
Based on those challenges, as things currently stand, this February 15th election will be the final election that Wisconsin voters will be able to use those drop boxes unless the Supreme Court steps in and says something different.
So, Shaq, one of the big things here, of course, is that people came to rely on these ballot boxes. They got used to them. It was easier for them, especially during the pandemic, but also just several reasons it made it easier for certain people. Now, you've been speaking with election officials and activists about that. What are you hearing?
More than a third of voters in 2020 voted by mail, and more than half of those voters returned that mail-in ballot using a secure drop box. So I spoke to the commissioner of the Wisconsin, or rather the Milwaukee Election Commission, about this practice, about how many voters have relied on it. Listen to what she told me about this practice.
Our voters really use drop boxes. We saw the increase in absentee voting during the pandemic, where there was a lot of uncertainty with the mail as well. And so voters became accustomed to using the drop box. They get their ballot, they can drop it off at any one of our 15 boxes at libraries, at City Hall. Because of how quickly we process them, and they can check online and have that peace of mind that their vote's been received. It's not going to get destroyed in a machine, lost by a mail carrier. And it's extremely secure. We have 24-hour video surveillance, security seals, lots of checks and balances that a post office box doesn't have.
In Wisconsin, according to the law, those mail-in ballots must be received by the clerk by the close of polls, even if they're in mail processing. So that is part of the reason why people rely on those drop boxes, because they know their vote will be counted once it's in that box.
All right, Shaq, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Now, breaking this morning, former Pope Benedict is speaking out after an independent report by a German law firm commissioned by the Catholic Church criticized his handling of 4 cases of alleged sexual abuse when he was Archbishop of Munich between 1977 and 1982. In a letter, the former Pope said, quote, "I can only express to all the victims of sexual abuse my profound shame, my deep sorrow, and my heartfelt request for your forgiveness." While the former Pope said he is begging for forgiveness for what he described as grievous fault, he did not admit any personal wrongdoing. Let's now take a look at what else is making news around the world this morning.
Ali Arouzi is back with us from Tehran. Ali, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. 9 people have been killed in the last 3 days in Austria after 100 avalanches struck the country. A combination of heavy snowfall followed by warm weather created perilous conditions. Authorities say the situation is unprecedented. Over the last 3 days, they've launched 70 interventions to help people affected by avalanches. In one incident, 5 skiers were buried under snowfall, but were all miraculously rescued. Spanish refinery giant Repsol says it's almost halfway through cleaning up an oil spill off the Peruvian coast that affected about 50 square miles of land, including around 18,000 square meters of beach, an area of land roughly the size of Paris on Peru's Pacific coast, after almost 12,000 barrels of crude oil was spilled. Marine conservation organizations believe that the response to the spill has been far too slow. And finally, a gun salute of 62 rounds was fired from Tower of London on Monday to mark Queen Elizabeth II becoming the first British monarch to reach a platinum jubilee. As the 70th anniversary of the Queen's accession to the throne fell on a Sunday, tradition dictates royal salutes should take place the following day. I would have thought they would have fired off 70 rounds, but there you go.
You think so? Or 95. Isn't that how old she is now?
Yeah.
So, yeah, there you go. All right.
Ali, thanks.
Or 95.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right, coming up, a state of emergency in Canada's capital this morning. That massive truckers' protest over the government's vaccine mandate, it's expanding and intensifying by the day. We're going to take you there.
Plus, a new form of digital therapy for teens who are struggling with pandemic depression. Mental help through your smartphone. We'll explain next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Warner Brothers is facing a lawsuit over the release of the movie Matrix Resurrections. In a complaint filed in Los Angeles, Village Roadshow Entertainment Group says Warner Brothers' decision to release the film simultaneously on HBO Max and in theaters decimated its box office revenue. The sequel grossed $37 million domestically, which was short of expectations. Now, in a statement responding, Warner Brothers called the lawsuit frivolous and said, quote, "We have no doubt that this case will be resolved in our favor." There have been a series of disputes like this within the movie industry, which relies on those theatrical releases, and media companies looking to grow their streaming platforms. So I think we've said this before, probably not the last one we'll see of these, but we'll see what happens.
I'm intrigued by they picked that one movie, too, because there have been so many. But
yeah,
we'll see what
absolutely.
happens.
There really have been. I mean, I'm so used to now getting to see the movies without going to the theater.
Well, that is coming. We're going to see less of it in 2022,
Yeah.
at least with HBO. So
Yeah.
Thank you, Savannah. Appreciate it.
Yep.
All right, a state of emergency is in effect in Ottawa, Canada. That's because of ongoing protests there by truck drivers and their supporters who are upset with a COVID vaccine mandate for truckers crossing the U.S.-Canada border. The movement has virtually shut down the city and is gaining momentum and support from around the world. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber is there. She joins us from Ottawa with the latest on this. Ellison, good morning. So first of all, a little backdrop. How did we get here, and what are the truck drivers hoping to achieve from these protests?
Hey, Joe. Yeah, this started because truckers were frustrated, some of them, and disagreed with requirements to be vaccinated in order to cross the border. If you look at some of the signs you see here that have been displayed here, you can see that this protest has expanded well beyond that one specific vaccine mandate. Speaking with people here, reading the signs, most people we have spoken to say now this is about lifting any sort of pandemic mandate or restriction. Other people have come and gotten involved in this and sort of called for various political things, but at its core, most of the people we've spoken to, they say that they will stay out here until they see the COVID restrictions, any sort of mandate, be it at a federal level or just more at a local level, lifted. This is day 11 of this protest. We spoke to one trucker this morning who said ultimately he's been at this for about 17 days because it took him days to drive here. He said he's willing to stay for months. Listen.
The whole world's watching this. I mean, Canada is one of the only countries, I think, that could have ever come together and did this and being so united that they could pull this off. Like, you know, you get some bad truckers and some good truckers. These guys are all good. Like, everybody just wants peace. They want to make this good for everybody, right? This is for the nurses and the doctors and the RCMP that have lost their jobs because they won't get vaxxed. We want them to be able to go back to work. We want people to be able to travel. We want the airplane service opened up again.
A lot of people here, when we tried to get them to talk to us, they did not want to talk to us, saying that it was an area that they didn't want to have the media. There have been points during this protest where there have been extremist, racist symbols displayed, from a Confederate flag to swastikas. We haven't seen any of those here today. Mostly it is Canadian flags, signs like these. But you've had many local people, elected officials, condemn that and say that this group has become, in their view, violent, a menace to the community, and they want this entire convoy blockade to end. 80+% of truckers, by the way, are at least partially vaccinated in Canada. According to the Trucking Association here, 80+% of Canadians are fully vaccinated. So you have people like Prime Minister Trudeau saying that this is, in his view, a fringe group of Canadians.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, vaccination rates are so high in Canada, at least compared with the U.S. So how is the government reacting to everything that's been taking place?
Yeah, so Prime Minister Justin Trudeau addressed Parliament and spoke specifically about this just last night. He himself had been quarantined because of a positive COVID test last week. He says this has to stop and that the federal government is willing to provide resources to try and take care, if you will, of this situation. Listen to some of what he said.
It has to stop. The people of Ottawa don't deserve to be harassed in their own neighborhoods. They don't deserve to be confronted with the inherent violence of a swastika flying on a street corner, or a Confederate flag, or the insults and jeers just because they're wearing a mask.
So if you look down here, you can see how far this trucker convoy goes, both to the left and the right. The police chief here said he estimates there are probably at least still 1,000 truckers here. There are not enough tow trucks, the city says, to pull any of these out. And again, people we've spoken to, they say they plan to be here as long as it takes. One trucker, when I asked him, when would you end this, he said that's up to the Prime Minister. Some local residents we've spoken to this morning, they said they want to see some sort of mediator come in to try and get this resolved, because just from a logistical standpoint, it's difficult to travel around the city right now. Joe?
All right, Ellison Barber, thank you so much, Ellison.
Now, we want to warn viewers that this next segment will discuss depression and suicide, and it could be triggering to some. Having struggles with your mental health, as many of us over the last couple of years have, can feel extremely isolating. And that's definitely true for many teens tackling depression during the pandemic. But doctors hope a new tool could help them tackle the issue. It's a digital therapeutic aimed at helping teens through their smartphones. Joining us now is Dr. Jessica Lake. She's the Chief Science Officer at Limbix. They're the company behind SparkRx. Hi, Doctor. Good morning. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate your time. So first off, just explain to our viewers what exactly this is and how does it work?
Yeah, happy to. Thanks, Savannah. So SparkRx is the first evidence-based digital therapeutic. It's a self-guided mobile app designed to treat symptoms of adolescent depression. It's designed with subject matter experts and, importantly, with the input of teens to ensure a clinically effective and engaging program. And what's unique about digital therapeutics is that they are fully treatment programs. They're meant to treat diseases or disorders. And so in that way, they are different from an app that you might regularly download off the App Store. They're held to a higher standard of demonstrating safety and effectiveness. And they are overseen by a healthcare provider, and SparkRx is actually prescription only.
Oh, that's interesting there. Now, like adults, young people have been vulnerable to depression, of course, during the pandemic. I mean, it's been a tough couple years. And last year, actually, this is a disturbing statistic. Suicide attempts, specifically in teen girls, were up more than 50% compared to 2019. What kind of benefit could digital therapy have compared to a more traditional treatment? I mean, I think about how many people have been on long waiting lists to get treatment, and could this impact this in that way so that these numbers couldn't go down?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's really the value that we see in digital therapeutics, is it provides immediate access to effective mental health care. You know, we really just see a really global problem right now in a lack of access to specialty care to treat depression, as you spoke to, the long wait list that we see, up to 6 months to see a mental health specialist. And so in contrast to that, you can download an app on your phone right away and have access to effective treatment immediately with a digital therapeutic like Spark.
And now 1 in 5 teens actually will experience depression before adulthood. With these added pressures of the pandemic, do you think we'll see more digital therapeutics used to treat mental health issues so that hopefully that number too can come down?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, really being able to address these issues in the adolescent time period is a way to prevent issues down the road. And really, we're hoping to see a proliferation of these types of apps to treat a number of different mental health disorders, so we can really tackle this problem head on.
Dr. Jessica Lake, we appreciate your time and also what you're doing. Really incredible work, and it's so nice to be able to spotlight this. Now, if you or anyone you know is struggling, please call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 800-273-8255. There it is on your screen, or text TALK to 741-741.
Coming up, some of us know that online dating can sometimes be a pain, right? But has it ever cost you tens of thousands of dollars?
Well, we'll tell you all about the so-called Tinder swindler and the women who are now looking for payback. That's up next.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
Time for our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Bertha Coons is back with us. Hey, Bertha.
Hey guys, Facebook parent company Meta is seeing some changes to the board. Peter Thiel, the tech billionaire and former advisor to President Trump, joined the board back in 2005. Now he's stepping down. But he joined a year after the company was founded and 7 years before its IPO. Thiel has been a polarizing figure on the board due to his conservative views. Reports say he wants to shift his focus to influencing November midterm elections. Meantime, Amazon has raised wages for its hourly workers. Now it is increasing the amount of base pay corporate employees can make due to the tight labor market and stiff competition from rivals who sometimes pay more. Corporate and tech employees can now make up to $350,000 a year in base pay, more than double the previous cap. Base pay, though, is just one way Amazon employees get paid. They also generally receive stock and bonuses. Amazon is the nation's second largest private employer behind Walmart. It has 1.6 million full and part-time workers. And the CEO of Take-Two Interactive says the pandemic boom of video games is dead. Speaking on a conference call following the company's earnings last night, he said publishers are coming up short of gamers' expectations. Take-Two makes well-known games like NBA 2K and, of course, Grand Theft Auto. Game makers are reporting and projecting slower growth this year after huge gains during earlier parts of the pandemic. I mean, you know, you couldn't continue at that pace, right? Now that people can actually get out and they have other things to watch besides Tiger King. We've got the Olympics, for example.
Exactly.
You know?
And they get to leave their house. So there's that too.
Not just there as much, yeah.
Exactly.
Thank you, Bertha.
Thanks. Now to a story of diamonds, alleged fraud, and online dating.
It's the story of the so-called Tinder swindler. That's the subject and title of a new Netflix documentary. The filmmakers say Shimon Hayut, also known as Simon Leviv, would pose as a rich diamond heir. He would then allegedly romance and scam women on Tinder, in some cases allegedly out of hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's until some of those women turned the tables on him. According to the Times of Israel, he eventually was arrested and jailed for using a fake passport in 2019, unrelated to the allegations from the women in the film, but he only served 5 months. The Tinder swindler director, Tinder swindler director Felicity Morris joins us now. Good morning. Good to have you with us. So tell us, first of all, how did you even hear about this story?
Well, as you'll see in the film, Cecilia, who is one of the victims, she had realized what had been going on. She'd realized that the man that she'd fallen in love with wasn't who he said he was. And she'd gone to the police, but wasn't getting very far with the police, so therefore decided to go public with her story. She wrote to a newspaper in Norway, she's Norwegian, a newspaper called VG, and they started investigating her story and investigating what had happened to her and investigating Simon Leviv. And they published this incredible article, which we and our production partners stumbled across because the story had basically gone viral.
And now, really, we know that ultimately there are these 3 different women from 3 different countries that end up coming together to confront this man, accusing him of taking advantage of them. How did they ultimately discover that they weren't alone and find each other and connect and band together?
Well, what was really incredible about this is that because of the fact that Cecilia had gone to the press, they were then able, the journalists at the heart of the story were then able to find other women that had been mixed up in this con. And so the VG, the Norwegian newspaper journalists, they had gone through Cecilia's American Express records and had seen that a flight for Pernilla, the second woman that we meet in the film, that her flight to Amsterdam to meet Simon had actually been paid for by Cecilia. So the baton was essentially passed from Cecilia to Pernilla at that point. And then Eileen, who is the amazing lady who comes in at the end of the film, she, at the point that this article had sort of gone off, gone viral to the world, she stumbled across it just on her phone. She saw a picture of him on her Instagram and then got in touch with Pernilla, who was front and center of the story at that point, and said, I'm dating him and I feel like I'm living in a horror movie and I don't know what to do.
It's definitely a film-worthy plot right there. So now, according to Variety, Simon last week posted an Instagram story saying he was preparing to tell his version of the story, but his account was later deleted. What is Tinder saying about this? Has the company made any changes?
I haven't heard from Tinder personally. The film, we never wanted it to be, the message at the heart of it to be, don't use dating apps, don't meet people online, because I mean, that's how most people meet, the people that they fall in love with these days. But I think, obviously there needs to be a sort of a healthy level of skepticism when you are. But, at the end of the day, the women in the film, they don't blame Tinder. That's not who they feel. They blame Simon. Ultimately, they met Simon online, yes, but actually the real swindle happened when they met him in real life.
Wow.
Felicity Morris, thank you so much. And if our viewers want to check it out, Tinder Swindler is out on Netflix right now. Thanks again.
Thank you. Congrats on the film.
Coming up, it is officially Oscar season.
Yeah, the nominations released just moments ago. We will run through this year's list of contenders and, of course, the snubs. That's next.
the Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
The 2022 Oscar nominations were just announced, along with this year's theme, Movie Lovers Unite, which is the perfect year for that because 10 films are nominated for Best Picture.
Yeah, which means we've got a lot of watching to do. Now, unlike many award shows recently, the Oscars are planning for an in-person ceremony on March 27th. Joining us now to recap the nominees is Carolyn Lippo. She's an entertainment editor at Insider. Good morning. Thanks for joining us on this breaking story. So we have to start with Best Picture. We're not going to ask you to list all 10, but give us some of the highlights here.
Sure. Thank you so much for having me. It seems like this category was pretty well predicted earlier in the year based on the success at certain precursor awards ceremonies. It seems like Belfast, Kenneth Branagh's deeply personal film about growing up in Belfast, is going to be probably a favorite to win the award this year, as is The Power of the Dog. Don't Look Up, which was, of course, a huge hit for Netflix, starring Leonardo DiCaprio, was also nominated, and that comedy is likely going to have a good shot, just given how popular it was with audiences. And then, of course, we have blockbusters like Dune, which, you know, often don't get the individual acting award, visibility, but they do get appreciation for just being the huge blockbusters and beloved films that they are.
Yeah, sometimes they win those editing or sound categories, and they also get people who maybe haven't watched the other 9 movies to actually watch the Oscars because that's the one they saw.
Yeah,
so
I've seen Don't Look Up.
There you go, you've seen one.
Yeah, I know.
Let's shift to the acting categories. We have a lot of past Oscar winners: Olivia Colman, Denzel Washington, Penelope Cruz, Javier Bardem, Nicole Kidman.
Amazing.
A lot of them, and then some first-timers, some newcomers. Who are the acting favorites this year?
Definitely among the acting favorites, we have a very stacked category for Best Actress. Olivia Colman, as you said, is a past winner for The Favorite, but she gave a phenomenal performance in The Lost Daughter. So it's very likely that she will become a double winner this year. Nicole Kidman also took home a lot of awards love in precursor ceremonies for her role as Lucille Ball and Aaron Sorkin's Being the Ricardos, so she has a very good shot here. Kristen Stewart was pretty much a favorite to win this award earlier in the awards season, but then she was snubbed from a few major awards organizations like the SAG Awards and the BAFTAs, which didn't nominate her at all. But now she's firmly back in the running, and it seems like she possibly took Lady Gaga's place in this category, since Lady Gaga nominated for House of Gucci in a lot of those pre-award award ceremonies.
All right, and I've seen Spencer, so there's another one. But you kind of just mentioned this. Let's talk through some snubs. Anything notable here?
Yes, there are quite a few. Lady Gaga, I would say, is the biggest one for House of Gucci. It was a very divisive film among critics and fans. Some loved it, some hated it. but across the board, everyone could appreciate Lady Gaga's very deeply committed method acting and her performance in the role. So that's a pretty major snub. Ruth Negga also was critically acclaimed for her role in Passing, which was pretty much left out of the awards altogether this year. And also in the Best Supporting Actor category, we have a few notable snubs. Bradley Cooper in Licorice Pizza gave a very memorable performance in that film, although he was only in it for just a few minutes, and he seemed like a shoo-in for a nomination for that role, as did Jared Leto, also in House of Gucci.
All right.
Yeah, Jared Leto. My aunt, did you?
He's
say
got one.
something?
He already got an Oscar.
Yeah. I like that movie. I don't know why. I mean, it was a little long, I guess, but I don't know why people didn't like it so much. All right, Carolyn, thank you so much. Great to have you on with us.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Right now on NBC News Now, Face Off, California ending its mask mandate and how health officials are reacting to that decision.
High-stakes meeting. The president of France hoping to de-escalate tensions between Ukraine and Russia. How conversations are progressing as more U.S. troops arrive in the region.
Plus, captured a 12-hour manhunt following a deadly supermarket shooting in Washington state. It's come to an end, but we'll tell you what we know about the victims as police investigate a motive.
And sensational. 22-year-old American figure skating star Nathan Chen dominating on the ice in Beijing. What makes his performance so special, and what's next in his quest for gold?
Hi there, everyone. Happy Tuesday, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin with the pandemic this hour and the growing debate over rolling back COVID restrictions. In addition to Delaware and Oregon, California will begin relaxing indoor mask mandates for the fully vaccinated. Now, that move takes effect 1 week from today. California's governor made it clear, however, masks will continue in schools and for people who are unvaccinated.
Meanwhile, Connecticut will start rolling back on mask mandates in schools. New Jersey, Delaware, Oregon, they've already announced similar plans. Connecticut's mask mandate in schools will end on February 28th. The new data shows COVID cases in that state have dropped 71% in just the past 2 weeks. Connecticut's governor says any additional mask rules and guidance will be left to individual school districts. Our doctor on duty is standing by, digging into everything we need to know about this. But first, let's go ahead and begin with NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas, who is live for us in Los Angeles at this hour. Guad, it's great to see you. And as we just mentioned, California's mask mandate is about to expire. So talk to us a little bit about the COVID situation there in LA and really how people are reacting to this new decision.
Morgan, well, this was an announcement made by the governor. The governor mentioning that California has improved. The situation here has improved. 65% less in the positivity rate here in the state after we went through the Omicron wave. So because of that, now the state has decided, like you mentioned, to end the mask mandate February 15th. If you look at the number of 73% of Californians fully vaccinated. So the numbers have improved tremendously across the state in California. So as you can imagine, when the announcement was made yesterday, Californians reacted, many of them happy to be able to take off the mask if they're fully vaccinated. This is what a lot of them had to say.
I know that people have certain health conditions, and we also want to be respectful to those with underlying conditions. We've got family members, so I understand that, so I'm sensitive to that.
I'm vaccinated, and I just know that I'll be safe and keep my distance from people.
Should have been lifted a long time ago.
I can't wait. I'm excited to be able to life to return back to normal and take the mask off and not have to worry about it.
Now, we have to keep in mind that California is a very large state with 58 counties. You have the north part of the state with San Francisco. Then you have the central part, which is the farming region in Sacramento. And then, of course, Southern California is its own world. Los Angeles, Orange County, and San Diego. And each county will be deciding how to move forward, whether they want to keep a mask mandate or not.
All right, NBC's Guad Venegas for us there in Los Angeles. Guad, thanks so much for being with us. We appreciate it.
Let's bring in Dr. Sharif El-Nahal now. He is the former New Jersey Health Commissioner and President and CEO of University Hospital in Newark. Dr. Elnahal, do you think that states should be looking at ending indoor mask mandates at this point, or even your own state where they're going to end the mask mandates for schools? Is this time?
Thanks so much for having me. I do think it's time to consider this strongly, and I do think a lot of local environmental factors matter. For example, how many folks in the community are vaccinated. In New Jersey, well over 90% of people age 5 and up have at least one dose, 78% fully vaccinated. And so if you have a highly vaccinated state, you're seeing trends that really indicate steep decreases, not only in cases, but also hospitalizations. And frankly, we've seen worlds of a different picture here at University Hospital in Newark. Just over the last 2 to 3 weeks, we've seen substantial reductions. It's important to give people a break, a reprieve, especially when community transmission is low. And I think it's wise to consider that now.
You know, I'm curious what you make of the rift, though. We had a doctor on yesterday who said the exact opposite of what you just said. So, you know, how do people sort of square these different lines of thinking coming from our health and medical and public health and public policy experts?
Well, this is certainly an area where reasonable people can disagree. A lot of our frontline clinicians at University Hospital may disagree with me. For example, folks who still see people coming in with this disease, but also dying from it. I also know that we're not going to get to COVID zero. That's a very unattainable goal. And I think leaders across the spectrum in the United States are realizing that. And so then what do we define as endemic? We live with the flu every year. The flu is a risk to immunocompromised and elderly people. It does take lives every year. How do we balance the risks, benefits of ultimately coming back to normal? I think that's, again, an area where people can disagree.
Well, it's a sort of a topic that many of us have not had to really think too much about prior to COVID. So we appreciate you being on today and sharing your perspective. Dr. Sharif El-Nahal, thank you.
Meanwhile, the diplomatic push to de-escalate tensions over Ukraine is currently ramping up. French President Emmanuel Macron is in Kiev today, meeting with Ukraine's President Zelensky. It comes one day after Macron sat down for an hours-long meeting with the Russian President Vladimir Putin in Moscow. Putin says that some of what was discussed could be a starting point for future conversations. Macron, however, says the coming days will be, quote, decisive in the Ukraine standoff. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin, who's in Kiev, Ukraine, as well as NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuz. Aaron, first to you, how did today's meeting between Macron and Zelensky play out? How was it perhaps different than the style and tenor of conversation he had with Putin?
Macron said that essentially both Kiev and the Kremlin have agreed that the Minsk protocol will be the basis for future talks, which on the surface seems like a good thing. However, both sides disagree on the interpretation of the Minsk protocol and accuse each other of ignoring the Minsk protocol, which is a set of protocols put in place aimed at ending the war in Donbass. However, both sides are continuing to talk. The diplomatic channel remains open, which of course is critical because the alternative to diplomacy is war. And that is something that experts that I've been speaking to here in Kyiv are acutely aware of. They're taking the U.S. intelligence assessments extraordinarily seriously. I was speaking to Daria Kaleniuk. She is a corruption fighter here in Kyiv. And she, in this whole scenario, says she sees echoes of history, warning the West, warning Ukraine to heed the lessons of World War II. Take a listen to what she had to say.
Our partners from the UK and the US, who rely on intelligence and have much more information than me, are saying clearly that we are at the edge of war, and it could be World War III. And how to stop that? The history of World War II says that you can't appease the dictator, you can't satisfy, just give him just small pieces and he will stop. He will not stop.
Now, it was telling following the press conference today between President Macron and President Zelensky. They signed economic agreements, and Kaleniuk says she believes the Ukrainian economy is critical in all of this. She thinks that that is why the Ukrainian government has been downplaying those U.S. intelligence assessments. Morgan.
Dan, I'd like to bring you in here. We also saw more U.S. troops arriving in Poland today. How is the West really assessing Russia's capabilities right now? And really, what's the possibility of the U.S. sending even more forces there to Eastern Europe?
Well, the assessment is that this is a formidable buildup, and it is continuing with no let-up. There are naval ships heading to the Black Sea from Russia. There is a massive force now massing all along Ukraine's border on 3 sides. Missile systems are there, tanks, artillery, all sorts of capabilities. And really, the view from Western officials and U.S. officials is that Russia has enough firepower to move at any moment, but within roughly 2 weeks or so, they could have sufficient force to launch a full-blown invasion. At the Pentagon yesterday, there was a briefing, and Press Secretary John Kirby spoke to all of this, and here's what he had to say.
But what's important is not just the numbers, it's the capabilities. And what we see is that he is really putting in place robust, what we would call combined arms capabilities in Belarus and along that border with Ukraine, in Russia. I mean, he has a full suite available to him, and it continues to grow every day, including just over the last 2 days.
So that's the view from the Pentagon, a very formidable, threatening situation. It's important to say that the U.S. has ruled out sending U.S. troops to Ukraine. But as you know, President Biden has sent a small number of troops to Poland and other Eastern European countries. And Washington has not ruled out more reinforcements moving there. NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg also said that was something that NATO would look at, sending more troops to Eastern Europe, and there's a NATO defense ministers meeting that will no doubt take that up when they meet in about a week from now.
All right, NBC's Aaron McLaughlin and Dan DeLuce there in Washington. Thank you both for joining us.
On Capitol Hill now, the clock is ticking again with another government shutdown showdown on the horizon. Lawmakers facing a February 18th deadline to fund the government. Now just 10 days away. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell is joining us from her post now. Leanne, so how are lawmakers planning to avoid a government shutdown again?
Well, Aaron, once again, they are going to pass a short-term funding bill that keeps the government open, keeps the government funded until March 11th. Now, the reason for this is because Republicans and Democrats cannot agree on funding levels. Republicans want a lot more money, about $25 billion more in defense spending. Democrats want that much plus more on domestic spending. And because they can't agree, they're doing the short-term government funding bill. And I just want to remind viewers that the beginning of the fiscal year was October 1st. So they have been in funding levels of last year for the first 4 months of the year, and it's going to be extended for another month, Aaron.
Well, Leanne, I want to ask you, too, about this, the Republican backlash to this resolution from the RNC, the one censuring Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger. So this measure described the Capitol riot we know as, quote, legitimate political discourse. What more are you hearing from lawmakers on the Hill about this?
Yeah, well, Republicans do not want to be talking about this at all. I canvassed, had almost a dozen Senate Republicans last night, many of them in leadership, and said that this is not unifying for the party. It's a distraction, and that was not legitimate political discourse, that there were violent people there on that day. I asked some members of House Republican leadership as well today. Representative Elise Stefanik, she kind of dodged the question on political legitimate discourse, saying that Republicans have been clear that there was violence on that day, but she also pointed to violence in the streets during the racial protests after George Floyd. That's the common talking point of Republicans. But Republicans would rather be focusing their attention on Joe Biden, on inflation, especially heading into this midterm election year. But once again, they are forced to answer questions about Trump-influenced policies and Trump-influenced rhetoric. Aaron.
All right, Leanne Caldwell on the Hill today. Leanne, thanks.
Olympic athletes are going for gold in Beijing.
Coming up, when Team USA's Olympic gold drought could end, and the one-on-one with legendary snowboarder Shaun White before his final ride.
Just call when you need them most. Ooh.
the Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
A 12-hour-long manhunt in Washington state has finally ended with a murder suspect in custody. Police say 39-year-old Aaron Christopher Kelly shot 2 people inside of a Richland supermarket just yesterday. One man is dead. A second victim is in critical condition. Richland is in southern Washington state, roughly 3.5 hours from Portland, Oregon. Madeline Carter of our NBC affiliate covering southern Washington state joins us now. Madeline, what do we know about what led to the suspect's arrest ultimately, and really what are investigators saying about a potential motive here?
Well, after searching for hours, police finally tracked down Aaron Christopher Kelly on Interstate 90 near Spokane. They took him into custody around midnight local time. And what we know right now is that police had a description of Kelly's vehicle that ultimately led to his arrest. Kelly will be transported back to the Tri-Cities area here of Washington state, where he will be booked into the Benton County Jail on first-degree murder charges and first-degree attempted murder charges. We don't know of any possible motive just yet, but we do know that there was some sort of confrontation between Kelly and the person who was shot inside the store. And that's all we know at this time. We think that that confrontation is what led up ultimately to the shooting.
And Madeline, what about the store employee who was injured in that shooting? I mean, do we know any more about their condition as we speak?
Yeah, that employee's name is Mark Hill, and as of this morning, all we know is that he is still in the hospital fighting for his life. We also know the name of the man who was found dead inside the store. His name was Justin Crumbaugh. Now we are actively this morning looking for more information on both of them, and that we do know that this Fred Meyer behind me is going to remain closed for at least the rest of today.
All right, Madeline Carter for us. They're live in Richland, Washington. Madeline, thank you so much for bringing your reporting to us. We appreciate it.
Another day of demonstrations being planned in Minnesota. This comes following the police shooting death of Amir Locke. The 22-year-old was killed last week by a Minneapolis police officer who was executing a no-knock warrant at an apartment Locke was staying in. Locke was not named in that warrant. NBC News national reporter Janelle Griffith joins us now. Janelle, talk to us about what's planned for today and the message that demonstrators hope to get out.
Yes, Aaron. So there is a massive statewide student walkout planned for today. I spoke to one of the organizers, and he told me they plan to march to the governor's mansion this afternoon, and he expects for thousands of students to participate. He also shared with me a list of the group's demands. Among them, they want a ban on no-knock search warrants. They want for the mayor and the interim police chief to resign, and they want for the police officer who fatally shot Amir Locke to be fired.
And Janelle, I know that members of the Locke family are also out there. They're with the demonstrators. What are you hearing from them? What are they demanding be done here?
So they're calling for systemic change, and they've said publicly that they want for police to show the same professionalism and restraint when they're dealing with Black people as they do when they're dealing with non-Black people. Here's what one of Amir Locke's cousins had to say yesterday.
Our family is not naive. So we understand that it was not necessarily a person, but a system of injustice that has killed Amir Locke. It's a layered system of injustice that starts with so many inequities and abuse.
All right, Janelle Griffith for us. Obviously, this family is still dealing with a lot of trauma and trying to understand all that's happened here. Janelle Griffith, thank you.
Day 4 of the Winter Olympics is now well underway. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at the latest medal count now. The Russian Olympic Committee is still leading the way with 10 medals overall. Norway is in second place with 8 medals. The Netherlands is in third with 7. And China has bumped its way up to 8th place with 5 medals. And the U.S. is still in 12th place. Now, despite the rankings, it was a very big day for Team USA as well as China. On the ice, records were shattered in men's figure skating by Team USA's Nathan Chen. Go, Nathan.
Crushed it, right? On the slopes, American-born Eileen Gu secured gold for China in the Olympic debut of the free ski big air. American skier Ryan Cochran-Siegel took home silver in the men's Super G. NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz joining us now. He's been keeping track of all the action for us. So, Gadi, let's start talking about Nathan Chen here. A step closer to securing gold. Walk us through his short program and what comes next.
Yeah, Nathan Chen was spectacular. He was like a poet who writes in quads, which he just landed again.
Ooh, Gotti, did you just write that yourself?
I did, yeah, exactly. I mean, he's so inspiring, you know? And he not only scored the highest ever in a short program, he smoked the competition so bad that the second place was more than 5 points behind him in the standings. It's turning into this huge redemption story after that disappointment in Pyeongchang. And ever since those Olympics, he has basically been unstoppable. He's hands down the favorite to win gold on Thursday. But among the skaters right now, there is a lot of concern for one of the skating world's other top contenders, USA's Vincent Zhou, who had to drop out of competition after testing positive for COVID. So the entire team right now doing celebrating, but also everything they can to stay healthy before Thursday's finals. That is so crucial at this point, guys.
Let's talk a little bit about American-born Eileen Gu for now, Gotti. She's competing for China. Talk to us about her gold medal run.
Yeah, it was quite the spectacle, nationality and teams aside. First off, let's just talk about what Eileen Gu pulled off at the last possible minute. Now, she was going into her third run. She knew she had to do something big, so she tried one of the hardest tricks she could think of, something she'd never actually landed in real life up until then, a double corkscrew 1620. That's when you land backwards, and then boom, gold medal. That combined with her absolute star power in China, now that she's competing for them, despite growing up in the United States, had so many fans talking, it temporarily crashed the Chinese version of Twitter. And then on top of that, in the stands, was a Chinese tennis star Peng Shuai sitting there supporting China after that very controlled interview that we talked about yesterday with the French press, saying her earlier allegations against a top-ranking Chinese official were a big misunderstanding. So 2 stories with some interesting intersecting storylines that are starting to blur the lines between sports and politics during these Winter Games, guys.
Yeah, I know nothing about skiing, but she was really impressive to watch when she was on the slopes last night. Gotti, I do want to ask you, too, about Ryan Cochran-Siegel. He's taken home a silver medal now in the men's Super G. This is a significant, significantly moment, right?
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about destiny, you might as well talk about Ryan Cochran and his family in Vermont. This silver medal in Super G meaning the world to him and his mom, who taught him how to ski at 2 years old. And oh yeah, she happens to have won gold in the 1972 Olympic Games. So here's him describing his call home after that win.
I FaceTimed with her a little bit at the finish, and that was a special moment. I think we were all teary-eyed and just so, proud of this moment and proud of what we've all been through to get here and to share this moment.
And if you go further back from that, you got the Cochran's grandparents who built some ski runs for their kids in Vermont. And the next thing you know, that family had 6 Olympians. Guys?
Wow. Pretty impressive. It's in the blood for sure. Gotti Schwartz for us today. Thanks, Gotti.
Note to self, build a slope in my backyard. We'll love to see it. All right, well, qualification events for the men's snowboarding are beginning today. That's snowboarding halfpipe. And this year, America's most decorated snowboarder, Shaun White, will make his final Olympic appearance. Today Show anchor Craig Melvin spoke with White just before heading to Beijing.
From the first time we saw him take flight, how are we to know he would land here? The face of snowboarding, 3-time Olympic gold medal champion, now going to his 5th Olympic Games. It's been a wild ride, one that is ending. White telling reporters over the weekend here that these would be his last Olympics, confirming what he first told us when we talked to him ahead of these games.
It's going to feel weird coming out of my mouth, but this is, I think, my last run.
No matter what, this is it.
I think so, yeah.
Why?
You know, it's hard to talk about, you know, because my whole life I've kind of, you know, been looked at as somewhat, you know, superhuman because I do these things, and realizing and admitting to myself and everyone else, you know, yeah, I'm human. It's taking a toll. There's wear and tear. I think the motivation's definitely still there, but the body, you know, the decline in the abilities with the sport still rising. It's just an inevitable sort of situation to be in.
All right, opening ceremony, number 5.
White is savoring his current situation and documenting it all on social media. USA! Leading a USA chant during opening ceremonies. And getting some practice runs on the Olympic course.
Shaun White for the gold.
He's hoping to defend the gold medal he won in Pyeongchang. A dramatic reversal after missing the medal stand in Sochi.
What is Shaun White's expectation for Beijing?
I'm going to give it everything. I've prepared myself where I'm like, gosh, if I could win again, I mean, oh my goodness, like what a amazing accomplishment, even to podium, even to be an Olympian at 35, my 5th Olympics is a feat.
It sounds like you've changed your expectations over the years.
Yes and no.
Shaun's moves right now are so much higher than the other riders.
I've been to the Olympics and won. It was incredible. Obviously, it changed my life. I've kind of realized this sort of, you know, blissfulness of it all.
The 35-year-old is the elder statesman of the U.S. snowboarding team. He will compete against a generation of athletes who look up to him, but who have taken the sport to new heights.
How has the training changed since your debut almost 20 years ago?
It's totally different. I mean, I used to just go. It's just me and the halfpipe. And as time went on, I think Sochi was that benchmark where I realized that, like, I'd been drawing from the same pool of motivation, and that had just kind of run dry. And so the journey to that next Olympics wasn't so much of a physical one, but like a mental and emotional one. All right, run number 1.
Shaun White sounds grounded these days, and yet he's been writing his Olympic story in the sky. Will he end it on the medal stand? And what comes after that?
The next chapter. What does it look like?
Some part of me kind of like laughs and smiles. It's like when you know that high school is ending and you're like, well, I actually don't ever have to go to school again if I don't want to. For me, it's a wild concept. This has been such a long and amazing journey in my life.
Craig Melvin reporting there. A Supreme decision on voting rights.
Still ahead, the ruling from the nation's highest court on redrawing one state's congressional maps and really what this could all mean for other states. Stay with us.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Making news right now, 8 people are recovering after a bus crash in New Jersey this morning. That bus went off the Atlantic City Expressway and crashed into some trees. State police say the people on board climbed through broken windows to get out of the wreckage. 5 of the 7 passengers and the driver suffered what seemed to be minor injuries. Ice jams on the Muskingum River are causing flooding in low-lying areas of Ohio. Muskingum County declaring a state of emergency because of that flooding, as more than 50 residents have to consider evacuating. The ice jams are the result of large amounts of freezing rain and sleet. With warmer weather coming, the jam is expected to break up any day now. And Robert Irwin shared footage of a close call he had while feeding a crocodile. In the video, Irwin enters an enclosure to feed a 12-foot-long saltwater crocodile. That crocodile ignores the meat and chases Irwin, who escapes without injury. Look at the video. Like his late father, Steve Irwin, the crocodile hunter Robert has spent most of his life working with animals and apparently being really lucky.
Republicans in Alabama scored a big win from the Supreme Court. In a 5-4 vote, the court is allowing the state to use its newly drawn congressional map in this year's election, despite a lower court saying that it violated black voters' rights. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams joins us now. Pete, will you just break down this decision for us? I mean, why did the court decide to allow these new maps?
Can't be sure about that because this is not a regular Supreme Court ruling on the merits of a case. This is an order, and all we know is what 2 of the justices, Brett Kavanaugh and Samuel Alito, said. They said that basically the lower court ruling requiring the state to add a second black congressional district in addition to the one you see here in red, that's the 7th one, which includes Birmingham and some counties on the western side of the state, would come too late. This is what Kavanaugh said. Late judicial tinkering with election laws can lead to disruption and unanticipated and unfair consequences for candidates, political parties, and voters, among others. And it is true that over the years, the Supreme Court, under a ruling called Purcell, that's the name of the original case, said that federal courts should generally refrain from endorsing late changes that would cause potential chaos in how states organize their elections. So that's what the court did. But there's really 2 actions yesterday. One is blocking a lower court order that said the state should create a second black majority district. But then secondly, agreeing to hear Alabama's appeal of that ruling, which will get into the whole question of whether the Voting Rights Act requires states to do this.
You know, it's interesting, Pete, because my home state of North Carolina has been seeing a similar battle. And the truth is there are lots of states who are seeing similar legal fights over these newly drawn district maps. So how could this order by the Supreme Court now impact states like North Carolina, like Ohio, like New York?
Well, it depends on whether the challenges and the desire to create more majority districts for black voters are happening under state or federal law. In some states, the actions are entirely based on the state constitution. So in essence, the Supreme Court's action here won't change it. But where the federal courts are involved, it's important. And here's why. It was the Voting Rights Act in 1965 that said states with a history of racial discrimination, like Alabama, like North Carolina, like many southern states, had to get permission either from a federal court or the Justice Department before they drew new boundaries for district lines for state legislature and congressional districts after taking into account population shifts as a result of each census. But in 2013, the Supreme Court took away that requirement. So now we have a new regime where states go ahead and make these changes, and then the lawsuits are filed. So the question is, what's left of the Voting Rights Act? And what basically the liberals were saying yesterday is Alabama seems to basically meet the test of the Voting Rights Act. You have a contiguous area, a concentration of minority voters that tend to vote cohesively, but that are all chopped up and they can't choose the candidate of their choice. So it's that logic that's at stake here.
Very interesting. Pete Williams, as always. Professor Pete, thank you for breaking it down for us. We appreciate it. I wish I had had your class in college. Thanks, Pete.
You bet.
The National Archives says former President Donald Trump took 15 boxes of White House documents with him to Florida when his term ended. The archives retrieved them last month, but says they should have been turned over at the end of his presidency anyway. Trump advisors deny any bad intent here, saying the records contain mementos and letters from world leaders and other correspondences. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delanian is joining us now. Ken, what do we know about this? The Trump team obviously says that these were sort of personal things almost. What have you been able to find out about what was in those boxes?
Well, critics are saying that the recovery of these 15 boxes from Trump's Florida resort raises concerns about whether he violated the Presidential Records Act, which requires the preservation of memos, letters, and other written documents related to a president's official duties. Aaron, obviously, they have said that this was an innocent mistake and that these were mementos, including an exchange of correspondence with the North Korean president and a handwritten letter, according to the Washington Post, that President Obama had left for Donald Trump. And what his advisors are saying is that this was not intentional, Aaron.
So, Ken, if these were indeed personal correspondences and such, gifts and such, why is this so important to the National Archives?
Well, the National Archives said in a statement that, quote, these records should have been transferred from the White House at the end of the Trump administration in January 2021, and that Trump representatives are continuing to search for additional records. The statement calls the Presidential Records Act critical to our democracy, in which the government is held accountable by the people, and it adds, records matter. And, there's a context here, Aaron. This comes amid reports that Trump regularly ripped up presidential documents, which then had to be taped back together by his aides for preservation under the law. I should add, though, that as of now, experts don't see a criminal case here. They say that the bar is pretty high for prosecution under the Records Act. It'd have to be a deliberate effort to cover up specific records. But they also say they've never seen a president flout the Records Act to this extent, Aaron.
So, Ken, I'm curious, I don't see Donald Trump sitting in the Oval Office putting stuff in boxes himself. Is there anybody who reviews what can be taken, whether it's from the White House or any other executive branch, before those things are removed from an office?
Yes, there's a whole staff dedicated to doing this, including the White House counsel, who reportedly had to warn Trump to stop ripping up records. I mean, everybody who works in the White House is briefed on the Records Act and is told that basically almost every record has to be preserved for posterity. This is a leftover from obviously the Watergate-Nixon days when President Nixon was trying to cover up things that he was doing in office. And the status quo is that presidential records belong to the people. But what Donald Trump's advisors say that didn't really mean that much to him, Aaron.
All right, Ken Delanian in Washington for us today. Ken, thanks.
You bet.
Drop boxes became a really important resource for millions of voters during the pandemic, and now some courts are getting rid of them in key battleground states. For example, in Wisconsin, this month may be the last time that voters can actually use those drop boxes to cast their ballots, as lawsuits jeopardize their status for future elections. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now from a polling station there in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Shaq, what exactly is going on there?
Well, as things currently stand right now, Morgan, February 15th, in a week from now, that will be the final election that voters can use a drop box to return that mail-in ballot. And, you know, one thing that we've seen is that many people rely on these boxes, and despite that, they've faced some conservative challenges who say that they don't comply with the law. Now, I spoke to the chair of the Milwaukee Election Commission about these boxes. She points out their video surveillance, there's tamper-proof sealing, and she says these are more secure than your regular mailboxes. Listen here.
It's very secure. And then once our teams get back, our absentee coordinator reviews their paperwork and then unlocks the bags and double checks to make sure all ballots that they counted the first time are still in the bag, and they get checked into our computer system. More than half the people who vote by mail trust these secure drop boxes and their preferred way to return their ballot.
So it would be a big deal if you can't use these. The key thing here in Wisconsin is that the law says that any mail-in ballot needs to be received by a clerk by 8 p.m. election night. If you put it in a drop box, you don't have to worry about mail delays, and you can track when that ballot is actually received. Morgan?
Shaq, what about the lawyers? I mean, what are the lawyers who are actually behind these challenges saying about the utility of these drop boxes?
Well, I spoke to one of the lawyers that actually got this challenge before the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court will make an ultimate determination on whether or not these boxes are illegal. I want you to listen to my conversation with him about what is the opposition. Why is his group against boxes like this?
I think it's very simple. They're not authorized by the law. And elections are a contest. Well, a little bit like a football game. And when we have a contest in which two sides are competing, we want the public to have confidence in the outcome. It's very important that the rules be set forth beforehand, and then we adhere to the rules and we don't change them in the middle of the game.
His group is reading that law very specifically when it says a ballot needs to be returned by mail or in person. They're not considering this as an in-person return. Morgan?
All right, NBC Shaquille Brewster there live from Milwaukee. Shaq, thank you.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis does not want to take sides in the feud between Donald Trump and Mike Pence and whether the former VP could have overturned the election. He's making that very clear in what he doesn't say on the matter. NBC News senior national political reporter Mark Caputo is joining us with more on this. Mark, Governor DeSantis was asked about this on Monday, where he stands in this seeming rift between the former president and the former vice president. I want to play a little bit of what he had to say.
On the divide between Pence and Trump, right over.
I'm not. I've you know, had a great relationship working for actually was governor for 2 years with the Trump administration.
So, Mark, how does this sort of square with what Governor DeSantis has previously said about this issue?
Well, he hasn't really been asked a specific question. Incidentally, I was the one who asked him yesterday. In the past, or immediately after the 2020 election, he did say, hey, maybe some of these states where there's some of these disputes could appoint other electors, or he suggested they could, kind of what they would call a faithless elector plan. But that's different from the situation that Mike Pence wound up in, which was on January 6th of 2021, Mike Pence was the vice president presiding over the Electoral Count Act in Congress. And his job was essentially ministerial, certify the vote that was presented, and Congress's job was essentially to approve that vote as sent by the 50 states. But President Trump has come out with a completely novel theory, an inaccurate one, and you can't find it in the Electoral Count Act, you can't find it in the Constitution, but essentially said that Mike Pence could have just rejected these votes. There are very few mainstream, if any, scholars, experts on the Constitution who think that what Donald Trump wants would have been legal. So Mike Pence has finally started to display some measure of independence from President Trump. And on Friday in Florida at a Federalist Society meeting in Orlando, he had said, hey, look, I didn't have the right to do this. The president's wrong. So the question is with Ron DeSantis, since he might run for president as well as Pence, as well as Trump, where does he fall on this continuum? And it's not anywhere he really wants to go.
Well, you sort of started to walk down the road that I was going to take you down on DeSantis here. And how does he maneuver around this issue if Donald Trump is there and still making the case that he's making, and DeSantis potentially eyes a run for the White House himself?
Well, I think he navigates it the way we saw, which is very carefully. If he doesn't have to answer it, he's not going to answer it. At least that's the case as of now. Understand that part of the complication here is that a majority of the Republican base in some polls believes the elections was stolen. And that can cause some problems for candidates who want to run in Republican primaries in the future. 2024 is quite a distance off. Ron DeSantis is running for re-election in 2022, and this is not something that's really on his plate or that he needs to worry about per se, and so he's not.
All right, we'll see how it all turns out. Mark Caputo with us today. Mark, thank you. Still ahead, a message of unity.
Coming up next, meet the news anchor who's turning a rude call from a viewer into a celebration of Asian culture. Stay with us.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. Hi, Blair, you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
So you may have seen the hashtag #VeryAsian trending on Twitter. It all started after a news viewer left a voicemail telling a St. Louis news anchor to keep her Asian culture to herself. Now that has sparked a movement of unity and celebration among Asian Americans and allies. NBC News correspondent Vicki Nguyen joins us now with a look at how this all started and where the movement goes from here. Hi, Vicki.
Hey, Aaron, you've been doing this a long time, so have I. Viewer emails, calls, comments, that's inevitable. Usually they're pretty nice, but sometimes you get one that's a little off. When KDSK anchor Michelle Lee got this one, it really hit her in her gut. She didn't know what to do, so she shared that moment, never expecting it to become a movement.
First day of the year meal, and these foods are said to bring good health, wealth, and luck.
When NBC St. Louis news anchor Michelle Lee mentioned her family's traditional New Year's Day meal on air,
I ate dumpling soup. That's what a lot of Korean people do.
She didn't think it would prompt a viewer voicemail.
The viewer called and said that she was offended, and if a white anchor would have talked about what white people ate, then they would get fired. So it was just annoying to her that I was very Asian and that I needed to keep my Korean to myself.
She did the opposite.
Why did you decide to post it to social media?
I've had a lot of people dismiss things, but when you hear it for yourself and you hear those words and you hear the confidence in her voice and you go, holy moly.
Her post took on a life of its own, shared more than 54,000 times by celebrities and total strangers, spawning other supportive hashtags like very black and very Jewish. The backstory here, ironic.
I'm an adoptee. I'm a Missourian. I'm the child of white parents. I have a Korean family.
Last year, Lee returned to Missouri to be closer to her mom, who died a few months later.
To not really have her here has been really hard. It almost felt like divine intervention, like my mom had some sort of, signal to say, like, I see you, Michelle, and so do other people.
Lee wasn't prepared for the viral response, turning an ugly moment into a celebration of being very Asian.
I've seen
more and more people feel comfortable and feel inspired to speak out about what's happening to them, the discrimination that they're feeling, but also to celebrate being a minority.
Actress Olivia Munn has been drawing attention to the racism and discrimination directed at Asian Americans since the start of the pandemic. Newly released data shows reported anti-Asian hate crimes increased 339% nationwide in 2021, compared to 124% the year before. Stop AAPI Hate recorded more than 10,000 hate incidents.
For such a long time, we've been talking about the hashtag Stop Asian Hate. How does it feel to see a new viral movement taking ownership of Very Asian and celebrating being Asian American?
It brings me so much pride and joy. And you know, I see my family and I see my friends, you know, embracing it, allies also embracing it as well.
Joseph Canaria is on the board of Act to Change.
We are a national youth serving organization that works to combat anti-Asian racism and bullying.
Why do you think that this hashtag resonated so much, especially with younger people?
Having something that is so just easily relatable. I've seen so many different tweets, like what being very Asian means to them.
The Very Asian hashtag spawned a line of merch and a surprise for Lee. She never imagined she'd be talking about that voicemail on Ellen.
The world saw it, and the world stood up to it.
The host handing her a $15,000 check for the newly formed Very Asian Foundation, which is giving proceeds to organizations that educate people and combat racism. As for the viewer who called in,
she apologized and I accepted. But I definitely feel like there is still much more to be said, you know, and we said that we would meet each other when it's COVID safe. In a way, I am really grateful for this moment.
Michelle told us it was incredibly moving to see the response, especially from the younger generation who was so quick to embrace and celebrate their culture in a way that she wasn't when she was growing up. She also said she thinks her late mother would be really proud of the response from the community and everyone who came together. And by the way, her station, KDSK, they put out a statement saying they embrace diversity in their staff as well as the stories that they report on. Aaron, Morgan?
All right, Vicki Nguyen. Vicki, thank you.
Spotify is back in the spotlight thanks to controversial and popular podcaster Joe Rogan. Several musicians pulled their music from the platform in reaction to COVID misinformation in Rogan's podcast. Now, several weeks later, he is apologizing for recently resurfaced videos showing him using the N-word several times. As a result, more artists are calling on Spotify to take action. Here's NBC News Now correspondent Zinklea Semlewell with a closer look.
Outrage is growing in the Joe Rogan Spotify controversy. Grammy Award-winning singer India Arie releasing this message, followed by clips of Rogan on Friday.
Hey y'all, I want to leave a short message here about why I decided to ask my music be pulled off of Spotify. So check this out.
It starts calling word. There should be a word like, especially like the word. That's our.
The video compilation shows the popular podcast host saying the N-word on his show at least 22 times during multiple episodes. In one video, Rogan appears to be comparing a black neighborhood to the film Planet of the Apes.
We walk into Planet of the Apes. We walked into Africa, dude. We walked in the door and there was no white people.
I want to be clear, in no uncertain terms, where I stand on this is that he shouldn't even be uttering the word. Don't even say it under any context.
Rogan responded to the backlash Saturday.
I know that to most people, there's no context where a white person is ever allowed to say that word, never mind publicly on a podcast. And I agree with that now. I haven't said it in years.
He shared a nearly 6-minute apology video on Instagram, saying in part, quote, "It's not my word to use. I'm well aware of that now." Rogan also further explained his Planet of the Apes comment.
I did not, nor would I ever say that black people are apes, but it sure sounded like that. And I immediately afterwards said, that's a racist thing to say.
The list of artists boycotting Spotify is growing. Many are leaving due to COVID-19 misinformation remarks on Rogan's popular podcast, The Joe Rogan Experience.
My friends who've been vaccinated want me to join the team. Like, go ahead, get the tattoo. Like, what are you saying?
Rogan's show reaches an estimated 11 million people per episode, and he has an estimated $100 million contract. After Rogan's apology, Spotify CEO Daniel Ek sent a letter to employees obtained by CNBC saying in part, Rogan's remarks, quote, do not represent the values of this company. Ek added he agrees with the decision to remove past episodes with the N-word from the platform, but said, quote, I do not believe silencing Joe is the answer. And the saga continues. On Monday morning, the conservative YouTube rival Rumble actually offered Rogan $100 million over 4 years to move his podcast episodes, both past and present, to their platform. As of Monday night, he had not responded, but it goes to show you this is a contentious issue and one we'll continue to follow. We reached out to Rogan and Spotify for comment, but have not yet heard back.
Adele is about to say hello to her first performance since canceling concerts in Vegas due to COVID.
After the break, what to expect as she takes the stage at the Brit Awards and the major changes to the main categories there.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Well, for the first time since postponing her long-awaited Las Vegas residency due to COVID, Adele is once again hitting the stage.
Yeah, she's set to perform at the Brit Awards tonight, but a major change to some core categories could overshadow the performances. Sky News reporter Katie Spence explains.
It's been 6 years since Adele last left the Brit Awards, clutching armfuls of trophies. Now she's back. 30 might have been the best-selling album of last year, but can her brand of popular pop
I need a ting 30 plus
really beat the politics of rapper Dave? Joy Crooks, who's up for 2 Brits, says artists should be saying something meaningful.
When Sue Gray's busy, so am I. There are artists that have always written about what's going on around them.
Stars who are attending this year's Brits will notice some big changes.
Who Gets One of These has changed this year, and so non-binary artists like Sam Smith aren't excluded. There's no best male, no best female. Instead, to address criticism that they've had in recent years, that they aren't reflecting what young people are actually listening to, this year there's 4 new categories.
Alternative rock act, dance act,
you can't short me one.
best hip-hop, grime, rap act,
Lightly, the shortest one.
and pop R&B. Although fans are a little riled that no R&B singers actually made the shortlist. Out of those categories, organisers are hoping to stay relevant by letting TikTok users vote for who wins. And TikTok is how A1 and J1 found fame, whilst one of them was still at school during the pandemic.
When I put on TikTok and it was getting the reception it was getting, I was like, this has never happened to me before. Like, this is crazy. Like.
New host Mo Gilligan expects he'll still have to do some wrangling.
If anyone comes to your party, like, I'll tell you where you can get the Wi-Fi and the charger, but hey, if you're sick in the toilet, you gotta clean it up, innit? It's your mess.
In a strong year for music, we'll find out tonight whether politics or pop wins out. Katie Spencer, Sky News.
On NBC News Now, mask showdown. Changes to COVID protocols in states from coast to coast. How people and health officials are reacting to the news.
And easing the tension, diplomatic meetings underway in hopes of preventing a Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Going for gold, Olympic champion Chloe Kim in the spotlight for women's snowboarding. How she's preparing to defend her Olympic title.
And the nominees are the contenders for this year's Oscars have been announced coming up, the unexpected leaders of the pack, and which film favorites were snubbed.
Good Tuesday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for being with us. We begin this hour with the COVID pandemic. NBC News confirming a sobering milestone. The U.S. has surpassed 77 million total COVID cases, and that's since the pandemic began. It's also more than any other country in the world by a pretty huge margin. India is second at around 42 million cases.
But cases are down 66% in the last 2 weeks. And according to a new Monmouth poll, 70% of people in the U.S. say it is time to move on from COVID. And the New York Times is reporting that Johnson & Johnson is pausing production of its COVID vaccine. The report says the only plant making viable batches of that vaccine shut down at the end of 2021, despite being heavily relied on by poorer countries. Production is expected to resume in a few months.
That is why we have an entire team of NBC News correspondents here to break down every angle of this story for us. So let's go ahead and begin with NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez. Gabe, 4 states have announced plans to lift their mask mandates in schools. We're talking about Connecticut, Delaware, Oregon, New Jersey. This, of course, is fueling this ongoing debate about really whether kids should be masked inside the classroom. And I know that you spoke with 2 districts there in Ohio, one with a mask mandate, one without. What did each side tell you?
Well, Morgan, yes, we went to Ohio, just outside of Cleveland, and we spoke with 2 school districts. One of them, Troy Intermediate, let its mask mandate expire at the end of January, at the end of the Omicron surge, and it no longer requires masks in class, only recommends them. Now, of its 550 students, 83 have tested positive so far this school year. Now, staffing issues also forced the school to close in December during the Omicron surge when masks were optional. Now, just 35 miles away, we went to another school district. This was actually Warrensville Heights Elementary, which has kept its mask mandate. And of its 890 students, 31 have tested positive this school year and has not closed due to an outbreak. Now, you know, this is a very divisive issue, as you know, Morgan, across the country. Many different school districts are really having to come to terms, just as different states now, as you mentioned, they're, changing their policies at a statewide level as Omicron cases drop. But the question for a lot of these districts, especially in different parts of the country, with different political constituencies as well among parents, how and when they will shift their masking guidance. Morgan.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up parents, Gabe, because I guess my question is about parents and the health experts. I mean, how aligned are the parents with the district's masking policies? And then two, what are public health experts really saying about how effective these masks actually are?
Well, let's start with the parents. You know, we spoke with several of them over in Ohio. Many of the ones we spoke with said that they did support what their school district was doing. For example, in the case of Troy Intermediate, they actually supported that the school district still recommended masks, but that gave them the option for the students that did not want to keep wearing masks, or the parents of the students gave them that option as well. The other Warrensville Heights, the ones we spoke with supported that the district was keeping that mask mandate in place. However, it's not, obviously, as you know, it's not the case throughout Ohio. Take a listen to what one other parent told us. She was in Cincinnati. And then following that, also an interview with a parent from just outside Cleveland that supports the mask mandate. So interviews on both sides of the issue. Take a listen.
Children's languages are developing at a young age, and if we mask them at age 2 and they're not seeing the mouths move, then some of that can cause some developmental delays.
I think that they should be wearing masks. A lot of parents have the opportunity to get COVID vaccinations for their kids, and a lot of them do not.
So yeah, Morgan, both of those parents on opposite sides of the issue. But, you were talking about what's the guidance out there about, public health studies. It's actually limited. And really quickly, I want to go through one survey conducted by the CDC of 169 schools in Georgia found that those with a mask requirement had 21% fewer cases than schools where masks were optional. Another study in Arizona found schools were 3.5 times more likely to experience a COVID outbreak if they did not have a mask requirement. But, Morgan, the methodology of those studies have been questioned, and there also isn't a whole lot of data out there on the downsides of wearing masks. One of those parents, the one opposed to mask mandates there, and said that she had concerns about how they could help development, how they could hurt development in young children, Morgan.
We will wait and see what those studies bear out once they happen. Gabe Gutierrez for us there. Gabe, thank you.
And in Ottawa, Canada, it is day 11 of the Freedom Convoy trucker protest over COVID restrictions. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber, who is there for us now. Ellison, bring us up to speed on what's been happening.
Hey, Aaron, let me just let you walk with me and get a sense of what is going on here. You can see a lot of the signs here. This specifically started initially because there was frustration among truckers. They wanted to see an end to a vaccine mandate that was ordered by Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, saying that in order to cross the border, they had to be vaccinated. Since then, and you see it in the signs here, it has expanded and become something bigger than that. Most of the people we've spoken to here, they say they want to see an end to all COVID restrictions, all COVID mandates. They say that means no masks, no vaccine mandates. They want no more indoor dining restrictions, and they say they are prepared to stay out here as long as possible. Listen to what one of the truckers we spoke to said a little earlier today.
It's just freedom. We're all here. We want freedom. That's all we want.
That's specific.
This is for the nurses and the doctors and the RCMP that have lost their jobs because they won't get vaxxed. We want them to be able to go back to work. We want people to be able to travel. We want the airplane service opened up again.
So one of the big issues for residents here, the debate has been over the noise. You can see the crowd out here sort of listening to music, and you can hear some of the trucks revving their engines. They're doing that because previously, the last 11, 12 days, they've been honking their horns nonstop, and a judge said that that cannot happen. He issued an injunction for at least 10 days saying they cannot honk their horns. So now instead, a lot of them are revving their engines because they could potentially be arrested if they are honking their horns. But again, this is something that goes, and we can keep walking just so you can see the scale of this. It goes really far down. There are at least an estimated of some 1,000 truckers still here. And again, as we've spoken to people, they say they will stay until they see major change and an end to vaccine mandates, any vaccine restrictions. The Prime Minister of Canada, he has said that 80+% majority of Canadians. Aaron?
Ellison Barber for us in Ottawa, Canada. Ellison, thanks.
Now to Georgia, where gubernatorial candidate Stacey Abrams is in hot water today over the politics of masking. The voting rights advocate and prominent Democrat was caught taking pictures without a mask at an event with students. Abrams is now defending herself as her Republican opponents take aim. NBC's Priscilla Thompson joins us now with more on this. Priscilla, I know you've been covering everything that was happening in Georgia, especially during the election, and you're still tapped in there with your sources. Tell us what's going on. What is the controversy here?
Well, Morgan, Abrams says that she only took the mask off when speaking and posing for photos where everyone else was masked, but Republicans are seizing on that move, calling it hypocritical.
Stacey Abrams under fire after a photo showed the gubernatorial candidate maskless among a group of masked school children.
It's yet another case of do as I say, not as I do, my favorite story of the weekend.
Republicans now calling the prominent Georgia Democrat and strong supporter of masking in schools a hypocrite.
It doesn't matter if you are Republican, Democrat, parents are pissed off at the COVID hypocrisy.
The photos taken at a Black History Month event Friday were first tweeted by the principal at Glenwood Elementary School in Decatur, Georgia. Abrams later quoted the tweet, thanking the school for hosting her. Both tweets have now been deleted, even as Abrams defends her actions. Stacey trusts science and supports masking in schools, her campaign manager wrote on Twitter. She wore a mask to the event and removed it at the podium so she could be heard by students watching remotely and for photos, but only with folks who were masked. The photos prompted fierce backlash online. Republican Governor Brian Kemp, who Abrams narrowly lost the governorship to in 2018, tweeting, Stacey Abrams wants state government mask mandates for Georgians and their children, but it looks like they wouldn't apply when she's attending a photo op. Kemp's communication director vowing to use the photos in political ads leading up to the midterm election. Former Republican Senator David Perdue, who's also running for governor, has added the photo to his Twitter profile with the tagline, Unmask Our Kids. Abrams isn't the only Democratic leader whose masking has come under scrutiny. New York Representative Jamal Bowman was criticized for a photo showing him with a group of high school students, all masked except for Bowman.
How much do incidents like this hurt Democrats in the eyes of the American people?
This is what has gotten people kind of exhausted with the politics of the pandemic, is that lack of consistency. And that's what's hurting Democrats right now.
And Morgan, the real question here, what do voters think? I've reached out to half a dozen voters that I spoke with last year, and I will tell you, Republicans are very upset about it. Democrats say it doesn't bother them. It has not changed who they'll be voting for governor. I think the real question is, as these photos are used in ads and come up in debates leading up to the midterms, what that could mean for undecided voters here. Morgan?
Certainly an election to watch. NBC's Priscilla Thompson. Priscilla, thank you.
Now to a series of high-stakes diplomatic talks as the standoff over Ukraine simmers. French President Emmanuel Macron is in Kyiv today meeting with Ukraine's President Zelensky. That comes after Macron's hours-long meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin yesterday. More diplomatic discussions among France, Germany, and Poland are set for later today in Berlin. This all comes as a Western intelligence official tells NBC News that Russia could have enough forces in place to complete a takeover of Ukraine in the next 2 to 3 weeks if it chooses that route. Let's bring in NBC News foreign correspondents Matt Bradley in Ukraine and Matt Bodner in Moscow. Matt Bodner, to you first on this. Macron is set to speak with Putin again after his round of talks today. So how is the Kremlin assessing the possibility of de-escalation, of a diplomatic solution right now?
Thank you, Aaron. Well, I have to say, we're seeing a lot of mixed messages from the Kremlin on this one, particularly with these engagements with Macron. So let's take a look real quick at what Dmitry Peskov today, the Kremlin press secretary, had to say at his daily briefing on this idea of de-escalation. You can see that he's basically continuing to insist that it's the West that is responsible for the tensions. It's the United States for sending more weapons to Eastern Europe, for arming Ukraine, encouraging Ukraine. And Russia isn't really, there's no mention at all of Russia's unprecedented troop buildup. And so basically what I think we're seeing from the Kremlin right now is they're saying, yes, we want to talk, we want to de-escalate, and we want to find a diplomatic solution, but the devil's really in the details. What they mean is on our terms. So we've seen from Putin last night at the press conference after his meeting with Macron to Dmitry Peskov's press briefing today, they are not budging on their core demands, those, of course, the security demands of NATO in Eastern Europe, but also demands made of Ukraine to implement the Minsk II ceasefire agreement as Russia interprets it. And the reason that they're really, it's hard to know which one they're more serious about. It depends on who you ask. But the reason they're kind of honing in on Minsk II, and they have been for a few years, is because one of the things it stipulates is a reintegration of those rebel regions into Ukraine with special status. And you can kind of imagine how Russia might see that as a backdoor into Ukrainian politics, kind of a veto against NATO membership, against a drift towards the West. So, it's really difficult to make, to understand what to make of the noises we're hearing from the Kremlin on de-escalation. Just earlier today, while they're talking about all this stuff, 3 Russian landing vessels entered the Black Sea. 3 more are on the way. There are some analysts who believe that there are troops aboard those ships. So they're not stopping their own buildup on the border, demanding the West stops their buildup in Eastern Europe, in NATO territory, stops arming Ukraine. So it's all very much, there's a way out on our terms.
Yeah, actions speak louder than words, though, in a lot of cases. Matt Bradley, you were able to get a look at some of the preparations that are underway now in Ukraine there. What did you find?
Yeah, we went to a tank factory today, and basically what they were doing was taking these old Soviet-era tanks, which Ukraine is littered with these. It's a former Soviet country, and refurbishing them, turning them into modern, sophisticated tanks. And we spoke with the director of this factory, and he said that these tanks are NATO class, they're NATO quality. They're all singing, all dancing, high-tech tanks that he said are superior to some of the Russian tanks that would be fielded if Russia did decide to invade. But all of this really just goes to show that when it comes to a face-to-face battle between the Ukrainians and the Russians, and we've been talking to defense officials and former defense officials, they say Ukraine wouldn't stand a chance. And they accept and acknowledge the weaknesses of the Ukrainian military in such a conventional conflict. Instead, the main contingency plan, the main strategy, and this isn't just a strategy, this is really the strategy, is to launch a kind of insurgency, a sort of guerrilla-style warfare against a Russian occupation. Remember that intelligence assessment that came out over the weekend saying that the Russians, if they decided to invade, they would probably take Kyiv within 48 hours. So the real thing here is that because of the superior air power, because of the superior naval power that the Russians would bring to bear on Ukraine, they could probably destroy the Ukrainian military in short order, maybe even before they entered the country. So that would mean that they would be an occupying force. Now, that sounds like a crazy strategy to just rely on a harassment campaign against an occupying Russian force. But remember, those sorts of strategies have worked in the past against the United States. The U.S. was humbled in Iraq and Afghanistan by just such similar campaigns. And the Soviet Union, and of course Vladimir Putin will remember this well, the Soviet Union was made to turn back and put its tail between its legs in Afghanistan in the 1980s. That huge military was forced into a retreat, and many military analysts say that that was what upended and ended the Soviet Union in the end. So Vladimir Putin knows that. It is still a strong deterrent to any Russian invasion here. Guys?
All right, Matt Bradley in Ukraine, Matt Bodner in Russia. Thank you both.
The top science advisor to the White House has suddenly stepped down after admitting to, quote, demeaning his staff. Eric Lander is the first member of President Biden's cabinet to resign. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memley joins us now from the White House. Mike, what more do we know about the circumstances surrounding Lander's pretty abrupt departure?
Well, Morgan, what this all goes back to is a pretty clear directive that President Biden issued within hours of taking the oath of office last year. He said that if he witnessed any member of his administration being demeaning or belittling towards a colleague, he would fire them, as he put it, on the spot. Well, Politico was first to report that Dr. Lander was actually the subject of multiple complaints from within the Office of Science and Technology Policy of belittling or demeaning behavior. A White House investigation followed those complaints. They did find that Lander had exhibited those behaviors, but initially the White House was not terminating him. They said there was only corrective action. The White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki yesterday was getting really grilled about this issue yesterday. She said that President Biden has been crystal clear about his intentions here, but she, at that point, was standing by Lander. Well, late last night, we got the official resignation letter from Dr. Lander, acknowledging his behavior and apologizing for those he would have offended. It's interesting, Morgan, because this position, the director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, had not been cabinet level until President Biden made it that just during his transition period. So now Dr. Lander becomes the first member of President Biden's cabinet to step down.
All right, NBC's Mike Memley from the White House. Mike, thank you. Coming up, one of the stars of Team USA is once again going for the gold.
Still ahead, how Olympic champion Chloe Kim is preparing to defend her title.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
On the money this hour, stocks are up slightly today as investors take in yet another round of earnings reports and really brace for key inflation data that's expected to come later this week. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu joins us now. Dom, big question, overall bird's eye view, what is the market looking like today?
So the market's actually moving towards session highs right now. And in many cases, one of those reasons why is because we are getting a slew of corporate earnings reports that continue to show that the market could be in a good position and the companies are doing pretty well economically speaking. The question will be whether or not these companies can continue to do so in the face of things like inflationary pressures that, of course, have been part of the narrative for quite some time. A lot of company-specific stories right now are driving a lot of the action. First of all, we've talked a lot about Peloton. The company did come out and report a wider than expected loss and a slowing revenue growth profile, but the company said that its co-founder and CEO, John Foley, is stepping down. Barry McCarthy will take over CEO. He was formerly the chief financial officer over at Spotify and Netflix. You've got Pfizer reporting results, lower on the news there, and of course some other ones. Harley Davidson, by the way, motorcycle maker, doing pretty well today, surging after reporting better than expected results and because of its high profile, I guess, shift towards electric bikes and whatnot. More people are buying more expensive bikes and motorcycles as well, Morgan. So a lot of things driving the overall market action.
I want to back up to something you said there, though. We also have that new information out today after the SEC delivered yet another subpoena to Tesla over Elon Musk's tweets. What is the latest there?
So we found out in a regulatory filing that Tesla made on Monday that back in November, securities regulators did subpoena Tesla and CEO Elon Musk over some of the tweets that at the time where Musk asked his tens of millions of Twitter followers whether or not he should sell 10% of his stake in his company. We all remember that time, and a lot of that was to cover some tax bills, other issues whatsoever there. But with Tesla and Elon Musk, this is just the continuation of this kind of spar that's been happening between the two entities, going all the way back to 2018 when the SEC and Musk went to bat over whether or not Musk was actually in any way, shape, or form trying to maybe manipulate the stock by tweeting out whether or not the company had secured funding for a go-private transaction. So, again, the latest in the chapter there.
All right. CNBC's Dominic Chu for us. Dom, thank you.
Sure.
Well, just as tax season gets underway, the IRS is scrapping a plan to use facial recognition technology to cut down on fraud. Kevin Collier covers cybersecurity and privacy for NBC News. He joins us now. So, Kevin, let's go back first here to the original plan. How and why was the IRS planning to use facial recognition?
Yeah, so it was already in the process of being rolled out. They were going to use this service called ID Me, whose business is verifying people are who they say they are it's to streamline things for the IRS and to cut down on online tax fraud. So for some instances, when somebody needed to verify their online account to use IRS services, they'd be asked to take a video selfie, which employees at ID Me could just look at and make a judgment on, yes, this is the person who claims to be behind the account, or no, they're not.
So then, Kevin, how is the agency explaining this change of heart now?
I mean, this is the rare case where it's just kind of an unabashed victory for American digital privacy advocates. The potential issues with facial recognition technology are very well documented. It's often biased toward white faces. It creates a whole new database of people's private information that has to be safeguarded from hackers. It's also not just anywhere near an exact science so far, as it produces a lot of error. And the IRS made it pretty clear that that's, they heard privacy advocates' concerns.
Obviously, the IRS thinks there's a big enough fraud problem that it needs to take some sort of action here. Is there a backup plan to protect taxpayers if facial recognition is something that's off the table now?
Yeah, so their statement yesterday made it pretty clear that they're scrambling to come up with options to replace ID Me or and also they're not going to use any other kind of third-party facial recognition service. One idea that's been floated by Oregon Senator Ron Wyden, who really led the charge to pressure the IRS on this issue, is to use this login service called login.gov, which is a product of the U.S. government and does not rely on facial recognition and is already in use across a number of federal agencies and some state government websites.
All right, NBC's Kevin Collier with us today. Kevin, thanks.
So to lease or not to lease, to buy or not to buy?
That is the
question.
And they are questions that car shoppers have been asking really for decades now. But with the shortage in both new and used cars, the answers may be changing. Here's NBC News correspondent Tom Costello.
If you're car shopping, prepare for sticker shock. The global computer chip shortage means there's often a long wait for new cars to buy or lease. Prices up 15% in a year. And used cars are also soaring to an average of $31,000 for a 4 to 7-year-old car, up from $20,000 before the pandemic. Lori Crothers wants to spend $15,000 on a used car for her teenagers. So far, she's finding only high-mileage cars for $25,000.
I don't want to buy something that I'm spending way more money on than what it truly is worth.
If you're in a lease that's about to expire, there could be a silver lining. Here's why. When you sign a 3-year lease, you lock in a purchase price should you decide to buy the car when your lease is up. Those prices are now almost certainly much lower than a new car or even that same used car today.
I would suggest you do buy it. Chances are it's going to be a lot cheaper than what you're going to get on the market right now.
Corinne Hanshaw's lease is up this month, but with few new cars available, she opted to stick with what she has.
I decided to purchase my current vehicle, and I was able to save an extra $100 a month, and that adds up.
Helping to drive used car prices up even more, some lease customers are buying their cars, then quickly selling them.
We have a lot of our consumers that are buying that vehicle from the leasing company, trading it in and making a profit on it.
A big profit, sometimes $10,000 and more.
Tom Costello reporting there. Peloton spinning its wheels to stay afloat.
That's right. Still ahead, why major tech companies like Amazon, Sony, Apple are reportedly considering a potential buy-off of that very fitness company. Stay with us.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Breaking news right now. Jury selection resumes today in the trial of a former Kentucky officer involved in the deadly raid that killed Breonna Taylor. Jury selection in Brett Hankinson Watson's endangerment trial was delayed for a week due to bad weather, and he had minor surgery. Now, during the raid, Hankinson fired shots that went into a neighboring apartment. He is not charged, however, in the death of Taylor. Hyundai and Kia are recalling nearly 500,000 vehicles due to a fire risk. The automakers are asking owners to actually park their vehicles outside in case they catch fire while the engine is off. So far, there have been 11 reports of fires in the U.S., but no injuries, thankfully. In addition to replacing a fuse, Hyundai dealers will inspect the control modules and replace them if, in fact, it is needed. Hyundai will mail notification letters starting on April 5th. Kia will send them out March 31st. And those attending the Super Bowl this weekend are going to be protected by some pretty well-trained security personnel. Some of the TSA dogs are assigned to the nation's airports are going to the big game to sniff for explosive. Now, these dogs trained for months at Lackland Air Force Base there in San Antonio. And if you won't be at the Super Bowl game, then you can, of course, watch it right here this Sunday on NBC.
We are following some breaking news out of Minnesota now, where an arrest has been made in the homicide investigation that led to the police shooting death of Amir Locke. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton has been following this story. She joins us now. Antonia, what do we know? Bring us up to speed here.
Hi, Aaron. What we know is that a 17-year-old has been arrested and charged for the murder of a man named Otis Elder. And this is the exact same homicide investigation that led to the death of Amir Locke. Last Wednesday, police executed a no-knock warrant, entered Amir Locke's apartment, or the apartment where Amir Locke was staying, and within about 9 seconds, police shot and killed Amir Locke. And this case has led to immense outrage in the Minneapolis and St. Paul area and around the country. And in fact, this news is coming out today at the exact same time that students in schools across the state of Minnesota are planning a walkout, a statewide student walkout in honor of Amir Locke. And they're expected around 1 1 p.m. Central Time to speak out in a press conference. And what many of the students involved in this walkout and people around Minneapolis have been calling for, not only the firing of the Officer Mark Hennepin, involved in the killing of Amir Locke, but they're also calling for reforms. Most notably, they want to see an end to the no-knock warrants. As viewers may remember, this is the same type of warrant executed in the case of Breonna Taylor, now seen again in this case that is causing so much outrage in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area. And, we are expecting to see, right now this officer is on administrative leave as the investigation pens, but we're expecting to see students and residents speak out this afternoon, and we're keeping an eye on that news, Aaron.
All right, Antonia Hilton for us now on that breaking news today. Antonia, thank you. The Justice Department is now signaling that it may allow safe injection sites. These are places that act as safe havens for drug users. People are allowed to use heroin and other narcotics with protection against overdoses. Now, in a response to questions from the Associated Press, the DOJ said it is evaluating these facilities and talking to regulators about appropriate guardrails. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delanian is joining us now. Ken, this is a pretty big reversal from the Trump era. Where does the Justice Department stand on this now? We saw really a pretty hard fight from the Justice Department prior to this administration. Why the change?
Yeah, well, first of all, Aaron, elections matter. There are different people running the Justice Department with different philosophies. There has long been a lot of evidence that safe injection sites can reduce harm to users and the community. But what really has tipped the balance here, perhaps, is the huge uptick in overdose deaths linked to heroin laced with fentanyl. Users don't know what they're getting, and they are dying as a result. So the Justice Department is now saying that it is, quote, evaluating such facilities and talking to regulators about appropriate guardrails, Aaron.
And Ken, the first injection site opened in New York City, and Philadelphia is opening one of its own. Both are getting a lot of support and a lot of criticism, frankly. What are the arguments on both sides of this issue?
Right. Well, the opposition is the same as it's always been, a moral objection to enabling illegal behavior. New York Republican Congresswoman Nicole Malliotakis, for example, said, quote, instead of stopping the deadly drugs streaming over our border, putting drug dealers behind bars, and helping people receive the long-term treatment they need to overcome addiction, Democrat leadership is enabling illegal drug use. But of course, Aaron, that's just false. The government is doing all of those things. The problem is that the government over many decades has proven itself unable to stop the flow of drugs coming into the country as long as there's demand from them. And proponents of safe injection sites say that they not only help keep users from dying, but they also help the community by taking away the incentive for addicts to steal and commit other crimes to buy drugs. These sorts of facilities have been around for decades in Europe and elsewhere. The New York City Health Department, Aaron, said that they estimated that their sites prevented 59 overdoses in 3 weeks last year.
And Ken, while I have you, I want to ask you also about the federal prison system. Prisons across the country, we know, were placed under a lockdown after a big gang fight turned deadly in Texas last week. That's coming to an end?
The Bureau of Prisons is saying, Aaron, that it has decided to return select facilities, as it put it, to the appropriate modified operational status as part of a tiered response that would lift restrictions elsewhere as officials decided it was safe to do so. Translated, I think that means the Bureau is starting to unravel this nationwide lockdown that it imposed January 31st after 2 inmates were killed in a gang fight in Texas, and officials fear retaliatory violence in other facilities across the country. That appears to be now coming to an end, Aaron.
All right, Ken Delanian in our Washington Bureau. Thank you, Ken.
Now to Montana with some breaking news there. A climate change case led by young people will go to trial. 16 young people are suing the state over their energy policy. They allege its heavy dependence on fossil fuel development actually accelerates climate change and infringes on their constitutional rights. NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos joins us now. Danny, in looking at this case, it appears that Montana is one of 6 states that mentioned environmental rights in that state constitution. So I wonder if this case is going to come down to that line, which basically reads, quote, the state and each person shall maintain and improve a clean and healthful environment in Montana for present and future generations. So, Danny, what's your take on this? I mean, do the kids have a chance at winning?
It's probably language in a constitution of that state that most people thought was just flowery, feel-good language. No one ever thought it had any legal import until some kids and some lawyers decided that it might, because after all, words in a constitution or a contract or a statute are presumed to have the meaning that they have. So now this lawsuit may actually bring life to those words in Montana's state constitution and set the standard for other states who may have similar language in their constitution. Did it confer a right, or was it just happy language?
You talk about perhaps setting a standard here, and the reality of it is this is the first climate trial that's led by young people. Why is that so significant and possibly setting or even accelerating the standard?
Because, as was alleged early on by these, many of them children as young as 2, these are the folks who are going to have to inherit this land as they grow older, into youth and into adulthood. This is their land. They've invested in it, and they are the ones that should enjoy it under Montana's constitution, at least as they allege.
All right. NBC's Danny Savalas for us there. Danny, thank you.
Big changes announced today at Peloton. The once hot bike and treadmill maker is saying this morning that founder John Foley is stepping down as CEO and will be replaced by a former Spotify executive. They're also cutting 2,800 jobs to cope with the drop in demand. CNBC reporter Diana Olick joins us now with more details on this. Diana, Peloton, we know, has been under some pressure for a little while now to make some changes. Why these moves now?
Well, look, Aaron, we know that Peloton was the ultimate stay-at-home play of the pandemic. It saw incredible growth, the stock soared, but that really came crashing down last fall after the company reported slowing demand for its bikes and treads, but it was still spending a ton of money. Then CNBC.com a few weeks ago reported that the company planned to slow or even temporarily halt production of its bikes and treads due to that lower demand. So investors started calling for the CEO's resignation. The company had just overinvested, and outgoing CEO John Foley owned up to that. Here's what he told investors on a call this morning.
I love Peloton. I love the role we play in connecting the world through fitness. But we also acknowledge that we have made missteps along the way. To meet market demand, we scaled our operations too rapidly, and we overinvested in certain areas of our business. We own this. I own this. And we are holding ourselves accountable. That starts today.
Now, you can see here at the peak of the pandemic, connected fitness subscriber growth at Peloton jumped over 25%. That growth is expected to be just 2% in the coming year. Aaron?
So, Diana, what do we know about this incoming CEO, this Barry McCarthy?
Well, he's a former CFO of Spotify and Netflix, and Foley called him a visionary in the media software subscription business. He noted that his wife and he are avid Peloton users, and they, quote, get the magic. Now, Foley has always seen Peloton as kind of more of a media company, not a fitness company. And the background of McCarthy, he has some in music. It's also useful given Peloton's music holdings for all of its workouts, so he seems like the right fit.
Yeah, very quickly, Diana, there had been talk about Peloton being bought by a couple of big names. Do these moves make Peloton more likely to be bought by another company?
Well, actually, analysts are saying it makes it less likely, at least in the near term. We've already heard that McCarthy plans to move to New York from California, and they're doing a lot of restructuring of the business right now. So if the stock goes up considerably more, it would become less of a takeover target.
All right, Diana Olick for us from CNBC. Diana, thank you.
Peter Thiel, the billionaire tech investor and PayPal co-founder, is leaving the board of Facebook parent company Meta. He was one of Facebook's earliest investors and really drew criticism over the years with his support of former President Donald Trump, along with other conservative candidates and companies. NBC News technology reporter David Ingram joins us now with more on this. David, first up, what do we know about why Thiel chose to step down from this board, and really why is this such a big deal?
Well, everyone's heard of Mark Zuckerberg, but Peter Thiel is arguably the closest advisor that Mark Zuckerberg has ever had at Facebook. Thiel was a very early investor in Facebook and has been on the board going all the way back to 2005. So almost 2 decades, almost as long as Facebook has been around. He's a billionaire. He's a very eccentric person who has made no secret about his sometimes extreme politics. He has said that he is skeptical of democracy and how it fits into American life and freedom. And he is so he's stepping down later this year. They're being very shy right now about exactly why that is. There are certainly he's due a break if that's what he's choosing to do, but he hasn't said a reason. Facebook has also not given a reason. Meta, the parent company, hasn't said, except that they've expressed a lot of appreciation for for his service, and they've got a new board member as of a few months ago. But here's a quote from Mark Zuckerberg, who said that he has learned many lessons from Peter Thiel about business, economics, and the world. One of Peter Thiel's many eccentric views is that he's made no secret about monopolization being a legitimate business strategy for companies to pursue. That resonates, of course, with Facebook facing many allegations over the years that it has acted like a monopoly.
All right, David Ingram for us there. David, thank you. Meanwhile, coming up, talks to revive Iran's 2015 nuclear deal are back underway.
After the break, where the negotiations stand and how oil prices are responding.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States! Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar.
Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Well, some of the world's top diplomats are meeting behind closed doors in Vienna today. They're working to hammer out a return of the tattered 2015 Iran nuclear deal. NBC News Tehran Bureau Chief Ali Arouzi is joining us now from Iran. Ali, walk us through exactly who is at the table here today and where the negotiations stand.
Hey, Aaron. Well, all the parties who've been negotiating the JCPOA from the beginning are back in Vienna. That's the US, the UK, France, Germany, Russia, China, and the European Union. And they're all sitting around the negotiating table, with, of course, the exception of the US, who Iran refuses to talk to directly. And so far today, little has been given away by the envoys in Vienna. They're keeping their cards pretty close to their chest as to whether they're any closer to resolving various outstanding, thorny issues. Officials say that the talks are reaching their final stage, that is, the end game. But it's not clear how long that end game may take. The negotiations have dragged on for months now, punctuated by long gaps. Initially, Western delegates said that little or no progress was being made. However, they seem increasingly optimistic now. U.S. negotiators have recently become more upbeat about reaching an agreement. The Iranian side says that progress has been made and gaps have been narrowed. And now the devil is in the details. We have to see if there's enough political will on both sides to get this deal across the line.
You did say that the U.S. is not participating directly in these talks. So how are American interests being represented there in Vienna?
So when former President Trump pulled out of the deal in 2018, Tehran adopted a policy that there would be no more direct talks with the U.S. That, of course, has complicated and slowed down the whole procedure, not least because Iran wants to get rid of U.S. sanctions, but they're not talking to the U.S. Instead, they have to talk to third parties who are not as familiar with the complexities of U.S. sanctions on how to remove them. Now, even though the U.S. isn't at the table, they do have a delegation in Vienna that's headed by a guy called Robert Malley, who by all accounts is pretty soft on Iran, which had initially raised the prospects of a deal being achieved in short order. That obviously hasn't happened, and they're still trying to hammer away at those details right now.
And Ali, it seems like these talks are affecting oil prices now. What are you seeing?
Yeah, I mean, they went down slightly at the prospect of a deal happening, and then they went up slightly. That's not going to settle down until a deal happens. I mean, look, if they do reach some sort of an agreement in Vienna, there'll be something like 1 million barrels of Iranian oil on the market. There will be a glut on the market, and that will definitely bring prices down. But it's complicated for Iran. They've been trying to circumnavigate sanctions, and they've been selling slashed price oil to the Chinese. So it's not clear exactly how much of a surplus they have to spill onto the market if a deal was going to be achieved. But the general consensus is if all sides come together, oil prices will probably come down because Iran will then be able to sell its oil without sanctions restrictions.
Ali Arouzi for us in Tehran today. Ali, thank you.
Pope Benedict XVI, now retired, is responding to a new report about his role in a dark saga for the Catholic Church. Decades of alleged sexual abuse in Germany. The 94-year-old was Archbishop of Munich in the late 70s and early 80s, but he's not admitting to any specific wrongdoing. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Claudia Lavanga.
Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI has asked for forgiveness for what he called grievous faults in the way he handled sex abuses during his time as Archbishop of Munich, but denied any wrongdoing. The retired Pope today issued a statement in response to a damning report published in Germany at the end of January, in which he was accused of mishandling at least 4 cases of sex abuse in his archdiocese in the 1970s and 80s. The former Pope has once again expressed to all victims of sexual abuse his profound shame, deep sorrow, and his heartfelt request for forgiveness, but called his shortcomings in the handling of abuses under his jurisdiction in Munich an oversight, denying he lied when asked about his handling of those cases. He ended his letter by saying that he will soon be before the final judge, and that while he has good reasons for fear and trembling, he trusts firmly that God is a friend and brother who suffered with him for his shortcomings.
One of the stars of Team USA is once again going for the gold.
Coming up, how Olympic champion Chloe Kim is getting ready to defend her title.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Team USA still lacking in the medal count at the Winter Olympics. No gold medals and just 5 overall, good for 12th place. Russian athletes are on top with 12 medals. Norway and the Netherlands following in the overall count. Each nation has grabbed 3 golds apiece. China is in 8th place.
Meanwhile, one of the stars of Team USA is ready to take another run at gold. Chloe Kim sat down with Today Show co-anchor Savannah Guthrie to talk about her journey.
Hi, Morgan and Aaron. The world fell in love with Chloe Kim as a then fearless 17-year-old when she struck half-pipe gold in Pyeongchang. But a lot has happened since then. After taking an extended break from the sport, the now 21-year-old Chloe is ready to defend her title, but this time on her own terms. Chloe Kim was just 17 at the games in Pyeongchang when she made history.
Back-to-back 1080s.
Becoming the youngest female Olympic gold medalist in snowboarding history.
Chloe Kim, your Olympic champion.
Her spunky personality off the snow made her a star, like those tweets about eating churros and feeling hangry during competition.
Well, you look for churros everywhere. They're on the way out.
I just looked back at some of the footage from your run in 2018. You've changed so much.
Eyelash extensions.
Eyelash extensions, and what else?
I'm 21 now, which is cool.
One thing that hasn't changed for Chloe is her dominance in the sport. She's the favorite to win gold in the women's halfpipe in Beijing. Her road to Olympic glory beginning as a young child.
Good job, Chloe, good job. My dad used to, he would buy me like oversized pants, and I was like 7. He would cut up my mom's yoga mats and make like little butt pads out of them.
To cushion your falls.
To cushion my falls.
They don't let you wear yoga mats inside your big pants at the Olympics, do they?
No. I mean, I'm sure they won't stop you, but.
One of the things that people really remember from the 2018 Olympics is your adorable and enthusiastic family just cheering for you. They won't be able to come, though, this year to Beijing.
I'm so used to having, like, my family at the bottom of the pipe at almost every competition, so it'll be weird not having them there, but I think I got it. I'm probably gonna call them 1,000 times a day. I'm gonna call my dad if practice is stressing me out. He'll always be there for me.
But Chloe admits she had reservations about competing again on the world stage.
Did you ever consider not going back for a second Olympics?
Definitely did. My first one was really overwhelming. I was not expecting that kind of response.
Suddenly you were everywhere. You were famous.
So then I like kind of got scared. I got really bad anxiety and I was like, okay, maybe I can't do that again because I just don't know if I can handle it, but that's why I went to school. And that really gave me a good reset.
Chloe took a break from snowboarding to attend Princeton University, but it wasn't easy shaking her celebrity status at the esteemed Ivy.
The minute I stepped onto campus, people were running up to me asking me for photos and autographs, and I was like, no, like, I just want to be a student. Like, I don't want to be Chloe Kim, the snowboarder.
Wow.
And then after a while, it kind of blew over.
But you found a great group of friends.
Yeah. All my friends, all my really close friends had no idea who I was.
They had no idea that she was the Olympic snowboarding champion who became the first woman snowboarder to hit back-to-back 1080s. That's 3 rotations in midair, landing the gold medal in Pyeongchang.
You were such a force at the Olympics. The whole world fell in love with you. But I can see how that would also create pressure to always be that version of yourself.
I think I was so happy the whole time I was at the Olympics. Everything was so new to me. I was like always on, always super excited. And then after a while, I was like, oh my God, people expect me to be like that all the time. My cheeks were hurting so bad from fake smiling.
How did it affect your relationship with snowboarding? Because here's something you grew up with, you loved.
Honestly, I think I hated it for the first time, like in my life. Post-Olympics, every conversation I had with anyone was always about snowboarding, like nothing about myself. And I'm like, all right, like if that's all you care about, then I'm out.
Here we go, Chloe Kim.
Chloe took nearly 2 years off from snowboarding, but it doesn't show. With impressive winning performances in recent competitions, Chloe is inching closer to defending her Olympic title.
How did you find your way back to snowboarding, to the sport you loved?
I just told myself if I missed it while I was at school, I would go back.
And what's it like getting ready for another Olympics? Are you working on new tricks?
Yeah, I've learned 3 new tricks, so I'm really excited. I'm hoping to put them all in a run at the Olympics.
If I ask you now, what do you love about your sport?
Personally, I get to push myself and I can set my own goals. and work towards them and achieve them, it's the best feeling. I'm excited.
Savannah Guthrie reporting there. This year's Oscar nominations are out, and of course, it wouldn't be awards season without a little bit of controversy.
That's true. NBC News anchor Joe Fryer breaks down who made the cut and who missed out.
Oscar nominations were announced just hours ago, and it's a big year for streaming services. Netflix's film The Power of the Dog scored 12 nominations, more than any other film. And half of the 10 nominees for Best Picture came from streaming services. Joining Power of the Dog, Netflix's Don't Look Up, Apple TV's Coda, about a child born to deaf parents, and 2 movies from HBO Max, Dune and King Richard, all featured in the prestigious category. Will Smith is up for Best Actor for his portrayal of Richard Williams, the father of Venus and Serena Williams.
Venus and Serena gonna shake up this world.
He'll face stiff competition in the star-studded category. Javier Bardem, Denzel Washington, Benedict Cumberbatch, and Andrew Garfield. For Best Actress, Jessica Chastain, Olivia Colman, Nicole Kidman, Penelope Cruz, and Kristen Stewart all earned nominations, with many movie lovers saying Lady Gaga was snubbed for her role in House of Gucci.
Kristen Stewart was pretty much a favorite to win this award earlier in the awards season, but then she was snubbed from a few major awards organizations like the SAG Awards and the BAFTAs, which didn't nominate her at all. But now she's firmly back in the running, and it seems like she possibly took Lady Gaga's place in this category.
After Parasite made Oscars history 2 years ago, becoming the first foreign language film to win Best Picture, the international trend might continue this year. Japanese film Drive My Car earned Best Picture and Best Director nominations, while Danish film Flea made history by becoming the first film to receive nominations for Best Documentary, Best Animated Film, and Best International Film, all in the same year. So who will come out on top and take home a golden statue? We'll find out March 27th, when Hollywood's biggest night takes place at the Dolby Theater in Los Angeles.
Thank you so much for being with us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now.
Right now on NBC News Now, Face Off, California ending its mask mandate and how health officials are reacting to that decision.
High-stakes meeting. The president of France hoping to de-escalate tensions between Ukraine and Russia. How conversations are progressing as more U.S. troops arrive in the region.
Plus, captured a 12-hour manhunt following a deadly supermarket shooting in Washington state. It's come to an end, but we'll tell you what we know about the victims as police investigate a motive.
And sensational 22-year-old American figure skating star Nathan Chen dominating on the ice in Beijing. What makes his performance so special, and what's next in his quest for gold?
Hi there, everyone. Happy Tuesday, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin with the pandemic this hour and the growing debate over rolling back COVID restrictions. In addition to Delaware and Oregon, California will begin relaxing indoor mask mandates for the fully vaccinated. Now, that move takes effect 1 week from today. California's governor made it clear, however, masks will continue in schools and for people who are unvaccinated.
Meanwhile, Connecticut will start rolling back on mask mandates in schools. New Jersey, Delaware, Oregon, they've already announced similar plans. Connecticut's mask mandate in schools will end on February 28th. The new data shows COVID cases in that state have dropped 71% in just the past 2 weeks. Connecticut's governor says any additional mask rules and guidance will be left to individual school districts. Our doctor on duty is standing by, digging into everything we need to know about this. But first, let's go ahead and begin with NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas, who is live for us in Los Angeles at this hour. Guad, it's great to see you. And as we just mentioned, California's mask mandate is about to expire. So talk to us a little bit about the COVID situation there in LA and really how people are reacting to this new decision.
Morgan, well, this was an announcement made by the governor. The governor mentioning that California has improved, the situation here has improved, 65% less in the positivity rate here in the state after we went through the Omicron wave. So because of that, now the state has decided, like you mentioned, to end the mask mandate February 15th. If you look at the number of 73% of Californians fully vaccinated. So the numbers have improved tremendously across the state in California. So as you can imagine, when the announcement was made yesterday, Californians reacted, many of them happy to be able to take off the mask if they're fully vaccinated. This is what a lot of them had to say.
I know that people have certain health conditions and whatnot, so I want to be respectful to those with underlying conditions, who've got family members. So I understand that, so I'm sensitive to that.
I'm vaccinated, and I just know that I'll be safe and keep my distance from people.
Should have been lifted a long time ago.
I can't wait. I'm excited to be able to life to return back to normal and take the mask off and not have to worry about it.
Now, we have to keep in mind that California is a very large state with 58 counties. You have the north part of the state with San Francisco. Then you have the central part, which is the farming region in Sacramento. And then, of course, Southern California is its own world. Los Angeles, Orange County, and San Diego. And each county will be deciding how to move forward, whether they want to keep a mask mandate or not.
All right, NBC's Guad Venegas for us there in Los Angeles. Guad, thanks so much for being with us. We appreciate it.
Let's bring in Dr. Sharif El-Nahal now. He is the former New Jersey Health Commissioner and President and CEO of University Hospital in Newark. Dr. El-Nahal, do you think that states should be looking at ending indoor mask mandates at this point, or even your own state where they're going to end the mask mandates for schools? Is this time?
Thanks so much for having me. I do think it's time to consider this strongly, and I do think a lot of local environmental factors matter. For example, how many folks in the community are vaccinated. In New Jersey, well over 90% of people age 5 and up have at least one dose, 78% fully vaccinated. And so if you have a highly vaccinated state, you're seeing trends that really indicate steep decreases, not only in cases, but also hospitalizations. And frankly, we've seen worlds of a different picture here at University Hospital in Newark. Just over the last 2 to 3 weeks, we've seen substantial reductions. It's important to give people a break, a reprieve, especially when community transmission is low. And I think it's wise to consider that now.
You know, I'm curious what you make of the rift, though. We had a doctor on yesterday who said the exact opposite of what you just said. So, how do people sort of square these different lines of thinking coming from our health and medical and public health and public policy experts?
Well, this is certainly an area where reasonable people can disagree. A lot of our frontline clinicians at University Hospital may disagree with me. For example, folks who still see people coming in with this disease, but also dying from it. I also know that we're not going to get to COVID zero. That's a very unattainable goal. And I think leaders across the spectrum in the United States are realizing that. And so then what do we define as endemic? We live with the flu every year. The flu is a risk to immunocompromised and elderly people. It does take lives every year. How do we balance the risks, benefits of ultimately coming back to normal? I think that's, again, an area where people can disagree.
Well, it's a sort of a topic that many of us have not had to really think too much about prior to COVID. So we appreciate you being on today and sharing your perspective. Dr. Sharif El-Nahal, thank you.
Meanwhile, the diplomatic push to de-escalate tensions over Ukraine is currently ramping up. French President Emmanuel Macron is in Kiev today, meeting with Ukraine's President Zelensky. It comes one day after Macron sat down for an hours-long meeting with the Russian President Vladimir Putin in Moscow. Putin says that some of what was discussed could be a starting point for future conversations. Macron, however, says the coming days will be, quote, decisive in the Ukraine standoff. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin, who's in Kiev, Ukraine, as well as NBC News global security reporter Dan Duluth. Aaron, first to you, how did today's meeting between Macron and Zelensky play out? How was it perhaps different than the style and tenor of conversation he had with Putin?
Macron said that essentially both Kiev and the Kremlin have agreed that the Minsk protocol will be the basis for future talks, which on the surface seems like a good thing. However, both sides disagree on the interpretation of the Minsk Protocol and accuse each other of ignoring the Minsk Protocol, which is a set of protocols put in place aimed at ending the war in Donbass. However, both sides are continuing to talk. The diplomatic channel remains open, which of course is critical because the alternative to diplomacy is war. And that is something that experts that I've been speaking to here in Kyiv are acutely aware of. They're taking the U.S. intelligence assessments extraordinarily seriously. I was speaking to Daria Kaleniuk. She is a corruption fighter here in Kyiv. And she, in this whole scenario, says she sees echoes of history, warning the West, warning Ukraine to heed the lessons of World War II. Take a listen to what she had to say.
Our partners from the UK and the US, who rely on intelligence and have much more information than me, are saying clearly that we are at the edge of war, and it could be World War III. And how to stop that? The history of World War II says that you can't appease the dictator, you can't satisfy, just give him just small pieces and he will stop. He will not stop.
Now, it was telling following the press conference today between President Macron and President Zelensky. They signed economic agreements, and Kaleniuk says she believes the Ukrainian economy is critical in all of this. She thinks that that is why the Ukrainian government has been downplaying those U.S. intelligence assessments. Morgan.
Dan, I'd like to bring you in here. We also saw more U.S. troops arriving in Poland today. How is the West really assessing Russia's capabilities right now? And really, what's the possibility of the U.S. sending even more forces there to Eastern Europe?
Well, the assessment is that this is a formidable buildup, and it is continuing with no let-up. There are naval ships heading to the Black Sea from Russia. There is a massive force now massing all along Ukraine's border on 3 sides. Missile systems are there, tanks, artillery, all sorts of capabilities. And really, the view from Western officials and U.S. officials is that Russia has enough firepower to move at any moment, but within roughly 2 weeks or so, they could have sufficient force to launch a full-blown invasion. At the Pentagon yesterday, there was a briefing, and Press Secretary John Kirby spoke to all this, and here's what he had to say.
But what's important is not just the numbers, it's the capabilities. And what we see is that he is really putting in place robust, what we would call combined arms capabilities in Belarus and along that border with Ukraine in Russia. I mean, he has a full suite available to him, and it continues to grow every day, including just over the last 2 days.
So that's the view from the Pentagon, very formidable, threatening situation. It's important to say that the U.S. has ruled out sending U.S. troops to Ukraine. But as you know, President Biden has sent a small number of troops to Poland and other Eastern European countries. And Washington has not ruled out more reinforcements moving there. NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg also said that was something that NATO would look at, sending more troops to Eastern Europe, and there's a NATO defense ministers meeting that will no doubt take that up when they meet in about a week from now.
All right, NBC's Aaron McLaughlin and Dan DeLuce there in Washington. Thank you both for joining us.
On Capitol Hill now, the clock is ticking again with another government shutdown showdown on the horizon. Lawmakers facing a February 18th deadline to fund the government. Now just 10 days away. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell is joining us from her post now. Leanne, so how are lawmakers planning to avoid a government shutdown again?
Well, Aaron, once again, they are going to pass a short-term funding bill that keeps the government open, keeps the government funded until March 11th. Now, the reason for this is because Republicans and Democrats cannot agree on funding levels. Republicans want a lot more money, about $25 billion more in defense spending. Democrats want that much plus more on domestic spending. And because they can't agree, they're doing the short-term government funding bill Phil, and I just want to remind viewers that the beginning of the fiscal year was October 1st. So they have been in funding levels of last year for the first 4 months of the year, and it's going to be extended for another month, Aaron.
Well, Leanne, I want to ask you, too, about this, the Republican backlash to this resolution from the RNC, the one censuring Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger. So this measure described the Capitol riot we know as, quote, legitimate political discourse. What more are you hearing from lawmakers on the Hill about this?
Yeah, well, Republicans do not want to be talking about this at all. I canvassed, had almost a dozen Senate Republicans last night, many of them in leadership, and said that this is not unifying for the party. It's a distraction, and that was not legitimate political discourse, that there were violent people there on that day. I asked some members of House Republican leadership as well today. Representative Elise Stefanik, she kind of dodged the question on political legitimate discourse, saying that Republicans have been clear that there was violence on that day, but she also pointed to violence in the streets during the racial protests after George Floyd. That's the common talking point of Republicans. But Republicans would rather be focusing their attention on Joe Biden, on inflation, especially heading into this midterm election year. But once again, they are forced to answer questions about Trump-influenced policies and Trump-influenced rhetoric. Aaron.
All right, Leanne Caldwell on the Hill today. Leanne, thanks.
Olympic athletes are going for gold in Beijing.
Coming up, when Team USA's Olympic gold drought could end, and the one-on-one with legendary snowboarder Shaun White before his final ride.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
A 12-hour-long manhunt in Washington state has finally ended with a murder suspect in custody. Police say 39-year-old Aaron Christopher Kelly shot two people inside of a Richland supermarket just yesterday. One man is dead. A second victim is in critical condition. Richland is in southern Washington state, roughly 3.5 hours from Portland, Oregon. Madeline Carter of our NBC affiliate covering southern Washington state joins us now. Madeline, what do we know about what led to the suspect's arrest ultimately, and really what are investigators saying about a potential motive here?
Well,
After searching for hours, police finally tracked down Aaron Christopher Kelly on Interstate 90 near Spokane. They took him into custody around midnight local time. And what we know right now is that police had a description of Kelly's vehicle that ultimately led to his arrest. Kelly will be transported back to the Tri-Cities area here of Washington State, where he will be booked into the Benton County Jail on first-degree murder charges and first-degree attempted murder charges. We don't know of any possible motive just yet, but we do know that there was some sort of confrontation between Kelly and the person who was shot inside the store, and that's all we know at this time. We think that confrontation is what led up ultimately to the shooting.
And Madeline, what about the store employee who was injured in that shooting? I mean, do we know any more about their condition as we speak?
Yeah, that employee's name is Mark Hill, and as of this morning, all we know is that he is still in the hospital fighting for his life. We also know the name of the man who was found dead inside the store. His name was Justin Crumbaugh. Now we are actively this morning looking for more information on both of them, and we do know that this Fred Meyer behind me is going to remain closed for at least the rest of today.
All right, Madeline Carter for us. They're live in Richland, Washington. Madeline, thank you so much for bringing your reporting to us. We appreciate it.
Another day of demonstrations being planned in Minnesota. This comes following the police shooting death of Amir Locke. The 22-year-old was killed last week by a Minneapolis police officer who was executing a no-knock warrant at an apartment Locke was staying in. Locke was not named in that warrant. NBC News national reporter Janelle Griffith joins us now. Janelle, talk to us about what's planned for today and the message that demonstrators hope to get out.
Yes, Aaron. So there is a massive statewide student walkout plan for today. I spoke to one of the organizers, and he told me they plan to march to the governor's mansion this afternoon, and he expects for thousands of students to participate. He also shared with me a list of the group's demands. Among them, they want a ban on no-knock search warrants. They want for the mayor and the interim police chief to resign, and they want for the police officer who fatally shot Amir Locke to be fired.
And Janelle, I know that members of the Locke family are also out there. They're with the demonstrators. What are you hearing from them? What are they demanding be done here?
So they're calling for systemic change, and they've said publicly that they want for police to show the same professionalism and restraint when they're dealing with Black people as they do when they're dealing with non-Black people. Here's what one of Amir Locke's cousins had to say yesterday.
Our family is not naive. So we understand that it was not necessarily a person, but a system of injustice that has killed Amir Locke. It's a layered system of injustice that starts with so many inequities and abuse.
All right, Janelle Griffith for us. Obviously, this family is still dealing with a lot of trauma and trying to understand all that's happened here. Janelle Griffith, thank you.
Day 4 of the Winter Olympics is now well underway. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at the latest medal count now. The Russian Olympic Committee is still leading the way with 10 medals overall. Norway is in second place with 8 medals. The Netherlands is in third with 7. And China has bumped its way up to 8th place with 5 medals. And the U.S. is still in 12th place. Now, despite the rankings, it was a very big day for Team USA as well as China. On the ice, records were shattered in men's figure skating by Team USA's Nathan Chen. Go, Nathan.
Crushed it, right? On the slopes, American-born Eileen Gu secured gold for China in the Olympic debut of the free ski big air. American skier Ryan Cochran-Siegel took home silver in the men's Super G. NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz joining us now. He's been keeping track of all the action for us. So, Gadi, let's start talking about Nathan Chen here. A step closer to securing gold. Walk us through his short program and what comes next.
Yeah, Nathan Chen was spectacular. He was like a poet who writes in quads, which he just landed again.
Ooh, Gotti,
and
did you just write that yourself?
I did, yeah, exactly. I mean, he's so inspiring, you know? And he not only scored the highest ever in a short program, he smoked the competition so bad that the second place was more than 5 points behind him in the standings. It's turning into this huge redemption story after that disappointment in Pyeongchang. And ever since those Olympics, he has basically been unstoppable. He's hands down the favorite to win gold on Thursday. But among the skaters right now, there is a lot of concern for one of the skating world's other top contenders, USA's Vincent Zoe, who had to drop out of competition after testing positive for COVID. So the entire team right now doing celebrating, but also everything they can to stay healthy before Thursday's finals. That is so crucial at this point, guys.
Let's talk a little bit about American-born Eileen Gu for now, Gotti. She's competing for China. Talk to us about her gold medal run.
Yeah, it was quite the spectacle. Nationality and teams aside, first off, let's just talk about what Eileen Gu pulled off at the last possible minute. Now, she was going into her third run. She knew she had to do something big, so she tried one of the hardest tricks she could think of, something she'd never actually landed in real life up until then, a double corkscrew 1620. That's when you land backwards, and then boom, gold medal. That combined with her absolute star power in China, now that she's competing for them, despite growing up in the United States, had so many fans talking, it temporarily crashed the Chinese version of Twitter. And then on top of that, in the stands, was a Chinese tennis star Peng Shuai sitting there supporting China after that very controlled interview that we talked about yesterday with the French press, saying her earlier allegations against a top-ranking Chinese official were a big misunderstanding. So two stories with some interesting intersecting storylines that are starting to blur the lines between sports and politics during these Winter Games, guys.
Yeah, I know nothing about skiing, but she was really impressive to watch when she was on the slopes last night. Gotti, I do want to ask you, too, about Ryan Cochran-Siegel. He's taken home a silver medal now in the men's Super G. This is a significantly moment, right?
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about destiny, you might as well talk about Ryan Cochran and his family in Vermont. This silver medal in Super G meaning the world to him and his mom, who taught him how to ski at 2 years old. And oh yeah, she happens to have won gold in the 1972 Olympic Games. So here's him describing his call home after that win.
I FaceTimed with her a little bit at the finish, and that was a special moment. I think we were all teary-eyed and just so, proud of this moment and proud of what we've all been through to get here and to share this moment.
And if you go further back from that, you got the Cochran's grandparents who built some ski runs for their kids in Vermont. And the next thing you know, that family had 6 Olympians. Guys?
Wow. Pretty impressive. It's in the blood for sure. Gotti Schwartz for us today. Thanks, Gotti.
Note to self, build a slope in my backyard. We'll love to see it. All right, well, qualification events for the men's snowboarding are beginning today. That's snowboarding halfpipe. And this year, America's most decorated snowboarder, Shaun White, will make his final Olympic appearance. Today's show anchor, Craig Melvin, spoke with White just before heading to Beijing.
From the first time we saw him take flight, how are we to know he would land here? The face of snowboarding, 3-time Olympic gold medal champion, now going to his 5th Olympic Games. It's been a wild ride, one that is ending. White telling reporters over the weekend here that these would be his last Olympics, confirming what he first told us when we talked to him ahead of these games.
It's going to feel weird coming out of my mouth, but this is, I think, my last run.
No matter what, this is it.
I think so, yeah.
Why?
It's hard to talk about, because my whole life I've kind of, been looked at as somewhat, superhuman because I do these things, and realizing and admitting to myself and everyone else, I'm human. It's taking a toll. There's wear and tear. I think the motivation's definitely still there, but the body, the decline in the abilities with the sport still rising. It's just an inevitable sort of situation to be in. All right, opening ceremony, number 5.
White is savoring his current situation and documenting it all on social media. USA! Leading a USA chant during opening ceremonies. And getting some practice runs on the Olympic course.
Shaun White for the gold.
He's hoping to defend the gold medal he won in Pyeongchang. A dramatic reversal after missing the medal stand in Sochi.
What is Shaun White's expectation for Beijing?
I'm going to give it everything. I've prepared myself where I'm like, gosh, if I could win again, oh my goodness, like what a amazing accomplishment, even to podium, even to be an Olympian at 35, my 5th Olympics is a feat.
It sounds like you've changed your expectations over the years.
Yes and no.
Sean's moves right now are so much higher than the other riders.
I've been to the Olympics and won. It's incredible. Obviously, it changed my life. I've kind of realized this sort of, blissfulness of it all.
The 35-year-old is the elder statesman of the U.S. snowboarding team. He will compete against a generation of athletes who look up to him, but who have taken the sport to new heights.
How has the training changed since your debut almost 20 years ago?
It's totally different. I mean, I used to just go. It's just me and the halfpipe. And as time went on, I think Sochi was that benchmark where I realized that, I'd been drawing from the same pool of motivation, and that had just kind of run dry. And so the journey to that next Olympics wasn't so much of a physical one, but like a mental and emotional one. All right, run number 1.
Shaun White sounds grounded these days, and yet he's been writing his Olympic story in the sky. Will he end it on the medal stand? And what comes after that?
The next chapter. What does it look like?
Some part of me kind of laughs and smiles. It's like when you know that high school is ending and you're like, well, I actually don't ever have to go to school again if I don't want to. For me, it's a wild concept. This has been such a long and amazing journey in my life.
Craig Melvin reporting there. A Supreme decision on voting rights.
Still ahead, the ruling from the nation's highest court on redrawing one state's congressional maps and really what this could all mean for other states. Stay with us.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Making news right now, 8 people are recovering after a bus crash in New Jersey this morning. That bus went off the Atlantic City Expressway and crashed into some trees. State police say the people on board climbed through broken windows to get out of the wreckage. 5 of the 7 passengers and the driver suffered what seemed to be minor injuries. Ice jams on the Muskingum River are causing flooding in low-lying areas of Ohio. Muskingum County declaring a state of emergency because of that flooding, as more than 50 residents have to consider evacuating. The ice jams are the result of large amounts of freezing rain and sleet. With warmer weather coming, the jam is expected to break up any day now. And Robert Irwin shared footage of a close call he had while feeding a crocodile. In the video, Irwin enters an enclosure to feed a 12-foot-long saltwater crocodile. That crocodile ignores the meat and chases Irwin, who escapes without injury. Look at the video. Like his late father, Steve Irwin, the crocodile hunter Robert has spent most of his life working with animals and apparently being really, really lucky.
Republicans in Alabama scored a big win from the Supreme Court. In a 5-4 vote, the court is allowing the state to use its newly drawn congressional map in this year's election, despite a lower court saying that it violated black voters' rights. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams joins us now. Pete, will you just break down this decision for us? I mean, why did the court decide to allow these new maps?
Can't be sure about that because this is not a regular Supreme Court ruling on the merits of a case. This is an order, and all we know is what two of the justices, Brett Kavanaugh and Samuel Alito, said. They said that basically the lower court ruling requiring the state to add a second black congressional district in addition to the one you see here in red, that's the 7th one, which includes Birmingham and some counties on the western side of the state, would come too late. This is what Kavanaugh said. Late judicial tinkering with election laws can lead to disruption and unanticipated and unfair consequences for candidates, political parties, and voters, among others. And it is true that over the years, the Supreme Court, under a ruling called Purcell, that's the name of the original case, said that federal courts should generally refrain from endorsing late changes that would cause potential chaos in how states organize their elections. So that's what the court did. But there's really two actions yesterday. One is blocking a lower court order that said the state should create a second black majority district. But then secondly, agreeing to hear Alabama's appeal of that ruling, which will get into the whole question of whether the Voting Rights Act requires states to do this.
You know, it's interesting, Pete, because my home state of North Carolina has been seeing a similar battle. And the truth is there are lots of states who are seeing similar legal fights over these newly drawn district maps. So how could this order by the Supreme Court now impact states like North Carolina, like Ohio, like New York?
Well, it depends on whether the challenges and the desire to create more majority districts for black voters are happening under state or federal law. In some states, the actions are entirely based on the state constitution. So in essence, the Supreme Court's action here won't change it. But where the federal courts are involved, it's important. And here's why. It was the Voting Rights Act in 1965 that said states with a history of racial discrimination, like Alabama, like North Carolina, like many southern states, had to get permission either from a federal court or the Justice Department before they drew new boundaries for district lines for state legislature and congressional districts after taking into account population shifts as a result of each census. But in 2013, the Supreme Court took away that requirement. So now we have a new regime where states go ahead and make these changes, and then the lawsuits are filed. So the question is, what's left of the Voting Rights Act? And what basically the liberals were saying yesterday is Alabama seems to basically meet the test of the Voting Rights Act. You have a contiguous area, a concentration of minority voters that tend to vote cohesively, but that are all chopped up and they can't choose the candidate of their choice. So it's that logic that's at stake here.
Very interesting. Pete Williams, as always. Professor Pete, thank you for breaking it down for us. We appreciate it. I wish I had had your class in college. Thanks, Pete.
You bet.
The National Archives says former President Donald Trump took 15 boxes of White House documents with him to Florida when his term ended. The archives retrieved them last month, but says they should have been turned over at the end of his presidency anyway. Trump advisors deny any bad intent here, saying the records contain mementos and letters from world leaders and other correspondences. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delanian is joining us now. Ken, what do we know about this? The Trump team obviously says that, these were sort of personal things almost. What have you been able to find out about what was in those boxes?
Well, critics are saying that the recovery of these 15 boxes from Trump's Florida resort raises concerns about whether he violated the Presidential Records Act, which requires the preservation of memos, letters, and other written documents related to a president's official duties. Aaron, obviously they have said that this was an innocent mistake and that these were mementos, including an exchange of correspondence with the North Korean president and a handwritten letter, according to the Washington Post, that President Obama had left for Donald Trump. And what his advisors are saying is that this was not intentional, Aaron.
So, Ken, if these were indeed personal correspondences and such, gifts and such, why is this so important to the National Archives?
Well, the National Archives said in a statement that, quote, these records should have been transferred from the White House at the end of the Trump administration in January 2021, and that Trump representatives are continuing to search for additional records. The statement calls the Presidential Records Act critical to our democracy, in which the government is held accountable by the people, and it adds, records matter. And, you know, there's a context here, Aaron. This comes amid reports that Trump regularly ripped up presidential documents, which then had to be taped back together by his aides for preservation under the law. I should add, though, that as of now, experts don't see a criminal case here. They say that the bar is pretty high for prosecution under the Records Act. It'd have to be a deliberate effort to cover up specific records. But they also say they've never seen a president flout the Records Act to this extent, Aaron.
So, Ken, I'm curious, you know, I don't see Donald Trump sitting in the Oval Office putting stuff in boxes himself. Is there anybody who reviews what can be taken, whether it's from the White House or any other executive branch, before those things are removed from an office?
Yes, there's a whole staff dedicated to doing this, including the White House counsel, who reportedly had to warn Trump to stop ripping up records. I mean, everybody who works in the White House is briefed on the Records Act and is told that basically almost every record has to be preserved for posterity. This is a leftover from obviously the Watergate-Nixon days, when President Nixon was trying to cover up things that he was doing in office. And the status quo is that presidential records belong to the people. But what Donald Trump's advisors say that didn't really mean that much to him, Aaron.
All right, Ken Delaney in Washington for us today. Ken, thanks.
You bet.
Drop boxes became a really important resource for millions of voters during the pandemic, and now some courts are getting rid of them in key battleground states. For example, in Wisconsin, this month may be the last time that voters can actually use those drop boxes to cast their ballots, as lawsuits jeopardize their status for future elections. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now from a polling station there in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Shaq, what exactly is going on there?
Well, as things currently stand right now, Morgan, February 15th, in a week from now, that will be the final election that voters can use a drop box to return that mail-in ballot. And, you know, one thing that we've seen is that many people rely on these boxes, and despite that, they face some conservative challenges who say that they don't comply with the law. Now, I spoke to the chair of the Milwaukee Election Commission about these boxes. She points out their video surveillance, there's tamper-proof sealing, and she says these are more secure than your regular mailboxes. Listen here.
It's very secure. And then once our teams get back, our absentee coordinator reviews their paperwork and then unlocks the bags and double checks to make sure all ballots that they counted the first time are still in the bag, and they get checked into our computer system. Yes. More than half the people who vote by mail trust these secure drop boxes and their preferred way to return their ballot.
So it would be a big deal if you can't use these. The key thing here in Wisconsin is that the law says that any mail-in ballot needs to be received by a clerk by 8 p.m. election night. If you put it in a drop box, you don't have to worry about mail delays, and you can track when that ballot is actually received. Morgan?
Shaq, what about the lawyers? I mean, what are the lawyers who are actually behind these challenges saying about the utility of these drop boxes?
Well, I spoke to one of the lawyers that actually got this challenge before the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court will make an ultimate determination on whether or not these boxes are illegal. I want you to listen to my conversation with him about what is the opposition. Why is his group against boxes like this?
I think it's very simple. They're not authorized by the law. And elections are a contest. Well, a little bit like a football game. And when we have a contest in which two sides are competing, we want the public to have confidence in the outcome. It's very important that the rules be set forth beforehand, and then we adhere to the rules and we don't change them in the middle of the game.
His group is reading that law very specifically when it says a ballot needs to be returned by mail or in person. They're not considering this as an in-person return. Morgan?
All right, NBC Shaquille Brewster there live from Milwaukee. Shaq, thank you.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis does not want to take sides in the feud between Donald Trump and Mike Pence and whether the former VP could have overturned the election. He's making that very clear in what he doesn't say on the matter. NBC News senior national political reporter Mark Caputo is joining us with more on this. Mark, Governor DeSantis was asked about this on Monday, where he stands in this seeming rift between the former president and the former vice president. I want to play a little bit of what he had to say.
You fall on the divide between Pence and Trump? Right over.
I'm not.
I've had a great relationship working actually was governor for 2 years with the Trump administration.
So, Mark, how does this sort of square with what Governor DeSantis has previously said about this issue?
Well, he hasn't really been asked a specific question. Incidentally, I was the one who asked him yesterday. In the past, or immediately after the 2020 election, he did say, hey, maybe some of these states where there are some of these disputes could appoint other electors, or he suggested they could, kind of what they would call a faithless elector plan. But that's different from the situation that Mike Pence wound up in, which was on January 6th of 2021, Mike Pence was the vice president presiding over the Electoral Count Act in Congress. And his job was essentially ministerial, certify the vote that was presented, and Congress's job was essentially to approve that vote as sent by the 50 states. But President Trump has come out with a completely novel theory, an inaccurate one. You can't find it in the Electoral Count Act. You can't find it in the Constitution. But essentially, he said that Mike Pence could have just rejected these votes. There are very few mainstream, if any, scholars, experts on the Constitution who think that what Donald Trump wants would have been legal. So Mike Pence has finally started to display some measure of independence from President Trump. And on Friday in Florida at a Federalist Society meeting in Orlando, he had said, hey, look, I didn't have the right to do this. The president's wrong. So the question is with Ron DeSantis, since he might run for president as well as Pence, as well as Trump, where does he fall in this continuum? And it's not anywhere he really wants to go.
Well, you sort of started to walk down the road that I was going to take you down on DeSantis here. And how does he maneuver around this issue if Donald Trump is there and still making the case that he's making, and DeSantis potentially eyes a run for the White House himself?
Well, I think he navigates it the way we saw, which is very carefully. If he doesn't have to answer it, he's not going to answer it. At least that's the case as of now. Understand that part of the complication here is that a majority of the Republican base in some polls believes the elections was stolen. And that can cause some problems for candidates who want to run in Republican primaries in the future. 2024 is quite a distance off. Ron DeSantis is running for re-election in 2022. And this is not something that's really on his plate or that he needs to worry about per se. And so he's not.
All right, we'll see how it all turns out. Mark Caputo with us today. Mark, thank you. Still ahead, a message of unity.
Coming up next, meet the news anchor who's turning a rude call from a viewer into a celebration of Asian culture. Stay with us.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, and
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
So you may have seen the hashtag #VeryAsian trending on Twitter. It all started after a news viewer left a voicemail telling a St. Louis news anchor to keep her Asian culture to herself. Now that has sparked a movement of unity and celebration among Asian Americans and allies. NBC News correspondent Vicki Nguyen joins us now with a look at how this all started and where the movement goes from here. Hi, Vicki.
Hey, Aaron, you've been doing this a long time, so have I. Viewer emails, calls, comments, that's inevitable. Usually they're pretty nice, but sometimes you get one that's a little off. When KDSK anchor Michelle Lee got this one, it really hit her in her gut. She didn't know what to do, so she shared that moment, never expecting it to become a movement.
First day of the year meal, and these foods are said to bring good health, wealth, and luck.
When NBC St. Louis news anchor Michelle Lee mentioned her family's traditional New Year's Day meal on air,
I ate dumpling soup. That's what a lot of Korean people do.
she didn't think it would prompt a viewer voicemail.
The viewer called and said that she was offended, and if a white anchor would have talked about what white people ate, then they would get fired. So it was just annoying to her that I was very Asian and that I needed to keep my Korean to myself.
She did the opposite. Why did you decide to post it to social media?
I've had a lot of people dismiss things, but when you hear it for yourself and you hear those words and you hear the confidence in her voice and you go, holy moly.
Her post took on a life of its own, shared more than 54,000 times by celebrities and total strangers, spawning other supportive hashtags like very black and very Jewish. The backstory here, ironic.
I'm an adoptee. I'm a Missourian. I'm the child of white parents. I have a Korean family.
Last year, Lee returned to Missouri to be closer to her mom, who died a few months later.
To not really have her here has been really hard. It almost felt like divine intervention, like my mom had some sort of, signal to say, like, I see you, Michelle, and so do other people.
Lee wasn't prepared for the viral response, turning an ugly moment into a celebration of being very Asian.
I've seen more and more people feel comfortable and feel inspired to speak out about what's happening to them, the discrimination that they're feeling, but also to celebrate being a minority.
Actress Olivia Munn has been drawing attention to the racism and discrimination directed at Asian Americans since the start of the pandemic. Newly released data shows reported anti-Asian hate crimes increased 339% nationwide in 2021, compared to 124% the year before. Stop AAPI Hate recorded more than 10,000 hate incidents.
For such a long time, we've been talking about the hashtag Stop Asian Hate. How does it feel to see a new viral movement taking ownership of very Asian and celebrating being Asian American?
It brings me so much pride and joy. And I see my family and I see my friends, embracing it, allies also embracing it as well.
Joseph Canaria is on the board of Act to Change.
We are a national youth serving organization that works to combat anti-Asian racism and bullying.
Why do you think that this hashtag resonated so much, especially with younger people?
Having something that is so just easily relatable. I've seen so many different tweets, like what being very Asian means to them.
The very Asian hashtag spawned a line of merch and a surprise for Lee. She never imagined she'd be talking about that voicemail on Ellen.
The world saw it, and the world stood up to it.
The host handing her a $15,000 check for the newly formed Very Asian Foundation, which is giving proceeds to organizations that educate people and combat racism. As for the viewer who called in,
she apologized, and I accepted. But I definitely feel like there is still much more to be said, and we said that we would meet each other when it's COVID safe. In a way, I am really grateful for this moment.
Michelle told us it was incredibly moving to see the response, especially from the younger generation who was so quick to embrace and celebrate their culture in a way that she wasn't when she was growing up. She also said she thinks her late mother would be really proud of the response from the community and everyone who came together. And by the way, her station, KDSK, they put out a statement saying they embrace diversity in their staff as well as the stories that they report on. Aaron, Morgan.
All right, Vicki Nguyen. Vicki, thank you.
Spotify is back in the spotlight thanks to controversial and popular podcaster Joe Rogan. Several musicians pulled their music from the platform in reaction to COVID misinformation in Rogan's podcast. Now, several weeks later, he is apologizing for recently resurfaced videos showing him using the N-word several times. As a result, more artists are calling on Spotify to take action. Here's NBC News Now correspondent Zinklea Semlewell with a closer look.
Outrage is growing in the Joe Rogan Spotify controversy. Grammy Award-winning singer India Arie releasing this message, followed by clips of Rogan on Friday.
Hey y'all, I want to leave a short message here about why I decided to ask my music be pulled off of Spotify. So check this out.
It starts calling word. There should be a word like, especially like the word. That's our.
The video compilation shows the popular podcast host saying the N-word on his show at least 22 times during multiple episodes. In one video, Rogan appears to be comparing a black neighborhood to the film Planet of the Apes.
We walk into Planet of the Apes. We walked into Africa, dude. We walked in the door and there was no white people.
I want to be clear, in no uncertain terms, where I stand on this is that he shouldn't even be uttering the word. Don't even say it under any context.
Rogan responded to the backlash Saturday.
I know that to most people, there's no context where a white person is ever allowed to say that word, never mind publicly on a podcast. And I agree with that now. I haven't said it in years.
He shared a nearly 6-minute apology video on Instagram, saying in part, quote, "It's not my word to use. I'm well aware of that now." Rogan also further explained his Planet of the Apes comment.
I did not, nor would I ever say that black people are apes, but it sure sounded like that. And I immediately afterwards said, that's a racist thing to say.
The list of artists boycotting Spotify is growing. Many are leaving due to COVID-19 misinformation remarks on Rogan's popular podcast, The Joe Rogan Experience.
My friends who've been vaccinated want me to join the team. Like, go ahead, get the tattoo. Like, what are you saying?
Rogan's show reaches an estimated 11 million people per episode, and he has an estimated $100 million contract. After Rogan's apology, Spotify CEO Daniel Ek sent a letter to employees obtained by CNBC, saying in part, Rogan's remarks, quote, "do not represent the values of this company." Ek added he agrees with the decision to remove past episodes with the N-word from the platform, but said, quote, "I do not believe silencing Joe is the answer." And the saga continues. On Monday morning, the conservative YouTube rival Rumble actually offered Rogan $100 million over 4 years to move his podcast episodes, both past and present, to their platform. As of Monday night, he had not responded, but it goes to show you this is a contentious issue and one we'll continue to follow. We reached out to Rogan and Spotify for comment, but have not yet heard back.
Adele is about to say hello to her first performance since canceling concerts in Vegas due to COVID.
After the break, what to expect as she takes the stage at the Brit Awards and the major changes to the main categories there.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. My pleasure, you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Well, for the first time since postponing her long-awaited Las Vegas residency due to COVID, Adele is once again hitting the stage.
Yeah, she's set to perform at the Brit Awards tonight, but a major change to some core categories could overshadow the performances. Sky News reporter Katie Spence explains.
It's been 6 years since Adele last left the Brit Awards, clutching armfuls of trophies. Now she's back. 30 might have been the best-selling album of last year, but can her brand of popular pop
I need a ting 30 plus
really beat the politics of rapper Dave? Joy Crooks, who's up for 2 Brits, says artists should be saying something meaningful.
When Sue Gray's busy, so am I. There are artists that have always written about what's going on around them.
Stars who are attending this year's Brits will notice some big changes.
Who Gets One of These has changed this year, and so non-binary artists like Sam Smith aren't excluded. There's no best male, no best female. Instead, to address criticism that they've had in recent years that they aren't reflecting what young people are actually listening to, this year there's 4 new categories.
Alternative rock act, dance act,
you can't short me one.
Best hip-hop, grime, rap act,
Lightly, the shortest one.
and pop R&B. Although fans are a little riled that no R&B singers actually made the shortlist. Out of those categories, organisers are hoping to stay relevant by letting TikTok users vote for who wins. And TikTok is how A1 and J1 found fame, whilst one of them was still at school during the pandemic.
When I put on TikTok and I was getting the reception I was getting, I was like, this has never happened to me before. Like, this is crazy. Like.
New host Mo Gilligan expects he'll still have to do some wrangling.
If anyone comes to your party, like, I'll tell you where you can get the Wi-Fi and the charger, but hey, if you're sick in the toilet, you gotta clean it up, innit? It's your mess.
In a strong year for music, we'll find out tonight whether politics or pop wins out. Katie Spencer, Sky News.
On NBC News Now, mask showdown. Changes to COVID protocols in states from coast to coast. How people and health officials are reacting to the news.
And easing the tension, diplomatic meetings underway in hopes of preventing a Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Going for gold, Olympic champion Chloe Kim in the spotlight for women's snowboarding. How she's preparing to defend her Olympic title.
And the nominees are the contenders for this year's Oscars have been announced coming up, the unexpected leaders of the pack, and which film favorites were snubbed.
Good Tuesday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for being with us. We begin this hour with the COVID pandemic. NBC News confirming a sobering milestone. The U.S. has surpassed 77 million total COVID cases, and that's since the pandemic began. It's also more than any other country in the world by a pretty huge margin. India is second at around 42 million cases.
But cases are down 66% in the last 2 weeks. And according to a new Monmouth poll, 70% of people in the U.S. say it is time to move on from COVID. And the New York Times is reporting that Johnson & Johnson is pausing production of its COVID vaccine. The report says the only plant making viable batches of that vaccine shut down at the end of 2021, despite being heavily relied on by poorer countries. Production is expected to resume in a few months.
That is why we have an entire team of NBC News correspondents here to break down every angle of this story for us. So let's go ahead and begin with NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez. Gabe, 4 states have announced plans to lift their mask mandates in schools. We're talking about Connecticut, Delaware, Oregon, New Jersey. This, of course, is fueling this ongoing debate about really whether kids should be masked inside the classroom. And I know that you spoke with 2 districts there in Ohio, one with a mask mandate, one without. What did each side tell you?
Well, Morgan, yes, we went to Ohio, just outside of Cleveland, and we spoke with 2 school districts. One of them, Troy Intermediate, let its mask mandate expire at the end of January, at the end of the Omicron surge, and it no longer requires masks in class, only recommends them. Now, of its 550 students, 83 have tested positive so far this school year. Now, staffing issues also forced the school to close in December during the Omicron surge when masks were optional. Now, just 35 miles away, we went to another school district. This was actually Warrensville Heights Elementary, which has kept its mask mandate. And of its 890 students, 31 have tested positive this school year and has not closed due to an outbreak. Now, you know, this is a very divisive issue, as you know, Morgan, across the country. Many different school districts are really having to come to terms, just as different states now, as you mentioned, they're you know, changing their policies at a statewide level as Omicron cases drop. But the question for a lot of these districts, especially in different parts of the country, with different political constituencies as well among parents, how and when they will shift their masking guidance. Morgan.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up parents, Gabe, because I guess my question is about parents and the health experts. I mean, how aligned are the parents with the district's masking policies? And then two, what are public health experts really saying about how effective these masks actually are?
Well, let's start with the parents. You know, we spoke with several of them over in Ohio. Many of the ones we spoke with said that they did support what their school district was doing. For example, in the case of Troy Intermediate, they actually supported that the school district still recommended masks, but that gave them the option for the students that did not want to keep wearing masks, or the parents of the students gave them that option as well. The other Warrensville Heights, the ones we spoke with, supported that the district was keeping that mask mandate in place. However, it's not, obviously, as you know, it's not the case throughout Ohio. Take a listen to what one other parent told us. She was in Cincinnati. And then following that, also an interview with a parent from just outside Cleveland that supports the mask mandate. So interviews on both sides of the issue. Take a listen.
Children's languages are developing at a young age, and if we mask them at age 2 and they're not seeing the mouths move, then some of that can cause some developmental delays.
I think they should be wearing masks. A lot of parents have the opportunity to get COVID vaccinations for their kids, and a lot of them do not.
So yeah, Morgan, both of those parents on opposite sides of the issue. But, you know, you were talking about what's the guidance out there about, public health studies. It's actually limited. And really quickly, I want to go through one survey conducted by the CDC of 169 schools in Georgia found that those with a mask requirement had 21% fewer cases than schools where masks were optional. Another study in Arizona found schools were 3.5 times more likely to experience a COVID outbreak if they did not have a mask requirement. But, Morgan, the methodology of those studies have been questioned, and there also isn't a whole lot of data out there on the downsides of wearing masks. One of those parents, the one opposed to mask mandates there, and said that she had concerns about how they could help development, how they could hurt development in young children, Morgan.
We will wait and see what those studies bear out once they happen. Gabe Gutierrez for us there. Gabe, thank you.
And in Ottawa, Canada, it is day 11 of the Freedom Convoy trucker protest over COVID restrictions. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber, who is there for us now. Ellison, bring us up to speed on what's been happening.
Hey, Aaron, let me just let you walk with me and get a sense of what is going on here. You can see a lot of the signs here. This specifically started initially because there was frustration among truckers. They wanted to see an end to a vaccine mandate that was ordered by Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, saying that in order to cross the border, they had to be vaccinated. Since then, and you see it in the signs here, it has expanded and become something bigger than that. Most of the people we've spoken to here, they say they want to see an end to all COVID restrictions, all COVID mandates. They say that means no masks, no vaccine mandates. They want no more indoor dining restrictions, and they say they are prepared to stay out here as long as possible. Listen to what one of the truckers we spoke to said a little earlier today.
It's just freedom. We're all here. We want freedom. That's all we want.
That's specific.
This is for the nurses and the doctors and the RCMP that have lost their jobs because they won't get vaxxed. We want them to be able to go back to work. We want people to be able to travel. We want the airplane service opened up again.
So one of the big issues for residents here, the debate has been over the noise. You can see the crowd out here sort of listening to music, and you can hear some of the trucks revving their engines. They're doing that because previously, the last 11, 12 days, they've been honking their horns nonstop, and a judge said that that cannot happen. He issued an injunction for at least 10 days saying they cannot honk their now instead, a lot of them are revving their engines because they could potentially be arrested if they are honking their horns. But again, this is something that goes, and we can keep walking just so you can see the scale of this. It goes really far down. There are at least an estimated of some 1,000 truckers still here. And again, as we've spoken to people, they say they will stay until they see major change and an end to vaccine mandates, any vaccine restrictions. The Prime Minister of Canada, he has said that 80+% of Canadians are at least partially vaccinated, and that this is, in his view, a fringe group that does not represent the majority of Canadians. Aaron?
Ellison Barber for us in Ottawa, Canada. Ellison, thanks.
Now to Georgia, where gubernatorial candidate Stacey Abrams is in hot water today over the politics of masking. The voting rights advocate and prominent Democrat was caught taking pictures without a mask at an event with students. Abrams is now defending herself as her Republican opponents take aim. NBC's Priscilla Thompson joins us now with more on this. Priscilla, I know you've been covering everything that was happening in Georgia, especially during their election, and you're still tapped in there with your sources. Tell us what's going on. What is the controversy here?
Well, Morgan, Abrams says that she only took the mask off when speaking and posing for photos where everyone else was masked, but Republicans are seizing on that move, calling it hypocritical. Stacey Abrams under fire after a photo showed the gubernatorial candidate maskless among a group of masked school children.
It's yet another case of do as I say, not as I do, my favorite story of the weekend.
Republicans now calling the prominent Georgia Democrat and strong supporter of masking in schools a hypocrite.
It doesn't matter if you are Republican, Democrat, parents are pissed off at the COVID hypocrisy.
The photos taken at a Black History Month event Friday were first tweeted by the principal at Glenwood Elementary School in Decatur, Georgia. Abrams later quoted the tweet, thanking the school for hosting her. Both tweets have now been deleted, even as Abrams defends her actions. Stacey trusts science and supports masking in schools, her campaign manager wrote on Twitter. She wore a mask to the event and removed it at the podium so she could be heard by students watching remotely and for photos, but only with folks who were masked. The photos prompted fierce backlash online. Republican Governor Brian Kemp, who Abrams narrowly lost the governorship to in 2018, tweeting, Stacey Abrams wants state government mask mandates for Georgians and their children, but it looks like they wouldn't apply when she's attending a photo op. Kemp's communication director vowing to use the photos in political ads leading up to the midterm election. Former Republican Senator David Perdue, who's also running for governor, has added the photo to his Twitter profile with the tagline, Unmask Our Kids. Abrams isn't the only Democratic leader whose masking has come under scrutiny. New York Representative Jamal Bowman was criticized for a photo showing him with a group of high school students, all masked except for Bowman.
How much do incidents like this hurt Democrats in the eyes of the American people?
This is what has gotten people kind of exhausted with the politics of the pandemic, is that lack of consistency. And that's what's hurting Democrats right now.
And Morgan, the real question here, what do voters think? I reached out to half a dozen voters that I spoke with last year, and I will tell you, Republicans are very upset about it. Democrats say it doesn't bother them. It has not changed who they'll be voting for governor. I think the real question is, as these photos are used in ads and come up in debates leading up to the midterms, what that could mean for undecided voters here. Morgan?
Certainly an election to watch. NBC's Priscilla Thompson. Priscilla, thank you.
Now to a series of high-stakes diplomatic talks as the standoff over Ukraine simmers. French President Emmanuel Macron is in Kyiv today meeting with Ukraine's President Zelensky. That comes after Macron's hours-long meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin yesterday. More diplomatic discussions among France, Germany, and Poland are set for later today in Berlin. This all comes as a Western intelligence official tells NBC News that Russia could have enough forces in place to complete a takeover of Ukraine in the next 2 to 3 weeks if it chooses that route. Let's bring in NBC News foreign correspondents Matt Bradley in Ukraine and Matt Bodner in Moscow. Matt Bodner, to you first on this. Macron is set to speak with Putin again after his round of talks today. So how is the Kremlin assessing the possibility of de-escalation, of a diplomatic solution right now?
Thank you, Aaron. Well, I have to say, we're seeing a lot of mixed messages from the Kremlin on this one, particularly with these engagements with Macron. So let's take a look real quick at what Dmitry Peskov today, the Kremlin press secretary, had to say at his daily briefing on this idea of de-escalation. You can see that he's basically continuing to insist that it's the West that is responsible for the tensions. It's the United States for sending more weapons to Eastern Europe, for arming Ukraine, encouraging Ukraine. And Russia isn't really, there's no mention at all of Russia's unprecedented troop buildup. And so basically what I think we're seeing from the Kremlin right now is they're saying, yes, we want to talk, we want to de-escalate, and we want to find a diplomatic solution, but the devil's really in the details. What they mean is on our terms. So we've seen from Putin last night at the press conference after his meeting with Macron to Dmitry Peskov's press briefing today, they are not budging on their core demands, those, of course, the security demands of NATO in Eastern Europe, but also demands made of Ukraine to implement the Minsk II ceasefire agreement as Russia interprets it. And the reason that they're really, it's hard to know which one they're more serious about. It depends on who you ask. But the reason they're kind of honing in on Minsk II, and they have been for a few years, is because one of the things it stipulates is a reintegration of those rebel regions into Ukraine with special status. And you can kind of imagine how Russia might see that as a backdoor into Ukrainian politics, kind of a veto against NATO membership, against a drift towards the West. So, it's really difficult to make to understand what to make of the noises we're hearing from the Kremlin on de-escalation. Just earlier today, while they're talking about all this stuff, 3 Russian landing vessels entered the Black Sea. 3 more are on the way. There are some analysts who believe that there are troops aboard those ships. So they're not stopping their own buildup on the border, demanding the West stops their buildup in Eastern Europe, in NATO territory, stops arming Ukraine. So it's all very much, there's a way out on our terms.
Yeah, actions speak louder than words, though, in a lot of cases. Matt Bradley, you were able to get a look at some of the preparations that are underway now in Ukraine there. What did you find?
Yeah, we went to a tank factory today, and basically what they were doing was taking these old Soviet-era tanks, which Ukraine is littered with these. It's a former Soviet country, and refurbishing them, turning them into modern, sophisticated tanks. And we spoke with the director of this factory, and he said that these tanks are NATO class. They're NATO quality. They're all singing, all dancing, high-tech tanks that he said are superior to some of the Russian tanks that would be fielded if Russia did decide to invade. But all of this really just goes to show that when it comes to a face-to-face battle between the Ukrainians and the Russians, and we've been talking to defense officials and former defense officials, they say Ukraine wouldn't stand a chance. And they accept and acknowledge the weaknesses of the Ukrainian military in such a conventional conflict. Instead, the main contingency plan, the main strategy, and this isn't just a strategy, this is really the strategy, is to launch a kind of insurgency, a sort of guerrilla-style warfare against a Russian occupation. Remember that intelligence assessment that came out over the weekend saying that the Russians, if they decided to invade, they would probably take Kyiv within 48 hours. So the real thing here is that because of the superior air power, because of the superior naval power that the Russians would bring to bear on Ukraine, they could probably destroy the Ukrainian military in short order, maybe even before they entered the country. So that would mean that they would be an occupying force. Now, that sounds like a crazy strategy to just rely on a harassment campaign against an occupying Russian force. But remember, those sorts of strategies have worked in the past against the United States. The U.S. was humbled in Iraq and Afghanistan by just such similar campaigns. And the Soviet Union, and of course Vladimir Putin will remember this well, the Soviet Union was made to turn back and put its tail between its legs in Afghanistan in the 1980s. That huge military was forced into a retreat, and many military analysts say that that was what upended and ended the Soviet Union in the end. So Vladimir Putin knows that. It is still a strong deterrent to any Russian invasion here. Guys?
All right, Matt Bradley in Ukraine, Matt Bodner in Russia. Thank you both.
The top science advisor to the White House has suddenly stepped down after admitting to, quote, demeaning his staff. Eric Lander is the first member of President Biden's cabinet to resign. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memley joins us now from the White House. Mike, what more do we know about the circumstances surrounding Lander's pretty abrupt departure?
Well, Morgan, what this all goes back to is a pretty clear directive that President Biden issued within hours of taking the oath of office last year. He said that if he witnessed any member of his administration being demeaning or belittling towards a colleague, he would fire them, as he put it, on the spot. Well, Politico was first to report that Dr. Lander was actually the subject of multiple complaints from within the Office of Science and Technology Policy of belittling or demeaning behavior. A White House investigation followed those complaints. They did find that Lander had exhibited those behaviors, but initially the White House was not terminating him. They said there was only corrective action. The White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki yesterday was getting really grilled about this issue yesterday. She said that President Biden has been crystal clear about his intentions here, but she, at that point, was standing by Lander. Well, late last night, we got the official resignation letter from Dr. Lander, acknowledging his behavior and apologizing for those he would have offended. It's interesting, Morgan, because this position, the director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, had not been cabinet level until President Biden made it that just during his transition period. So now Dr. Lander becomes the first member of President Biden's cabinet to step down.
All right, NBC's Mike Memley from the White House. Mike, thank you. Coming up, one of the stars of Team USA is once again going for the gold.
Still ahead, how Olympic champion Chloe Kim is preparing to defend her title.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Golf Now app. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
On the money this hour, stocks are up slightly today as investors take in yet another round of earnings reports and really brace for key inflation data that's expected to come later this week. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu joins us now. Dom, big question, overall bird's eye view, what is the market looking like today?
So the market's actually moving towards session highs right now. And in many cases, one of those reasons why is because we are getting a slew of corporate earnings reports that continue to show that the market could be in a good position and the companies are doing pretty well economically speaking. The question will be whether or not these companies can continue to do so in the face of things like inflationary pressures that, of course, have been part of the narrative for quite some time. A lot of company-specific stories right now are driving a lot of the action. First of all, we've talked a lot about Peloton. The company did come out and report a wider than expected loss and a slowing revenue growth profile, but the company said that its co-founder and CEO, John Foley, is stepping down. Barry McCarthy will take over as CEO. He was formerly the chief financial officer over at Spotify and Netflix. You've got Pfizer reporting results, lower on the news there. And, of course, some other ones. Harley Davidson, by the way, motorcycle maker, doing pretty well today, surging after reporting better than expected results and because of its high-profile, I guess, shift towards electric bikes and whatnot. More people are buying more expensive bikes and motorcycles as well, Morgan. So a lot of things driving the overall market action.
I want to back up to something you said there, though. We also have that new information out today after the SEC delivered yet another subpoena to Tesla over Elon Musk's tweets. What is the latest there?
So we found out in a regulatory filing that Tesla made on Monday that back in November, securities regulators did subpoena Tesla and CEO Elon Musk over some of the tweets that at the time where Musk asked his tens of millions of Twitter followers whether or not he should sell 10% of his stake in his company. We all remember that time, and a lot of that was to cover some tax bills, other issues whatsoever there. But with Tesla and Elon Musk, this is just the continuation of this kind of spar that's been happening between the two entities going all the way back to 2018 when the SEC and Musk went to bat over whether or not Musk was actually in any way, shape, or form trying to maybe manipulate the stock by tweeting out whether or not the company had secured funding for a go-private transaction. So, again, the latest in the chapter there.
All right. CNBC's Dominic Chu for us. Dom, thank you.
Sure.
Well, just as tax season gets underway, the IRS is scrapping a plan to use facial recognition technology to cut down on fraud. Kevin Collier covers cybersecurity and privacy for NBC News. He joins us now. So, Kevin, let's go back first here to the original plan. How and why was the IRS planning to use facial recognition?
Yeah, so it was already in the process of being rolled out. They were going to use this service called ID.me, whose business is verifying people are who they say they are it's to streamline things for the IRS and to cut down on online tax fraud. So for some instances, when somebody needed to verify their online account to use IRS services, they'd be asked to take a video selfie, which employees at ID.me could just look at and make a judgment on, yes, this is the person who claims to be behind the account, or no, they're not.
So then, Kevin, how is the agency explaining this change of heart now?
I mean, this is the rare case where it's just kind of an unabashed victory for American digital privacy advocates. The potential issues with facial recognition technology are very well documented. It's often biased toward white faces. It creates a whole new database of people's private information that has to be safeguarded from hackers. It's also not just anywhere near an exact science so far, as it produces a lot of error. And the IRS made it pretty clear that that's, they heard privacy advocates' concerns.
Obviously, the IRS thinks there's a big enough fraud problem that it needs to take some sort of action here. Is there a backup plan to protect taxpayers if facial recognition is something that's off the table now?
Yeah, so their statement yesterday made it pretty clear that they're scrambling to come up with options to replace ID.me or and also they're not going to use any other kind of third-party facial recognition service. One idea that's been floated by Oregon Senator Ron Wyden, who really led the charge to pressure the IRS on this issue, is to use this login service called login.gov, which is a product of the U.S. government and does not rely on facial recognition and is already in use across a number of federal agencies and some state government websites.
All right, NBC's Kevin Collier with us today. Kevin, thanks.
So to lease or not to lease, to buy or not to buy?
That is the
question.
And they are questions that car shoppers have been asking really for decades now. But with the shortage in both new and used cars, the answers may be changing. Here's NBC News correspondent Tom Costello.
If you're car shopping, prepare for sticker shock. The global computer chip shortage means there's often a long wait for new cars to buy or lease. Prices up 15% in a year. And used cars are also soaring. to an average of $31,000 for a 4 to 7-year-old car, up from $20,000 before the pandemic. Lori Crothers wants to spend $15,000 on a used car for her teenagers. So far, she's finding only high-mileage cars for $25,000.
I don't want to buy something that I'm spending way more money on than what it truly is worth.
If you're in a lease that's about to expire, there could be a silver lining. Here's why. When you sign a 3-year lease, you lock in a purchase price should you decide to buy the car when your lease is up. Those prices are now almost certainly much lower than a new car or even that same used car today.
I would suggest you do buy it. Chances are it's going to be a lot cheaper than what you're going to get on the market right now.
Corinne Hanshaw's lease is up this month, but with few new cars available, she opted to stick with what she has.
I decided to purchase my current vehicle, and I was able to save an extra $100 a month, and that adds up.
Helping to drive used car prices up even more, some lease customers are buying their cars, then quickly selling them.
We have a lot of our consumers that are buying that vehicle from the leasing company, trading it in and making a profit on it.
A big profit, sometimes $10,000 and more.
Tom Costello reporting there. Peloton spinning its wheels to stay afloat.
That's right. Still ahead, why major tech companies like Amazon, Sony, Apple are reportedly considering a potential buy-off of that very fitness company. Stay with us.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Making news right now, jury selection resumes today in the trial of a former Kentucky officer involved in the deadly raid that killed Breonna Taylor. Jury selection in Brett Hankinson's Watson's endangerment trial was delayed for a week due to bad weather, and he had minor surgery. Now, during the raid, Hankinson fired shots that went into a neighboring apartment. He is not charged, however, in the death of Taylor. Hyundai and Kia are recalling nearly 500,000 vehicles due to a fire risk. The automakers are asking owners to actually park their vehicles outside in case they catch fire while the engine is off. So far, there have been 11 reports of fires in the U.S., but no injuries, thankfully. In addition to replacing a fuse, Hyundai dealers will inspect the control modules and replace them if, in fact, it is needed. Hyundai will mail notification letters starting on April 5th. Kia will send them out March 31st. And those attending the Super Bowl this weekend are going to be protected by some pretty well-trained security personnel. Some of the TSA dogs are assigned to the nation's airports are going to the big game to sniff for explosive. Now, these dogs trained for months at Lackland Air Force Base there in San Antonio. And if you won't be at the Super Bowl game, then you can, of course, watch it right here this Sunday on NBC.
We are following some breaking news out of Minnesota now, where an arrest has been made in the homicide investigation that led to the police shooting death of Amir Locke. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton has been following this story. She joins us now. Antonia, what do we know? Bring us up to speed here.
Hi, Aaron. What we know is that a 17-year-old has been arrested and charged for the murder of a man named Otis Elder. And this is the exact same homicide investigation that led to the death of Amir Locke. Last Wednesday, police executed a no-knock warrant, entered Amir Locke's apartment, or the apartment where Amir Locke was staying, and within about 9 seconds, police shot and killed Amir Locke. And this case has led to immense outrage in the Minneapolis and St. Paul area and around the country. And in fact, this news is coming out today at the exact same time that students in schools across the state of Minnesota are planning a walkout, a statewide student walkout in honor of Amir Locke. And they're expected around 1 p.m. Central Time to speak out in a press conference. And what many of the students involved in this walkout and people around Minneapolis have been calling for, not only the firing of the Officer Mark Hennepin, involved in the killing of Amir Locke, but they're also calling for reforms. Most notably, they want to see an end to the no-knock warrants. As viewers may remember, this is the same type of warrant executed in the case of Breonna Taylor, now seen again in this case that is causing so much outrage in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area. And, we are expecting to see, right now this officer is on administrative leave as the investigation pens, but we're expecting to see students and residents speak out this afternoon, and we're keeping an eye on that news, Aaron.
All right, Antonia Hilton for us now on that breaking news today. Antonia, thank you. The Justice Department is now signaling that it may allow safe injection sites. These are places that act as safe havens for drug users. People are allowed to use heroin and other narcotics with protection against overdoses. Now, in a response to questions from the Associated Press, the DOJ said it is evaluating these facilities and talking to regulators about appropriate guardrails. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delanian is joining us now. Ken, this is a pretty big reversal from the Trump era. Where does the Justice Department stand on this now? We saw really a pretty hard fight from the Justice Department prior to this administration. Why the change?
Yeah, well, first of all, Aaron, elections matter. There are different people running the Justice Department with different philosophies. There has long been a lot of evidence that safe injection sites can reduce harm to users and the community. But what really has tipped the balance here, perhaps, is the huge uptick in overdose deaths linked to heroin laced with fentanyl. Users don't know what they're getting, and they are dying as a result. So the Justice Department is now saying that it is, quote, evaluating such facilities and talking to regulators about appropriate guardrails, Aaron.
And Ken, the first injection site opened in New York City, and Philadelphia is opening one of its own. Both are getting a lot of support and a lot of criticism, frankly. What are the arguments on both sides of this issue?
Right. Well, the opposition is the same as it's always been, a moral objection to enabling illegal behavior. New York Republican Congresswoman Nicole Malliotakis, for example, said, quote, instead of stopping the deadly drugs streaming over our border, putting drug dealers behind bars, and helping people receive the long-term treatment they need to overcome addiction, Democrat leadership is enabling illegal drug use. But of course, Aaron, that's just false. The government is doing all of those things. The problem is that the government over many decades has proven itself unable to stop the flow of drugs coming into the country as long as there's demand from them. And proponents of safe injection sites say that they not only help keep users from dying, but they also help the community by taking away the incentive for addicts to steal and commit other crimes to buy drugs. These sorts of facilities have been around for decades in Europe and elsewhere. The New York City Health Department, Aaron, said that they estimated that their sites prevented 59 overdoses in 3 weeks last year.
And Ken, while I have you, I want to ask you also about the federal prison system. Prisons across the country, we know, were placed under a lockdown after a big gang fight turned deadly in Texas last week. That's coming to an end?
The Bureau of Prisons is saying, Aaron, that it has decided to return select facilities, as it put it, to the appropriate modified operational status as part of a tiered response that would lift restrictions elsewhere as officials decided it was safe to do so. Translated, I think that means the Bureau is starting to unravel this nationwide lockdown that it imposed January 31st after 2 inmates were killed in a gang fight in Texas, and officials fear retaliatory violence in other facilities across the country. That appears to be now coming to an end, Aaron.
All right, Ken Delanian in our Washington Bureau. Thank you, Ken.
Now to Montana with some breaking news there. A climate change case led by young people will go to trial. 16 young people are suing the state over their energy policy. They allege its heavy dependence on fossil fuel development actually accelerates climate change and infringes on their constitutional rights. NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos joins us now. Danny, in looking at this case, it appears that Montana is one of 6 states that mentions environmental rights in that state constitution. So I wonder if this case is going to come down to that line, which basically reads, quote, the state and each person shall maintain and improve a clean and healthful environment in Montana for present and future generations. So, Danny, what's your take on this? I mean, do the kids have a chance at winning?
It's probably language in a constitution of that state that most people thought was just flowery, feel-good language. No one ever thought it had any legal import until some kids and some lawyers decided that it might, because after all, words in a constitution or a contract or a statute are presumed to have the meaning that they have. So now this lawsuit may actually bring life to those words in Montana's state constitution and set the standard for other states who may have similar language in their constitution. Did it confer a right, or was it just happy language?
You talk about perhaps setting a standard here, and the reality of it is this is the first climate trial that's led by young people. Why is that so significant and possibly setting or even accelerating the standard?
Because, as was alleged early on by these, many of them children as young as 2, these are the folks who are going to have to inherit this land as they grow older into youth and into adulthood. This is their land. They've invested in it, and they are the ones that should enjoy it under Montana's constitution, at least as they allege.
All right. NBC's Danny Ceballos for us there. Danny, thank you.
Big changes announced today at Peloton. The once hot bike and treadmill maker is saying this morning that founder John Foley is stepping down as CEO and will be replaced by a former Spotify executive. They're also cutting 2,800 jobs to cope with the drop in demand. CNBC reporter Diana Olick joins us now with more details on this. Diana, Peloton, we know, has been under some pressure for a little while now to make some changes. Why these moves now?
Well, look, Aaron, we know that Peloton was the ultimate stay-at-home play of the pandemic. It saw incredible growth. The stock soared, but that really came crashing down last fall after the company reported slowing demand for its bikes and treads, but it was still spending a ton of money. Then CNBC.com a few weeks ago reported that the company planned to slow or even temporarily halt production of its bikes and treads due to that lower demand. So investors started calling for the CEO's resignation. The company had just overinvested, and outgoing CEO John Foley owned up to that. Here's what he told investors on a call this morning.
I love Peloton. I love the role we play in connecting the world through fitness. But we also acknowledge that we have made missteps along the way. To meet market demand, we scaled our operations too rapidly, and we overinvested in certain areas of our business. We own this. I own this. And we are holding ourselves accountable. That starts today.
Now, you can see here at the peak of the pandemic, connected fitness subscriber growth at Peloton jumped over 25%. That growth is expected to be just 2% in the coming year. Aaron?
So, Diana, what do we know about this incoming CEO, this Barry McCarthy?
Well, he's a former CFO of Spotify and Netflix, and Foley called him a visionary in the media software subscription business. He noted that his wife and he are avid Peloton users, and they, quote, get the magic. Now, Foley has always seen Peloton as kind of more of a media company, not a fitness company. And the background of McCarthy, he has some in music. It's also useful given Peloton's music holdings for all of its workouts, so he seems like the right fit.
Yeah, very quickly, Diana, there had been talk about Peloton being bought by a couple of big names. Do these moves make Peloton more likely to be bought by another company?
Well, actually, analysts are saying it makes it less likely, at least in the near term. We've already heard that McCarthy plans to move to New York from California, and they're doing a lot of restructuring of the business right now. So if the stock goes up considerably more, it would become less of a takeover target.
All right, Diana Olick for us from CNBC. Diana, thank you.
Peter Thiel, the billionaire tech investor and PayPal co-founder, is leaving the board of Facebook parent company Meta. He was one of Facebook's earliest investors and really drew criticism over the years with his support of former President Donald Trump, along with other conservative candidates and companies. NBC News technology reporter David Ingram joins us now with more on this. David, first up, what do we know about why Thiel chose to step down from this board, and really why is this such a big deal?
Well, everyone's heard of Mark Zuckerberg, but Peter Thiel is arguably the closest advisor that Mark Zuckerberg has ever had at Facebook. Thiel was a very early investor in Facebook and has been on the board going all the way back to 2005. So almost 2 decades, almost as long as Facebook has been around. He's a billionaire. He's a very eccentric person who has made no secret about his sometimes extreme politics. He has said that he is skeptical of democracy and how it fits into American life and freedom. And he is so he's stepping down later this year. They're being very shy right now about exactly why that is. There are certainly he's due a break if that's what he's choosing to do, but he hasn't said a reason. Facebook has also not given a reason. Meta, the parent company, hasn't said, except that they've expressed a lot of appreciation for his service, and they've got a new board member as of a few months ago. But here's a quote from Mark Zuckerberg, who said that he has learned many lessons from Peter Thiel about business, economics, and the world. One of Peter Thiel's many eccentric views is that he's made no secret about monopolization being a legitimate business strategy for companies to pursue. That resonates, of course, with Facebook facing many allegations over the years that it has acted like a monopoly.
All right, David Ingram for us there. David, thank you. Meanwhile, coming up, talks to revive Iran's 2015 nuclear deal are back underway.
After the break, where the negotiations stand and how oil prices are responding.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar, Kayla. We are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Well, some of the world's top diplomats are meeting behind closed doors in Vienna today. They're working to hammer out a return of the tattered 2015 Iran nuclear deal. NBC News Tehran bureau chief Ali Arouzi is joining us now from Iran. Ali, walk us through exactly who is at the table here today and where the negotiations stand.
Hey, Aaron. Well, all the parties who've been negotiating the JCPOA from the beginning are back in Vienna. That's the US, the UK, France, Germany, Russia, China, and the European Union. And they're all sitting around the negotiating table, with, of course, the exception of the US, who Iran refuses to talk to directly. And so far today, little has been given away by the envoys in Vienna. They're keeping their cards pretty close to their chest as to whether they're any closer to resolving various outstanding, thorny issues. Officials say that the talks are reaching their final stage, that is, the end game. But it's not clear how long that end game may take. The negotiations have dragged on for months now, punctuated by long gaps. Initially, Western delegates said that little or no progress was being made. However, they seem increasingly optimistic now. U.S. negotiators have recently become more upbeat about reaching an agreement. The Iranian side says that progress has been made and gaps have been narrowed. And now the devil is in the details. We have to see if there's enough political will on both sides to get this deal across the line.
You did say that the U.S. is not participating directly in these talks. So how are American interests being represented there in Vienna?
So when former President Trump pulled out of the deal in 2018, Tehran adopted a policy that there would be no more direct talks with the U.S. That, of course, has complicated and slowed down the whole procedure, not least because Iran wants to get rid of U.S. sanctions, but they're not talking to the U.S. Instead, they have to talk to third parties who are not as familiar with the complexities of U.S. sanctions on how to remove them. Now, even though the U.S. isn't at the table, they do have a delegation in Vienna that's headed by a guy called Robert Malley, who by all accounts is pretty soft on Iran, which had initially raised the prospects of a deal being achieved in short order. That obviously hasn't happened, and they're still trying to hammer away at those details right now.
And Ali, it seems like these talks are affecting oil prices now. What are you seeing?
Yeah, I mean, they went down slightly at the prospect of a deal happening, and then they went up slightly. That's not going to settle down until a deal happens. I mean, look, if they do reach some sort of an agreement in Vienna, there'll be something like 1 million barrels of Iranian oil on the market. There will be a glut on the market, and that will definitely bring prices down. But it's complicated for Iran. They've been trying to circumnavigate sanctions, and they've been selling slashed price oil to the Chinese. So it's not clear exactly how much of a surplus they have to spill onto the market if a deal was going to be achieved. But the general consensus is if all sides come together, oil prices will probably come down because Iran will then be able to sell its oil without sanctions restrictions.
Ali Arouzi for us in Tehran today. Ali, thank you.
Pope Benedict XVI, now retired, is responding to a new report about his role in a dark saga for the Catholic Church. Decades of alleged sexual abuse in Germany. The 94-year-old was Archbishop of Munich in the late 70s and early 80s, but he's not admitting to any specific wrongdoing. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Claudia Lavanga.
Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI has asked for forgiveness for what he called grievous faults in the way he handled sex abuses during his time as Archbishop of Munich, but denied any wrongdoing. The retired Pope today issued a statement in response to a damning report published in Germany at the end of January, in which he was accused of mishandling at least 4 cases of sex abuse in his archdiocese in the 1970s and 80s. The former Pope has once again expressed expressed to all victims of sexual abuse his profound shame, deep sorrow, and his heartfelt request for forgiveness, but called his shortcomings in the handling of abuses under his jurisdiction in Munich an oversight, denying he lied when asked about his handling of those cases. He ended his letter by saying that he will soon be before the final judge and that while he has good reasons for fear and trembling, he trusts firmly that God is a friend and brother who suffered with him for his shortcomings.
One of the stars of Team USA is once again going for the gold.
Coming up, how Olympic champion Chloe Kim is getting ready to defend her title.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Team USA still lacking in the medal count at the Winter Olympics. No gold medals and just 5 overall, good for 12th place. Russian athletes are on top with 12 medals. Norway and the Netherlands following in the overall count. Each nation has grabbed 3 golds apiece. China is in 8th place.
Meanwhile, one of the stars of Team USA is ready to take another run at gold. Chloe Kim sat down with Today Show co-anchor Savannah Guthrie to talk about her journey.
Hi, Morgan and Aaron. The world fell in love with Chloe Kim as a then fearless 17-year-old when she struck half-pipe gold in Pyeongchang. But a lot has happened since then. After taking an extended break from the sport, the now 21-year-old Chloe is ready to defend her title, but this time on her own terms. Chloe Kim was just 17 at the Games in Pyeongchang when she made history.
Back-to-back 1080s.
Becoming the youngest female Olympic gold medalist in snowboarding history.
Chloe Kim, your Olympic champion.
Her spunky personality off the snow made her a star, like those tweets about eating churros and feeling hangry during competition.
Well, you look for churros everywhere. They're on the way out.
I just looked back at some of the footage from your run in 2018. You've changed so much.
Eyelash extensions.
Eyelash extensions, and what else?
I'm 21 now, which is cool.
One thing that hasn't changed for Chloe is her dominance in the sport. She's the favorite to win gold in the women's halfpipe in Beijing. Her road to Olympic glory beginning as a young child.
Good job, Chloe, good job.
My dad used to, he would buy me like oversized pants, and I was like 7. He would cut up my mom's yoga mats and make like little butt pads out of them.
To cushion your falls.
To cushion my falls.
They don't let you wear yoga mats inside your big pants at the Olympics, do they?
No. I mean, I'm sure they won't stop you, but...
One of the things that people really remember from the 2018 Olympics is your adorable and enthusiastic family just cheering for you. They won't be able to come, though, this year to Beijing.
I'm so used to having, like, my family at the bottom of the pipe at almost every competition, so it'll be weird not having them there, but I think I got it. I'm probably going to call them 1,000 times a day. I'm going to call my dad if practice is stressing me out. He'll always be there for me.
But Chloe admits she had reservations about competing again on the world stage.
Did you ever consider not going back for a second Olympics?
Definitely did. My first one was really overwhelming. I was not expecting that kind of response.
Suddenly you were everywhere. You were famous.
So then I kind of got scared. I got really bad anxiety and I was like, okay, maybe I can't do that again because I just don't know if I can handle it, but that's why I went to school. And that really gave me a good reset.
Chloe took a break from snowboarding to attend Princeton University, but it wasn't easy shaking her celebrity status at the esteemed Ivy.
The minute I stepped onto campus, people were running up to me asking me for photos and autographs, and I was like, no, I just want to be a student. I don't want to be Chloe Kim, the snowboarder.
Wow.
And then after a while, it kind of blew over.
But you found a great group of friends.
Yeah. All my friends, all my really close friends had no idea who I was.
They had no idea that she was the Olympic snowboarding champion who became the first woman snowboarder to hit back-to-back 1080s. That's 3 rotations in midair, landing the gold medal in Pyeongchang.
You were such a force at the Olympics. The whole world fell in love with you. But I can see how that would also create pressure to always be that version of yourself.
And I think I was so happy the whole time I was at the Olympics. Everything was so new to me. I was always on, always super excited. And then after a while, I was like, oh my God, people expect me to be like that all the time. My cheeks were hurting so bad from fake smiling.
How did it affect your relationship with snowboarding? Because here's something you grew up with, you loved.
Honestly, I think I hated it for the first time, in my life. Post-Olympics, every conversation I had with anyone was always about snowboarding, nothing about myself. And I'm like, all right, if that's all you care about, then I'm out.
Here we go, Chloe Kim.
Chloe took nearly 2 years off from snowboarding, but it doesn't show. With impressive winning performances in recent competitions, Chloe is inching closer to defending her Olympic title.
How did you find your way back to snowboarding, to the sport you loved?
I just told myself if I missed it while I was at school, I would go back.
And what's it like getting ready for another Olympics? Are you working on new tricks?
Yeah, I've learned 3 new tricks, so I'm really excited. I'm hoping to put them all in a run at the Olympics.
If I ask you now, what do you love about your sport?
Personally, I get to push myself and I can set my own goals and work towards them and achieve them. It's the best feeling. I'm excited.
Savannah Guthrie reporting there. This year's Oscar nominations are out, and of course, it wouldn't be award season without a little bit of controversy.
That's true. NBC News anchor Joe Fryer breaks down who made the cut and who missed out.
Oscar nominations were announced just hours ago, and it's a big year for streaming services. Netflix's film The Power of the Dog scored 12 nominations, more than any other film. And half of the 10 nominees for Best Picture came from streaming services. Joining Power of the Dog, Netflix's Don't Look Up, Apple TV's Coda, about a child born to deaf parents, and 2 movies from HBO Max, Dune and King Richard, all featured in the prestigious category. Will Smith is up for Best Actor for his portrayal of Richard Williams, the father of Venus and Serena Williams.
Venus and Serena gonna shake up this world.
He'll face stiff competition in the star-studded category. Javier Bardem, Denzel Washington, Benedict Cumberbatch, and Andrew Garfield. For Best Actress, Jessica Chastain, Olivia Colman, Nicole Kidman, Penelope Cruz, and Kristen Stewart all earned nominations, with many movie lovers saying Lady Gaga was snubbed for her role in House of Gucci.
Kristen Stewart was
pretty much a favorite to win this award earlier in the awards season, but then she was snubbed from a few major awards organizations like the SAG Awards and the BAFTAs, which didn't nominate her at all. But now she's firmly back in the running, and it seems like she possibly took Lady Gaga's place in this category.
After Parasite made Oscars history 2 years ago, becoming the first foreign language film to win Best Picture, the international trend might continue this year. Japanese film Drive My Car earned Best Picture and Best Director nominations, while Danish film Flea made history by becoming the first film to receive nominations for Best Documentary, Best Animated Film, and Best International Film, all in the same year. So who will come out on top and take home a golden statue? We'll find out March 27th, when Hollywood's biggest night takes place at the Dolby Theater in Los Angeles.
Thank you so much for being with us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. Indoor mask mandates ending in some states and schools where and when you might be able to lose yours. The top White House scientist stepping down, accused of bullying staff, what he told President Biden in his resignation letter. Plus, is forced labor part of our supply chain? Why the Senate's taking up the issue in the middle of the Winter Olympics. We start with mask mandates. States from coast to coast winding them down. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is in Los Angeles. NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is here in New York. So Gabe, neighboring New Jersey is ditching masks in schools starting March 7th. Who else is following suit?
Well, hey there, Allison. Yes, New Jersey just announced plans yesterday that in the next couple of weeks it will ditch its school mask mandate. Other states like Connecticut, Delaware, Oregon have also been following suit. And around the country, 60% of the 500 largest U.S. school districts still require masks. Now, something that's interesting, Allison, in New Jersey, for example, the governor saying that, they are dropping these mask mandates because they need to find some sense of normalcy for these kids, that they're having to learn to live with the virus because of a significant drop in hospitalizations and positivity rates following the Omicron surge. But we also just found out today that the largest school district in New Jersey, Newark Public Schools, says that it plans to keep its mask mandate, even though the state plans to get rid of its mandate in a few weeks, Allison.
So you also visited 2 school districts in Ohio. One of them doesn't require masks, another does. Can you tell us what you saw there?
Yeah, that's right. It was just outside of Cleveland. One was Troy Intermediate. The other one was Warrensville Heights Elementary, about 35 minutes away from each other in the Cleveland suburbs. And, this is indicative of something that we're now seeing really across the country. Some districts are choosing to let their mask mandates expire and not renew them. The high school, when we went inside the high school there, nobody, virtually, and none of the students were wearing masks. Inside the elementary school, even though they weren't required, maybe about half of them were, but masks were still recommended in that district. The other school district we went to, they have kept their mask mandate, and they have slightly lower COVID positivity rates among their students they have had since the beginning of the year. Let's take a listen to some of the parents we spoke with. How effective has mask wearing been?
I think it's been very, very effective. I mean, we always base it on the fact that the best place for our kids are in front of their teachers in school every day. And we feel like the mask mandates have been huge, especially during the very, very hard times, the spikes of COVID. Mm-hmm.
And that was the superintendent for Troy Intermediate. That's actually the district that has let its mask mandate expire at the end of January. It actually did not have a mask requirement towards the end of December, right before the holidays, and had to close because of the Omicron surge there. So, he supports wearing masks, but some of the parents in that district do not. So it's a very fine line, and many of these school districts are having to walk, Allison. And we should point out, as of now, the White House has been citing CDC guidance that it is still recommending masks in schools, but White House press secretary acknowledges that it's really up to local school districts to decide how this plays out. Alice?
So, Guad, California is planning to lift its indoor mask mandate next week, joining Oregon and Delaware. Fill us in on the details there.
Allison, well, the governor made the announcement also saying that we have seen a decline in 65% in the case rate in California. So that's why they've made this decision. Now, let's remember that California imposed a mask mandate for a second time at the end of last year. They've kept it in place. It will end next week, February 15th. And this is a state where Democrats outnumber Republicans 2-1. They supported Gavin Newsom through the recall election, where he was heavily criticized because of how strict California was with the virus. And although people do support the governor, the reaction by Californians has been positive because the fatigue from the pandemic and from the masks is real across the state. This is what some of the people had to say.
I'm vaccinated, and I just know that I'll be safe and keep my distance.
Should have been lifted a long time ago, you know, like nobody's really wearing masks anyway.
Can't wait. I'm excited to be able to life to return back to normal and take the mask off and not have to worry about it.
Now, when we talk about California, we always have to remember how large the state is and how different California is according to the regions. Northern California, Central California, and then, of course, you have Southern California. For example, here in Los Angeles, public health officials have said that they will keep, here in the county, they will keep the mask mandate in place because of the current numbers that we have. Yet other counties in Southern California, like Orange and San Diego, have decided to go without the mask mandate. So it's going to be up to the 58 counties in California to decide how they would like to move forward.
Let's talk about the schools there, Guad. What are they saying about masks?
So we know that state officials are now meeting with public health officials, with community and school leaders to make a decision. The only thing we know is that next week we expect to hear from state officials to know if the mask mandates will remain inside the schools in California. We also know that when it comes to students 5 to 17-year-olds in schools across California, about 65% of them are vaccinated.
All right, Guad, Gabe, thank you both. Let's bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel, former White House policy director and currently a primary care physician. Dr. Patel, I'd like to start with your thoughts on schools and states lifting their mask mandates. Is it the right move, especially when it comes to the kids?
Allison, I think it's the right move to plan for it. Today is not the day. If you look at the CDC map for COVID transmission, it is lit up all throughout bright red. So even though cases are coming down in double digits, which is a good thing, we're still seeing cases per day that is rivaling the peak of the Delta surge. So we're not quite out of this yet. I think in the next several weeks, but I do feel like today is too soon, and certainly next week is too soon.
Dr. Patel, the New York Times is reporting today that J&J is putting its COVID vaccine production on hold. That headline caught my attention. Even though it reportedly has millions of doses sitting on shelves, I think we brought up the wrong headline here. How should we read that pause? What does this temporary halt mean? We know there's still plenty of people, plenty of countries around the world who could use COVID shots. Why are they taking a break?
Yeah, so I went further into this because I was kind of fascinated by the exact same headline. A couple of things. These are large companies, Johnson & Johnson, with manufacturing plants all around the world in order to produce literally millions of doses of vaccines per day. So this has to do with one of its plants not being up to speed. And it's not clear if it's some sort of safety issue or just the company needed to pause in that one particular plant. But other plants are functioning. Here's, I think, the bigger story that you're alluding to, though. Many countries could use vaccines, but we're starting to hear from other countries that they have the vaccines. They just don't have enough people to help them get shots into arms. And much like parts of the United States, they're encountering vaccine hesitancy. But you're right to call out that we need full-time 24/7 manufacturing in order to meet the world's needs. And even a blip in one part of the manufacturing can result in a downstream kind of decrease that we don't want to see.
All right, Dr. Patel, I'm a New Yorker, so this one got my attention. I want to pull up that headline that we had up there before. Here in New York, white-tailed deer on Staten Island, of all places, are the first wild animals to be documented with Omicron. This is according to a study that was published in a scientific journal. You can see the headline there from the Times. Researchers believe they're getting the virus from humans. What are the concerns here if animals are getting Omicron?
Yeah, we know that animals have been able to get Omicron. We even had heard early reports, remember, when COVID started, about this potentially being an outbreak from an animal reservoir or wild animals into humans. Here's why a lot of us worry when we see stories like that headline. When you see the virus in wild animals, first of all, wild animals are not pets, they're not farm animals, so you really can't control them as well. And it offers the virus an opportunity to mutate. So it may, community transmission and all our numbers may be decreasing in our human population, but if more and more wild animals have this virus, think of it as more opportunities to kind of throw variants at us, at the human population, at a later time. So we have to keep an eye on this closely. It's something that the entire world is going to pay attention to as we're trying to predict what comes next after Omicron.
So, Dr. Patel, crazy question, but I happen to live in an area where there are deer running through my backyard all the time. If you are someone who maybe lives on Staten Island or has deer where you live, is this something you should be concerned about if you got kids playing outside or things like that? I know it may sound nuts, but I don't think of the animals in the backyard as an Omicron spreader.
No, and we have seen, by the way, when animals are infected, we haven't had, these cases and numbers of cases of animal to human. But I think this just calls into the question that we shouldn't avoid. I mean, you may want to avoid deer that are wild for a lot of other reasons, but you shouldn't avoid animals for this reason. But it's something to remember as we're having this conversation about taking away protection measures. We can't assume that the virus, even if it's going away in our communities, that it's going away entirely. I think that's the take-home message, not to change your behavior around the animals, but it's a reminder that this is a virus that has outsmarted us. And by being in wild deer in Staten Island, and actually they've picked it up in animals across the country, that it's an opportunity for the virus to change and then potentially infect humans. But I wouldn't have any children. Actually, I wouldn't touch wild animals for a lot of other reasons, but I wouldn't avoid them on purpose.
Yeah, I think most of us are used to being careful anyway because of the deer carrying so many ticks in the area, the potential for Lyme disease. But we had some really interesting headlines today related to COVID. So, Dr. Patel, thank you for walking us through them. The president is looking for a new top science advisor. Eric Lander resigned last night. A White House review found that he mistreated staff. Lander writing in his resignation letter, "I'm devastated that I cause hurt to past and present colleagues by the way in which I've spoken to them," adding, "It is clear that things I said and the way I said them crossed the line at times into being disrespectful and demeaning to both men and women. That was never my intention." NBC News Chief White House Correspondent Peter Alexander joining me now from the North Lawn. So, Peter, we'll get to that news in just a moment. But first, I understand you have some breaking news about the second gentleman. What can you tell us?
Yeah, that's exactly right. The second gentleman, the Vice President, Kamala Harris's husband, Doug Emhoff, was at an event here in Washington, D.C. at Dunbar High School during the 2 o'clock hour Eastern time. So within the last 45 minutes for us, when he was whisked off the stage at roughly 2:17, taken away by Secret Service. We have now just heard moments ago from the Washington, D.C. public school superintendent spokesperson who says there was a bomb threat, and that's the security situation that required him being whisked away to safety. The students and staff were also told to evacuate. We are told they all exited or all are safe and accounted for at this time. But again, it sort of underlines the real seriousness of any potential threat, including a bomb threat at this time, even though there appears to be no bomb, though they continue to view the situation seriously. They are inspecting the school. And for the moment, most importantly, we know that Doug Emhoff, the second gentleman of the United States, first ever, frankly, is now safe.
Good to hear there. All right, so let's get back to the news about Eric Lander, if you don't mind, Peter. He's the first member of President Biden's cabinet to resign. Press Secretary Jen Psaki briefed reporters within the last hour. What did she say?
Well, he was the last individual added to the cabinet, now basically the first to go as a function of this. And Jen Psaki, in the briefing that started moments ago, was pressed about the circumstances why the White House had not just fired him, as the president said he would do from the start. Anybody, he said, who mistreated any individuals of his administration, he said, would be effectively fired immediately. Instead, we learned that Lander had resigned, but it appears as though he had been forced to leave. And here is what Jen Psaki said only a short time ago. Take a listen.
it was made clear to him through the course of the day yesterday, I suppose, that he could no longer lead OSTP effectively. And he conveyed that in his letter. The president accepted his resignation. So I think we're now focused on looking forward. There's obviously a lot of important work that OSTP will do, continue to do, and continue to lead on moving forward, and the president's eager to continue working with them.
So as you heard, the White House internal investigation found that Lander's behavior was, quote, inappropriate. And after it was communicated to him that he could no longer do his job, he resigned and is no longer in that position. Allison.
Peter, you have a lot of news today. President Biden also talking jobs this afternoon. He announced an Australian company is going to be building a plant for electric vehicle chargers in Tennessee. What's the president saying about that deal?
Yeah, it's being done in partnership with the United States. There will be a total of 30,000 of these DC power chargers that they can produce per year, and it'll include the hiring of 500 individuals at a new plant in Tennessee. The president was there alongside one of the lawmakers from Tennessee today, as well as other members of his cabinet. So a significant headline for this White House as the president pushes forward with some of the details that were ironed out as a part of the bipartisan infrastructure plan that sends more than $1 trillion toward a series of issues, including climate, Allison.
Peter, former Senator Doug Jones is starting his job as Supreme Court nomination advisor today. What will he be doing as we wait for the president to announce his pick?
Yep, the good news is, I apologize for that cough. I am negative for COVID. We're tested here every day. But it happens. You get hoarse, and sometimes you sound like this. So just to walk you through the details as it relates to Doug Jones, he obviously is the former senator from Alabama. He's going to be the one who, as we sort of commonly describe it, will be Sherping the new Supreme Court nominee once the president makes his decision. He said he would do so. President Biden did by the end of this month. February. In fact, I saw the senator, Doug Jones, as he was exiting the White House within the last several hours. And while we didn't have a chance to speak about his specific responsibilities at this time, he is obviously going to be one who's going to be helping escort this nominee, who will be the first African-American woman ever nominated to the court and the first African-American woman to join the court once confirmed. If confirmed, all it takes is 50 Democratic senators in order to secure confirmation for that individual. But he'll be the one that helps walk her through the process, helps guide this individual as she meets with the lawmakers on Capitol Hill. The president has said he would like to have Republicans and Democrats on board. Among some of the names who've been thrown around, one of them, who is presently a circuit court judge, an appeals court judge here in Washington, D.C., Ketanji Brown Jackson. She notably received bipartisan support with at least three Republican senators supporting her when she went through the confirmation process for that appeals court seat that was vacated by Merrick Garland only a short time ago. Garland, of course, now the Attorney General for the United States. Allison.
Peter Alexander, COVID negative, but still breaking news, even when you're under the weather. Thank you so much, sir. We really appreciate you.
Thanks.
Coming up, the gloves are off in the GOP. The censure fight heating up on Capitol Hill. Next.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Let's go to NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She has the latest headlines from NBCnews.com. Maya, what's up?
Hey, Allison, we start in Tennessee, where 2 of 3 inmates who escaped a county jail are dead. A third convict is still on the run. Authorities say the prisoners escaped through the HVAC air vent system. The U.S. Navy has identified the SEAL trainee who died just hours after completing his Hell Week training. 24-year-old Kyle Mullen died at a San Diego hospital after experiencing symptoms of an unknown illness. Retired Pope Benedict XVI asking for forgiveness over his handling of clergy sex abuse cases, but not admitting any wrongdoing. The former pontiff responding to an independent report that faulted him in 4 cases. A deadly cyclone in Madagascar killing at least 20 people and leaving more than 55,000 homeless. Officials say more than 14,000 homes were destroyed on the island. And the 2022 Oscar nominations are here. Leading the pack with 12 nominations, The Power of the Dog. The film's director, Jane Campion, now the first woman ever to receive 2 Best Director nominations. Allison, back to you.
All right, I got some movies to watch, Maya. Thank you.
Traditionally, the view of the national party committees is that we support all members of our party, regardless of their positions on some issues. The issue is whether or not the RNC should be sort of singling out members of our party who may have different views from the majority. That's not the job of the RNC.
Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, they're talking about the RNC's censure of GOP reps Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney. The RNC also defending the January 6th Capitol attack as, quote, legitimate political discourse. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell joining me now. So, Leanne, what are you hearing from other Senate Republicans besides Mitch McConnell on this?
Well, Leader McConnell gave the strongest rebuke so far of what the RNC did over the weekend. In addition to disagreeing with the censure, he also disagreed with calling it legitimate political discourse, calling January 6th a violent insurrection. And so, you know, even before McConnell spoke, we heard from senators, including in leadership, who didn't want to be talking about it. They said that this was a distraction from what they would rather be talking about, which is Joe Biden, inflation, the economy heading into this midterm election year. And they say that this is not unifying of the Republican Party and that the RNC should not have taken this action. So Senate Republicans mostly are on the same page on this, and they just think that the RNC went a step too far. Allison.
Leanne, what about Republicans in the House? What are you hearing on that side of Congress?
It's a little bit different of a story over in the House of Representatives. As we know, Leader McCarthy has been trying to tie himself to the former president to stay in his good graces so that he could help him win the majority back in 2022 and also help him become Speaker of the House in next year if he so does win back that majority, because he needs the base of the Trump supporters. But I also asked today one member of Republican leadership, Elise Stefanik, about this. Let's listen to what she had to say, and we'll talk about it on the other side.
The RNC has every right to take any action, and the position that I have is that you're ultimately held accountable to voters in your district, voters who you represent, and we're going to hear the feedback and the views of voters pretty quickly here this year. We believe the January 6th Commission is political theater. It's about punishing partisan opponents and not getting to the real facts, which should be how can we ensure that the Capitol complex is safe, not only for those of us who work here, but for the American people to continue to advocate for policies they believe in.
So a member of Republican leadership saying that the RNC is able to do whatever it wants, and then also once again equating the violence on January 6th to the racial justice protests that were in the streets after the death and the murder of George Floyd. Allison.
Leanne, I understand you also have some new reporting about communications between former President Trump and former Vice President Pence on January 6th. What can you tell us there?
I do. It seems a little incremental and perhaps to most of our viewers insignificant, but this is actually really important to the January 6th Select Committee, who is trying to piece together, especially what happened on January 6th, who the president spoke to and when. So my new reporting is that the former president wanted to talk to Mike Pence in the morning of January 6th. He attempted to get in touch with him with no success. Eventually, they did speak on the phone, and that phone call happened during an Oval Office meeting where the former president was meeting with General Keith Kellogg, meeting with one of his national security advisors, meeting with Ivanka Trump, his daughter. And reportedly from the January 6th Select Committee in that meeting, Donald Trump was trying to persuade Mike Pence to overturn the election results, something that Mike Pence resisted. And we're also learning a little bit more. We knew last week that Jim Jordan, the congressman from Ohio, spoke to the former president twice on January 6th. Well, that first phone call was 10 minutes long in the morning, which we found out last week. But we now also know that they spoke because the former president called Jim Jordan, demanded to also talk to him in the morning before that rally at the Ellipse. So these are, like I said, seem pretty incremental developments, but they are helping the January 6th Select Committee understand what took place that day and what transpired, and of course, who the president spoke to, Allison.
All right, Leanne Caldwell with some new reporting this afternoon. Thank you so very much.
Yep.
A bipartisan group of senators wants to audit big corporations to make sure they're not using forced labor in their supply chains. And it's no coincidence this is happening during the Beijing Olympics. NBC News politics reporter Alan Smith writing, the senators introduced legislation Monday titled the Slave-Free Business Certification Act as China faces increased scrutiny during the Winter Olympics over allegations of forced labor and concentration camps in a Xinjiang region. Alan joins me now. Alan, this bill doesn't specifically mention China, so tell us what is in it.
So, Allison, this bill is really meant to provide oversight on corporations that have more than $500 million in revenue. They would have to submit themselves to routine audits that would have them certify that there is no forced labor being used at any part of their supply chain, whether it be through suppliers, whether it be through factories that they use. This is interesting as it relates to Xinjiang, because a lot of materials that end up in sort of these Chinese factories that are really a bigger part of the supply chain and supply a lot of goods globally, a lot of those supplies originate in the Xinjiang region, which is where China faces a lot of these allegations of forced labor.
President Biden signed a bill into law last year to make sure that U.S. companies weren't funding forced labor in that region. How is this slave-free business bill different from that? And what kind of support does it have in Congress overall?
So this bill is different in that it's much more overarching. It doesn't mention China specifically in the bill. This is meant to root out the use of forced labor anywhere. It's pretty unclear how much widespread support it has at this point. It was just introduced Monday, but it does get to start off with being bipartisan backed by Senators Josh Hawley and Kirsten Gillibrand. So the fact that it's being backed by members of both parties shows it has a chance of advancing further. I know that at least as it relates to the bill that was signed by President Biden, specifically relating to the Uyghurs, there was some concern with the supply chain constraints that the United States and people globally are facing right now. that this could be actually an added hindrance. People really aren't saying that publicly, but behind closed doors, that's been reported. There's been some concern about what this would mean for the supply chain overall. So I know there might be similar concerns with this bill, but as of right now, it's still unclear what kind of widespread support it has.
All right, Alan, thanks so much.
Thank you, Allison.
The Supreme Court greenlighting Alabama's new congressional voting maps in a 5-4 vote, even though a lower court said those maps violated the Voting Rights Act by denying black voters a new district. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams is in Washington. So, Pete, how did lawmakers redraw these new maps? What should we know here?
Well, this is the Republican legislature that redrew the maps. Of course, legislatures do this every 10 years after the census comes out to account for population gains, population losses, and shifts within the state. But the map still looks like pretty much like it did before the census. That's District 7 there, that one on the left. That is the only minority district in Alabama, the only district in which black voters have a majority. And a 3-judge panel said, and that included 2 judges appointed by President Trump, said, given the concentration of voters elsewhere in Alabama and the fact that they tend to vote together cohesively, but that they've been all spread out and can't form a majority, the state should actually have created a second district in which black voters had the majority. That's what Alabama appealed to the U.S. Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court put a stay on that lower court order and also agreed to hear Alabama's appeal about whether the state should have had to do this in the first place. That case probably won't be heard until next term. So that means that for now, for the elections this year, the map that the Republicans drew up, not the one with the second black district, but the one the Republicans drew up, will be the one that will be used in the elections this year in Alabama.
Pete, this is the first case to reach the Supreme Court involving the redrawing of political boundaries with 2020 census results. What did the majority say in its ruling here?
Well, this isn't really a ruling. This was an order. So there was no explanation as you would normally get in a Supreme Court decision. Only thing we know about why the court did what it did is the opinion of 2 justices, Justice Brett Kavanaugh and Samuel Alito, who said they did this because they thought that the lower court here acted too close to the election. Whoops. Pardon me. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
They said
good save, Pete.
Thank you. I didn't have far to go. There usually is a little person down here who hands it back, but that person's on
He's off today?
That's right. They said that the lower court acted too close to the election and that it would have caused chaos. Let me quote from what Justice Kavanaugh wrote. He said, late judicial tinkering with election laws can lead to disruption and to unanticipated and unfair consequences for candidates, political parties, and voters, among others. And in fact, the Supreme Court in the past has declined to allow federal courts to make changes in elections if the rule changes would come very close to an election. So that's the only insight we get into why the court did what it did in terms of blocking what the lower court wanted to do here.
Pete, we did hear from some of the liberal justices. Chief Justice John Roberts sided with the 3 liberal justices, saying the court should not have put the lower court ruling on hold. Justice Elena Kagan writing, it does a disservice to black Alabamians who have, under that precedent, have had their electoral power diminished in violation of a law this court once knew to buttress all of American democracy. How could this particular situation in Alabama affect the future of the voting rights down the line?
Well, the question is the future of the Voting Rights Act.
Yeah.
In every redistricting that followed 1965, when the Voting Rights Act was passed, states that had a history of discrimination, like Alabama, had to get permission in advance from either the Justice Department or a federal court before they could change things like redistricting lines or even shifting the times for polls to open or close or moving where people vote, any change at all. Now that's no longer true because after the last census, the Supreme Court did away with that part of the Voting Rights Act. So now the only part that's left is the part that allows people to sue after a state makes a change, and that's what we're facing now. So this is the first new round of cases under what is left of the Voting Rights Act, and what the 3 liberals were saying in their dissent was this is a bad sign. It looks like the Supreme Court is prepared to walk away from even that.
Pete Williams, not just bringing the great reporting today, but the great mic saves as well. That was very impressive. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Extra points.
Coming up, a major cryptocurrency bust, a couple charged with trying to launder billions in stolen Bitcoin.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
I believe every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar. Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
A husband and wife accused of trying to launder billions of dollars worth of stolen Bitcoin. They are scheduled to appear in federal court this afternoon in Manhattan. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney joining me now. So, Ken, the Justice Department says this is the largest financial seizure ever. How did the feds track them down?
It began in 2016, Allison, when a Bitcoin exchange called Bitfinex was hacked and nearly 120,000 Bitcoin were stolen. Now, at the time, that Bitcoin was valued at about $71 million. But thanks to the huge spike in the value of Bitcoin, it's now worth $4.5 billion. And the Justice Department says it recovered most of that, about $3.6 billion worth. And they did it the old-fashioned way, Allison, by following the money. Except in this case, they use incredibly sophisticated software that traces Bitcoin transactions on this thing called the blockchain, which is basically a public ledger of every sale and purchase and transfer of Bitcoin. And although this couple allegedly took very sophisticated steps to hide their trail, the IRS and other investigators smoked it out, seized the funds, and charged this couple with conspiracy to launder money, Allison.
Ken, money laundering certainly isn't a new crime, but laundering cryptocurrency is. What kind of punishments are we talking about here?
The charges they face collectively carry penalties of up to 25 years in prison. And what's ironic here is that court records say they spent only a small fraction of the stolen money, prosecutors are not accusing this couple of orchestrating the theft, the August 2016 Bitfinex hack itself, which was one of the largest ever recorded. The price of Bitcoin, by the way, fell 20% on the news of that theft, but it's since gone up many-fold since then. And you know, Bitcoin proponents are celebrating this case because they say it shows that Bitcoin is actually easier to trace than cash because the blockchain is there forever, Allison.
That is an excellent argument in favor of it. And Ken, you get extra points today for one of the clearest explanations of blockchain ever. A lot of people have trouble explaining how crypto works. That was really straightforward. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a living.
Coming up, we'll go to Kyiv, where French President Emmanuel Macron is calling for calm after a high-stakes meeting with Ukraine's leader. That is next.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
I believe. Every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar. Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
The U.S. Air Force ordered to pay more than $230 million to victims, families, and survivors of a 2017 Texas church massacre. A federal judge is saying the Air Force failed to flag a conviction that might have kept Devin Patrick Kelly from legally purchasing a gun. Kelly had served in the Air Force before that attack. NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce joining me now. So, Dan, the judge here ruled that the Air Force was 60% liable for the attack at First Baptist Church of Sutherland Springs. Tell us about Kelly's criminal history here.
He definitely had a history, Allison. So there was a domestic violence case when he was in the Air Force. There was a court-martial, and he was found guilty of several charges of assault, including striking and trying to choke his wife at the time. He was also convicted of striking his stepson in a way that could have killed his son or his stepson, or even caused grievous bodily harm. And then even before that domestic violence case, he escaped from a New Mexico mental health facility and got into trouble trying to sneak guns onto another site and threatening people there. So there was quite a record, and the fact that the Air Force did not flag this, and of course did not flag the most important thing about these cases that could have been entered into the FBI database and would have prevented him from being able to purchase a gun.
So, Dan, what's the Air Force saying about their failure here?
They've definitely acknowledged this was a failure, and the top brass ordered a whole review of how the whole case was handled, and they've also ordered a review of how they handled this data on gun purchases in criminal cases so that there isn't another mistake like this ever again. So they've definitely acknowledged their failure there.
More than 24 people were killed in this attack. How did they reach that $230 million settlement?
Well, the families and the relatives had asked for more than $400 million, and the Justice Department's initial offer was much less, something like $31 million. And they've come to this settlement, so it is not as much as they had asked for, but it's substantially more than what the Justice Department had initially offered.
All right, Dan DeLuz, thank you.
Thank you.
French President Emmanuel Macron meeting with the president of Ukraine today, calling on the U.S., its allies, and Russia to help ease the crisis at the border. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has the highlights of their tete-a-tete.
Encouraging comments today from French President Emmanuel Macron, but with major caveats. President Macron, who was here in Ukraine meeting with President Zelensky after 5 hours of talks yesterday with President Putin at a very large gondola-sized, socially distanced table, President Macron said that he received assurances from Vladimir Putin that Russia would not escalate the situation even further. President Macron's office clarified that he didn't actually get assurances that Russia would de-escalate, that Russia would pull back its troops from Ukraine's borders, but that Russia wouldn't take further steps. But a senior intelligence official has told me that Russia is continuing to increase its presence along Ukraine's borders, and that in the next 2 to 3 weeks, Russia will have enough force to take over all of Ukraine should Vladimir Putin decide to do that. The intelligence official said that right now the main focus of the Russian troop buildup is in the north, in Belarus, and in the south, in Crimea, and that Russia could potentially make a drive right for Kiev, that Russian troops are positioned on an optimal highway route from the north going to Kiev, and that driving on the main roads could avoid some of the terrain issues, that Russia could potentially try to cut the country in half and lock many of Ukraine's most elite units, which are positioned here in the east, from reaching the capital. The intelligence assessment is that the Ukrainian people, the Ukrainian military would stand and fight, but that after a matter of just days, the Ukrainian armed forces would have to go underground to form a resistance movement. Russia continues to insist that it will not invade, but Western intelligence officials are worried that because of this troop buildup, because it's happening on all sides of Ukraine, that the signs, what they're seeing militarily, don't look good.
Iran nuclear talks restarting in Vienna. The U.S. isn't meeting directly with Tehran, so what are the chances they'll reach an agreement? NBC News Tehran bureau chief Ali Arouzi takes a look.
Talks between Iran and world powers resume today in Vienna in what could be a breakthrough or a breakdown. After a 10-day break, they're all sitting around the negotiating table again, of course, with the exception of the United States, who Iran refuses to talk to directly. And so far today, little has been given away by envoys in Vienna. They're keeping their cards pretty close to their chest as to whether they're any closer to resolving various outstanding thorny issues. Officials say that the talks are reaching their final stage, that this is the end game, but it's not clear how long that end game may take. The negotiations have dragged on for months, punctuated by long gaps. Initially, Western delegates said little or no progress was being made. However, they seem increasingly optimistic. U.S. negotiators have recently become more upbeat about reaching an agreement. The Iranian side says that progress has been made and gaps have been been narrowed, making the chances of success greater than failure, not least of all because the Biden administration desperately want this deal and the Iranian regime desperately need the sanctions relief. But if an agreement is reached, there could be trouble on the horizon. All sides are pretty clear-eyed that any potential agreement would be less beneficial for Iran and the U.S. than the 2015 agreement. Even the U.S. negotiator in Vienna, Robert Malley, who by all accounts is very soft on Iran, has acknowledged that a restored nuclear deal would not be able to provide the same nuclear non-proliferation benefits because Iran's breakout time, that's the time Iran needs to churn out enough highly enriched uranium for a nuclear bomb, is now significantly shorter. Israel is also not pleased. Last week, Prime Minister Bennett said that he hoped a deal isn't reached because the removal of sanctions and the billions of dollars that will flood into the hands of the regime in Tehran would mean more rockets, more drones, more terrorist cells, more cyber attacks and malign activities. So Israel, who isn't bound by the JCPOA, may take certain matters into its own hands. Iran's foreign minister yesterday said that part of Iran's demands on sanctions lifting have not been met, while Iran's supreme leader took a swipe at President Biden today. However, talks are still ongoing, and if there's enough political will on all sides, they may be able to get this deal across the line fairly soon.
Chinese tennis star Peng Shuai walking back her sexual assault allegations in a new interview with a Chinese Olympic Committee official right by her side, calling the whole thing a huge misunderstanding. Peng Shuai in Beijing this week cheering on the athletes competing in the Winter Olympics. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer.
A new interview with Chinese tennis star Peng Shuai, raising new questions about her well-being. Peng telling a French newspaper her explosive allegations against a top Communist Party official were misunderstood. I never said anyone had sexually assaulted me in any way, she said, though it's unclear if Peng was speaking freely. A Chinese Olympic official next to her translating Peng's words. Asked what her life had been like since the scandal started, Peng said, "It's been what it's supposed to be, nothing special." The controversy around Peng Shuai started last November when she accused the official of sexual assault in a social media post that was quickly deleted. Peng then dropped from public view, triggering worries about her freedom and safety. The Women's Tennis Association saying the new in-person interview, quote, "does not alleviate any of our concerns." Peng also met with International Olympic Committee President Thomas Bach. IOC officials would not say if they believe Peng was under duress.
I don't think it's up for us to be able to judge in one way, just as it's not for you to judge either.
And now fresh concern for another Chinese athlete, Dinigir Milayujang, a Uyghur cross-country skier who lit the flame at the opening ceremony, who competed Saturday, finishing 43rd, then quietly retreated. At the press zone, she was a no-show.
In the interview, Peng Shuai also announced she's retiring from tennis, though it isn't clear where this leaves the WTA, which pulled all its tournaments from China.
Coming up, car prices soaring because of that computer chip shortage. So is it more cost-effective to buy or lease these days? We'll take a look after the break.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
I believe. Every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States!
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar. Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Tech billionaire Peter Thiel stepping down from Meta's board. That's Facebook's parent company. The platform shaking things up, focusing a lot of its energy on the metaverse. It's an idea that's getting a lot of attention in Silicon Valley right now. NBC News Now anchor Henley Jackson takes us inside this virtual universe.
So you've probably heard a lot lately about the metaverse.
The metaverse.
The metaverse, a series of virtual reality universes. Beyond this one, worlds where developers promise almost anything is possible. And yes, there are multiple versions of the metaverse. Video games like Roblox already offer a metaverse experience where developers all over the world can code and design it. You create yourself an avatar and you go and do things, like maybe you hang out with friends in some ancient ruins. You can even buy things with cryptocurrency, like real estate. Virtual real estate. And since you own that land inside the virtual world, you can build virtual buildings on it. The metaverse isn't new, but it got more popular during the pandemic. Roblox, for example, says it saw 32.5 million daily users in 2020. 1 year later, that number was spiking to 50 million in 180 countries. That popularity spike caught the eye of big tech companies.
Our company is now Meta.
Like Facebook, which rebranded its parent company to Meta and is already investing billions. They're launching their own virtual reality world called Horizon Worlds, with the promise of a socially interactive world you can create and explore in. And even smaller companies are ditching their pandemic Zoom calls for conferences in the virtual world, like Allseated, where you can hold company meetings in their metaverse. It's up to you to decide where you want to go. And in the metaverse, the options are endless.
Should you buy or lease a car right now? That answer may be changing thanks to that computer chip shortage that's driving up new and used car prices. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello takes a look.
If you're car shopping, prepare for sticker shock. The global computer chip shortage means there's often a long wait for new cars to buy or lease. Prices up 15% in a year. And used cars are also soaring to an average of $31,000 for a 4 to 7-year-old car, up from $20,000 before the pandemic. Lori Crothers wants to spend $15,000 on a used car for her teenagers. So far, she's finding only high mileage cars for $25,000.
I don't want to buy something that I'm spending way more money on than what it truly is worth.
If you're in a lease that's about to expire, there could be a silver lining. Here's why. When you sign a 3-year lease, you lock in a purchase price should you decide to buy the car when your lease is up. Those prices are now almost certainly much lower than a new car or even that same used car today.
I would suggest you do buy it. Chances are it's going to be a lot cheaper than what you're going to get on the market right now.
Corinne Hanshaw's lease is up this month, but with few new cars available, she opted to stick with what she has.
I decided to purchase my current vehicle, and I was able to save an extra $100 a month, and that adds up.
Helping to drive used car prices up even more, some lease customers are buying their cars, then quickly selling them.
We have a lot of our consumers that are buying that vehicle from the leasing company, trading it in and making a profit on it.
A big profit, sometimes $10,000 and more.
This year's Oscar nominations are out and wouldn't be award season without a little bit of controversy. NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer shows us who made the cut and who missed out.
Oscar nominations were announced just hours ago, and it's a big year for streaming services. Netflix's film The Power of the Dog scored 12 nominations, more than any other film. And half of the 10 nominees for Best Picture came from streaming services. Joining Power of the Dog, Netflix's Don't Look Up, Apple TV's Coda, about a child born to deaf parents, and 2 movies from HBO Max, Dune and King Richard, all featured in the prestigious category. Will Smith is up for Best Actor for his portrayal of Richard Williams, the father of Venus and Serena Williams.
Venus and Serena gonna shake up this world.
He'll face stiff competition in the star-studded category. Javier Bardem, Denzel Washington, Benedict Cumberbatch, and Andrew Garfield. For Best Actress, Jessica Chastain, Olivia Colman, Nicole Kidman, Penelope Cruz, and Kristen Stewart all earned nominations, with many movie lovers saying Lady Gaga was snubbed for her role in House of Gucci.
Kristen Stewart was pretty much a favorite to win this award earlier in the awards season, but then she was snubbed from a few major awards organizations like the SAG Awards and the BAFTAs, which didn't nominate her at all. But now she's firmly back in the running, and it seems like she possibly took Lady Gaga's place in this category.
After Parasite made Oscars history 2 years ago, becoming the first foreign language film to win Best Picture, the international trend might continue this year. Japanese film Drive My Car earned Best Picture and Best Director nominations, while Danish film Flea made history by becoming the first film to receive nominations for Best Documentary, Best Animated Film, and Best International Film, all in the same year. So who will come out on top and take home a golden statue? We'll find out March 27th, when Hollywood's biggest night takes place at the Dolby Theater in Los Angeles.
That is the closing bell on the New York Stock Exchange. Wall Street is done for the day. There it goes. The Dow is up about 370 points today. I'm liking February on the stock market better than January already, but I know we still have a ways to go. We will talk about today's big business stories, including the shakeup at Peloton, coming up in the next hour. Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You are watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. Capital gridlock. Ottawa paralyzed by truckers who want Canada to end its COVID restrictions. How Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is handling the mess. Teens across Minnesota protesting the police killing of Amir Locke. Their message for the governor. Plus, we've got a holiday shopping doubleheader. The deals and steals for Super Bowl and Valentine's Day. And we'll throw in a President's Day preview too. We start with the trucker protest in Canada. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber is in Ottawa.
Yeah, today in Ottawa, there are still countless protesters, trucks all along the streets throughout the city. Everywhere you look, almost, you can see the trucks that kind of just continue to go. Over there, sort of more in the front of Parliament, is one of kind of the main gathering areas where we've seen people come and gather. You can see more of the cars, the people here. For the most part, things have been calm. You can hear some people shouting freedom at us now. Things largely have been jovial. There is a strong anti-media sentiment within these areas. You hear people yelling at us as we walk, tell the truth. But again, for the most part, the protesters we've seen out here, they have been peaceful. They have very strong opinions, and they want to make sure the government hears them. They are frustrated. This all started initially in response to the Prime Minister issuing an order saying that border crossing truckers had to be vaccinated, that they would no longer be exempt from quarantine rules. Since then, it has expanded, and most of the people we have spoken to, they say they are here because they want to see an end to all COVID restrictions and all COVID mandates. They say that means no masks, no vaccine mandates, no indoor dining restrictions, and they say they will stay out here blocking the streets, many of them sleeping in tents or in their trucks, until they see an end to those mandates. The Prime Minister, he has said that this does not represent Canada, that these people are not representing most of Canada, and that they are, in his view, the fringe. People here, they say that they don't believe that's true at all. They say they do represent many people here. And that term, the fringe, it's almost become a bit of a term, a rallying cry, if you will. We saw one person walking with a shirt on that said the fringe.
Police in Minnesota making an arrest in the homicide investigation that led to Amir Locke's death. St. Paul police confirming to NBC News that the suspect is linked to that no-knock warrant served at the apartment where Locke was visiting. Locke was not named in that warrant. This afternoon, teens in Minnesota walked out of class to protest Locke's death. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joining me now. Antonia, first, what can you tell us about today's arrest?
Hi, Allison. The police announced today that they made this arrest and charge a 17-year-old teenager in connection to this homicide investigation for the murder of a man named Otis Elder. And this, as you mentioned, is the homicide investigation that originally led to the execution of that no-knock warrant and the killing of Amir Locke on Wednesday. As you also mentioned, Amir Locke was not actually named initially on that warrant and doesn't have a criminal history. This is a major part of the outrage and, of course, the fuel behind some of the protest images that you showed earlier of teens who came out of class today around the state to talk about Amir Locke's memory, to talk about what it means for them, and to sort of continue the really years-long process now of the fight for racial justice in the Minneapolis and St. Paul area. And so this news coming out about their arrest basically coincided exactly with these protests now, and people expect young people like the ones you see there, but also people around the state of Minnesota to keep pushing forward and calling for justice in this case, Allison.
Antonia, tell us more about those protests. The group Minnesota Teen Activists organized the walkout this afternoon. The students marched about a mile, I understand, from St. Paul Central High School to the governor's mansion. What did they tell you about what inspired them, what they want the governor to do? What are you hearing from those young people today?
Yeah, I had a long talk with a couple of the students who organized and were part of this walkout this morning. And what I heard from them was a mix of heartbreak and also numbness. So some of the kids talked about feeling completely heartbroken because they see themselves in Amir Locke, who was 22 years old, who wanted to have a career in music, and also seeing themselves in Breonna Taylor, another person who, of course, was covered extensively and was killed during the execution of a no-knock warrant in Louisville, Kentucky. And so many of the students really connected to those two young people and to those two cases. And then there was also this numbness that I heard from students, feeling like, you know, at such a young age, many of them about the age of 17, that they've consistently shown up to protests, that they've seen Black people who look like them get killed in this way time and time again, and that they were feeling incredibly tired, but also as organizers who were part of this group called Minnesota Teen Activists, who, you know, are out there trying to educate people their own age on social issues, on police reform, that they have really, despite that numbness, an obligation to keep showing up and hosting protests like this one. I want you to take a listen to one of the organizers in my conversation with them earlier today.
I feel like as youth in today's generation, it's like we're sick and tired of being sick and tired. Like enough of us not having a seat at the table and just being on the menu, but we're actually going to stand up. We're going to walk out of class, not to defy education, because that's our way that we can amplify our voices.
I talked to him and some others, and I asked them pretty directly, Allison, you know, are you starting to sense that there's some fatigue now among young people who keep showing up to events like this one? They said no. They say that they had hundreds of people reaching out to them, confirming that they were taking part in this walkout around the state, and that also many of these young people, even though they're often under voting age, they are really engaged on policy issues. They know what no-knock warrants are, and they have very specific demands for their governor and for the leadership of the city of Minneapolis.
It's so inspiring to see all these young folks come out. What else did they tell you about their role, the responsibility they feel in fighting social justice? I feel like this next generation gives me such hope.
Yeah, well, that's they want to be seen that way as the next generation that is going to be leading change, and they are really shifting focus so specifically to very clear demands when it comes to policy and practice. And so the focus right now coming out of the Amir Locke case is going to be over the next couple days and weeks on no-knock warrants, and particularly there's some frustration there because in November of 2020, the mayor of Minneapolis, Jacob Frey, made some comments and announced a policy that made it sound to some people like they had already instituted a ban on no-knock warrants. He said that they were instituting a policy that would keep police officers or require police officers to announce their purpose and their intent as they crossed a threshold into people's homes. But it wasn't really technically a ban on no-knock warrants, which, of course, led us to the death of Amir Locke on Wednesday. And so, you know, many young people are really fixated and furious about this. I want you to take a listen to another one of the wonderful young people that I spoke to earlier. Take a look.
So like now coming to the realization, now it's like I don't even have time to continue my grief process from the last time that a Black man was murdered in Minneapolis. So now it's like, can we still move forward and have boots on the ground while trying to be, emotionally aware and sensitive to, our own traumas and our own spaces and places? But how can we be a leader so that our children and the future generations ahead don't have to deal with that numbness that we've acquired from living in Minnesota?
That's a sentiment that I heard throughout the morning as I connected with students who are on the ground, Allison, that they're trying to channel that numbness, that anger now into real policy action. That's why they were right outside the governor's mansion. You can expect the mayor to be in hot water with many of these young people and young voters over the next coming days and weeks. And right now in Minneapolis, there is a new moratorium on no-knock warrants, but even that temporary moratorium has some exceptions in it. And so what these young people are saying is that they really want to demand that there is a no excuses, no exceptions version of this policy put in place, and they want part of Amir Locke's legacy now to be the end of this practice in the entire state. Allison.
All right, Antonia, thank you so much. Coming up, we're going to Wisconsin, where ballot boxes could soon be a thing of the past. We'll explain.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
No better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
No better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's time to check in with NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eagling. She has the latest headlines from NBCnews.com. Hi, Maya.
Hey, Allison, we start in Connecticut, where a 16-year-old overdosed on what police believe was fentanyl-laced cannabis. The student was revived with multiple doses of Narcan, hospitalized, and later released. An American lawyer losing his appeal for conviction after assaulting a Hong Kong police officer. Samuel Bickett returned to prison to serve the rest of his 18-week sentence for assaulting an officer in 2019. A new study found 75% of all dead green turtles in the EAU have eaten disposable plastic like fishing nets and bags. Dubai will begin charging a fee for plastic bags and aims to outlaw them completely in 2 years. China locking down the southern city of Baisa as Omicron spikes. Mass testing for residents has been ordered and non-essential businesses are closing. Officials confirmed at least 2 of the 135 reported cases are the Omicron variant. And Neil Young urging Spotify employees to quit their jobs as former President Trump tells Joe Rogan to, quote, stop apologizing. In a statement, Young hopes workers would, quote, get out of that place before it eats up your soul. Allison, back to you.
All right, Maya, thank you. Are Wisconsin's ballot boxes going away? Conservatives there challenging a rule that lets voters put absentee ballots in drop boxes. The state Supreme Court expected to make a major ruling that could affect key midterm races this fall. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Shaq, we're talking about 40 states and the District of Columbia that let voters use ballot drop boxes during the 2020 election. More than 500 available in Wisconsin alone. So why is this a major controversy in the state now, and when are you expecting the Wisconsin Supreme Court to rule here?
Well, the court hasn't set official opening arguments or oral arguments, so we don't know when they will rule, but we're expecting a ruling before at least the midterm elections over the legality of these drop boxes. The issue is back in 2020, as the pandemic was surging and the initial wave of it was going through, many election officials started adopting boxes just like these. The idea was you have fewer people going in to vote, and they can return that mail-in ballot in a box like this and know that that vote has been counted. But you have now conservatives who, although leaders just a couple of months ago endorsed the idea and encouraged voters to use boxes, they're now saying that these boxes aren't authorized by the law. Listen to the group that's challenging this, that's got this case up to the state Supreme Court about why they're saying they're opposed to these boxes.
The problem with drop boxes that is presented in the litigation is that drop boxes are not provided for in the law, and they simply aren't. There are 2 ways to return an absentee ballot. You must either give it in person to the clerk, or you must place it in the United States mail. That's it. There's nothing else. Now, if we want to have drop boxes, then the legislature is going to need to authorize them. And when it does authorize them, what I suspect it would do is adopt a set of rules or directives in order to make sure that the use of drop boxes is relatively uniform.
So that last point that he made, that the legislature could amend the law essentially to allow for drop boxes, well, that was happening in the state of Wisconsin by Republican leaders. But then you heard a statement from former President Donald Trump, who called them rhinos, Republicans in name only, and who also said that they're trying to help Democrats cheat. He said that without any evidence. And that essentially stopped all efforts to try to clarify the process with these drop boxes. So right now, it's all up to the Supreme Court here in Wisconsin. Again, we don't know when that ruling will come, but we do expect oral arguments to happen probably in a matter of weeks.
Shaq, you spoke to election officials and activists in Wisconsin about ballot drop boxes, too. What did they tell you?
Yeah, you know, they have been encouraging drop boxes. They talk about the safety and security of these boxes, how the box behind me is monitored by 24/7 cameras, that there's tampering seals there, that when election officials come to get the ballots out, they lock the box immediately. They're defending the security of these boxes, but they also know that so many voters rely on them. Listen to what the head of the Milwaukee Elections Commission told me.
Our voters really use drop boxes. We saw the increase in absentee voting during the pandemic, where there was a lot of uncertainty with the mail as well. And so voters became accustomed to using the drop box. They get their ballot, they can drop it off at any one of our 15 boxes at libraries, at City Hall.
This one is at a library. And, you know, one point that she made is that more than half the people who vote by mail return that mail-in ballot using one of the drop boxes. So if they are eliminated in this state, that would have an impact on how voters choose to vote. How they did it before won't be how they end up doing it in the future. And one other thing here in Wisconsin, the state law says that mail-in ballot needs to be returned and received by the clerk by 8 p.m. election night. drop boxes ensure that the clerks get it in time. You know, when you put something in the mail, you can't guarantee when that ballot, when that item would actually get to its destination.
Oh, yeah, these days you never can be sure. So, Shaq, for people who are thinking, all right, well, the midterms, the elections are a ways off, I got time to figure this out. Wisconsin is a statewide primary on the 15th. That's a week from today. Could that be the last time voters are able to use those boxes?
As of now, based on the latest court ruling on February 15th, that is the final time that voters are able to use these drop boxes. So that is a date on the calendar. Again, you had a lower court say that they were illegal. An appeals court said you have to keep them for the next upcoming election. And now it'll be up to the Supreme Court to handle and answer that question of whether or not Wisconsin law allows these drop boxes to stay in place.
This ballot box court ping pong is something else, Shaq. But it's not just going on in Wisconsin, right? There are state legislatures, courts across the country also challenging these types of ballot boxes. How could this Supreme Court decision in Wisconsin potentially influence other states?
Well, it's not clear that the Wisconsin Supreme Court and what happens in this state will impact what you see in other states, but I do think it is a reflection of what you're seeing across the country. The fact that last election there were 40 states plus the District of Columbia that allowed these ballot boxes. That was the first time that you saw drop boxes like the one behind me here in Wisconsin because of the pandemic, and that was something that, again, was endorsed and encouraged by leaders on both sides of the aisle. But now, as you hear the rhetoric from former President Trump alleging that these boxes lead to fraud, again, there is nothing to suggest that that is true. You have many of these states trying to snatch that back or at least limit the number of drop boxes in many of these cities. So it's a reflection of what you're seeing across the country. And again, Wisconsin, this is a battleground state. This is going to be a state that could help determine Senate control in the midterms. It could help determine the governor here that will be administering the election come the 2024 cycle. There are national implications for what happens here in Milwaukee and what happens here in Wisconsin.
All right, Shaq Brewster, right beside the ballot boxes that are the subject of so much attention in Wisconsin right now. Thank you so much.
You got it.
The Justice Department may allow for safe injection sites a year after the DOJ won a major court battle against them. Those sites are designed as safe havens for people to use heroin and other narcotics with protections against fatal overdoses. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney joins us now from Washington. So, Ken, during the Trump administration, the DOJ was opposed to these safe injection sites. Why is the department now considering changing course?
Elections matter, Allison. In a word, there are different people running the Justice Department now with different philosophies. And look, evidence has been building over decades that safe injection sites can reduce harm to users and the community. But what also is clearly driving this is the huge uptick in overdose deaths linked to heroin laced with fentanyl. Users don't know what they're getting, and they are dying as a result regularly. So the Justice Department said in a statement to the Associated Press that it, quote, is evaluating supervised consumption sites, including discussions with state and local regulators about appropriate guardrails for such sites as part of an overall approach to harm reduction and public safety, Allison.
So, Ken, if the DOJ decides that it will allow safe injection sites, what kind of legal challenges, what kind of issues could we be dealing with down the road?
Sure. Well, opponents will say, as they have for a long time, this is enabling illegal behavior, and they will probably sue to try to stop this. Proponents of safe injection sites, of course, say that they not only help keep users from dying, but they also help the community by taking away the incentive for addicts to steal or commit other crimes to buy drugs. These sorts of facilities, as you know, have been around for decades in Europe and elsewhere. The New York City Health Department said that they estimated that their sites that have been only open for a few weeks prevented 59 overdoses in just 3 weeks last year.
All right. Ken Delaney in D.C., thank you so much.
You bet.
In Ukraine, gun sales are soaring. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin shows us how everyday citizens there are bracing for a possible Russian invasion.
Ukraine!
With Ukraine on the brink of war, Kyiv residents prepare for the worst. A new U.S. intel assessment is warning this city could fall in a matter of days in the event of a full-scale invasion by Russia. The potential toll is immense. 25 to 50,000 Ukrainian civilians could die, and another 1 to 5 million forced to flee their country. Now, ordinary citizens say they're prepared to do whatever it takes. This elderly man warning, if the Russians invade, he'll shoot. Putin is just a small and dumb guy in world history, he says. He has picked the wrong battlefield. Young and old gather on this cold Sunday morning, learning to handle weapons, administer first aid, and evacuate the wounded.
They're learning potentially life-saving skills. Many here say they hope it doesn't come to this, but they're prepared to defend their homeland.
Alina Ulyanova is here with her teenage sons.
Are you scared for your family?
We are all mortals. Come on, you're all going to die someday, and the thing you can do is you can live your life in dignity or not.
According to one poll, half said they were ready to resist a possible Russian invasion. Ukraine's former defense minister says he believes that much resistance could be a critical deterrent, saying the Russian troops surrounding Ukraine may be enough to take a city such as Kyiv, but it's not enough to hold it.
And that's where the Russian problem is how they potentially going to keep any territories they acquire.
Small comfort to those who say they believe an invasion is inevitable. Local restaurant owner Leonid Ostaltsev fought on the front lines in eastern Ukraine, now offering free pizza to anyone who legally buys a gun to become a, quote, defender.
We understand that our neighbors are insane, and for me, invasion of Russia, it's a question only about time when it will be, but it will be.
Across the country, gun sales have skyrocketed, with the average gun costing $1,900, 3 times the typical monthly salary. 17-year-old Bagley Andriy says he's ready to pick up a weapon and fight, knowing what's at stake. For me, it means freedom, dignity, it means independence from anyone else, he says. To fight for my country, for my family, for my homeland, I'm ready to go to the very end.
Congress getting ready to vote on a short-term measure that would keep the federal government funded through March 11th.
The continuing resolution is expected to be taken up as soon as today, and once it is passed by the House, I intend to have the Senate take it up quickly and in time before the February 18th deadline.
NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell joining me now from the Hill. Leanne, continuing resolution, that is a term we have heard before. We've got another short-term solution on our hands. What is preventing Congress from agreeing on a longer-term funding bill?
Yeah, it's once again, they are going to fund the government for just about a month until March 11th. That's because they cannot come to an agreement. Republicans and Democrats can't agree on how much to fund the government by. So Republicans want a big increase in defense spending. Democrats are okay with that, but they want an equal amount or more increase in domestic spending. And that's where the problem lies. And so despite the fact that the new fiscal year was supposed to start on October 1st. The government continues to do these short-term government funding bills, so we are still funding the government at the last year's levels, and it's something that Republicans and Democrats aren't too thrilled about, but let's listen to what Leader McConnell says, because he says it's better than the government shutting down. Allison.
Yesterday, the House of Representatives introduced legislation to keep the federal government open and funded through mid-March. Avoiding a government shutdown in the near term is an obvious common sense step. But our military commanders and their civilian bosses badly need our country to escape the hamster wheel of chronic continuing resolutions.
The reason this matters is because, especially with defense and even domestic issues, the world and the country is a much different place than it was last year. So the government is funding last year's priorities, and so this year's priorities aren't getting the right amount of funding that they need. And that's why these short-term continuing resolution government funding bills cause a little bit of havoc for government agencies. Allison.
Leanne, there's also a youth mental health hearing happening on the Hill today. Here's Surgeon General Vivek Murthy.
A world of shame and stigma
where children can't get the help that they need. This is not the world that I want for my kids, for your children and grandchildren, and for kids across our country. But senators, we are on the verge of beating back one public health crisis in COVID-19, only to see another grow in its place.
Leanne, can you tell us more about Dr. Murthy's recommendations today?
Yeah, he had a really stark warning to Congress saying that this is a major issue. Even before the pandemic, 1 in 3 teens felt hopelessness, a continuing sadness, and that is only exacerbated during the pandemic. And he says that what needs to be done is there's 4 things, including the fact that these teens and young people need access to help. They need health insurance that gives them this access, but there also needs to be a sufficient amount of health workers, therapists, psychiatrists to help these teens. There has to be more resources at the school and community level. There has to be more research done on the role of social media. And then he also had a warning for the community and for families not to stigmatize these teens if they need help, but to listen to them and be open and find them the help they need. Allison.
Leanne, so what are you hearing from the Senate on this one? Strong response? Are they ready to take some action? I know they have so much on their plate. It's unfortunate that there often doesn't seem that there's enough time and enough attention for everything.
Right, but this is an issue that the Congress is finally realizing needs something to be done. And so there is actually an attempt, bipartisan members on the left and the right are starting to work together to come up with legislation to deal with this crisis. Some of it's funding, some of it's access to health care, some of it's studying what needs to be done. But Republicans and Democrats, either separately and working together, think that this is a crisis, and it's in the very beginning stages to craft legislation, but they seem at this point committed to doing something. But the problem is getting legislation, bipartisan legislation, can sometimes take years, and this is something that these young people don't need. They need it now, Allison.
Yeah, that's time we certainly don't have. But geez, Leanne, if there ever was a reason to come together, left and right, this is it. Thank you so much for your reporting today.
Of course.
Coming up, work from home or go back to the office. Research suggests that men and women have very different answers to that question. That's next.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
It is time for the bottom line, our daily look at what's going on in the business world and beyond. Would you rather work from home, go into the office, or a little bit of both? Research suggests that men and women have very different opinions. Erin Bloom, head of culture and community at global staffing firm iQuint, joins me now. Erin, 68% of women say they prefer remote working compared to 57% of men. This is according to a survey from Flex Jobs. My husband definitely wasn't included in here. He absolutely loves working from home. What else did the survey say, though? Why are women so much more into this than men?
Well, I think throughout the pandemic, we've seen that women need the flexibility. Everyone needs the flexibility. Let's start there. Everyone needs more flexibility in our lives. And without having commutes and dealing with running away from the office to try to pick up your kids on time, all of these things are really great benefits that we've seen from remote work. And I think knowing that often the burden of domestic work has fallen on the shoulders of women for generations, giving us this flexibility by being able to work remote is something that we realize we need in our lives forever. And I think a lot of people are seeing that and realizing lots of benefits.
Erin, 80% of women in that survey also said that remote work options are among the most important factors they consider when evaluating a new job. So how are companies taking that into account when they look for new talent?
Sure. Well, we know that talent are in incredibly high demand everywhere. And, I think job seekers are in the driver's seat for the first time in a long while. And employers really need to be considering all the things that are going to get them the best talent. And I think by being able to work remotely, we're also opening up ourselves to pools of talent that we didn't have access to before when we were limited by geography. So now employers need to be recognizing all the things that job seekers are looking for, and flexibility is at the top of that list.
Erin, a lot of companies are still trying to build an in-person culture. I mean, long term, how could this hold women back if women don't want to work 5 days a week and more men do?
Yeah, I think in general, employers need to be much more mindful of the practices that they have in the workplace to create equity. There's been so much focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion, especially over the past few years. And I think it really is on employers to start changing their practices. I think in the pre-COVID world, in the typical office environment, we were still in many companies, still kind of an old boys network. And that just isn't the way of the future. Women have a seat at the table, are expecting to be valued for their contributions in the workplace. And I think you're going to see job seekers and employees all across the board making these demands for equity in the workplace, and employers need to be meeting them and really making smarter decisions about how people are treated in the workplace.
It is so unbelievable how work culture, work climate, everything has changed over the last couple of years. Erin, thank you so much for coming on to talk to us today.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Peloton making some major moves. Co-founder John Foley out as CEO, and Barry McCarthy, former Netflix and Spotify CFO, stepping in. CNBC correspondent Diana Olick joining me now. So, Diana, tell us about Barry McCarthy.
Well, Allison, like you said, he's a former CFO of Spotify and Netflix, and he's been on the boards of other social media as well as tech companies. Now, outgoing Peloton CEO John Foley called him today a visionary in the media software subscription business. He also noted that McCarthy and his wife are avid Peloton users, so they, quote, get the magic. Now, Foley has always seen Peloton as more of a media company, not a fitness company, and the background McCarthy has in music is also valuable, given Peloton's music platform for all of its many workouts. Allison?
Peloton also saying it's cutting about 2,800 jobs. That's around 20% of its corporate workforce. Tell us about those cuts.
Yeah, I mean, it had to happen. Look, Peloton was the ultimate stay-at-home pandemic play. It saw huge growth, its stock soared, but that came crashing down last fall after the company reported slowing demand for its bikes and its treads, but it was still spending a lot of money. Then CNBC.com a couple of weeks ago reported that it might suspend production or potentially halt production of its bike and its treadmill, and that, of course, sent the stock even lower, and so it was just spending too much. And that's really what CEO John Foley admitted on a call with analysts this morning.
I love Peloton. I love the role we play in connecting the world through fitness. But we also acknowledge that we have made missteps along the way. To meet market demand, we scaled our operations too rapidly, and we overinvested in certain areas of our business. We own this. I own this. And we are holding ourselves accountable. That starts today.
So the layoffs were really because, you know, they just overinvested in the company. They saw subscribers fall. They haven't actually seen them fall yet, but they've actually seen the growth shrink. So at the very height of the pandemic, you were seeing 25% growth in subscribers. And now the forecast is for about 2% growth by the end of this year. And, you know, that's a big change. And it don't necessarily need a huge company to do that or a huge workforce. Allison.
So, Diana, how do these moves play into the rumors we were hearing yesterday that Amazon and Nike might be interested in buying the company?
Well, you know, everybody's got an opinion on this. And if you listen to CNBC all day, you heard a lot of those opinions. So I would say the bulk of the analysts on our shows today said that the moves made today, the announcement, made that actually less likely. You know, you've heard about Amazon, Apple, Nike, all of them potential buyers of Peloton. But they say bringing in this new CEO, he announced that he's moving from California to New York. So it means that he's in this for a little bit of time at least. And restructuring the whole business. Perhaps they make it, you know, a more desirable company for investors, but perhaps they also help to raise the stock, which makes it a more expensive company. So, you know, it remains to be seen what happens. But analysts today did say that they think all of these moves announced will make it less likely for a sale in the immediate future.
All right, Diana Olick, thank you so much.
Sure.
February, typically one of the best shopping months of the year. You've got the Super Bowl, Valentine's Day, and President's Day. But with the supply chain hangups and consumer prices at all-time highs, can you really save any money shopping this month? Are the sales actually good deals? Smart shopping expert at TrueTrade.com, Trey Bodge, here to answer those questions. Hi, Trey. It's so good to see you. We've got a double whammy coming up. You've got the Super Bowl Sunday. You got Valentine's Day Monday. Now, typically the week leading into the Super Bowl is great for TVs, electronics. Is that still the case this year, given the chip shortages, the supply chain issues? I'm so nervous that it's like impossible to find a deal on anything these days.
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, it was obviously a wild holiday season because of shipping delays, chip shortages. That is carrying into 2022. I am seeing some good deals on TVs pre-Super Bowl. So if you are looking to upgrade for the big game, you will find good deals. I'm seeing deals at Walmart, Best Buy, PC Richards. But to your point, we may not see the number of deals out there. You may not be able to find that exact model that you're looking for because of that chip shortage. But there are savings to be had. So definitely look around. I would say the other good thing to look for around Super Bowl are things related to entertaining. We may not have as many friends over this year because of COVID, but if you are having a few friends over, you'll find deals on things like trays and glasses and things like that. So look there too. And then takeout. If you don't want to cook, you'll find good deals on takeout as well.
Oh, I like the good deals on takeout. That sounds like a plan for this weekend. Discounts, coupons, that sort of thing?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, look at your favorite delivery services, your favorite restaurants in town, see what they're offering. Look at your favorite deal sites and see what they're offering as well. Shop around and find the best deals out there because, of course, we're seeing a lot of really high prices on groceries. So if you're short on time and you're looking for a deal, takeout might be the way to go.
Yeah, it might be cheaper than going to the grocery store. It's true. All right, so how about Valentine's Day? Is it foolish to look for sales on jewelry or flowers or those type of things, or is it actually a good time for those kinds of gifts?
It's actually a really good time to look for deals on jewelry. This is actually one of my favorite times of the year to look for jewelry deals. So for instance, Kay Jewelers and Zales, they're having very aggressive sales. So Kay is offering up to 40% off their Valentine's Day collection. Zales is offering up to 50% off their Valentine's Day collection, and then 25% off other items. That sale is through February 14th. You will find comparable sales at other jewelry retailers, big and small. And then I would also look for deals on Valentine's Day themed gifts. And as we get closer to that holiday, maybe even day off, if you're dashing off for a date and you want to jump into a store and get some chocolates, you'll find good deals there, and you'll find even better deals the day after, of course, as those retailers are looking to offload that Valentine's Day themed merchandise.
So Trey, I always give my husband a hard time and tell him I will kill him if he gives me flowers on Valentine's Day because I feel like everybody jacks up the prices. Is that just me being a curmudgeon, or should you be careful around Valentine's Day that you're getting ripped off? Like if you go and get the red roses, is that just a terrible idea?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. That does happen. A lot of florists do jack up that price, and then they offer sales on top of it, which are kind of false sales.
Okay.
And so be very mindful of that. Shop around, look for good deals. I like to look for plants because obviously they last much longer, and to me, that's a better deal. So that's something that I would look at. But yeah, sometimes be careful about the florist prices. I would also look, though, at Whole Foods. They always have a really good, I think it's 2 dozen roses for $9.99, something like that. And that's been every year. So I would look at that one.
Oh, that's a great deal. Okay. If the flowers he gets comes from Whole Foods, I won't be upset. Trey, President's Day is just a week later on February 21st. You typically recommend 3-day weekends for finding deals. Is that the case this year? Is it unique in 2022? And if there are deals, what is on sale President's Weekend?
Well, you know, I love a 3-day weekend for deals.
You do.
You know, retailers are looking for that click traffic and foot traffic that they might be enjoying because many of us have an extra day off. And so retailers across many categories will be having sales, especially in the home category. And I'm finding 2 companies that I work with, Coupon Follow and Mattress Firm, are really good resources for these sales right now. Coupon Follow is a real-time deal search engine, and they have an exclusive deal at Pier 1 where you can get 20% off, so that's really exciting. I found also on Coupon Follow a great deal from Macy's. They're having a big home sale over President's Day weekend where you can save up to 10%, 15%, or 20% with the code HOME, all in caps. And then mattresses are also really, really well priced over President's Day weekend. Mattress Firm has a big sale called their Unjunk Your Sleep sale, where you can get a king mattress for the price of a queen, or the queen mattress for the price of a twin, and then get a free adjustable base with select purchases. So really substantial savings here that I would look at for President's Day. And anything in the home category in general, like furniture, mattresses, appliances, those are really the sweet spot for deals over President's Day weekend.
Trey, I have been talking to you about sales for a long time now, and if I have learned anything, it is 2 things. One, mattresses do not go on sale very often, so if you need one, they're like 2 times a year to buy them. And also, never buy your sheets and towels and home stuff at full price. I have looked for those winter home sales all the time, thanks to you. I think I have more sheets than I know what to do with, so thank you.
You can never have too many sheets.
True. Great to see you. Thank you so much, Trey.
Always a pleasure, Allison.
Coming up, Spanish language misinformation is intensifying. The warning for Latino voters ahead of the midterms. Next.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
morning, I'm Joe Pryor.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In prime time and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Spanish language misinformation and conspiracy theories intensifying ahead of the midterms. One Democratic strategist telling NBC News, "We clearly see the music is being turned up. It is not going away." NBC News reporter Carmen Cecine joins me now. Carmen, this warning coming during a roundtable with congressional Democrats at Florida International University yesterday. What signs are they seeing right now? What are they talking about here?
Well, I would say that after the 2020 elections, the disinformation has kind of slowed down a little bit as far as politics, Democrats, stuff that was going on before the 2020 elections. But it intensified in other ways. It became more about the pandemic, conspiracy theories about Dr. Anthony Fauci enriching himself by promoting the vaccine, or that Bill Gates somehow created the virus in China, things like that. But as we get closer to the 2020 elections, it's starting to pivot again towards politics. And what's a little different this time is that we have elections in different countries in Latin America. And some of these countries are polarized, kind of like how the US is right now as well. So sometimes the messaging in Latin America is very similar to the messaging here. And sometimes it's legitimate, and sometimes it can turn into kinds of dark conspiracy theories. And that is what we're starting to see a little bit of now. Allison?
I want to ask you specifically about the language and the messaging here, because one Democratic strategist warned the Dems need to be really mindful of the words and the symbols they use on social media, noting that the word progressive in English is progresista, and please forgive my Spanish, it is non-existent, and that it is synonymous with communism and socialism to many who escaped leftist regimes and violence in Latin America. What else did she say about Democrats and the media ahead of November? What are some of the concerns about the language, the messaging, the words they choose here?
Well, your pronunciation was perfect.
Oh, thank you, Carmen. I apologize.
No. So this particular strategist has been warning for years about the specific word progressive. So yes, progressive in Spanish is progresista. And
yeah, that was way better.
No, you're just perfect. But yeah, in Latin America and countries like Cuba, like Venezuela, this word is used often. And people do associate it with communism and socialism, absolutely. Before the 2020 elections, Trump had an ad in Spanish running in Florida using that word. I remember it had a file video of Fidel Castro, of Hugo Chavez from Venezuela using that word, and then a video of Biden saying we're going to be the most progressive Democrats, something like that. Don't quote me on it, but it was basically making that relation between progressives in Latin America and progressives here. And this particular strategist also warns about using, let's say, the symbol of like fists up in the air. It's another symbol that leftist governments or regimes in Latin America often use. So people that were born and raised in Latin America that live here in the US see the word progresista or those fists up in the air and they want to run the other direction. So yes, she has been warning Democrats for years against using those words and those symbols here in Florida. Allison?
Carmen, it is always great to have you on, and I will thank you once again for humoring my attempt at Spanish. You are very gracious. We'll see you soon.
Okay, thank you. It was perfect. Thanks.
Coming up, how a St. Louis news anchor turned a viewer's racist criticism into a celebration of Asian culture.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Investigators on the January 6th committee now looking as far back as a year before the Capitol attack, trying to determine if there was a broader network of planning ahead of the riot. That's according to NBC News senior reporter Ben Collins, who joins me now. So, Ben, 6 investigators spoke with NBC News. They asked to remain anonymous. But what do they say about the events they're zeroing in on and why?
Yeah, they're zeroing in on events before January 6th, trying to draw a nexus here between all of these disparate factions. You know, the Proud Boys and QAnon people don't necessarily agree on everything, but they somehow came to the same conclusion on January 6th to storm the Capitol. Now, why is that? That's something they're still trying to figure out, but they think the answer may be in the events that happened, you know, not just the Stop the Steal rallies in the weeks before the 6th, but maybe counter demonstrations to racial justice protests over the summer, or maybe on the steps of the Capitol in Michigan in the year prior, the anti-COVID lockdowns in the year prior. So that's what they're looking at. They're looking at these separate events over the year before to see how these people literally physically came together.
There are 2 teams at work here, if I understand. A red team that covers the day of, and a purple team looking at how anti-democratic coalitions formed in the months before January 6th, and also how they're evolving. What have those teams found so far, Ben?
Yeah, this is new to me. I didn't know this, how this worked with the investigation, but investigators are split up into these two different teams to determine, how did this happen over the course of time? How did everyone come to believe that they had to storm the Capitol to save it for Donald Trump? But also on the day of, the red team stuff is what they call it. They are talking about literally the communications between these groups. They're trying to determine, based on conversations through the subpoenas they'd had with all of these extremists that they talked to and conspiracy theorists who they talked to as well, and white nationalists, exactly who was talking to who and, how the coordination worked that day. That's something that they're determining over time now. It's something that we'll hear in both public hearings, which will start eventually, and also in a report that'll be a Mueller-style report or like a Warren Commission-style report that'll be released sometime when this investigation wraps up.
Ben, DHS issued a domestic terrorism advisory this week. What are they saying about online threats and misinformation in our country right now?
They're saying what this January 6th committee is saying as well, which is, very broadly. I'm sorry, I have a call coming through, probably from these people. I apologize about
They're
that.
calling you now.
Yeah, very broadly, they are saying that these groups are more about anti-elite, anti-authoritarian protests in general. It's not just confined to specific militias. It's not just confined to specific conspiracy theories. They are sort of coalescing and coming together since January 6th against what they believe to be, like a new world order or like a wider elite that they think are cracking down on everyday lives of Americans. So that's where this is headed. You can see it both with like the trucker convoy up in Canada right now. You can see it in the United States and in Europe with these anti-vaccine protests.
Ben, investigators also looking into a federal law enforcement failures in the run-up to the Capitol attack. What's the latest there?
That's exactly what the question is right there, is how did this happen?
Yeah.
How did federal enforcement not really see this coming? That's something that they're looking into is, do they have to change tactics on how they view these groups and how these groups are, generally dealt with by federal law enforcement? Because what happened on the 6th just did not work. They did not take this seriously enough. And that's what happened that day. So they're trying to maybe outline some steps that would make it so this sort of thing can't happen again.
All right, Ben Collins, thanks once again for your excellent reporting. Always appreciate it. All right, that does it for us here on News Now. Hallie Jackson starts right now.
We're coming on the air with that big decision by Johnson & Johnson that experts worry could hurt the rest of the world's ability to fight the pandemic. With this new report today, they're shutting down the only factory they have that makes the COVID shot. Why that matters to Americans as blue states now move toward ending mask mandates, even though the CDC is still saying to wear them in schools. We'll have more on that. Plus, we've got breaking news right here in Washington. The second gentleman whisked out of a high school after a bomb threat during a Black History Month event. We've got the latest. And a story you're not going to see anywhere else. The inside scoop on what President Biden really thinks of his closest friends in Europe as he navigates the Russia-Ukraine crisis. On Capitol Hill, new cracks inside the GOP over the party's description of the attack on January 6th as legitimate political discourse. What we just heard from the Senate's top Republican, from our team who's been asking the tough questions all afternoon. Plus, women in the metaverse opening up about what they've seen as it relates to sexual harassment, racism, abuse. Experts calling on one company to do more. That's in tonight's original. And Tesla gearing up for another fight with California. Later in the show, we'll have more on why the state's considering a racial discrimination lawsuit. Hey, I'm Hallie. And while we've seen more and more governors, including just today, start to throw out mask mandates, a kind of nod, right, to this idea we may have to live with COVID, you've got one of the world's biggest vaccine makers apparently taking a step that experts are worried about. Worried it could extend the pandemic even longer around the world. We're talking about Johnson & Johnson, with the New York Times reporting the company has quietly pressed pause on production at the only facility of theirs that makes the single-dose shot, citing people familiar with the decision. Now, here's the deal. In the U.S., you know this, right? The CDC has already recommended people get other vaccines, Pfizer or Moderna, if they're available, rather than J&J. But around the world, the Johnson & Johnson vax is really important, especially in less wealthy countries. And there's a couple of reasons for that. It's only one dose. It doesn't have to stay in super cold refrigerators, so it's easier to get places. That's why the African Union and nonprofits like COVAX have bought millions of J&J doses. But if there becomes a problem with the supply chain, if it starts to dry up, experts worry that could really hurt the push to vaccinate people in Africa, where, according to the UN, just 11% of people in Africa are up to date on the shot. Gabe Gutierrez is joining me now. So, Gabe, let me start. There's a couple of headlines tonight that are important on the pandemic, but let's start with this J&J shot piece of it here. Give us the broader outlook about the challenges that companies and countries are facing in this fight to get people protected around the world, not just here in the U.S.
Well, Hallie, that number that you just showed is very telling. In Africa, just 11% of the population is vaccinated. And Hallie, you know how difficult it can be to get this vaccine to some parts of the world. As you said, one-dose J&J vaccine, very attractive to parts of the world that don't have, a lot of infrastructure, and they don't need those super cold refrigerators to keep this going. This could potentially, some critics say, slow down the ability of some countries around the world to get their population vaccinated.
Okay, but J&J is saying, listen, we have a big stockpile, right? I think they're saying we're able to meet our commitments that we have as of now.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie, and that is what J&J is saying. Again, not confirming the exact details that were reported by the New York Times, the paper citing people familiar with the decision that production was being stopped at this plant in this Dutch city. But J&J is saying that it will be able to meet its contractual obligations to COVAX and the African Union, and also saying that our manufacturing sites produce multiple products. We manage our production planning accordingly and are currently supplying from our extensive global network based on the demand for our vaccine. We currently have millions of doses, the company says, of our vaccine in inventory. So basically, Hallie, that is corporate speak for saying, look, we have this under control, right. And, the details in the Times, they're not confirming them. But some critics worry, based on that reporting, that this could potentially mean that the vaccine delivery to some of these countries that really need it could potentially be slowed down.
Let me bring it back to something we talked about right at the top of the show, Gabe. And you know this because you've covered the pandemic for 2 years now. Before that, you know the world of politics. And these things are converging in a way that we haven't seen before. And that is because you've got 5 states now, 5 bluer states, states where people voted largely for President Biden, right, who have had governors that have now said, OK, we're going to take our foot off the gas as it comes to mask mandates. They're starting to relax them in these states that you see: California, Oregon, New Jersey, Delaware, Connecticut, putting dates on them later this month, next month. The dominoes are falling as it feels like more and more people, even in states, right, even governors who are in large part Democrats, and I bring this up, Gabe, because, parts of the pandemic have been politicized, including mask wearing, are saying, OK, no need, at least right now, even as the CDC is saying, wait a second, in schools, you should still have masks on.
Yeah, and Hallie, that graphic that you just showed, you might have to add another one to that list tomorrow. There's a lot of anticipation that Governor Hochul here in New York will make some sort of an announcement on the mask mandate here, whether, she might potentially roll back some of it for businesses. There's, talk about what this could mean for schools. Again, she hasn't said, but a lot of people are going to be waiting on some sort of an update on that tomorrow. But for the ones that have already announced plans, you're talking New Jersey, you're talking Connecticut, Delaware, Oregon, and New Jersey's governor is saying that this is really because as a population, we need to start getting used to living with this virus. And the reason these states are doing this, Hallie, is that, over the last several days and weeks, the Omicron surge has really waned. Hospitalizations are down. Positivity rates are down significantly in many of these states. And politically, as you mentioned, Hallie, perhaps some of these states are realizing that a lot of people are sick of this pandemic. We're nearly 2 years into it. And yesterday I was in Ohio, 2 separate districts. One still had a mask mandate for schools. The other one did not and had just let it expire. And while I did speak with several parents that were appreciative that mask mandates had been in effect for this long, you know, it's amazing to many of those parents and to many of us that we're still talking about this very divisive issue 2 years into this pandemic. I think that there is a acknowledgement by, you know, politicians in blue states that perhaps politically, you know, we may start trying to get away from these mask mandates as this Omicron surge moves on.
Kate Gutierrez, thank you so much for bringing us that reporting. We'll look for more of it tonight on Nightly. We've got some breaking news coming into us here in Washington, where we've just learned the feds are looking into a bomb threat that forced the vice president's husband to be escorted out of a high school event he was at. I want to show you just in a second some of these pictures. These are them. This is Doug Emhoff, the second gentleman of the United States. Looks like Secret Service is talking with him here. A reporter in the room says Emhoff was told something like, "We got to go." A couple minutes later, you're seeing it here, students and staff evacuated this building, too. It's Dunbar High School here in Washington. Right as we were coming on the air, we heard from D.C. police. I think we've turned around a little piece of what they had to say. Let me play it.
I spoke to our colleagues at the Secret Service. There is no indication that this threat was directed towards Mr. Emhoff.
Okay, that's interesting. We also heard from the Secret Service. Kelly O'Donnell is with us here now. And Kelly, we just got this statement from the Secret Service. Can you tell us what the latest is from them?
Well, what they say is that they believe that the threat was directed at the venue, not at the protectee, the husband of the vice president, the second gentleman, Douglas Emhoff. He happened to be there, and because he has that protective detail, they responded as you would expect, and they moved him out of the way in an abrupt fashion, ending his event. That always gets attention, and for those who were there, it has a sort of startling quality. And then they also evacuated students and staff and so forth. He was there as a part of a Black History Month event at this local high school here in Washington, D.C. And we are told that there was no threat in terms of any actual device being located or any concern. But these are the kinds of things that in a larger context where we've seen other threats being made against historically Black colleges and universities, there is sort of a moment happening in the country now that is of great concern, and the FBI has 20 field offices looking at those threats, and it is worrisome. And so today it happened perhaps that venue and well-known individual happened to intersect, unintentionally perhaps, but a phoned-in threat is what we understand. And so all are safe, everything is fine, but it shows you how in these moments the system can work in terms of the protective sort of bubble around the vice president, her husband, the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, and the team there, and then all the resources that go in. Now, separately, the White House, of course, said that they were looking into this as well. The Secret Service has put out this statement saying they don't want to go into too many details because it gets into their operational protocols. But we know that separately, the FBI has been looking into this larger group of threats made against the historically Black colleges and universities. And so this might be an extension of that. We don't know. But certainly the White House has expressed gratitude to the Secret Service for their prompt action, and obviously the local police department involved as well. So it's one of those moments where people's hearts were racing, everything turned out okay, and it may be a part of some larger pattern that law enforcement is looking at.
Let me just explain, too, to folks who might be going, well, wait a second, how come we're not seeing video of this moment, right, when the second gentleman was escorted out of the room? It's because in this particular instance, Kelly, there didn't happen to be a television camera traveling with Doug Emhoff on this. We have some still photos that we're showing here, but no TV, you know, cameramen there with him.
Yes, I guess we should explain that. With the vice president and the second gentleman, there can be a smaller group of the pool. We often talk about the pool. Whenever it's the president, there is always a television component. For some of these smaller events, you might have a print reporter, a radio reporter might be involved, a photographer might be involved, but it might not be the full complement of the entire array of media. And that was the case today. So there were journalists with him, but it didn't include television. So we're grateful to those colleagues of ours who were there, who could be firsthand witnesses. This is one of those times where the still photo has it, and the accounts of our colleagues tell the story.
That is for sure. Kelly O'Donnell at the White House. Kel, thank you so much for breaking that down and for bringing us that developing news. Other developing news in Washington, with the most powerful Republican in the Senate today, putting the Republican National Committee on blast, at least as on blast as it gets for Mitch McConnell, who's saying tonight that the party's official political arm shouldn't be picking and choosing which Republicans it supports after the censure of GOP reps Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger And McConnell's also breaking with the RNC's description of the January 6th riot as legitimate political discourse by acknowledging the fact, by acknowledging the reality that it was indeed a violent insurrection. Here he is.
It was a violent insurrection for the purpose of trying to prevent the peaceful transfer of power after a legitimately certified election from one administration to the next. That's what it was.
And in a midterm year where party unity, you would think, might be front and center, Senate Republicans today, not happy with trying to do this whole distancing dance thing, right? Trying to put some space between themselves and this whole legitimate political discourse discussion, while also not totally ticking off former President Donald Trump, who still holds a lot of power in the party. So this is what that looked like on Capitol Hill. Watch.
Do you agree with that legitimate political discourse language that the RNC used in their censure?
Oh, that's their language. I mean, that's, you know, I didn't write the motion or vote on it, so I'll let them speak for themselves on that.
I like to think of the Republican Party as being a big tent party.
I think the RNC's out of its lane.
And tonight, sources are also telling our team some new details that show what exactly former President Trump was doing on the 6th and who exactly he was trying to get in touch with, but could not that morning. More on that in a second. I want to bring in Garrett Haake on Capitol Hill. Garrett, a couple of pieces to this. You've got Mitch McConnell being clear about where he stands, right, where he stands, but he is not actively scolding the RNC for describing it as, you know, legitimate political discourse, when in fact it was not. He is correctly acknowledging the reality of what happened on that day. But as you well know, and listen, you are a McConnell translator for us, that's probably as far as he's going to go on this, no?
I think that's right. And by the way, Hallie, I liked your distancing dance. I thought that was a very useful visual aid for how this has all been going.
You're doing it on Capitol Hill. You're one of the dance partners trying to get questions of these people, I know.
That's right. And the way I see it, for McConnell, this is the best way I think he thinks he can get distance from this issue. He doesn't want to talk about this anymore. He doesn't want to talk about January 6th. He doesn't want to talk about Donald Trump. You know, I asked him yesterday what his thoughts were about this issue, and he pointed me to this press conference today. And yesterday, I kind of thought that was maybe because he didn't know what his answer was going to be, or he was going to try to dance around it. And after watching his answer today, I think it's pretty clear. He wanted to be as forceful as he gets in his comments about this as a way to put it behind him. And I think that also provides cover for every other Republican in the conference, on the Senate side at least, to point to Mitch McConnell's comments and say, I'm with him and I don't have to talk about it anymore. That's the political imperative. That's what we're seeing from Senate Republicans.
The messaging piece is really important, Garrett, because you've got, as you correctly note, many in the Republican Party do not think it is politically palatable to be running on this message of the last election was not legitimate, because it was legitimate. It's not a true statement of fact. It is a conspiracy theory. And yet that is the conspiracy theory that Donald Trump continues to push. They'd rather be talking about Joe Biden and the economy. They'd rather be talking about the president and his policies on the pandemic, for example, not this issue.
Oh, totally. But this is the challenge that Republicans have. You know, when you have fed, or when the president, the former president, has fed the Republican base these lies for more than a year now, it starts to be kind of baked into the electorate. That's what a lot of the electorate expects to hear. McConnell is trying to steer the Republican Party in something of a different direction here. He could be as obstructionist as possible against Joe Biden. That's the way he thinks the Republicans can get back into power, by being a conservative alternative to everything that's happening right now. Donald Trump doesn't think that way, and House Republicans and their leader are not able to think that way, because they have had and chosen to have a much more aligned relationship with Donald Trump, and their voters expect that, and that's going to be the challenge, I think, for Republicans, who have so many other tailwinds in their favor, theoretically, going into this midterm election. They've got this one running right in their face.
A couple of new threads from January 6th, too, as this all ties together as it relates to that day. I know that you and our team have some reporting, including our colleague Leanne Caldwell, that the former president, on the morning of January 6th, wanted to talk to Mike Pence, was trying to get in touch with Mike Pence, who was figuratively mashing the decline button, or somebody around him was. What's interesting here is, number one, that call didn't happen until it eventually did, and reportedly, of course, Mr. Trump pushed Pence to try to overturn the legitimate results. The committee apparently knows about this. It is yet another example of the immense level of detail that the committee has on what Donald Trump did and did not do that day.
Yeah, and I think we're starting to hear about how these pieces are coming together because of the documents that the committee has been able to get their hands on, which we know include White House phone records. You know, the substance of that call is the kind of thing we may or may not ever find out, but the fact that the president was even making it is interesting because he was even making it and because we're able to know about it. The committee is now fully inside the White House. If they've got White House phone records, they know not just that the president was trying to talk to the vice president, which we know he was trying to talk to Jim Jordan, we know, but we're going to know all the other phone calls that he was making. And as I don't have to tell you, Donald Trump was a prodigious phone caller. He doesn't text, he doesn't tweet, he doesn't email, but he works the phones all day long. And the other folks that he might have been talking to on the January 6th morning of, either before the rally, before the riot got started, could tell us a lot more. The committee now has that information. We'll see how it starts to come out.
Garrett Haake, thank you so much. I appreciate that. We're going to have more on NBC's exclusive reporting on the January 6th investigation just out later on in the show from Ben Collins. Garrett, appreciate it. Truckers from that Freedom Convoy we've been talking about on this show have blocked the Canadian side of this Ambassador Bridge, which connects Detroit to Windsor, Ontario. So take a look at this. These are some of the aerials. Getting to Canada over this bridge is basically impossible. You've got backups that are miles long. And that bridge is the single busiest land border crossing in North America. That's bringing up some real concerns over supply chain problems for the car industry. All of this is part of those trucker protests in Ottawa, Canada's capital, because of vaccine mandates to cross the U.S.-Canadian border, and more broadly, how the Trudeau administration has handled the pandemic in Canada. The protests have gotten some support from some corners in the U.S. as well, with some Republican leaders publicly standing behind those protesters. You got Canadian officials saying, hey, mind your own business, basically. Ellison Barber is in Ottawa for us.
Today in Ottawa, there are still countless protesters, trucks all along the streets throughout the city. Everywhere you look, almost, you can see the trucks that kind of just continue to go over there, sort of more in the front of Parliament, is one of kind of the main gathering areas where we've seen people come and gather. You can see more of the cars, the people here. For the most part, things have been calm. You can hear some people shouting freedom at us now. Things largely have been jovial. There is a strong anti-media sentiment within these areas. You hear people yelling at us as we walk, tell the truth. But again, for the most part, the protesters we've seen out here, they have been peaceful. They have very strong opinions, and they want to make sure the government hears them. They are frustrated. This all started initially in response to the Prime Minister issuing an order saying that border crossing truckers had to be vaccinated, that they would no longer be exempt from quarantine rules. Since then, it has expanded, and most of the people we have spoken to, they say they are here because they want to see an end to all COVID restrictions and all COVID mandates. They say that means no masks, no vaccine mandates, no indoor dining restrictions, and they say they will stay out here blocking the streets, many of them sleeping in tents or in their trucks, until they see an end to those mandates. The Prime Minister, he has said that this does not represent Canada, that these people are not representing most of Canada, and that they are, in his view, the fringe. People here, they say that they don't believe that's true at all. They say they do represent many people here. And that term, the fringe, it's almost become a bit of a term, a rallying cry, if you will. We saw one person walking with a shirt on that said, the fringe. Back to you.
Ellison Barber reporting for us there in Ottawa. To China now, where athletes competing in the Olympics, listen, they're feeling the strain of living inside this Olympic bubble, a bubble created because China's trying to contain any COVID outbreaks in the country. Take a look at some of these headlines. Athletes concerned about everything from the food to the COVID tests to the conditions when they're living in quarantine. And they're also taking some of their frustrations, some of their very emotional responses out to social media. That includes U.S. figure skater Vincent Zhou, who tested positive before his event yesterday. And while he hasn't had any issues with the conditions, he's certainly felt the pain, right? That emotional difficulty of having his dreams basically cut short by COVID.
I've taken all the precautions I can. I've isolated myself so much that the loneliness I felt in the last month or two has been crushing at times.
You have other athletes who have found themselves in this crazy, confusing situation. Look at the Australian curling team. They were about to fly home after they got cut from the competition because of a positive test. Then they're told, wait, actually, you can compete. They got a cab to get back to their game. And then guess what? They won. Steve Patterson is in the bubble in Beijing for us with more. Steve, it's not just some of these isolated cases. You've got test results that have made for some drama. The situation with that Australian curling team is just one example.
Yeah, you have to imagine this is far too much drama and far too many cases than Olympic officials were expecting or prepared for. Now, I do want to preface this by saying the athletes we spoke to in the bubble that are testing negative, that are able to compete, they say obviously this isn't ideal, but for their money it's fine. They're able to eat with their team and train with their team and in a lot of cases have fun with their team. But yeah, the athletes that are testing positive, it's a whole new ballgame. Let me just run you through a few. There's the Polish hockey player Marco Antilla accusing China of human rights violations because he tested positive in the States, back in his home country, yes, but then produced several negative tests and then tested positive as soon as he landed in Beijing. Doesn't know why, was taken to isolation. Natalia Malazweska, the Polish skater, says that she's been in and out of isolation because of conflicting COVID tests. And then when they get in isolation to these facilities, they say the conditions aren't ideal. We're talking about Eric Frenzel, who says that the rooms are small, the rooms are dirty, there isn't enough athletic equipment, and the food is bad. And to the point about the food, there's Valeria Vastanova, a Russian athlete, who says she's been getting pasta, meat, potatoes, and orange sauce for breakfast, lunch, and dinner for the last 5 days. I see in the pictures, it's not pretty. This is a real problem. Hallie?
Are we hearing from the IOC on some of this? Maybe less about the pasta and meatballs, although, but about the COVID piece of this too.
To be fair, we've heard from the IOC not only about the COVID piece, but about the pasta and meatballs. They are addressing this. They say there is a team that is focused on not only communicating with the athletes, but to be fair, to communicating with the media. We've heard that they're trying to make the rooms bigger. They're trying to provide more athletic equipment. They're trying to make the food a little bit more palatable, although we've been hearing conflicting reports about the success that they've had. Here's a statement that they gave about what they're attempting to do and the limits of what they say they can do. Listen to this.
I understand the frustration, the stress, the disappointment that they feel after all the preparations. We will allow as many people as possible out of isolation to train and compete as we can, but only as many as we can do safely and not put other athletes, other participants, or the Chinese population at risk.
Those square meals every single day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I hope they can improve that. They also say they're working on more psychiatric resources for when people do test positive and they're cut off essentially from their team and family. And in a lot of cases, a good internet connection as well. It's something that they say they're continuing to work on.
Yeah, I can't imagine. Listen, it's so stressful. Can we give a bit of an antidote to the stress? There has to be, I know there's lots of positive things to look forward to.
Please.
So when I'm home tonight, Steve, when I'm turning on my primetime Olympics coverage after the show, what am I looking for? What can we look forward to tonight, tomorrow morning?
A couple things. You're going to be looking for Michaela Schifrin, who is competing. She crashed out of her very first event. Extremely disappointing for her, but she's got several more events. Is chasing history if she can win more gold. Then you're going to come out to where I am, which I'm very happy to say. We're going to be covering the men's and women's half-pipe qualifiers. So these are two of our biggest stars competing. Chloe Kim could win multiple golds consecutively. The first time that would be done in women's halfpipe if she qualifies tonight. And then, of course, there's the great Shaun White, who is on his swan song, The Last Dance, the extra life, as he calls it, could compete for his fourth gold. He again has to qualify. That will be tonight. If he does, that would be massive, but this could obviously be the very last time we see him compete. Here's what he told us ahead of that. Listen to this.
I think the motivation's definitely still there, but the body, the decline in the abilities with the sport still rising. It's just an inevitable sort of situation to be in.
Shaun White dealing with those harsh inevitabilities about aging, but is in good spirits. And I've been watching him train the last few days. The guy looks like he's on another level still. Hallie, it'll be interesting to see.
I feel that in my soul, the harsh inevitabilities of aging, Steve Patterson. I hope you get a front row seat to the action, my friend. You've earned it for sure. Thanks, Steve. Pope Benedict, who is now retired, today is asking members of the church to forgive him for how he handled sex abuse cases when he was an archbishop, but he's not going to admit any fault. Here's the deal. The retired pope was responding to a German report that accused him of allowing 4 priests convicted of sex abuse, including a pedophile, to go back to leading church services. While the former pope said he was saddened by the abuses, his lawyer says Benedict was not involved in any cover-ups. The report also blamed leaders who came before and after Benedict, estimating there were nearly 500 victims of abuse and at least 235 predators over several decades in Germany. Coming up here on the show, the Justice Department sending signals that might allow more safe injection sites, which would be a real backtrack from the agency's position under the Trump administration. So why now, and what does it really mean? Ken Delaney has some answers for us after the break.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Department of Justice is now saying they might allow safe injection sites, which should be different than what they used to allow. The DOJ has actually fought against some of these sites opening in court, and they won back in 2019. You might remember earlier this year, NBC News was given exclusive access to the country's very first safe injection site in New York, where people can use heroin and other narcotics with protections against deadly overdoses. Ken Delaney is joining us now. Ken, we actually aired, I think it was our very first week on the air ever with this show, where we showed some of that access that our team got, Jacob Soboroff, Brianna De Jesus Banos, to that site. Here we are now, 2 months later, and the DOJ is saying, hey, we might allow more of them. This feels a little bit like a tipping point, no?
I agree, and that was important journalism, Hallie. And New York officials are now saying they may have stopped as many as 125 overdoses at that facility. And this is a great example of how elections really matter. Elections have consequences. You've got different people running the Justice Department now. They have a different philosophy when it comes to the approach on how to combat the scourge of drugs. They're focused more on what they call harm reduction rather than trying to fight on the demand side. And, you know, there's a huge problem with overdoses in this country, particularly with heroin laced with fentanyl. It's a recurring, dramatic problem, and it's getting the attention of Justice Department officials, and they are now moving in this direction, Hallie.
We've seen other, Maine and Colorado and Seattle had tried to put policies in place, to try to put places like this, in their communities, but always the roadblock were the feds, was the federal government. Do you have any insight into why now for the DOJ? Like, President Biden's been in office for over a year. Is it a function of that? Is it something else?
Well, we're certainly seeing a lot of evidence piling up that the overdose problem is really hurting the United States. There have been more than 100,000 overdose deaths in a year period. I just saw a figure of $1 trillion in damage to the economy from overdoses. So this is something that's hitting them in the face every day. And you've got this pressure from local communities and again, a different philosophy in the Biden administration, preparing to allow this to happen rather than to say, no, federal law prohibits it.
We already know that these sites are up and running in Canada and Australia and Europe. What would the timeline be if the DOJ does give the official green light here in this country for us to see more of them?
Relatively quickly, I think.
Okay.
And you're absolutely right. There's decades of evidence behind these sites. I remember 20 years ago as a foreign correspondent visiting some in Switzerland. The idea is they not only protect drug users, but they protect the community because they take away the incentive for addicts to steal, to commit crimes, to buy drugs. It's been a real problem for the American psyche, this idea that you're going to allow people in a room to do this thing that's supposedly illegal. But, with all this evidence of the harm coming from drug use and overdoses and the problem of we're not really fixing the supply side, the momentum seems to be on the side of going in this direction, Hallie.
Ken Delanian, thank you very much for breaking that down. It's an important story. Appreciate it.
You bet.
We should note here, if you or somebody you know might need help with substance abuse, there's help. There's resources. There's this hotline on your screen, 1-800-662-HELP. Still ahead, we've got an inside scoop on what President Biden might really think about some key friends of ours overseas as he navigates this Russia-Ukraine crisis, what he's saying in private about some of those leaders. And it doesn't seem like things are getting easier for Peloton at the moment. Its CEO being replaced, thousands of jobs apparently getting cut. We've got more details in the 5 Things. Ooh, I love the...
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Exclusive new reporting only here on NBC News that takes you inside what the so-called Purple Team is doing, these investigators on the January 6th committee, and how far back they're really looking as it relates to the insurrection. Ben Collins has this brand new reporting that literally just posted. We're going to have him getting in front of a camera for us in a minute. But first, let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the Justice Department announcing its biggest financial seizure ever. They've charged a couple for trying to launder billions of dollars in stolen Bitcoin. The DOJ says it took back billions of dollars in crypto. The 2 people arrested are connected to a 2016 hack. They appeared in court not too long ago. Number 2, a teen has been arrested in the case that led to the police shooting that killed Amir Locke in Minneapolis. Police officials tell NBC News the 17-year-old taken in is related to the no-knock warrant that resulted in Locke's death during a SWAT raid. Students in Minnesota today staged walkouts calling for police accountability and a ban on those no-knock warrants. Number 3, American Airlines says one of its flights was diverted last night after a passenger apparently said something threatening to the crew. The plane was headed from North Carolina to LA, but was forced to land in New Mexico. We don't know specifically what that passenger said. Number 4, Peloton is replacing its CEO, John Foley, with somebody else, the former Spotify CFO, Barry McCarthy. The fitness company also says it's cutting 2,800 jobs, all to try to cut some costs. Number 5, you want an Oscar update? We got you. The Power of the Dog from Netflix is leading this year's Oscars with 12 nominations. West Side Story and Dune are also picked for Best Picture. And West Side Story director Steven Spielberg is making history as the first director to be nominated in 6 different decades. It's maybe a nice way of saying you're a little older, but hey, you're getting noms in 6 decades. That is impressive. The show is set to be held in person on March 27th. Some new exclusive reporting tonight on what President Biden really thinks of other world leaders as he tries to navigate this whole Russia-Ukraine crisis. Because even though officials say the U.S. is closely aligned with our friends overseas right now, our allies, you've still got the president behind closed doors offering some, let's say, colorful descriptions of some of them, according to sources who have heard the president use these descriptions. For example, that German Chancellor, the new one, Olaf Scholz, is, quote, no Angela Merkel. That he believes the British Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, is blustery. The French President, Emmanuel Macron, wants to be Charles de Gaulle, one of the heroes of World War II. And as for Vladimir Putin of Russia, summing him up as, quote, a guy with nukes and no friends. Kind of an interesting dynamic for the president, who has spent nearly 50 years engaging in foreign policy, both as VP and while in the Senate. The difference here as president is that the only person he's got a history with is Putin. Of course, a member of the National Security Council has decried some of this as anonymous gossip, saying that the president stands strong with allies and has nothing but respect for them. Safe bet that Ukraine and Russia will be one of the topics Lester Holt tackles with President Biden in an exclusive interview you will only see here before the Super Bowl. It's the president's first one-on-one interview of 2022. That's going to be right here on NBC News Now, over on NBC, before the big matchup between the Bengals and the Rams. We'll get some early looks later on this week, Thursday, on NBC Nightly News. More developments today around the January 6th insurrection. The FBI arresting somebody they say stormed the Capitol while he was out on bail for attempted murder. Matthew Bedingfield, they say, traveled to the Capitol with his dad that day, now faces charges as serious as assaulting an officer and carrying a deadly weapon on restricted Capitol grounds. It comes as NBC is getting exclusive access to 6 investigators who are working with the House January 6th committee, all of whom requested anonymity, but talking about this, telling our team, telling our Ben Collins just how deep this investigation into the Capitol riot really is. They're looking into stuff that happened maybe as far back as a year before the insurrection, linked to some of these extremist groups like the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers. We're talking about stuff like COVID lockdown rallies, counter-protests to some racial injustice demonstrations, rallies around the Stop the Steal conspiracy theory. Ben Collins broke this story for us. I think in just the last hour, it actually posted on our website, Ben. So we're glad to have your Skype connection up and running with us. This is some fascinating stuff, and this is a level of detail that we are getting from investigators on this committee that we just do not often hear broken down. They're working on red teams and purple teams, and this purple team is looking at stuff way before the riot actually happened. Explain why.
Yeah, the purple team is looking at those COVID lockdown protests and even things like, do you remember the steps of the Capitol in Michigan? That whole protest where they tried to get in there as well in the year beforehand. They're looking at that to see if there is a nexus between extremist movements and some of the people who went there, some of the people who may not have been affiliated with militias at the time, try to build support for something that would happen on January 6th. They are trying to determine if, in the long run, these were run-up events for those sorts of things. And by the way, they are also looking for a standard ideology behind these people, because QAnon people don't necessarily like Proud Boys necessarily, or vice versa. But they came to January 6th with the same idea, which is to storm the Capitol. They're trying to figure out exactly why that is, and if there's an underpinning ideology that explains this a lot better than, you know, just one militia or one conspiracy movement might by itself.
Can you explain a little bit more about anything that you didn't expect coming out of these discussions? I know you've been deeply reporting on this for a while. Is there anything that you heard in these discussions with these investigators that you went, I didn't expect that?
Yeah, look, I think, first of all, I didn't anticipate that they would be looking this deeply into these previous events. I thought that, you know, those are things that looked familiar to us. They looked like things that kind of looked like January 6th, but they didn't. I didn't really view them as maybe potential recruitment places for these specific things. And they also talk about the Great Replacement theory as maybe a unifying factor for a lot of these militias. The Great Replacement theory, that's the idea that white people are being replaced at large in the United States. The white electorate is being replaced by immigrants. And a lot of them believe that this is because of some sort of Jewish cabal elite thing. It's deeply anti-Semitic. It's deeply racist. But they are specifically, they brought this up by name. They're talking about that as maybe a thing that brought a few of these groups together.
This investigation by the January 6th Select Committee is separate. I think, to make this really clear, it is separate from the investigation the Justice Department is working on, where they've made hundreds of arrests, charged lots of people on that track. But interestingly, these investigators that you are reporting on here say that their mandate on the January 6th committee, the congressional committee, is actually bigger and broader. How?
Yeah, that's what they told me, that exact sentence, that it's bigger and broader. And, you know, they can make recommendations to law enforcement to say, like, hey, maybe you shouldn't focus specifically on one militia when there is a wider anti-elite movement in the United States that's growing since the 6th. They don't plan on just saying, like, this is exactly what happened on January 6th. They're going to talk about all the movements that in social media artifacts, I guess, they found in the years beforehand, and bring that up in relation to the 6th, and then talk about measures in the future that you could take to stop this from happening again. This is going to be a big report. It's going to be like a Mueller report or a Warren Commission or something like that. That's what it's going to look like at the end of the day. There's also going to be public hearings soon. So, you know, that's the difference here, is that this is going to be, it's not just going to be a bunch of indictments of specific oath keepers and all this stuff. It's pretty all-encompassing from this committee.
Ben Collins, great reporting. Thank you so much for being able to bring it to us tonight here on NBC News Now. Appreciate it. Still to come. Looks like Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is back in a pretty controversial bill. Critics call it the Don't Say Gay bill. We've got the latest details on that in the local. Plus, 24 hours after we explained what the metaverse is, today we're looking at some serious safety issues inside it. Maura Barrett has that in tonight's original. These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
you, Lego.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Southeast Bureau, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis seems to be backing the Parental Rights in Education bill, or what critics are calling the Don't Say Gay bill. The bill would stop teachers from having conversations with students about gender identity and sexual orientation. DeSantis says it's, quote, entirely inappropriate for teachers to be talking about that kind of thing with kids. From our West Coast Bureau, a San Diego fire rescue crew saved a guy who fell 50 feet into a canyon near a beach. They're looking at the aerials of that now. They got this 21-year-old onto a gurney, got him up into the air. We still don't know how he's doing, but officials say he was hurt pretty badly. We're going to update you on that as soon as we get more. And from our D.C. Bureau, have you seen this incredible video of a crossing guard? Watch, literally putting her body in front of a car to save a student from getting hit by the car that's going, by the way, way too fast with a wet road like that. Corporal Annette Goodyear was taken to the hospital, but luckily was not hurt. She was released afterwards. Officials say she even went to the student's home to check on them. She is being awarded a governor's citation for that good deed, and what a good deed it is. That is an incredible act of selflessness. Look at that. Ooh, that could have been a lot scarier, a lot worse. We want to bring you now tonight's original with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on. We've talked about the metaverse on this show. You've got some experts now, some of them who are becoming more and more worried about how safe it is, especially for younger people. And it's coming as Meta, formerly Facebook, tries to address a real-world issue that's bleeding into their VR platform, sexual harassment. Maura Barrett talks with one woman in the UK who actually experienced some of this virtual sexual assault on the platform. Watch.
Today, we're going to talk about the metaverse.
Meta, formerly Facebook, sees a new world of opportunity in the metaverse.
You're going to be able to do almost anything you can imagine.
But when Nina Jane Patel stepped into Meta's Horizon Venues, a space for virtual events, something she did not want to imagine happened.
Less than 30 seconds into it, I was suddenly surrounded by 3 male avatars with male voices who were kind of saying sexual innuendos to me. Before I knew it, they were, for lack of a better word, groping my avatar. So they were touching my upper and middle portion of my avatar.
Patel said she fumbled with her controller and could not put blocking features on quickly enough.
They said things like, don't pretend you don't love it. Clearly, people are using this space to, sexually harass and verbally harass people and act out their violent tendencies.
This week, Meta announced new personal boundaries, so avatars default to keeping nearly 4 feet of distance between each other. The company says this, quote, makes it easier to avoid unwanted interactions like this one, and we are sorry this happened. Infringement of personal space, though, is not the only concern for critics.
It's incredibly dangerous, potentially, to kids to have them in that environment. I mean, honestly speaking, I'd be very nervous as a parent about having Mark Zuckerberg's algorithms babysit my kids.
The Center for Countering Digital Hate is a nonprofit that analyzes and seeks to disrupt online hate and misinformation. One of their researchers spent 11.5 hours recording activity on VR Chat, a virtual world platform accessed on Meta's Oculus headset.
We found one infringement of the rules, and by that we mean grooming, child sexual grooming, we mean extreme hatred. One infringement every 7 minutes.
The organization shared its data logs and recordings with NBC. They found 37 instances of sexual content, 20 reports of racism, and 9 reports of abuse, most with minors present.
Try to bully some kids? Sure. Right there, that little 12-year-old right here. He must learn.
Instances of hate speech, homophobia, misogyny, and rape were also reported in the virtual world. Age limits in these spaces vary. Both Meta's Horizon venues and spaces accessed with Quest headsets where these incidents occurred are 13+. Meta advises adults should monitor their child's use. Responding to NBC's questions about these incidents and reporting issues, a Meta spokesperson said in part, "Horizon venues should be safe, and we are committed to building it that way. We will continue to make improvements as we learn more about how people interact in these spaces, especially when it comes to helping people report things easily and reliably." Skepticism still remains, though.
As virtual reality becomes more and more realistic, so it becomes more damaging because, of course, the psychological impacts of that environment feel more real. They're more difficult to sort of discern from our offline reality.
Maura is joining us now with more on this reporting. And Maura, it feels like part of the issue here is that the platform doesn't look at policy violations if it can't match them to a username in its database, no?
So this is something that the Center for Countering Digital Hate was really concerned about, because as you're reporting issues in real time, you can obviously see a user that you're interacting with, and you've seen usernames, right, Hallie? There's often jumbled numbers, and you can see that right in real time. But if you choose to report it after the fact, that's something that this center was really concerned with. Specifically, they found over 100 incidences and infringements over that 11-hour period, and were only able to successfully report about half of them. And now Meta does point out that when you do report something like this, in the report will include a recording of several minutes of your last experience. So they have that on the record as evidence, for example. And they also have other safety precautions currently in place. In addition to those personal boundaries that we saw added here, you can block a specific user. You can mute them without reporting them necessarily. There's also an option where you as a user can transport yourself to a safe zone. So you can kind of take a beat away from an interaction if you need to physically, in the virtual world, I guess, remove yourself from that. And they also note that there are trained safety specialists monitoring and recording harmful conduct. Meta acknowledging that this is kind of a work in progress, right, when it comes to safety precautions that they might not have been able to foresee when they've been launching this product. But they do say that they're going to be monitoring activity and any incidents that go on in these spaces, and obviously adjusting as we go from there, like we saw with that addition of the personal boundaries. Hallie.
Maura Barrett, thank you very much for that reporting. Coming up, Tesla might be facing some serious legal trouble, facing maybe a lawsuit in California over claims of racial discrimination and harassment. We're getting into that after the break.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?